Chapter 1 The Apocalypse Descends. 1 Cleared. Watching his game character hammer the final boss to death, Wang Tao felt a surge of satisfaction. He didn't have a huge addiction to gaming, after all, he was busy with work. But whenever he did play, he had to do it perfectly. Things like no damage clears and unlocking all achievements. Of course, this only applied to single-player games. He couldn't afford to spend on pay-to-win online games with his family's financial condition. The game Wang Tao was playing this time was called Apocalypse Kill Kill Kill, a side-scrolling fighting game that wasn't rich in content but was a good way to kill time. He couldn't remember when he downloaded it, but after playing for a day, he had finally unlocked all the achievements. Time to go out for a big meal, reward my hard work. Only, looking at the pouring rain outside, Wang Tao frowned. Why is it still raining? He was an ordinary stuntman for martial arts scenes, and the reason he was home playing games instead of working was the heavy rain, which had led to the cancellation of all the day's shooting. Tired from playing all day, don't feel like cooking. There's a small eatery downstairs, not far from me. In the end, Wang Tao decided to eat out. Just as he opened his door, his neighbor's door also opened. A young woman in a black dress appeared, her left hand holding a phone, her elbow holding a bag, and her right hand carrying high heels. Wang Tao couldn't help but steal another glance at those slender and well-proportioned legs in black stockings. Sister-in-law, good evening. Wang Tao was surprised to see her but still greeted her politely. The young woman's name was Ding Yukan, the wife of a young director named Zhao Yuan. They had been married for a short time and were very affectionate. Wang Tao and director Zhao were from the same hometown, and although they both worked in the movie industry and didn't cross paths often, they were acquainted, and he would greet him as brother Zhao. Wang Tao remembered that the couple went back to their hometown last month, and he didn't know when they had returned. Upon hearing Wang Tao's voice, the young woman looked up, revealing a delicate face with light makeup. Oh, it's you, Zhao Wang, good evening. Ding Yukan tucked her hair back and smiled slightly. Wang Tao held the elevator for her, but Ding Yukan didn't get in, instead saying suddenly, I just remembered, I forgot to take something. You go down first. Wang Tao's face stiffened slightly, but he responded politely, alright, then I will go ahead. Rejected again, but he had grown used to it. Ding. Entering the elevator, looking at the reflection of the tall and burly man, 1.83 meters tall, with a vicious scar on his face in the mirror, Wang Tao sighed helplessly. He had been injured accidentally on the set, and with a physique that could rival a fitness instructor's, his appearance scared many people. He once had the appearance of a tender young man and the opportunity to be a lead actor. But now, he had become a martial arts double, and always wore villains with a self-deprecating smile. Wang Tao left the elevator, opened the unit door, and rushed into a small restaurant called Big Mouth Meat Eater. The restaurant was empty, an old TV was broadcasting the weather forecast, and the presenter said the intense rainfall would stop tomorrow, telling everyone not to panic. Boss Lee, where are you? Wang Tao called out. Coming. The voice came from the side door. A moment later, the owner came in wearing a raincoat, carrying a military green oil drum. I was just refueling the car. What would you like, Zhao Wang? A large portion of fried rice noodles. All right. Just a moment. Soon, Boss Lee brought over a large portion of fried rice noodles and complained, this damn weather, including you, Zhao Wang, not even 20 customers today, can't even make the rent. Wang Tao shook his head with a laugh and then asked curiously, where's Sister Liu? She didn't come today? The couple ran the shop together, and Sister Liu was Boss Li's wife. She has a fever, sleeping inside. But with so few customers today, I can manage alone. Boss Li shrugged. Seeing this, Wang Tao didn't say much more. Today's downpour had disrupted many people's work. I'm off, Boss Li, the money's transferred to you, check it. No problem, take care. Wang Tao lived in an old residential area called Happy Community, which exuded a sense of age with its single courtyard and 4 6-story buildings. The population was not large, and the elevator was installed later. Wang Tao lived in apartment 501 of building number 4. Unlike his neighbor director Zhao, whose house was purchased, Wang Tao's was rented. It was a 2-bedroom apartment that cost 3,000 a month. Although not located in the city center of Huangfeng City, it was close to the Huangfeng Film City, which made the rent not so cheap. Originally, Wang Tao had a roommate to share the rent, but the roommate abandoned his star dream to go back to his hometown to get married. Recently, Wang Tao had been considering moving out because he could barely afford the rent. In the living room, there were a few dumbbells and a punching bag. Wang Tao exercised every day, since having a good body shape required regular workouts. But not today. He finally had a day off, so he decided to relax thoroughly. Play on the computer a bit longer, until 12, then go to sleep early today, he thought. Just as he sat down, Wang Tao suddenly felt a piercing pain spread throughout his body. Sizzle. Looking at the sparking wires at his feet, Wang Tao's eyes widened, and then darkness enveloped him as he fainted. So hungry. In a daze, hunger woke Wang Tao up. He found himself lying on the floor. He quickly stood up, and seeing the charred wires and computer, Wang Tao was utterly bewildered. Electrocuted? It wasn't a dream? I'm still alive? There were plenty of snacks on the table. Driven by overpowering hunger, Wang Tao grabbed them and started to eat. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from outside. Instinctively, he went to the window to look, and his pupils shrank abruptly. What the hell? He saw in the courtyard below, a blood-covered person pinning a middle-aged man down, ripping and gnawing at his flesh. The man's gaze was vacant. He was clearly beyond saving. The blood-covered person raised its head, revealing a hideous and horrifying face. Zombies. Wang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Filming? Impossible. He was too familiar with filming, and this was clearly not it, not to mention there were no cameras or other crew members around. Just as he thought there were no other people, several zombies appeared from out of sight and joined the gruesome feast. Wang Tao had only been dumbfounded for a moment, and the man on the ground was almost dismembered. Wang Tao felt nauseous and vomited out everything he had just eaten. Don't panic. Call the police. After calming himself, Wang Tao quickly took out his phone to dial emergency services, but all he got was a busy signal. He then opened his web browser to search for local emergency numbers. Instead, he was greeted by a flood of shocking news. The end of the world is here. Zombies. The whole world is full of zombies. The zombie virus is highly infectious. Please stay in a safe place and wait for rescue. The whole world is under attack by the zombie virus. It is advised to seek refuge in less populated areas. Known methods of virus transmission include bodily fluids, scratches, bites, and air. Suspected. The incubation period of the zombie virus ranges from 1 minute to 24 hours, possibly related to the strength of an individual's immune system. Please be sure to take precautions. If you are unfortunately infected, isolate yourself immediately and amputate the infected area. Most water sources have not yet been affected, but it is recommended to filter and boil or distill before use. If the water turns yellow or green, do not drink it. Some zombies may retain certain habits from before, so be sure to distinguish carefully. Ria are the latest stories on Novelbin. Some regions have completely collapsed, with water and power outages occurring one after another. An expert says, our Keon country has made great progress in the anti-zombie virus serum, but we still need a little more time. Reading the overwhelming news, Wang Tao was stunned. How could the end of the world come out of nowhere? He had just fainted for a few hours. No, not a few hours. Wang Tao checked the time. His last payment record at the small restaurant was on April 3, 4444, at 8 p.m., and now it was 9 a.m. on April 7. In other words, he had been unconscious for 3 days? Chapter 2. Taking good care of sister-in-law. Wang Tao's parents had met with an accident and passed away when he was young, and he was raised by his grandparents. However, his grandparents also died one after the other a few years ago. As for other relatives, he barely had any contact with them, so even with the apocalypse, Wang Tao didn't have many ties to worry about. But he still had a few friends, and Wang Tao certainly didn't want anything bad to happen to them. He opened his social media app, and a flood of 99+ messages popped up. But the content of the messages quickly sank his heart. The chat history in the drama crew group showed that almost everyone who had gone to the film studio to shoot 2 days ago had met with disaster. He had not gone and had unwittingly escaped that calamity. Now there was no one talking in the group. The last message was from yesterday morning, from an actress saying there was a monster lurking outside her room. She said she was very scared, and then there was no more. What surprised Wang Tao was that the young director surnamed Zhao living across from him had made several phone calls to Wang Tao and sent numerous messages. April 4, 11:34. Wang, I heard you didn't come for the shoot? Are you at home? If you are, reply to me. It's urgent. April 4, 22:08. Bro, I'm still at the film studio, hiding out for now. You haven't turned into a zombie, have you? It's terrifying outside, you must be careful. By the way, your sister-in-law is also at home, but we don't have much food. If you can, please look after her. I, Zhao, will be greatly indebted to you when this is over. April 5, 1849. Bro, I feel like I might not make it. Before I die, there is something I have to ask of you. Could you take care of your sister-in-law? She's too scared by herself at home and there's not enough food. I'm afraid she won't last until the rescue. April 5, 21:13. Bro, my good brother. Would you please respond? Are you dead or what? I'm going crazy. This was the last message, and it was evident that Brother Zhao was close to breaking point then. Wang outright replying, Brother Zhao, in here. Don't worry, I will do my best to take care of sister-in-law. He didn't overcommit, only saying he would do his best. Doing my best meant he would help if possible, but if not, then so be it, as his own life was of utmost importance. After sending the message, he waited for a while but got no reply. It seemed that Director Zhou's chances of survival were slim. Wang Tao sighed and quickly reviewed the official news posted online. After half an hour, he roughly understood the current situation. The day after he was stunned, on the morning of April 4th, the zombie crisis had erupted without warning. The exact time was unclear. By the time a massive amount of information appeared online, the situation was already severe. There were also many observations about the zombies posted by the public online. These zombies had stiff joints, weren't very fast, lacked agility, and their vision had greatly deteriorated. Their heads were their weak points. However, they never tired, possessed immense strength, were sensitive to light, and had keen hearing. Anyone bitten or scratched by a zombie would be infected, and once infected, would turn into a zombie. But often, those bitten would be devoured by zombies before they could transform. The government quickly deployed soldiers to suppress the outbreak. Faced with an onslaught of steel, the zombies were easily crushed. But suddenly, without warning, the soldiers also turned into zombies. An external enemy is not as frightening as internal collapse. The government's attempts to block the spread failed. At this point, things had pretty much fallen into chaos, and the more chaotic it became, the more people died. No one knew how many zombies were out there in the world now, but the number was undoubtedly terrifying. Wang Tao checked other chat groups to see that some were still active. In the groups, some people were venting their emotions, but even more were asking when the government's rescue would arrive, as they had run out of food. Seeing these messages, Wang Tao hurried to the kitchen to check his supplies, then his face turned somewhat gloomy. He didn't have much food stored, enough to last maybe 3 or 4 days. After all, he didn't eat at home often, and if he kept too much food it would go bad. The 10 kilograms of rice he bought last month was now half gone. As for gas, he had just bought a full cylinder, which could last 3 months. Out of the blue, the same message popped up simultaneously in all the chat groups: government announcement, all survivors are requested to stay in a safe place and not to leave their homes at will. The government has mobilized a large number of people for the rescue. Large survivor bases have also been preliminarily established, and we will gradually transport everyone to these bases. Additionally, considering that some residents lack essential living supplies, we will soon perform airdrops of supplies in areas with fewer zombies. If your home is in critical need of supplies, you may take the risk to retrieve the airdrops. The large survivor base of Huangfeng City is located at number 32 Fujian Street, Redstone County, while the locations of the various small survivor bases are. The message ended with a photo of a survivor base with tall city walls, which seemed quite safe. Many people became excited after seeing this message. The rescue is coming. Hang in there, brothers. Woo-wah-woo, rescue is finally on its way. I want to go to the survivor base. Luckily, I still have some rice at home. I can hold on for a few more days. Brother, I've run out of food at home. I have an elderly mother who is 80 and a child who is only 3. I can't survive without food. Brother, could you please lend me some food? I will repay you 100-fold in the future. You better wait for the airdrop. This food is just enough for me and my wife. Besides, we're separated by several buildings. But I'm afraid to go out. Please come and bring it to me. I will wait for you at home. Get lost, damn it, you're afraid to go out for the airdrops but want me to bring food to you? Blacklisted, no thanks. Hey, don't be so heartless. Wang Tao shook his head. Truly, all sorts show up in a big forest. And this was his happy community group. The guy playing the sympathy card seemed to be from building number 2 opposite, who also worked at the film studio. Wang Tao had seen him. If he remembered correctly, the guy was a single bachelor. Where would he get an elderly mother and child? Wang Tao then looked at other groups, where in his crews and classmates groups, some proposed that once they reached the survivor base, they could meet up at a scheduled time. After all, no one knew exactly what the survivor base was like. Arriving in a strange place where they knew no one, it seemed better for these acquaintances to stick together for warmth. Wang Tao thought this was a good suggestion. Having fought and struggled in society for so many years, he knew well the dangers of human nature. He sent a receive to acknowledge the message, wanting to agree with a response, but the message displayed a red exclamation mark. Huh? No internet? And the cell phone signal is gone, too? Wang Tao's expression changed. He could faintly hear some cursing from downstairs. I hope it's just temporary. With communication cut off, it's likely that power and water outages would follow. Wang Tao hurriedly gathered all the containers he could find in his home to fill with water. Then he made himself a simple lunch. He didn't dare eat too much, after all, food was scarce, and he needed to conserve it. Chapter 3, I can see health point bars one after the meal. Wang Tao carefully observed the surroundings from a few windows in the house. Outside the south-facing window, in the courtyard of the residential complex, there were roughly over a dozen zombies. Those were only the ones he could see. There might be more in places he couldn't see. And definitely, there would be zombies inside these 4 buildings. However, the day the zombie virus appeared wasn't a weekend, and the rain had stopped. It was likely that a good number of the working population had gone out. That might be the only good news. Outside the north-facing windows, over the main road, was a scene of devastation. Many cars had crashed, blood was everywhere, but no corpses were visible, only a few ferocious-looking zombies wandering around. Of course, Wang Tao didn't believe there were only these few zombies on the road. His window's angle limited his view, and he wouldn't be able to see many places. Perhaps, inside the cars, stores, shadows, or even at the base of the wall beneath his building, countless zombies might be lurking. With some resignation, Wang Tao shook his head and began to analyze the current situation. Rescue was something to wait for, but before help arrived, the food at his home might not be sufficient. Go borrow some food from other people's homes? Clearly not an option. Wang Tao never placed his hopes on the mercy of others, and under the current circumstances, the likelihood of being able to borrow was almost zero. There was only one thing to do: go out and find food. Inside the small restaurants outside the community, there must be a lot of food, and they were very close to his home. But even if they were close, he would still have to cross through the yard. Wang Tao was strong, but he didn't feel he could win against these 10+ zombies suddenly. Thump, thump, thump. There came a series of dull knocks at the door. Is it the sister-in-law from next door? Or Wang Tao didn't speak. He tiptoed to the door and looked through the peephole, a tingling sensation running through his scalp. Outside the door was a zombie covered in blood, its neck and face adorned with twisted, dark veins, expression distorted, pupils white, mindlessly pounding on Wang Tao's door. Thump, thump, thump. This person, Wang Tao had seen him before. Seems like he was the single guy in his 30s living upstairs. Could it be that the zombies have discovered me? Wang Tao immediately grabbed a kitchen knife, waiting by the door, somewhat nervously. Although he didn't think the zombie could open his security door, he felt very insecure without a weapon in hand. However, when Wang Tao looked out the peephole again, he was momentarily taken aback. Huh? What's this? He noticed a thin red bar floating above the zombie's head with a line of text 500 out of 500. This red bar hovered over the zombie's head, unlike a real object. After a while, the zombie gave up on Wang Tao's room and went to knock on room 502 across the hall. The red bar remained in front of Wang Tao's view, and its size did not change. Why does this feel like the health bar from the games I play? Wang Tao was somewhat astonished. Suddenly, a piercing scream of a woman came from the room across. Wang Tao wasn't frightened by the zombie, but the scream gave him quite the startle. Roar. Bang bang bang. Upon hearing the scream, the zombie, like a cat that had smelled fish, started hitting the door of room 502 furiously. It seems that when the zombie doesn't detect any movement, it acts very slowly. Once it senses movement, it goes into a frenzy. As for the sister-in-law, she can still scream so loudly, so it seems she's safe for now. Wang Tao continued to observe the zombie through the peephole. The door of the opposite room was equally sturdy, and after pounding for 2 or 3 minutes, the zombie returned to its previous state and slowly descended the stairs. I've been knocking on the door for 2 or 3 minutes. If there were any other zombies, they should have been attracted by now. Does that mean there's only this one zombie in the corridor of this unit? If there's only one zombie, maybe I can try. Wang Tao's gaze flickered. Sooner or later, he was going to have to go out to look for supplies, and there was a high chance he would encounter zombies. He absolutely needed to understand the strength of these zombies and whether he could handle them. Moreover, he suspected he could see the zombies' health point bars. Right, if those really are health point bars, then I should have one, too? Wang Tao was about to look for a mirror when, just as he thought about his own health point bar, a golden health point bar suddenly appeared in his field of vision. There was also a line of text on the health point bar, 100 out of 100, and the moment he thought about it, the numbers on the health point bar changed to 100%. An understanding flashed through his mind in an instant. This was his own health point bar. 100 out of 100 indicated that his maximum health point was 100, and he currently had 100 health point. 100% naturally indicated the percentage of the health point bar. Indeed, I can see health point bars. Excitement surged in Wang Tao's heart. He hadn't seen anyone with this ability when he was refreshing the news online before. There's only one zombie in the corridor right now, and although it has 500 health point and I only have 100 health point, this is a chance for a one-on-one battle. It would be a disservice to all my muscles if I didn't give it a try. Let's do this. With such a rare opportunity at hand, Wang Tao decided he wanted to test the zombie's strength. But not right now, he needed to gather his strength and prepare proper protective measures before attempting. After all, zombies were infectious, and getting infected meant the end. Let's warm up first. Wang Tao went to the living room to do push-ups. 1, 2 huh? Why do I feel like my physical strength has increased? Is it an illusion? Keep going. 3, 4, 498, 499, 500. Half sweat dripped from his bulging muscles onto the floor, accumulating a small puddle of moisture. After completing the last push-up, Wang Tao flipped over and got up nimbly. Gulp gulp. After drinking half a bottle of water, Wang Tao felt a bit excited. It's not an illusion. My physical condition has genuinely become stronger. His physical strength was originally impressive. He could do over 100 perfectly formed push-ups in one go. That already surpassed a vast majority of people. But now, he had just done 500 in one go. And after the 500, he still felt like he had energy to spare, as if he could do another 500. However, exercise shouldn't be too intense at once, especially under current circumstances where he was trapped. It was better to be moderate. There would be plenty of time in the future. Roar! A roaring sound came from the corridor again. Looking through the peephole, he saw that the zombie had moved upstairs. Initially, Wang Tao had been scared of the zombie's roaring, but after hearing it many times, he gradually got used to it. I'll rest up today and take care of you tomorrow. After muttering to himself, Wang Tao ate some food, then continued to train. He didn't stop until the evening, when he went to take a shower. In front of the bathroom mirror. Where's the scar on my face? Wang Tao discovered that the fearsome scar on his face had disappeared. Not only that, some other minor injuries on his body were also gone. And Wang Tao could feel that his muscles seemed to have grown even larger. Looking at the handsome face and exploding muscles in the mirror, Wang Tao felt a surge of excitement. Looks were secondary, the main thing was the enhancement of his physical condition and the disappearance of scars and underlying injuries on his body. And now, he could also see the zombie's health point bars. This is my chance. Chapter 4, Initial Victory won. The next day, Wang Tao woke up early. First, he checked his fully charged phone, still no signal, and emergency calls couldn't get through either. Water and electricity at home hadn't been cut off yet. He looked up at the deep blue sky. Is it the base station that's broken, or the satellite? Could there be another disaster? He shook his head and tried not to think about it anymore. Wang Tao took some of the food out of the refrigerator and made a rich breakfast. Then he took all the books off the bookshelf. They were discounted decorations, but the books were real. Wang Tao picked out books of appropriate sizes and taped them to his forearms, shins, front and back of his chest for protection. He didn't wrap anything around his thighs and upper arms because these were areas that needed to exert force, and having them wrapped would make it difficult to use strength properly. Next was weapons, and there were several pointed kitchen knives in the kitchen. But the knives were a bit short. After some thought, he tied a knife to a rolling pin to create a makeshift homemade short spear. Wang Tao had actually wanted to make a spear out of a mop, but the corridor was quite narrow, and a weapon too long might not be effective. Getting it stuck could spell disaster. The length of the rolling pin was just right, neither too short, which would increase the chance of infection, nor too long, which would make it unwieldy. Lastly, Wang Tao found a thick hand towel and a pair of yellow anti-blue light glasses. He covered his head, face, and even eyes. After all, the zombie virus was contagious, and preventative measures could never be too careful. Wang Tao checked himself in the full-length mirror. There stood a person in the mirror, over 1.8 meters tall, burly, wearing black gloves, a black mask, yellow glasses, brown hiking shoes, completely wrapped up tightly, with homemade arm guards on his hands, and holding a homemade short spear. He looked very secure. Once everything was ready, Wang Tao waited quietly behind the door. The zombie had been wandering up and down the staircase and soon came up. Wang Tao didn't rush and continued to wait. The zombie first went up to the 6th floor, then came back down to the 5th, before heading downstairs toward the 4th floor. After seeing through the peephole that the zombie was going downstairs with its back toward him, Wang Tao took a deep breath and then suddenly opened the door. Clack! The sound of the security door opening startled the zombie, which turned its stiff body around, showing a face both terrifying and grotesque. Whoosh! Wang Tao gripped the homemade short spear and stabbed toward the zombie's head. The zombie, upon spotting a person, let out a fierce roar and spun around. But due to its stiffness, the movement was uncoordinated. It nearly tripped over itself, staggering. Wang Tao's stab missed. However, Wang Tao didn't expect to kill it with one blow. The pointed kitchen knife could not only stab but also slash. He held the rolling pin with both hands and swung it down fiercely. Slice! The slash cut from the zombie's shoulder down to its waist. The clothes on the zombie made it difficult to see how deep the cut was, but Wang Tao could clearly see a sliver of health point disappearing from above the zombie's head. -14, 486 out of 500, what the hell? That slash cut only this much health point? Wang Tao knew the zombies had a lot of health point, but he hadn't expected it to be that much. Or rather, the power of his slash was too weak. Although shocked, Wang Tao wasn't too panicked inside. Both he and the zombie were in the corridor, with the zombie below and him above. He had specifically chosen this position, standing above surely had its advantages. Wang Tao quickly retracted the knife, and the zombie took the opportunity to lunge at him, its hands smeared with blood reaching for Wang Tao. Wang Tao immediately stepped back 2 paces, avoiding the zombie's attack, then stabbed out with another slash. Zombies wouldn't actively dodge an attack, the previous miss was just luck. This time, the stab hit hard on the zombie's forehead, but it didn't go in. The skull is the hardest bone in the human body, and the quality of the kitchen knife Wang Tao held was average, and it even had a slightly rolled edge. It wasn't surprising that it didn't penetrate on the first attempt. But what surprised Wang Tao was that the strike didn't cause much damage. -3, 483 out of 500, wasn't the head supposed to be a zombie's weak spot? How come it's only this little damage? Could it be because the skull is too hard, so it didn't pierce the defense? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Wang Tao gripped his homemade short spear tightly and thrust it fiercely from bottom right to top left. Swish! The blade cut across the zombie's neck. PFFT dark blood spurted from the zombie's neck as it staggered a step back. Wang Tao's cut was shallow, although it sliced through the zombie's neck, it didn't sever the head. However, Wang Tao was somewhat excited. Because the damage from this strike was high. -117, 366 out of 500, this cut took away more than 20% of the zombie's health point. The neck, it's also a zombie's weak spot. And compared to the head, cutting the neck is much easier. Enraged, the zombie charged at Wang Tao again, reaching out both hands to harshly swing at Wang Tao's face. Wang Tao was a few steps from the wall behind him, making it difficult to dodge this time. He quickly took the spear in his right hand, then raised his left arm, using the vambrace to block the zombie's attack. Bang! Wang Tao was forced 2 steps back, right up against the wall. This was the first time Wang Tao had been attacked by a zombie, and he finally understood why they said zombies had immense strength. With his physical fitness, enduring this strike made his arm somewhat numb. If it had been anyone else, they might have been knocked down instantly. But seeing that his health point hadn't dropped a single point, Wang Tao felt invigorated. This is reality, not a game. In games, if a monster attacks you, even if it's just a touch, you lose health point, whether you lose a little or a lot. That's the game mechanics. But reality is different. As long as you are not hit, you won't lose health point. Wang Tao's physical fitness was high, since the strike with the vambrace didn't cause an exterior or interior injury, just a numbness, his health point remained full. Understanding this, Wang Tao's eyes shone brightly. In games, you have to follow the rules of the game when fighting monsters. Without a one-hit kill mechanism, no matter how strong you are, you cannot kill a monster in one hit. But reality doesn't follow these rules. With this in mind, Wang Tao didn't retreat but advanced, charging fiercely towards the zombie. And the zombie, too, roared angrily and attacked Wang Tao again. Clash. Just as he was about to collide with the zombie, Wang Tao exerted all his strength, suddenly kicked off the ground, and harshly kicked the zombie's chest. The zombie's strength was great, but its weight was the same as when alive, just over 100 pounds. That weight couldn't withstand Wang Tao's energized one hit. The zombie immediately rolled to the turn of the 4th floor corridor. Without stopping, Wang Tao's foot stepped on the stair, and he leaped powerfully. Like a flying man, he plunged toward the zombie. Both hands gripping the homemade spear high above his head, as he landed, he stabbed viciously at the zombie below. PFFT. With the help of gravity, the spear plunged deep into the zombie's forehead. -366, 0 out of 500, one-hit kill. Chapter 5 Monster Killing Unglued drops one huff looking at the zombie lying on the ground, still twitching, with its head blooming like a chrysanthemum. Wang Tao let out a long sigh of relief. He called this move jump slash, and as a martial arts substitute, it wasn't surprising that he could execute it. However, it was the first time he used it in actual combat, and he wasn't completely certain of victory in his heart. Now it seemed that the effect was pretty good. After all, zombies didn't dodge. With a geographical advantage of jumping from a high place to a lower one, the jump covered a distance of 5 meters. With the force of inertia, the kitchen knife, which normally couldn't pierce through a zombie's skull, successfully entered through the zombie's brow, instantly killing it. But instant killing wasn't without a cost. Wang Tao looked at the kitchen knife, now bent out of shape, and felt somewhat helpless. An ordinary kitchen knife really wasn't up to par. As Wang Tao was getting up from the zombie, his gaze sharpened. That was because he saw a semi-transparent package with bloodstains appear in front of the zombie. With a thought, the package instantly entered his body. Obtained, a purified water, small. What's this? Wang Tao noticed an icon of a backpack appeared below his health point bar. The backpack was empty except for a white plastic cube marked with 5 liters. Purified water, small, 5 liters, drinkable, killing zombies can drop loot. Wang Tao felt that he could take out the water with just a thought. But now wasn't the time to study these things, so he quickly searched the zombie's body. He found a set of keys, an electronic wristband, a box of cigarettes, and a wallet. He had intended to take the zombie's belt as well, but seeing that it had a cut that made a crevice, he decided against wasn't in need of a belt that badly. After collecting the spoils of war, Wang Tao went back to check the elevator. It was broken, and he had no idea if there were zombies inside. Bang! Back in his room, it wasn't until he had closed the door and leaned against it that Wang Tao finally felt some lingering fear. During the fight, adrenaline was pumping like crazy, leaving no time for any other thoughts. Now recalling the zombie whose head had blown up, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. After calming down a bit, Wang Tao took a big gulp of water and then stripped off all his clothes. Covered in sweat, he needed a shower. After showering, Wang Tao finally had time to study the backpack icon below his health point bar, but before looking at the backpack, he paused. Huh? When did my health point increase? Wang Tao was pleasantly surprised to find that his health point bar had gone from 100 out of 100 to 110 out of 110, gained 10 health point. Could it be from killing the zombie? Wang Tao hadn't noticed it at the time. He'll have to pay attention next time. If it's really from killing zombies that one can gain an increase in health point limit, Wang Tao's face broke into a brilliant smile. He looked again at the backpack icon below his health point bar. This item was similar to the inventory systems in many video games. However, only the purified water, small, could be put into the backpack and taken out at will. Other items couldn't be put inside. It seems that only items that drop from killing zombies can be put into the backpack. Wang Tao was excited, as this backpack was like a storage space. And he could sense in the dark that the time inside his backpack was paused, which meant that the things inside would never go bad. Although there was a certain limit to what could be stored, Wang Tao was quite content. After all, he was sure to fight zombies in the future, so there was no worry about not having space for loot. As for the purified water, small, that the zombie dropped, it was a 5-liter square plastic bucket. Wang Tao tasted the water inside and it indeed was purified water. Although it felt somewhat discordant that a single zombie had dropped a whole 5 liters bucket of water, that wasn't the point. Point was that killing zombies could net him loot. This, like his ability to see zombies' health point bars, was in some ways an invincible power. Others might not benefit from killing zombies, but he certainly could get loot, and there was a high chance that his health point limit would increase. Even his physical attributes might improve. Wang Tao wasn't sure about this, it might just be an adrenaline-fueled illusion. After he had killed this zombie, he felt like he had gotten somewhat stronger. He would know for sure after killing a few more zombies. In any case, as long as he made an effort, he would definitely reap rewards. This is the apocalypse, huh? Why do I suddenly kind of like it? After feeling a bit smug for a moment, Wang Tao didn't get too arrogant. The zombies were indeed very strong, and a moment of carelessness could lead to disaster. Of course, he had more or less figured out the strength of the zombies. As long as he was well protected and not caught by them, with his physical attributes, he could definitely withstand an attack from one zombie. Moreover, with proper technique, he could potentially kill a zombie with one strike. But to achieve a one-hit kill, weapons were vital. His kitchen knife had been rendered useless after a single use. Needed to find a weapon that would last longer. In the actual combat with zombies, Wang Tao had come to some conclusions against zombies. How sharp the weapon wasn't the most important aspect, what was crucial was that it was sturdy enough. For example, when he used jump slash, even a not-so-sharp kitchen knife could still pierce through a zombie's skull. If only I could get my hands on a firefighter axe or a crowbar. Unfortunately, those items were not available here. No hurry, take it slow. After grabbing a simple meal and a short rest, Wang Tao put on his makeshift gear again and tied another kitchen knife of the same kind onto the rolling pin. He had a total of 5 such knives, bought on discount just because they were cheap. Based on his previous experience, he could use jump slash at least 4 more times. Fully armed, Wang Tao opened the door again. There was only one zombie in the hallway, and now that it was dealt with, he definitely wanted to go out and look around, especially checking the upstairs. The zombie he had just killed was a neighbor from the floor above. There might be some resources in their home. Wang Tao first tiptoed downstairs. The doors of the apartments on these floors were all closed. It was unclear whether there were people inside them or not. The entrance door on the first floor was locked. He had suspected as much before, but hadn't been completely sure. Now seeing it locked reassured him. Wang Tao arrived at the 6th floor. The door of apartment 602 was open. Entering 602 cautiously with his weapon at the ready, Wang Tao thoroughly checked the room to make sure there were no zombies before closing the door behind him. Although there were no longer any zombies in the hallway, it was still safer to be cautious. With the door shut, he could scour the place with peace of mind. Not only was this his first time killing zombies, but it was also his first time rummaging through someone's home without any reservations. The thought even gave him a sense of illicit thrill. The inside of 602 was not in disarray, showing no signs of a struggle. It seemed his neighbor had mutated suddenly and, hopefully, not suffered too much. There's a big bag of rice, probably about 7 or 8 kilos. Not bad, not bad. There's a stock of vegetables and meat in the refrigerator, that's great. Instant noodles, pickles, snacks, tobacco, alcohol, team taking all of it. What's this, a walkie-talkie? Chapter 6 Search 602. Wang Tao wasn't very familiar with walkie-talkies, but he knew they were a good thing. Without a network, mobile phones were basically useless. However, the working principle of walkie-talkies was different, so maybe they could still make calls? The guy must have been a radio enthusiast. There were 4 walkie-talkies of different shapes, along with their boxes. Besides the walkie-talkies, there were also 2 radios, one large and one small. The small one used batteries, and the large one could be powered by hand cranking. Wang Tao briefly fiddled with them, but all he heard was a buzzing and crackling noise from the walkie-talkies and radios, no useful information. He was slightly disappointed, but Wang Tao wasn't in a hurry. He could take these gadgets home and try them out slowly. After searching the room for a while, Wang Tao gathered all the things he thought were useful. There were 2 suitcases, packed full to the brim. Then, he grabbed a bedsheet and wrapped up the rest of the stuff. It didn't matter whether he could use them or not, he took everything he could. Once he was sure he hadn't missed anything for the time being, Wang Tao packed up and locked the door to room 602 on his way out, taking the key with him. As he locked the door to room 602, a sudden bang, bang, bang came from next door's room 601, and a roar seeped through the security door. Wang Tao's spirit instantly focused. There are really zombies in the room. He set down his things, approached the door to room 601, and saw that it was securely locked, which relieved him for the moment. Wang Tao remembered that a middle-aged couple lived in room 601, they seemed to work close together and always commuted together. That means there should be 2 zombies inside. Wang Tao's gaze flickered. He could handle 1 zombie, but 2 was not certain. However, it was too early to discuss this since he couldn't open the security door. I need to find a way to get some tools for prying or picking locks. If I try to break in violently, not to mention whether it's feasible or not, the noise would definitely be loud with zombies outside. Although the corridor was temporarily clear of them, Wang Tao still felt the noise should not be too loud. Otherwise, even if the zombies couldn't get in, if they all crowded at the entrance, he wouldn't be able to leave. Carrying a 24-inch suitcase in each hand and a large bundle on his back, with another hanging around his neck, Wang Tao headed towards the 5th floor. After returning home, Wang Tao found places to store these items. Setting other things aside, just the supply of food was enough for half a month. Along with his own stock, he could probably last about 20 days. If he hadn't discovered his ability before, Wang Tao would have chosen to wait for rescue with so much food. But after discovering his abilities, he definitely didn't want to sit around and wait for death. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, I will see if I can open any other rooms. As for now, time to treat myself. Having food gave Wang Tao more confidence. He took out the perishables and prepared to make a big meal. As for the cooking method, he wasn't picky. After washing all the ingredients, he added a block of hot pot base and stewed everything together. This is delicious. Wang Tao wasn't sure if it was psychological, but he felt this big pot of food was more delicious than anything he had ever cooked before. He filled a large bowl with rice, sat down, and was just about to start eating when he heard the door knock again. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking was more urgent this time, and quite light. Wang Tao immediately picked up the homemade short spear next to him, and then went to the peephole to take a look. He saw a woman with her hair tied up high, staring nervously at Wang Tao's door. Is it her? Outside the door was none other than Wang Tao's neighbor across the hall, Jia Yuan's sister-in-law, whom he had asked him to take care of Ding Yukan. Wang Tao did not open the door directly but first hung the safety chain behind the security door. In the apocalypse, one could never be too careful with others. Outside, Ding Yukan glanced at the corridor and then back at Wang Tao's door, her face extremely tense. Her own door was left ajar. If there was any commotion downstairs, she would run back immediately. If possible, she really did not want to go out. Merely a few steps away, It was the result of her struggling for several hours. But there was no choice, her family had run out of food a long time ago. If she didn't think of a solution soon, she might starve to death, even if she wasn't killed by the zombies. Of course, what ultimately propelled her out the door was the fact that she had seen with her own eyes Wang Tao kill the zombie wandering in the stairwell. The specifics of the fight weren't clear as large as the people's field of vision was. It had its limits, especially since Wang Tao and the zombie had fought all the way downstairs. But she knew, Wang Tao had won. The only zombie in the corridor, dead. Wang Tao's strength was beyond her expectations. Her husband, back when they were still in contact, had told her about the horrors of these zombies. It wasn't just about wielding cold weapons, even with a gun, one may not win. Many police officers had met their gruesome end in the jaws of zombies. Yet, Wang Tao was able to go solo, using a cold weapon to kill a zombie, which was, she had to admit, incredibly impressive. At that moment, Ding Yukan felt the urge to run out. But she still dared not just from fear of other zombies but also fear of Wang Tao because she did not know if Wang Tao had been infected. If he was infected, wouldn't she be a lamb walking into the mouth of a tiger? So, she waited a few more hours. When she saw Wang Tao heading back and then coming out with a lot of things, big and small, from upstairs, she guessed that Wang Tao was most likely not infected. The information online stated that although the incubation period after infection varied in length, most had a common characteristic: the body exhibited some negative conditions, such as weakness, fever, coughing, and the like. Wang Tao, hopping around and carrying so much stuff upstairs, clearly had no problems with his health. However, she was still somewhat afraid to come out. After all, stepping through this door also required tremendous courage. But now, as her stomach growled and she smelled the faint alluring aroma coming from next door, she could no longer endure it. Only those who have experienced hunger know that hunger is a more terrifying existence than any addiction. After all, eating is an instinct for survival. When one is close to starving, as long as there is something to eat, a person can do anything. Click. The door of apartment 501 opened. Wang Tao's face appeared from behind the door. "Sister-in-law, is there something you need?" Seeing this face, Ding Yukan was taken aback. Was this the Wang Tao who could frighten children with his looks? Where was the large scar on his face? Even though she was surprised, the voice and height were indeed Wang Tao's. Ding Yukan had no time to dwell on it. She tucked some stray hair behind her ear, then spoke softly. "Ahem, Wang Tao, look, we're neighbors. Could you lend your sister-in-law some food?" Chapter 7 Sister-in-law borrows grain. One. Ding Yukan was wearing a set of light pink sportswear today, which tightly wrapped her graceful figure. Her hair was pulled up, albeit somewhat messily, and it was clear she hadn't taken much care in grooming it. Her face was very pale, extremely haggard. Beneath those captivating large eyes, there were two faint dark circles. Wang Tao couldn't help but feel that Ding Yukan seemed to have lost a lot of weight, perhaps due to the loose clothing. Above her head, there was also an health point bar, but it was green. 63 out of 100, borrowing food? Wang Tao furrowed his brows. He suddenly remembered the message from Zhao Yuan asking him to look after Ding Yukan. Had it been before, Wang Tao might have hesitated. But now that he had some extra food, he felt a bit more confident in his ability to help others. Seeing Wang Tao frown, Ding Yukan's heart instantly tightened. After days of hunger, she knew all too well the importance of food. If Wang Tao refused her, she would really starve to death, especially since she didn't dare to venture out looking for food. "Wang Tao, I don't eat much, just a little bit of food will do. When Brother Zhao comes back, we will definitely repay you. Please." Ding Yukan's hands were clasped together, her face showing a mix of embarrassment and eagerness to please. Then, as if she remembered something, she quickly dug into her pockets. "Right, I have money, I can give you money." Looking at the few hundred yuan Ding Yukan took out, Wang Tao shook his head. "No need for money, we are neighbors after all, it's only right to help each other. Sister-in-law, wait here for a moment, I will go get you some food." Watching Wang Tao go to fetch something, Ding Yukan breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself that Wang Tao was quite decent, and she might have been a bit too quick to judge him by his appearance before. However, as soon as Wang Tao left, a rich fragrance wafted out, and Ding Yukan's gaze involuntarily followed his figure, from which she couldn't tear her eyes away. Gurgle. Ding Yukan's throat moved as she swallowed hard. What did she see? Was it a large pot of stew? And a big bowl of rice? So much food, enough for 4 or 5 people to eat. Was Wang Tao's meal really that good? Then he must be serving her a bowl, right? Ding Yukan's mind wandered with various thoughts. She subconsciously pushed at the door, but the chain behind the security door stopped her. Hearing the noise, Wang Tao looked back at her. Ding Yukan immediately regained her composure and hastily withdrew her hand, somewhat embarrassed. Yet, she felt slightly indignant. to chain the door after opening it. I'm not the type of person to be so thick-skinned as to insist on entering. Ding Yukin's eyes couldn't leave the pot of stew until Wang Tao came over with a pack of bread. Sister-in-law, there isn't much food left in my house either. This bag of bread is for emergencies. Watching the 250 grams of toast bread being passed through the crack of the door, Ding Yukin quickly took it. While excited to have food, she wasn't as thrilled as she had imagined she would be. Thank you, very much. I will go back now. Wang Tao, you be careful too, those zombies are too dangerous. Ding Yukin held the bread tightly, expressing her sincere thanks. I will. Wang Tao nodded. After seeing Ding Yukin off and closing the door, he then locked it. In this apocalypse, everyone's food supply was precious. He had given Ding Yukin a bag of bread in consideration of his neighbor, Brother Zhao. That should be enough to ensure she wouldn't starve to death. As for providing her with a better life, that was out of the question. Wang Tao's appetite was huge, the food was only enough for him. After all, he wasn't just sitting around at home waiting for rescue. He needed to train and go out to kill zombies. A pot of stewed vegetables and a basin of rice. Wang Tao ate half of it by himself. Not bad, about 70% full. After all, I still need to train, can't eat too much. He quickly tidied up the table. The remaining food would be eaten tomorrow. It was 7 in the evening, and there was a long time until bedtime, so he planned to train for a while longer. Otherwise, with no phone or computer to play with, the long night would be tough to endure. He rested until 8 o'clock, and feeling that was enough, Wang Tao began doing push-ups. Yesterday, he did 1,000 in 2 hours. Today, see if he had improved. 1, 2, 3. Wang Tao didn't intentionally speed up, just followed the previous pace. 999, 1,000. Wang Tao got up and checked the time on his phone. Indeed, there's improvement. These 1,000 push-ups were completed a few minutes faster than before. Wang Tao was very satisfied as he squeezed his fist. The progress was small, but as long as there was visible improvement, there was a source of motivation. After taking a quick bath, Wang Tao picked up the 4 walkie-talkies and the radio. The walkie-talkies came with boxes, one of which had a manual. After studying it briefly, Wang Tao powered on the walkie-talkie and tuned into some channels. Zzz, it was still just crackling sounds, no useful information emerged. Wang Tao then turned on the radio and adjusted the dial to search for frequencies. Zzz, the government will zzz, huh? There's a voice. Wang Tao quickly turned the dial back, then turned off the lights in the house, and went below the balcony window, opening both the curtains and the window. After hearing that zombies were particularly sensitive to light, he had covered all the windows in the house with thick cloth and avoided turning on lights that were too bright at night. Even though he was on the 5th floor, at times like these, one couldn't be too careful. Zzz, the government will organize rescue as soon as possible. Zzz, please wait patiently for the public. Zzz, aid drops will commence on the morning of April 18th. Zzz, throughout the city. Repeat, the government will aid drop. Wang Tao's eyes lit up at the keyword. The government had mentioned future aid drops in the group chat but hadn't specified a time. Now he knew, today was April 8th, which meant the drops would start in 10 days. Wang Tao was quite looking forward to this aid drop. If the government had the capability to perform aid drops, that meant they still had armed forces, which meant the possibility of self-defense, or even a counterattack. Of course, he was also interested in the aid drop itself. The emergency supplies prepared by the officials would certainly be ample. 10 days' time to prepare well. Wang Tao decided that if there was a chance, such as the aid drop being very close, or even if it landed in the courtyard of his complex, he would try to get one. If it was too far, then forget it. Unless he grew stronger in these 10 days, gaining some ability to defend himself the next day. Wang Tao got up just past 6. Since the loss of the internet, his daily routine had become more and more regular. He warmed up briefly and ate yesterday's leftovers. Then, as before, Wang Tao armed himself from head to toe. Today, he planned to check out apartment 301 on the 3rd floor, because the 2 tenants who shared it had, Wang Tao had noticed before, left the keys in the crack of the electricity meter box. Under normal circumstances, even if someone knew where the key was, they wouldn't enter. But now, the world was no longer normal. Chapter 8, Double Kill. 1 click. He secured his own door. Fully armed, Wang Tao walked out. His target today was room 301, but before entering room 301, he stopped in front of the doors to rooms 402 and 302 respectively. It was quiet inside both room 402 on the 4th floor and room 302 on the 3rd floor. Could hear nothing. Wang Tao knocked softly on the doors, but there was still no sound from within. Wang Tao suspected that these 2 rooms were likely empty, since the outbreak of the zombie virus happened on a workday, and many workers had gone to their jobs. There should be a survivor in the room below him, room 401, because prior to the internet disconnection, Wang Tao heard someone inside cursing. This time, Wang Tao didn't bother them. As for room 301, his target first obtained the key from the electricity meter box, and sure enough, there was a key. He then listened intently at the door but heard no sound from inside. Then he prepared to knock on room 301's door. If nobody was inside the room, there would surely be no response to his knocking. If someone was in there, out of fear or something similar, they might also not respond. Those bolder might ask who was at the door. If there were zombies, there would likely be a response, such as growling, pounding on the door, and the like, as zombies are rather sensitive to sound. However, if a zombie was locked inside the room, even if it did respond, Wang Tao might not hear it. But then again, if it was locked inside, he wouldn't have to worry. So, to sum up, he would knock, and if there was no response, then it was likely safe for him to enter, at least the living room would be. If there was noise, then there were zombies in the living room. There might also be the possibility of a survivor lying in wait behind the door to ambush him. This possibility was small, for now, putting aside the question of necessity. If these survivors had the courage to do so, they wouldn't be hiding inside unable to come out. Of course, it was still a possibility, so Wang Tao still needed to be cautious, since it's always prudent to be wary of others. After preparing himself, Wang Tao took a deep breath and then gently tapped on room 301's door. Roar. Listening to the growl and footsteps inside, Wang Tao felt a bit of a headache coming on. The worst-case scenario had happened. There was a zombie inside. And this being a shared room, Wang Tao wasn't sure how many zombies were inside. After a few seconds of solemn contemplation, Wang Tao decided to listen through the door. Thud thud roar. Thud, thud roar. Gripping the homemade short spear tightly in his hand, Wang Tao's eyes flickered with thought. Judging by the sound, there should be only one zombie. I didn't hear a second one. But what if there are two zombies? I might not be able to handle them. After all, I can't afford any mistakes. Getting infected means death. Wang Tao was in turmoil internally, but he was not one to hesitate. I've come this far, let's do this. The zombie was now locked inside, and he had the key to open the door. The initiative was with him. If after opening the door, he found two zombies inside, he would immediately close the door and retreat. It wasn't that he was being cowardly. If he had a better weapon, perhaps he could try to deal with two zombies. But this weapon was hardly up to the task. One stab to the head and it would be done for. Wang Tao gently turned the key, and the moment the door was opened, he rapidly pulled the door open and then kicked out fiercely. Bang! A muffled sound, and a small but ferocious and scary blood-colored figure was kicked flying by Wang Tao. -3, 482 out of 500, clink clatter. The zombie he kicked flew into a heap of objects, knocking them over. Wang Tao didn't rush in to deal the killing blow but quickly scanned the surroundings instead. One of the bedroom doors was closed. He wasn't sure if there was danger inside. But there was only one zombie in the living room. The advantage was his. Wang Tao clutched the homemade short spear tightly in both hands, pushed off with his back foot, and rapidly accelerated. Roar. The female zombie twisted her body to stand up, let out an angry roar from her mouth, and then flailed her arms as she staggered towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao had intended to stab her neck with the short spear, but the zombie suddenly lunged forward, dodging his strike. Unfazed in the face of danger, Wang Tao switched his grip on the spear and chopped towards the zombie's left arm. Thwack! -35, 447 out of 500 health point. The cleaver might not have been very sharp, but Wang Tao's astonishing strength inflicted a huge wound on the zombie's left arm, from which black blood splattered. Meanwhile, the zombie's other right hand smacked down fiercely onto Wang Tao's right arm. Thud! -5, 105 out of 110 health point. Despite the thick protection of the books, Wang Tao still felt his arm go numb, and he also lost 5 health point. He was injured. Wang Tao's mind became even calmer. At that moment, the zombie opened its mouth wide, trying to bite Wang Tao. Wang Tao shoved his left arm, guarded by the arm shield, into the zombie's mouth, blocking its lower jaw. His right hand then thrust the homemade short spear fiercely into the zombie's stomach. -5, 442 out of 500 health point. This minor damage was almost like a tickle to the zombie, but it successfully restricted the zombie's movements. Then Wang Tao's muscles bulged as he gathered strength in his right leg and delivered a sweeping kick to the zombie's waist. Thud! The zombie slid along the ground for several meters before crashing into the wall. For a moment, it seemed dazed and unable to rise. -15, 427 out of 500 health point. Whether it was the impact against the wall or something else, the kick had more power than Wang Tao had expected. Without thinking too much, Wang Tao pressed the advantage, quickly rushing to the wall. He stomped on the zombie's chest, pinning it down, then with both hands, he reversed the grip on the short spear and raised it high. Thwack, minus 427, 0 out of 500 health point, headshot kill. A partially transparent package stained with blood appeared instantly. After collecting the package, Wang Tao didn't look at it immediately but instead glanced at his own health point bar. 110 out of 115 health point. Indeed, the upper limit of his health point had increased by 5 points, and his current health point had also recovered by 5 points. Killing zombies could increase the upper limit of the health point bar and restore the increased health point. After calming his excitement slightly, he then looked at the contents of the package. Acquired, a iron block, crafting material, iron block. Looking at the small cubical iron block in his backpack, Wang Tao didn't have time to study it for the time being. He searched the female zombie's body and found a string of pearl necklaces, a wallet, and a crushed box of woman's cigarettes, with no lighter. After collecting the spoils of battle, Wang Tao didn't rush to scour the room but sat down to rest for a while, then he turned his gaze toward the closed bedroom door. If he didn't remember incorrectly, the female zombie had a health point of 482 out of 500 when he entered, and the kick he had delivered upon entering only caused 3 points of damage. In other words, this female zombie was not at full health. If she had turned into a zombie at home, she should have been at full health, unless Wang Tao gripped the short spear tightly in both hands, then kicked fiercely at the bedroom door. Thud. The bedroom door was of decent quality and withstood Wang Tao's kick. However, the lock was clearly subpar, as it was immediately wrecked. And in the moment the door opened, Wang Tao saw a male zombie lying on the ground, missing half its body, unable to move. Roar thwack. Minus 286, 0 out of 500 health point. Chapter 9 Sister-in-law Comes to Help You. The room contained a male zombie that had lost half of its body. Though it still seemed vigorous and had a sturdy build, it ultimately lacked arms and legs, couldn't stand up or dodge, and was easily headshot by Wang Tao. Wang Tao felt that this female zombie wasn't as strong as the male one in the hallway. He killed her without using jump slash. The minor injury he sustained was due to the terrain. However, while jump slash was powerful, it also greatly damaged the weapons. Having dealt with the female zombie without using jump slash, his homemade short spear was barely usable. After killing this male zombie, though, his kitchen knife was completely ruined, and even the rolling pin developed a crack and was on the verge of being scrapped. After a brief rest, Wang Tao checked around the room. He looked in the bathroom and the kitchen, and after confirming there was no danger, he locked up apartment 301 and then began to inventory his gains. First was the male zombie. After killing him, Wang Tao gained an additional 5 health point, making his health point bar read 115 out of 120. Then there were the items he dropped. Acquired, a gear, crafting material. This was a gear about the diameter of a ping-pong ball. The female zombie dropped an iron block, and the male zombie dropped a gear. Moreover, both were described as crafting materials. The term crafting materials is quite broad, and things like iron blocks and gears should be common everyday items, abundantly available in hardware stores. Wang Tao didn't know the difference between the items dropped by zombies and those found in everyday life, but before figuring out their use, he was certainly going to save them for later rather than use them indiscriminately. After all, items dropped by zombies could be stored in the space backpack, which was very convenient for storage. After putting the gear into the space backpack, he began to loot the corpse. But this male zombie didn't have anything useful on him. Last was to scour the entirety of apartment 301. As Wang Tao scavenged, he inferred the previous situation from clues and his own speculation. It was likely that at the outbreak of the apocalypse, the woman turned into a zombie, whereas the man was initially normal. The man might have had some strength. In the attack by the woman, he fought back, taking away over a dozen health point from the female zombie. But he was wounded too, even having half of his body eaten by the female zombie. The time it took to mutate after infection with the zombie virus varied from 1 minute to 24 hours. The man held on for quite a while, having a strong will to survive, and with the zombie virus potentially providing some enhancement when it activated, he dragged his severely injured body back to his own room. But in the end, he couldn't withstand the virus and became a zombie. After he turned, the female zombie probably lost interest in him, which is why when Wang Tao arrived, it felt so deathly quiet inside the end of the world. He sighed in his heart, but Wang Tao's hands didn't stop searching. Perhaps because 2 people lived here, the apartment was cluttered with numerous belongings. Especially the woman's things, which included clothing, cosmetics, adult toys, bags, various small ornaments, and so on, which took Wang Tao quite a while to sift through. As for the man's possessions, they were simpler. Besides a relatively large number of shoes and various electronic products, there were few other miscellaneous items. However, what Wang Tao cared about the most was the food, but these 2 didn't have much only enough for a day or two, and it was all vegetables and fruits that didn't keep well and were wilting. Curiously, the woman's room contained quite a few unopened snacks. Although they weren't filling, they weren't cheap either. Huh? In the kitchen, Wang Tao found 3 neatly cut lengths of steel pipe, 1 of a meter and 2 of half a meter each. Good stuff. Wang Tao was wondering what could replace his cracked rolling pin when this steel pipe came at just the right time. Moreover, if he sharpened the steel pipe a bit, it could even replace a kitchen knife. He had a whetstone at home, so he could do the sharpening there slowly. Right, I will take this too. Wang Tao carried out the gas cylinder from the kitchen. The gas cylinder in apartment 602 was nearly empty, so Wang Tao didn't bother with it. But the one in apartment 301 was almost full, so he could take it back home as well. An hour later, Wang Tao, with a bundle wrapped in a bedsheet on his back and with a steel pipe sticking out, ran toward apartment 501 with a suitcase in each hand. After placing the items at the doorstep, Wang Tao ran back to 301 to fetch the gas cylinder. But before he locked the door of 301, he thought for a moment, went into the room, and despite feeling nauseous, dragged the 2 zombies out. Then he opened the window and threw them down, one after the other. He also threw out the zombie in the corridor. Since the southern window overlooked the residential complex's yard, he was afraid of attracting zombies. So he threw them from the northern window, which meant they landed on the street. Thump, thump, thump. 3 sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. Hiss roar instantly, a series of strange and penetrating hisses and roars came from the street. Several gruesome and terrifying zombies appeared from the darkness, wandering towards the source of the noise. Indeed, the street is full of zombies. Wang Tao felt a chill in his heart. Looking at the number, there were probably 30 to 50 of them, and who knows how many more were inside the shops. If someone unknowingly rushed into that area, they would likely find no place to run. Across the street was a convenience store. Wang Tao had thought about scavenging there if he got the chance, confident that there would be plenty of supplies. But now he immediately dismissed the idea. He wanted to live a little longer. After he moved the gas cylinder up to apartment 501, Wang Tao started to unlock his door. Just then, apartment 502 next door opened a small crack. Ding Yuken looked at Wang Tao with utter shock, seeing the big and small parcels beside him. In fact, she had been paying attention since Wang Tao had left the house. She had roughly heard some of the commotion downstairs. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but she knew when Wang Tao had left, he was holding a rolling pin tied with a kitchen knife, yet when Wang Tao returned, he brought back supplies in big and small packages. Especially the half bag of rice peeking out of the big bundle, it made her feel like if Wang Tao were to give the rice to her, she could eat it raw. As Wang Tao was about to enter his door, she clenched her teeth and opened her door. Click. Wang Tao heard the noise and glanced at her. As Wang Tao was wearing glasses, Ding Yuken couldn't see his eyes clearly. Cough. That Wang Tao, you're amazing. Getting so many supplies today. I see you're having a bit of trouble carrying them. Let sister-in-law help you. After saying this, Ding Yuken embarrassingly immediately looked down at her feet. She couldn't see her toes. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. Indeed, the stuff wasn't easy to carry, but he had already reached his own doorstep. Was it that hard to take these last 2 steps? Why didn't she offer help earlier? However, looking at Ding Yuken's pale face slowly turn a shade of blush, seeing the health point bar above her head displaying 15 out of 100, Wang Tao thought for a moment and then said, okay. Then I will trouble sister-in-law. Chapter 10. Are you hurt? Seeing that Wang Tao had agreed, Ding Yuken finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had already prepared herself to be rejected by Wang Tao. After all, yesterday he didn't even want to let her into the house. Thinking of this, she still harbored some minor grudges in her heart. Wang Tao opened the door and handed a slightly smaller parcel to Ding Yuken. Sister-in-law, could you help me take this inside? Sure. After Ding Yuken took it, she felt a heavy weight in her hands. She was too weak, scarcely having any strength at all. Wang Tao reached out to support the bundle, somewhat helplessly saying, sister-in-law, if it's too much, I can do it. Ahem, it's fine, I can manage. She finally found an excuse to enter Wang Tao's house and didn't want to waste the opportunity. Alright then. Wang Tao let go and watched as Ding Yuken shakily carried the small bundle inside. He quickly brought the rest of the items back to his house, then closed the door. Wow. Ding Yuken knew that Wang Tao had a lot of supplies, but she was still somewhat astounded when she actually laid eyes on these things. Sigh, they are just some useless stuff. Wang Tao sighed. Most of these items were miscellaneous. The truly important things, such as food, were not plentiful. As for weapons, only those 3 steel rods passed muster. For the time being, they were indeed of little use. Ahem, Wang Tao, how about I help you tidy up? Your place is too messy. Ding Yuken ignored Wang Tao's ostentation, getting busy organizing as she spoke. Sure. Wang Tao didn't refuse. His house was indeed in disarray. He had spent the last few days either eating, sleeping, exercising, or fighting zombies, with no time to clean up. Today, Ding Yukin wore a form-fitting white dress that accentuated her figure, her hair tied up high, revealing a slender and exquisite neck, with a platinum necklace deeply nestled in her cleavage. Perhaps knowing that there were no zombie threats in the hallway, she also wore a pair of impractical caramel high heels. Paired with flesh-colored stockings clinging to her skin, they added much sensuality and allure. Wang Tao watched as she crouched on the ground, deftly categorizing items, before finally pulling his gaze away from her legs. Watching Wang Tao's retreating figure, Ding Yukin's tense body finally relaxed a little. She could feel Wang Tao's unrestrained gaze sweeping over her body, and she had started to regret dressing up so much. If Wang Tao lost control of his animal instincts, she wouldn't be able to resist. At the time, she was just thinking that since she was asking for help, she should at least appear clean and tidy, rather than sloppy and unkempt. Fortunately, Wang Tao only watched her for a while and then left, without making any inappropriate moves. How could I doubt Wang Tao? If it weren't for him, I'd have starved. He's a good man. In the bathroom, Wang Tao took off his gear and carefully set aside the books inside. These were vital for survival and couldn't get wet. Then he removed the coat stained with some zombie blood and washed it separately with water. After rinsing the coat, he stripped off the rest of his clothes and washed them in the machine. While bathing, he looked at the bruise on his right arm and frowned. This was where he had been injured today. A zombie slapped away 5 drops of his health point. During the fight and scavenging before, he had not felt pain. But now, whenever he touched hot water or even lightly brushed the area, he felt a piercing pain, and he started to wonder if the bone had been injured. Wang Tao had been thinking before that he had only been slapped by a zombie, without any wound or serious pain, so why did he lose 5 health point? After all, his total health point was barely over 100. Wouldn't it mean that a few more slaps from a zombie could kill him outright? It seemed a bit unreasonable to him. But now it appeared that it wasn't unreasonable at all, but rather very reasonable. That's because there's a limit to human pain endurance. It's not that you only die by being decapitated or stabbed in the heart. Even some superficial pains can be enough to kill a person from pain alone. The bruise on Wang Tao surely wasn't fatal, but if he accumulated more of these types of injuries, even to the bone, he might die of pain. So losing 5 health point was quite reasonable. This health point bar didn't just represent the health point amount like in some games, but also represented the condition of one's health. That also explained why Ding Yukin's health point bar was only at 15. Although Ding Yukin wasn't attacked, her health kept dropping under conditions of hunger and fear. Without help, she might end up dying from starvation or fear. After the bath, Wang Tao put on long pants and a tank top, exposing his arms. The bruise was painful to the touch, and although he could endure it, he saw no need to torture himself. Ding Yukin was rather capable, it had to be said. In the time it took for Wang Tao to bathe, she had already sorted many items. Everything was neatly placed together, creating a comfortable visual. Yukin, no rush, take a break. Wang Tao spoke. No, it's okay, just give me a moment. Ding Yukin looked up, and upon seeing Wang Tao's explosively muscular figure and his somewhat unfamiliar but handsome face, she quickly lowered her head again. Before long, they had sorted the items into simple categories. There weren't too many things and no need to categorize them too meticulously. Wang Tao saved these items with the mentality that it was wasteful to throw them away. Whether they would be useful or not was another story. Ding Yukin's legs were feeling a bit sore from squatting. As she prepared to stand up, she suddenly felt a wave of darkness before her eyes, and her body started to uncontrollably fall backwards. Wang Tao, quick as lightning, caught Ding Yukin's waist with his arm. Yukin, are you alright? Ding Yukin's face was extremely pale, and the words losing health point even appeared above her head. -5, 10 out of 100, good lord, just tidying things up and she's losing health point? Found a scam, did she? And now that she's down to such low health point, wouldn't it be game over with just a slap? Wang Tao thought with a bit of wicked amusement. I'm fine, maybe just a bit anemic. After recuperating in Wang Tao's arms for a while, Ding Yukin quickly struggled free, a bit embarrassed as she tidied the hair beside her ear, her pale face flushing slightly with a tinge of red. Are you injured? But when she saw the bruise on Wang Tao's arm, she let out a gasp, instinctively stepping back. Yeah. Wang Tao nodded his head, not elaborating much, since being injured was nothing to brag about. Ding Yukin initially thought Wang Tao might have been infected. However, seeing that it was just a bruise without any wound, and that Wang Tao was quite composed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling that her step back might have been an inappropriate reaction, Ding Yukin hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Wang Tao's arm, gently stroking around the muscles near the bruise, saying softly, I have some experience with treating bruises and injuries. Chapter 11 Starving for 5 days. One Ding Yukan finished speaking and, without waiting for Wang Tao to refuse, hurriedly began to gently massage the muscles on Wang Tao's arm. As Ding Yukan drew closer, a faint scent of shampoo wafted into Wang Tao's nostrils, making him feel unexpectedly hot and bothered. Wang Tao had intended to refuse. After all, he was a manly man, and what was a little wound to him? But his sister-in-law, after all, meant well. Seeing how earnest she was, Wang Tao really couldn't bring himself to refuse, and it definitely wasn't because her gentle kneading felt very comfortable. Oh right. I have a first aid kit at home, just wait for me. Ding Yukan got up, ready to head out the door, but then quickly turned back and gave Wang Tao an appeasing smile. Wang Tao, don't forget to open the door for your sister-in-law later. She was afraid that once she left, Wang Tao would lock the door behind her. Okay. Wang Tao nodded, not closing the door. After all, they lived across from each other, just a few steps away. Plus, the zombies in the corridor were already dead, so it was still safe for the time being. Before long, Ding Yukan came out carrying a medicine box from her place, and seeing Wang Tao's door open, her face lit up with joy as she quickly trotted in wearing her high heels. Inside here are some medications for treating contusions and sprains. Ding Yukan opened the medicine box, revealing various medicines and items like bandages. Wang Tao watched the medicine box in silence. He had rummaged through 2 households and hadn't found a medicine box, at most some cold and anti-inflammatory medicines. Not even his own home had one, as his health had always been pretty good and he hadn't been to the hospital in years. He didn't have any regularly used medications either. After all, medicines have expiration dates, and they're expensive too. Apart from some well-off individuals or those with a sense of crisis who might prepare a professional medicine box, most people wouldn't buy such an item. These were bought by your brother Zhao, haven't even been used yet. Ding Yukan spoke with a touch of pride. But after saying it, she felt a bit deflated. If she had spent the money for the medicine box on food instead, she could have eaten for quite a while. When Ding Yukan applied some ointments and medicated solutions on Wang Tao's arm, his eyes lit up. Because he saw a change in his health point bar. +1, +1, +1, 118 out of 120, the medications had added 3 health point to Wang Tao. He could also clearly feel the pain in his arm diminishing significantly, accompanied by a tingling numbness. No pain meant an increase in health point, which made sense. And from this incident, Wang Tao could also infer that he probably hadn't injured his bones, otherwise he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. This medication is really effective, Wang Tao praised. As long as it helps. Ding Yukan, seeing that Wang Tao didn't seem to be just being polite, was suddenly cheered by the fact she could help him. After all, she wanted to borrow some food, and it was best for her to offer something in return. No one was a fool. After applying the medicine, Ding Yukan continued to knead the muscles on Wang Tao's arm, which helped with the absorption of the medication. However, after a while, Ding Yukan began to inwardly complain. It was just too hard, and her hands were getting sore. And with her hunger pangs, she was running out of strength. Feeling Ding Yukan's hands losing their strength, Wang Tao directly spoke, "Sister-in-law, you don't need to keep massaging, it doesn't hurt anymore. It's also mealtime. Why not have something to eat before you go back?" "Sure." Upon hearing about eating, Ding Yukan agreed before her brain could even register, but perhaps realizing she seemed a bit too eager, she hurriedly added, "Ahem, I don't have anything else to do at home anyway, so let me help you. You guys probably don't cook often, right?" "I'm actually quite good at cooking." Wang Tao suddenly noticed that Ding Yukan's health point bar had also increased. +1 Ria are the latest stories on novelbin.com, +1, indeed. Ding Yukan's health point bar above her head was not only depleting due to hunger but also because of fright, lack of security, and other reasons. "Okay, then I will trouble you, sister-in-law." With more people, there was more strength, and Wang Tao did not refuse. Besides, he wasn't really good at cooking. He followed the simple principle that as long as it was cooked, it would suffice. He had just gotten some vegetables with poor appearance from apartment 301, they had been put aside for several days and would go bad if left any longer. It made sense to invite Ding Yukan for a meal, especially considering Brother Zhao had asked him to take care of his sister-in-law. Men and women working together made for lighter work. It didn't take too long, and a rather sumptuous lunch was prepared. Looking at the full spread of 4 dishes and a soup, Ding Yukan swallowed hard once again. 5 days, it had already been 5 days. She hadn't eaten a proper meal for 5 whole days. She didn't even know how she had gotten through it. As she looked at the table full of food, tears suddenly blurred her vision. Only those who had experienced hunger could realize the preciousness of food. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" When Wang Tao saw Ding Yukan suddenly covering her mouth and crying, he was quite surprised. Could she have misunderstood that all this food was specifically prepared for her? Was she moved to tears? If so, she might be reading too much into it. No, I'm fine, sorry for making you laugh. Ding Yukin hastily wiped away her tears. Even while wiping her eyes, her other eye did not leave the sight of the food. She feared it was all a dream, and with a blink, everything would disappear. Seeing Wang Tao washing his hands, she quickly washed the bowls and chopsticks and set them neatly on the table, then stood aside waiting for Wang Tao to sit first. Have a seat, don't be polite. Only after Wang Tao sat down did she take a seat herself. Holding a small bowl brimming with rice, she could feel the warmth in her hands and almost burst into tears again. Oh right, I suggest you don't eat too much all at once, sister-in-law, Wang Tao suddenly said. Yes, I understand. Ding Yukin quickly nodded, understanding that if someone had been starving for too long, eating too much at once could be overwhelming for the body. She carefully picked up some greens, put them in her mouth, and bit down. A flood of happiness filled her senses. Even though the vegetables were wilted, she felt they were the most delicious food she had ever had in her life. Huh? It really does taste good. Wang Tao was a bit taken aback. He hadn't expected his sister-in-law's cooking skills to be this good. As he ate, he observed. He noticed that with each movement of Ding Yukin's chopsticks, her green health point bar started to slowly increase. +1, +1, +1. Moreover, it must be said that Ding Yukin was someone who could restrain her own desires. Wang Tao could feel that she wanted to devour all the food, but she was still trying to eat slowly, although her table manners were not very elegant. After eating for a while and feeling her strength gradually returning, Ding Yukin finally had a moment to sneak a peek at Wang Tao. No wonder Wang Tao was such a big guy with developed muscles, it turns out he could really eat. He could consume half of the large spread of dishes all by himself. However, she also realized at that moment that her own eating manners were quite unseemly. To avoid embarrassment, she wiped her mouth and then took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Sigh, Wang Tao, you don't know how unlucky your sister-in-law has been. It's a good thing we're neighbors. After Ding Yukin explained, Wang Tao finally understood why she was so starving. Simply put, she and her husband went back to their hometown last month, planning to spend a month there. So, they cleaned out all the food in their home in advance. But her husband had sudden business and came back earlier. Upon returning home, they had no food at all, but they didn't think much of it, deciding to make do with a meal at a restaurant for the time being and to go shopping together at the supermarket once her husband was less busy. The next day, she slept in, and by the time she woke up, the virus had broken out. That meant that, while other families could last a few days even with little food, she had nothing at all at home. If it weren't for some snacks she bought earlier and a bag of bread given by Wang Tao, she might have truly starved to death. Chapter 12 Nighttime Explosion 1 Woo Wah Woo, why is my life so miserable? At the heartbreakingly sad part, Ding Yukin covered her face and wept profusely. Then through the gaps in her fingers, she stealthily glanced at Wang Tao, hoping to gain his sympathy. Wang Tao did feel sympathy. He could tell she wasn't lying just by looking at Yukin's health point bar. He guessed that if she went another day without food, she really would die. But sympathy couldn't be traded for food. So, Wang Tao showed no reaction and simply buried his head in his meal. Ding Yukin, shrewd as she was, saw that Wang Tao remained unmoved and felt a bit down. She wiped her tears and stopped crying. After all, crying would also consume physical strength, and right now, every bit of strength was precious. After the meal, Ding Yukin took the initiative to wash the dishes, and Wang Tao didn't stop her. He looked at Ding Yukin's graceful figure from behind, lost in thought for a moment. 40 out of 100 now. When she heard about my offer to eat with her, her spirit improved, gaining 10 health point. After having a meal, she gained 20 health point. However, her body is still in a state of weakness, and even if she keeps eating, it probably won't increase as much as it did today. After quickly washing the dishes, Ding Yukin dried her hands and then said to Wang Tao, do you have any laundry that needs washing? I don't have much to do at home, so I can help you wash them. Wang Tao shook his head. No need for that, I have a washing machine. Ding Yukin felt a bit awkward, but soon thought of another excuse. Then, can I give you a massage? I'm pretty good with my hands. Massage? Wang Tao was somewhat tempted, especially since the one offering was a great beauty. However, he had to train in the afternoon. He was always very disciplined, not to mention that now, in the post-apocalyptic world, his body was his greatest asset. I appreciate your kindness, sis, but there's no need. I have to start my training in a bit. Okay then, I will be heading back. If you need anything, Wang Tao, just call me. Ding Yukin left with some reluctance. Both Wang Tao's muscular body and the well-organized food gave her a sense of security. But she could find no reason to stay any longer. Alright, no problem. Seeing that Wang Tao didn't offer to have her stay for dinner or anything of the sort, Ding Yukan let out a sigh. She had actually come over this time hoping to borrow some food, even a pack of bread would have been fine. Having had the chance to enjoy a big meal was an unexpected delight. She didn't dare ask for anything more, for fear of upsetting Wang Tao, which would sever her last hope of survival. After making sure Ding Yukan got home safely, Wang Tao closed the door and began his training. Today's task was practicing with the punching bag. After 2 encounters with zombies, he realized that his combat skills were lacking. Zombies were not like humans, though their movements might be stiff, it didn't mean they were slow, it just meant they lacked agility. Besides, zombies were incredibly strong. Fighting zombies was a whole different ballgame compared to fighting humans. Against human attacks, one could dodge, resist, or even resort to an all-out battle to the death. But none of that worked on zombies. The best option for now was just to dodge. Even with Wang Tao's physical fitness, he was left bruised by just one slap from a zombie. The one in the hallway had directly forced Wang Tao back several steps with its blow. Resisting wasn't an option, at least not continuously. And the thought of fighting zombies to the point of mutual destruction was even more out of the question. Zombies could afford countless mistakes, but he couldn't afford a single one. If he were bitten or scratched by a zombie, then he could only wait for death. Wang Tao had never fought zombies before, so he was very unused to this style of fighting. If he could optimize his technique to counter zombie traits, he wouldn't necessarily be able to kill instantly, but at least he wouldn't have to take the hit he did today. During his contemplation, Wang Tao began to ruthlessly pummel the sandbag, pretending it was a zombie. While exercising, Wang Tao suddenly had an epiphany. He felt that if he didn't use weapons and just used his fists, his agility would be much higher. Perhaps in certain specific situations, fists might be more appropriate. He'll look for some special gloves or brass knuckles later. Zombies don't feel pain, so if he were to punch a zombie in the head and the zombie was fine but he ended up with a broken finger, that would be embarrassing. A few hours later, a sweaty Wang Tao stopped his exercise. However, he didn't rest, feeling he still had plenty of physical strength left to sharpen a steel pipe. He found 3 steel pipes in room 301, 2 half a meter long, and 1 a meter long. The 1 meter pipe was suitable for use in open spaces, while the half-meter ones were better for corridors and indoor environments. The steel pipes were much better than the homemade short spears he had before. Wang Tao decided to sharpen one of the half-meter pipes first. After all, they were difficult to sharpen. But he didn't need to make it extremely sharp, just a bit pointed would do. After all, with one jump slash, zombies couldn't block his head-exploding attack. He heated up the leftover rice from lunch briefly and quickly finished it. Then Wang Tao began the sharpening. Scrape scrape, he kept at it until 11 at night. If it weren't for being on the 5th floor, Wang Tao worried that the noise from sharpening the steel pipe could attract zombies. But fortunately, it was just about usable. After a quick shower and routinely turning on the radio, it crackled for a while. After not hearing any useful information, Wang Tao turned off the light and got ready for bed. Suddenly, bang! A loud noise came from outside, startling Wang Tao, who had just lain down, causing him to spring up in alarm. Damn it! Could it be the government's artillery or missile? He hurried to the north-facing window, only to see a flash of fire in the distance on another street, lighting up the night and illuminating countless zombies. Roar! In an instant, countless roaring sounds erupted from all directions, causing one's scalp to tingle. Ah, help! At the same time, a few screams from survivors arose from outside, but they quickly disappeared. At that moment, there was nothing Wang Tao could do but to hide in the corner and silently wait. After about an hour, there was no second explosion. Wang Tao finally sighed in relief. It probably wasn't artillery or missiles, as the government would have attacked more than once if they had the capability. Looking at the street outside still ablaze, Wang Tao suspected it might have been a gas explosion in a shop. Fortunately, they were in an old neighborhood that used gas cylinders, so there was no need to worry about a gas leak. Even if a gas cylinder were to explode, it would be contained within a room, not reaching him. But that wasn't the point. The main concern was that Wang Tao could distinctly feel the zombies outside becoming more frenzied, with constant howling sounds. No, it wasn't just the zombies outside. Wang Tao quickly ran to the south-facing window, and in the dim starlight, he saw zombies in the residential area howling and running, sending chills down his spine. What happened to the slow, stiff movements and low agility they were supposed to have? He had fought with zombies and seen them in a frenzy before, but not like this. Chapter 13 Locksmith 1 Wang Tao didn't sleep well last night. He guessed that other survivors nearby felt the same. After all, last night's explosion was terrifying, and the frenzy of the zombies induced by the explosion's noise, with their chilling roars, made it impossible to sleep. The first thing Wang Tao did upon waking up was to check his health point. His health point was full, And though there were still some bruises on his arm, they barely hurt anymore. His recovery ability had strengthened after the apocalypse. Then he went to check the doors and windows, worried about last night's frenzied zombies. With their agility, if they could climb walls, fortunately, everything at home was safe. Wang Tao then surveyed the zombies in the residential area. There really are more zombies. They must have come from outside, but they look so dull, completely different from last night's. What's going on? Wang Tao had thought that last night's zombies had mutated, given how frightening the ones running wildly in the courtyard were. But now the zombies had reverted to their usual selves, wandering slowly around the yard. No good, I will have to observe again tonight. I need to figure out what's the deal with these zombies. Hopefully, the weather will be good tonight. After mumbling to himself, Wang Tao looked toward the street that exploded last night. The fire was still burning, and when he opened the window, he could smell a disgusting stench of decay. Wang Tao quickly closed the window. He made a simple breakfast. After eating, Wang Tao pondered for a moment and decided to try his luck on the second and first floors today. He remembered there were tenants on these floors, and what if someone, like the tenant in 301, left the keys in the meter box? Of course, he had to get fully armed before going out. Although there were no zombies in the corridor, safety came first. When he arrived on the second floor, Wang Tao searched both meter boxes but found no keys. Interestingly, he noticed that the door of 201 had many small locksmith ads stuck on it, just like his, but the door of 202 was spotlessly clean. Suddenly, Wang Tao thought of some internet jokes. Could those ads be stuck on the inside of the door? Shaking his head with a chuckle, Wang Tao proceeded to the first floor. There were no keys in the meter boxes on the first floor either, which left Wang Tao slightly disappointed. Since there were no keys, Wang Tao decided not to knock on the doors. After all, without keys, there was no way to enter the apartments, whether there were people or zombies inside. Wang Tao treaded lightly and observed the security gate of the building entrance. The glass on the gate was somewhat shattered, but behind it was a wire mesh, so the door remained quite sturdy. Through the window, he could see a group of zombies wandering outside, at least 20 of them at a rough count. With so many zombies, it will be hard to get out. It was already the 7th day of the apocalypse, and he had not seen any sign of rescue operations. Wang Tao had lost hope in that regard. With his limited supplies, he definitely needed to go out. And to get out, there were only two ways, either to go through the courtyard of the complex or to climb out from the window on the north side. But there were more zombies on the street to the north. So he had no choice but to go through the courtyard. Those 20+ zombies were something he had to confront. If only he could lead them to a certain place and take them down one by one. While he was pondering, Wang Tao glanced at the other residential buildings. He was in Building 4, and from his position, he could only see Building 2 opposite and Building 1 diagonally across. The situation in Buildings 2 and 1 was not great. Wang Tao could clearly see that the gates to their units were opened. Zombies were going in and coming out. He wondered if there were any survivors inside. Wang Tao felt somewhat relieved, guessing that the reason their gates remained closed was because this building housed many laborers. On the day of the zombie outbreak, which was in the morning, the laborers would have all gone to work early. Yet, inside Buildings 1 and 2, there were many retired old men and women. They would gather downstairs to chat and play chess. To facilitate easy access, some had even propped their unit's security door open with bricks to prevent it from closing. If zombies appeared under such circumstances, it would be hard for them to survive. After roughly understanding the current situation, Wang Tao prepared to return. However, as he was about to ascend to the second floor, the door of room 202 suddenly opened a crack. Wang Tao immediately gripped the steel pipe tightly and cautiously peeked over. "Big brother, I'm not a zombie." A man's voice, deliberately lowered, came from inside. Through the crack, Wang Tao also saw a slim, balding middle-aged uncle inside, roughly over 1.6 meters tall. 25 out of 100, looking at his green health point bar above his head, his health condition did not seem very good. "Big brother, did you kill the zombies in the corridor? You're amazing, brother." Since Wang Tao was fully covered up, the bald uncle couldn't see his face clearly. But seeing Wang Tao's steel pipe and sturdy figure, he instinctively called him big brother. "Is there something you want?" Wang Tao asked with some indifference. If he had the means, he wouldn't mind helping a survivor. But with rescue nowhere in sight yet, he couldn't afford to be overly charitable, especially to a stranger. Well, I've run out of food at home." The bald uncle scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, my food is also running low. If I had enough food, I wouldn't have come out." Wang Tao shook his head. No, you've got it all wrong, big brother. What I mean is, how about we work together? I know where there's food, but am afraid to get it," the anxious bald uncle hurriedly explained. "Oh? Let's hear it." Wang Tao's brows rose at this. He didn't seem like a fool, so what he meant probably wasn't the outside had a lot of supplies, but one had to be alive to get them. Sure enough, the bald uncle quickly said, the 201, right across. 2 days before Doomsday, I saw him carrying a 50-pound bag of rice home, and he lives alone. There must be a lot left. A 50-pound bag of rice. If one were to eat normally thrice a day, a person could last about 1 or 2 months. If one were to ration it or eat by the bare minimum survival standards, it might even last for several months, but the door of 201 is locked. Wang Tao looked towards the bald uncle. Living right across the hall, he couldn't be unaware that 201's door was locked. Since he brought up the idea, did he likely have the key to 201? I can pick locks. I'm a locksmith. The bald uncle immediately replied. No wonder there were no small ads for lock-picking services at his door. He was the locksmith. Big brother, how about this? I will unlock their door, and you deal with the zombies inside. We'll split the found food. It'll only take 1/3, the rest is all yours. After speaking, he looked at Wang Tao with a hopeful expression. After pondering for a moment, Wang Tao shook his head. Chapter 14 Learning Lock-Picking Skills 1. Seeing Wang Tao shake his head, the bald uncle's face suddenly became urgent. Brother, I know fighting zombies means risking your life, but we're not zombies who need to eat. We have no choice but to take risks. How about this? I only want 1/4, and the rest is all yours, brother. The bald uncle clenched his teeth and lowered his demands further. 12.5 pounds from 50 pounds of Risha own quarter would be enough for him to eat sparingly for half a month, or even a whole month. And surely there must be other food inside Unit 201, rounding up, he thought, at least 2 months' worth of food. If he still hadn't received any help after 2 months, he figured he might go mad, but concerns for the future could wait. The immediate priority was to secure food for the short term. Watching Wang Tao remain silent, the bald uncle grew more and more anxious. If he had the ability to kill zombies, he would have gone alone long ago. Just when he thought Wang Tao really didn't want to take the risk, Wang Tao suddenly spoke. 1/4, fine. But I have one condition. Brother, just say it. I promise I will agree. The bald uncle immediately became excited and hastily made his promise. Whether or not he could do it, it was best to agree first. Wang Tao looked at him earnestly and said, teach me how to pick locks. Ah. The bald uncle was stunned for a moment, then his face showed some difficulty. Lockpicking isn't something that can be taught casually, we're registered for that. If there are no ifs. Just say whether to teach or not. 1/4 of the food in room 201 is enough to keep you alive for a long time. He hadn't finished speaking when Wang Tao interrupted. Think it over carefully. I'm in room 501, find me there once you've decided. As soon as Wang Tao finished talking, he walked away, as if without a single regret. But he had barely taken 2 steps when the bald uncle hastily called out from behind. Brother, don't go. I will teach. I will teach. The bald uncle still harbored hope that society could return to normal, and he didn't want to do something that would ruin his future prospects. But hope was hope, reality was reality. He had no other choice. Good, then open the door, I'm going in. Wang Tao turned around, a faint smile on his face. Please come in. The bald uncle quickly opened the door. His home had the same 3-room layout as Ding Yukin's and was much bigger than Wang Tao's. However, it seemed he had disassembled the furniture at home. The place was messy, with tools, boards, and whatnot everywhere. I was sealing up the windows with stuff I found, so it's a bit messy at home. Don't mind, brother, please take a seat. Wang Tao didn't mind and casually sat down. He then stuck the steel pipe into the sheath on his back and took off his gloves, face scarf, and glasses, revealing a young face. Seeing how young Wang Tao was, the bald uncle suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After all this time, he had been calling a youngster brother. Big younger brother, wait a moment, I will go get the tools. Wang Tao didn't care about these minor details in the naming. It wasn't long before the bald uncle came back with a bag containing various tools like torque wrenches and lockpicks. Younger brother, shall we start with the simplest? Sure. There are many types of locks, and the simple ones are actually quite easy to crack. It's just that ordinary people don't come across such things, so they seem very impressive. The bald uncle started by explaining the basic principles to Wang Tao. Then he demonstrated how to pick a lock, and finally let Wang Tao try it himself. It didn't take long before they heard a click, and Wang Tao successfully picked a lock with the tools. Younger brother, you're awesome. After praising Wang Tao a couple of times, the bald uncle went on to teach him other methods of lock picking. When Wang Tao saw the bald uncle open a lock with just a piece of wire, he immediately declared, Coach, I want to learn this one. Wang Tao had headed out in the morning and kept learning until noon. He felt that if he had had this level of dedication at school, he wouldn't have ended up in this sorry state. Gurgle. The bald uncle, somewhat embarrassed, covered his belly, He hadn't eaten for a day. Wang Tao, seeing the situation, directly took out several squashed pieces of bread from his pocket and handed them over to him. Thank you. Thank you. I really can't thank you enough. The bald uncle was immediately very excited as he took the bread. He actually didn't like eating bread, preferring steamed buns instead. But he felt that the bread at this moment tasted better than any steamed bun he had ever eaten. Plus 10, 35 out of 100, the bald uncle's health point bar also recovered a small portion. Wang Tao also ate 2 slices of bread to fill his stomach. He had eaten breakfast that morning and, without any strenuous exercise, his appetite was about the same as a normal person's, so he wasn't hungry now. After a simple meal, Wang Tao followed the bald uncle and learned for a while, then stood up and said, "Let's stop here for today. I'm going to take care of the trouble in room 201. Ah. Alright. Brother, go for it, and make sure to be safe." Hearing that Wang Tao was finally going to take action, the bald uncle quickly stood up in excitement. "Are you sure there's only one person inside 201? Wang Tao asked while putting on his gloves. "Sure. He lives alone in there. I haven't seen many people go to his place." Wang Tao paused in his movements. "Haven't seen many, so that means you have seen some?" "I have seen him bring young women home a few times before." The bald uncle scratched his head. "Women? His girlfriend or wife?" "Tough, he brings different women each time." "I see. So, you're not 100% certain that there's only one person inside?" "Yes. But most likely it's just him, because he doesn't bring women home very often, maybe once a month." Wang Tao said no more. Assuming there were 2 zombies inside, that still wouldn't be unmanageable. After all, he had changed his weapons. If it really came down to it, he could just run. He believed that zombies definitely couldn't climb stairs faster than he could. After rearming himself completely, Wang Tao and the bald uncle arrived in front of room 201 together. "You pick the lock, then go back home and wait." Wang Tao didn't let him get involved in dealing with the zombies. Given the bald uncle's short and thin stature, he probably couldn't withstand a zombie's attack. Letting him in would definitely slow things down. Wang Tao would be better off on his own. Wang Tao didn't want him to after all, he hadn't fully mastered the lock-picking technique yet. "Alright." The bald uncle fiddled gently with the exterior of the lock, then there was a click, and the door opened. Without a word, he turned and ran back home, closing his door behind him. Wang Tao gripped the steel pipe tightly, gently pushed the door open, and quickly scanned the area. There was no one in the living room, but there were many dark bloodstains. There's more than one person in this place. Wang Tao instantly felt nervous, yet somewhat excited. A single person turning into a zombie wouldn't leave so many bloodstains. Clearly, someone had been attacked by a zombie. All the doors inside the house were open, and after Wang Tao took 2 steps, he caught sight of a long-haired woman, kneeling on the floor of the master bedroom with her back to Wang Tao. The woman was slightly bowing her head, as if she was eating something. Seemingly hearing a noise, the woman slowly turned her head, revealing a pale face with white, bloodshot eyes, dark veins all over, and in her hands half of a human head. Chapter 15 First Battle of the New Weapons 1. Seeing this scene, Wang Tao's heart went cold. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the male owner of the house had been eaten by this female zombie. Upon seeing a living person, the female zombie immediately dropped the skull she held and, with a growl, staggered toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao gripped the steel pipe tightly with both hands, his gaze fixed on the female zombie. 510 out of 510, this female zombie didn't have 500 health point, but 10 more. It was unclear whether she was naturally this strong or had gained it from eating that man's wish. After the female zombie approached Wang Tao, she swung a claw at him. Wang Tao dodged nimbly to the side and then swung the steel pipe with all his might at the zombie's head. Thud. There was a crisp sound as a streak of black blood spurted from the zombie's head. -102, 408 out of 510, seeing these damage numbers, Wang Tao became somewhat excited. Indeed, it was different when you changed your weapon. When he had used a homemade short spear before, attacks on the zombie's head had almost never penetrated its defense, and the weapon would become useless after just a few uses. But now, with one swing of the steel pipe, he took away 1/5 of the zombie's health point. The steel pipe remained intact, and the zombie staggered from the blow, dizzy. Although this was also related to his slowly increasing strength, the weapon was the most critical factor. The success of this strike bolstered Wang Tao's confidence. Taking advantage of the zombie's apparent dizziness, he struck again at the zombie's head with the steel pipe. Thud. Splash, -135, 273 out of 510, that blow burst one of its eyeballs. Roar. As if enraged, the zombie let out a furious roar and then suddenly pounced forward, its stinking mouth aiming to bite at Wang Tao's neck. Wang Tao's quick reflexes allowed him to hoist the steel pipe up, thrusting it horizontally into the mouth of the female zombie. Looking at the disgusting face so close by, Wang Tao forcefully pushed down with the steel pipe in his hands. Crack, a sound of bone breaking was heard, and the zombie's jaw was abruptly dislocated by the steel pipe, leaving behind a pool of black blood. -59, the zombie looked up, the remaining white, lifeless fisheye fixed stubbornly on Wang Tao as its arms reached out in an embrace, an attempt to wrap around Wang Tao. Wang Tao ducked, avoiding the enthusiastic hug of the female zombie, and then smashed the steel pipe onto its legs. Bang. -3, the female zombie had a petite frame and an unstable lower body. Putting all his strength into the strike, Wang Tao knocked her to the ground. Seizing the moment she fell, Wang Tao quickly stood up. The steel pipe rotated 180 degrees in his palm, instantly changing grips. Then, with the pipe held in both hands, he raised it high and stabbed fiercely downward at the forehead of the female zombie. Splash. -211, 0 out of 510, the female zombie twitched a couple of times and then lay still. Though a long story, the actual fight was brief, less than a minute. Wang Tao took a deep breath. Although the fight had been short, he had given his all with every strike, so it was still somewhat draining. In fact, Wang Tao had wanted to test if a few good strikes with the pipe could kill it, especially since one strike had cost the zombie over 1/5 of its health point. But the battle was ever-changing, and Wang Tao was a bit too slow to seize the opportunity perfectly. Plus, his strength wasn't sufficient to cause dizziness in the zombie again. So, his plan was temporarily thwarted. However, the outcome was good, as he managed to kill it quite easily in the end. Wang Tao had already killed a few zombies, and he felt this one was the second easiest, with the easiest naturally being the zombie that was missing half of its body. But this did not mean that the female zombie was weak. Wang Tao felt that its strength was probably about the same as the one he encountered in the corridor earlier. Indeed, when Wang Tao looked at his health point bar, he discovered it had increased by 10 health points, same amount as when he killed the zombie in the hallway. 130 out of 130, it was 120 before, now it's 130. Without pausing to feel excited, Wang Tao quickly absorbed the semi-transparent package that floated out of the zombie's body. Obtained, a steel wire, crafting material, another crafting material. It was still unclear what could be made with all these materials. After collecting it, Wang Tao began to search the body. After a thorough search, he found a gold necklace, a gold bracelet, and quite a few condoms. Wang Tao immediately threw away the condoms. After all, he dared not use anything that came from a zombie. Then Wang Tao looked at the male corpse in the room, who had been eaten by the female zombie until only half a head remained, with only some bones left on the ground, stained with traces of blood. Wang Tao felt a bit queasy looking at it, and even saw a -1 figure appear over his own head. Mental attack, huh? Wang Tao quickly searched the bedroom and then left it. The man only had a wallet and a mobile phone. The female zombie had a woman's shoulder bag that contained some change, a mobile phone, various strange drugs, and cosmetics or something. Wang Tao didn't care whether they were useful or not, he took them all. If he could survive, he was sure to meet other survivors or make it to a survivor base eventually. Wherever there are more people, there will inevitably be trade. These things he scavenged may not be useful to him, but they might be just what someone else needs. They could be used for trading. As for the paper money, it might still be of value, or it might not. But it was no bother to carry it. If it really became worthless, it could be used as fuel to keep warm. After a quick search, Wang Tao went out and knocked on the door of 202. It's safe now, come out. The bald man inside the room had been peering through the peephole the whole time. He was incredulous to see that Wang Tao had entered and, after a short time, emerged with no issue. He hadn't expected Wang Tao to resolve the situation so quickly. But he did not rush to open the door. Instead, he waited for Wang Tao to come knock and, upon hearing that Wang Tao's voice was normal and he did not sound injured, he then opened the door. "Young man, you are really impressive. Are you hurt?" The bald man gave a bit of flattery. Wang Tao knew what he was thinking, he was just afraid Wang Tao might have been infected. "Don't worry, it was just one zombie. I haven't touched the food inside, do you want to go in together?" Wang Tao was a man of his word, having promised to trade a quarter of the food for the bald man's lock-picking skill. He wouldn't go back on that. He didn't even check to see exactly how much food there was. Yes, yes, yes. The bald man happily followed Wang Tao into 201. As for the woman's shoulder bag that Wang Tao was carrying, the bald man naturally noticed it, but he didn't mind. Wang Tao had killed the zombie and thus had the right to pick spoils of war, and besides, those things were of no use to him, only wanted food. But something seemed off. Why was there a woman's shoulder bag in room 201? When he saw the blood all over the room, the female zombie, and half the head of his neighbor, the bald man's pupils shrunk suddenly, and he felt a surge of nausea. However, remembering that the bread he had just eaten might not have been digested yet, he forcibly held back and did not actually vomit. But a number appeared above his head. -10, 25 out of 100, Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. It seemed that this scene had a major impact on him. To prevent the bald man from having a mental breakdown, Wang Tao suggested that he look at the food to distract himself. However, upon seeing the rice in the kitchen, the bald man let out a wail no. Chapter 16 Outdoor Power Supply 1 When Wang Tao entered room 201, the sight of chaos and bloodstains everywhere must have given him some expectations. But the sight of rice spilled into pools of blood in the kitchen still pained him greatly. What a waste. Most of the rice was inedible, and judging by the traces on the ground, Wang Tao suspected a female zombie had pursued the male homeowner, who likely tried to grab a kitchen knife, throwing everything at the zombie in his path. The bag of rice in the corner was probably knocked over by the man. Unfortunately, it seemed the fight hadn't delayed the zombie for long. No, my rice. The bald man wailed, clutching his head. He was genuinely crying. After all, it was 50 pounds of rice. Pick through it, see if any is still edible. Wang Tao patted his shoulder. Trying to suppress his grief, the bald man began to sort carefully. The kitchen was covered in blood, impossible to tell if it was human or zombie. The woven bag that held the rice had toppled to the floor, the grains mixing with the blood. However, there seemed to be some rice at the bottom of the bag that might still be edible. Swallowing hard as he looked at the rice in the blood, he ultimately didn't dare to take it. If it were only human blood, he might consider it if he were nearly starving to death, but the problem was the zombie blood. If he dared to eat it, he'd likely turn into a zombie within minutes. Reluctantly, he had to give up. Wang Tao searched through the rest. Most of the food in the kitchen was contaminated, but the refrigerator door was unopened. Inside, there were some wilted vegetables, some eggs, and, to their surprise, several pounds of frozen beef in the freezer. Seeing this, the bald man's mood finally improved a lot, making the trip worthwhile. After considerable effort, they managed to sort out the edible rice. Wang Tao and the bald man collected these items and then returned to the bald man's apartment. Only 6 pounds of rice left, 2 pounds of vegetables, 5 pounds of meat, 22 eggs. That's about 2 pounds in total, 15 pounds of food. Not as much as expected, but still decent. After crunching the numbers with pen and paper, the bald man looked at Wang Tao expectantly and said, "According to our deal, I take 1/4, which is 1.5 pounds of rice, half a pound of vegetables, 1.25 pounds of meat, and 5 eggs." Wang Tao was much stronger than he had anticipated. He expected a tough struggle between Wang Tao and the zombie, but Wang Tao resolved it in a minute. If Wang Tao didn't keep his promise, he would have no way to resist. Fortunately, Wang Tao was a man of his word. "Okay, take yours first. Give me the rest." "All right. Thank you, brother, thank you so much." The bald man quickly took his quarter share and then helped to pack up the rest of the food. Having taken the goods, Wang Tao stood up to leave. "I'll be going back now, I will come over again tomorrow." He hadn't mastered all the lock-picking skills yet, and that was a craft Wang Tao was determined to learn. Sure. I will give you these tools so you can practice on your own." The bald man readily agreed and then proceeded to hand over some tools to Wang Tao. "Thanks." Wang Tao looked at him appreciatively, nodded in preparation to leave, but suddenly turned back and asked, "By the way, do you know the situation with the 2 apartments downstairs?" "Downstairs? I'm not too sure. When the virus broke out, I was too scared and didn't pay much attention to the neighbors." The bald man was somewhat embarrassed, but quickly added, "However, I do know that there's an elderly couple in 101 downstairs, and a family of 3 in 102, their naughty kid always causing trouble." Wang Tao had some recollection when it came to the naughty kid. During the previous winter break, he was hit by a little stone thrown by that kid, and when he turned around, his scary scarred face immediately made the kid cry. Wang Tao even got scolded by the kid's mom, and if the other people in the courtyard hadn't stepped in to defend him, the kid's mom would have even tried to extort money from him. After that, when the kid went to school, Wang Tao's routine didn't align with that of normal people, so they never ran into each other again. "So, it looks like there might be 5 zombies downstairs. All right, I will head back first." "Okay." After leaving 202, Wang Tao didn't rush back home. Instead, he went to the first floor and lightly knocked on the doors of 101 and 102. Soon, there came some scratching noises from inside. "Great, there are zombies inside." Wang Tao went back to the bald man to tell him that there were zombies in both houses downstairs and warned him not to unlock the doors rashly. If the bald man, tasting success this time, tried to unlock those doors, that would spell trouble. "Thanks, buddy. You can rest assured, I dare not go in there." Remembering the scene he encountered in 201, He was still shaken. As long as you understand. After Wang Tao got home, he organized the supplies he had gathered that day and analyzed the situation in the building. Based on the current situation, there seemed to be only 4 surviving families, 501, which was his own, 502, where the sister-in-law lived, the stranger in 401, and the bald man in 202. There were also the rooms he had looted, which were 602, 301, and 201. Then there were rooms where he had knocked and heard noises, confirming the presence of zombies. These were 601, 101, and 102. Last were the rooms he guessed were empty, 402 and 302. Of course, his guesses might not be accurate. Maybe the zombies hadn't heard him, or perhaps there were other threats, it was hard to say. But he felt there was a high probability they were empty. One visit will tell if Sumi owns there or not. Wang Tao clenched his fists, ready to venture out again. Killing that zombie today had been relatively easy, and he hadn't wasted too much physical strength. Even if there were zombies in those rooms, he felt confident he could handle them. After eating something light and drinking some water, Wang Tao grabbed his lock-picking tools and the steel pipe and set out again. It was now past 3 in the afternoon, still early before dark, so time was on his side. First, he went to 402. Using the skills the bald man taught him that morning, he managed to open the door after a bit of effort with a click. He cautiously entered and looked around. After a thorough check, Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, there was no one in this apartment. But soon, Wang Tao felt uneasy. Not only was the place void of people, but there were also no signs of life. Furniture was covered with plastic sheets, all of which were layered with thick dust. Judging from the looks, at the very least, no one had lived here for a month or 2. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he certainly intended to look around. He couldn't leave empty-handed. And sure enough, just after stepping into the spare bedroom, Wang Tao found some valuable things. Is this a portable power supply? And a generator? Among some miscellaneous items in the spare bedroom, Wang Tao spotted a portable power supply and a diesel generator next to it. These people were likely off on a trip? Well then, I won't be polite. Chapter 17 Sister-in-law works for you. This outdoor power supply probably weighs about 30 kilograms and is about the size of a small computer case, with a label indicating it can store 5-degree electricity. Despite the evident signs of wear on the power source, Wang Tao didn't mind, as long as it worked. He fumbled for a moment before flipping the power switch on, and the small screen displayed that it was more than half charged. Not bad, not bad. I will go back and charge it to full. Aside from the power supply, the most conspicuous item was the diesel generator. This thing was much larger and heavier than the outdoor power source. Wang Tao gave it a try and estimated it weighed 70 to 80 kilograms. This is also a good item, but not very convenient to use. The diesel generator had a label stating it could hold 15 liters of diesel. Could 1 liter of diesel produce about 3 or 4 degree electricity? Wang Tao wasn't very knowledgeable in this area, but he had used generators while working with a film crew, so he knew how to operate one. But first, the diesel engine was very smelly when working. If placed indoors, the fumes would probably kill him. Second, it made a lot of noise when generating electricity. Wang Tao wasn't sure if starting it in the house would attract the zombies. Although in theory, the noise made upstairs should be much less than downstairs, and zombies wouldn't climb walls. It should be safe. But he feared trying it out could be the end of him. In a post-apocalyptic world, who knew what could happen last, and most importantly, it needed diesel to operate, and there was no diesel in the room. It's good stuff, but there's no opportunity to use it for now. After setting aside the outdoor power supply and the generator, Wang Tao continued his search. Horned hammer, wrench, small handsaw, and a map. Seeing these items, Wang Tao suddenly had an idea. Would stuffing the horned hammer into a steel pipe increase its power? He could try it later. He had 3 steel pipes, after all. After tidying these things up a bit, Wang Tao took some miscellaneous items and the outdoor power supply, leaving the generator there. He couldn't use it at the moment, and it was too heavy and cumbersome to move around. After bringing the items from apartment 402 back to his place, Wang Tao went to 302. After some tinkering, he managed to unlock the door. Just as Wang Tao had anticipated, there was no one and no zombies inside 302. The interior of the apartment was decorated very simply, with not much stuff around. It looked like a rental. After searching for a while, Wang Tao found about 10+ pounds of food. Very good indeed. However, there weren't any other useful items. It was evident that the tenant lived a frugal life. After moving all the items to his place, Wang Tao drank a big gulp of water and rested for a moment. Now only apartments 601, 101, and 102 are left unscavenged. If I can clear out the zombies in these 3 apartments, then this building will be basically safe. Wang Tao was a bit excited. "I'll stop here for today, and I will clean out the remaining apartments tomorrow." The sky outside was already darkening, and even inside the building, Wang Tao wasn't keen on moving about at night. He had just returned to his apartment and hadn't started to take off his gear when a light knocking sound came from the door. Looking through the peephole, Wang Tao saw Ding Yukin. He opened a crack in the door, his voice slightly muffled beneath his mask. "Sister-in-law, is there something you need?" "Well, Wang Tao, sister-in-law needs to borrow a bit more food." Ding Yukin's face was lightly made up, but it couldn't hide her haggard appearance, especially the large dark circles under her eyes. She probably hadn't slept well the previous night. Wang Tao found it strange as he looked at her health point bar above her head. Didn't she have a full meal yesterday? If he remembered correctly, her health point increased to 40 yesterday, so why did it look like only 20 health point remained today? It shouldn't be from hunger, one couldn't lose that much health point from half a day's starvation. "Sister-in-law, come in and we can talk." Wang Tao opened the door and let Ding Yukin in. Looking at the suddenly accumulating pile of items in the room, especially the abundance of food, Ding Yukin subconsciously licked her lips. "Take a seat first, sister-in-law. I'm going to change my clothes." "Okay." Ding Yukin responded and began to actively organize the supplies on the floor. Wang Tao quickly took a shower and changed into his casual clothes before coming out. He looked at Ding Yukin squatting on the floor and suddenly asked, "Sister-in-law, you seem to be in bad shape. What happened?" Hearing Wang Tao's words, Ding Yukin almost cried. "The explosion last night was so terrifying. I didn't get any sleep at all. During the day, I was so tired that I finally took a nap, but I ended up sleeping until evening." That explained why Ding Yukin looked so out of sorts. It was the gas explosion from last night that had frightened her. Wang Tao himself had been startled and hadn't slept well, but at least he hadn't lost any health point. Ding Yukin's psychological resilience was much weaker, which he could understand. "Sister-in-law knows that getting food is not easy for you, it's a matter of life and death. But I have no choice. How about this? If there is any work you need sister-in-law to do, just think of it as me working for you, okay?" Ding Yukin's face showed an awkward yet pleasing smile. It had been 7 days since the apocalypse, and she no longer talked about having her husband repay Wang Tao. Although she didn't want to believe it, she knew there was a good chance her husband was gone, and with the government's rescue nowhere in sight, she had to fend for herself. Of course, she wasn't capable of going out to search for food on her own. Her only hope was to rely on Wang Tao. After all, her husband and Wang Tao were folks from the same hometown. They were also neighbors, which made him much better than a stranger. After having a full meal at Wang Tao's place, she never wanted to experience that hunger again. Seeing that Wang Tao didn't respond, Ding Yukin hurriedly added, "I can clean, wash clothes, cook. I do these chores at home, and am quite skilled at them. I won't cause you any trouble." To be honest, Wang Tao was somewhat tempted. Not for any other reason but because the sister-in-law was attractive. Having such a good-looking woman, both in figure and facial features, working as a maid in his house would probably make his meals much more enjoyable. So, after thinking it over, Wang Tao said, "All right, then it's settled. As long as you work in my home, I will make sure you have at least 1 meal a day. Don't think it's too little, sister-in-law. You know how much I eat, and I still need to go out and kill zombies. I barely have enough food for myself. If someone helped him with laundry and cooking, it would indeed save him a lot of time. Just washing his jacket and cooking took 1 to 2 hours every day. Thank you so much, Wang Tao." Seeing Wang Tao agree, Ding Yukin immediately burst into tears of joy. She would agree even if it were 1 meal every 2 days, let alone 1 meal a day. "Then go ahead and start cooking, sister-in-law. Use the perishables first, and make a larger portion." "Okay." Watching Ding Yukin head to the kitchen, Wang Tao went to the second bedroom, which was his workspace. He planned to combine the horned hammer and steel pipe he had obtained that day and then try them out on a zombie at Unit 601 tomorrow. Chapter 18. Don't go out after dark. After some effort, Wang Tao slightly sawed the short wooden handle of the horned hammer, then tightly stuffed it into the steel pipe. To be on the safe side, he also applied some glue inside. After tested for a while, there was no looseness at all. "It's quite heavier, but it's just right for me, and the power is much greater. The difference between hammering with this hammer and with a steel pipe is significant, especially the horn of the horned hammer. Its power must be tremendous." "Wang Tao, dinner is ready." Outside the door came the knocking of Ding Yukin. "Okay." When Wang Tao arrived at the dining table, Ding Yukin had just served him a big bowl of rice and handed over the freshly washed bowl and chopsticks. Wang Tao took them and said with a smile, "Let's eat together." "Eh?" Ding Yukin had been waiting for those words. With Wang Tao's permission, she immediately went into the kitchen to get a bowl and chopsticks for herself. Although she felt it was highly probable that Wang Tao would invite her to dine with him, since he hadn't said anything yet, she hadn't taken her own bowl and chopsticks to prevent him from feeling repulsed. The dinner was a simple fry-up of 3 dishes and a soup, simple in style, but plentiful in portion. After all, whether Wang Tao was going out to kill zombies or training his body, he had to ensure he got sufficient nutrition. Ding Yukin waited until Wang Tao started eating before she moved her chopsticks. Wang Tao tasted each of the dishes and had to admit that Ding Yukin's cooking skills were really good. It felt no less than a regular restaurant chef, far better than his own clumsy attempts. Ding Yukin ate quietly while discreetly observing Wang Tao. Though confident in her culinary skills, she knew that everyone had different tastes. The dishes she cooked for Wang Tao yesterday were different from today's, and she couldn't guarantee he would definitely like them. Once she saw that Wang Tao seemed satisfied, she felt relieved. Since Ding Yukin had indulged in a big meal yesterday, her hunger wasn't as intense as before, allowing her to eat more gracefully, exuding an air of refinement. When she noticed Wang Tao's bowl was nearly empty, she immediately put down her chopsticks and got up. "Wang Tao, let me get you some more rice." Wang Tao didn't refuse. "That would be great, sis-in-law." Ding Yukin was wearing a gray professional dress today. The clothing was form-fitting, highlighting her curves beautifully, especially her legs in thin black silk stockings, not the digitally edited kind often seen online, but full and round, smooth lines, remarkably healthy and slender legs. This made Wang Tao's gaze somewhat disobedient. Pleasant things were meant to be appreciated, and Wang Tao did not try to hide it. When Ding Yukin came back with rice, she felt Wang Tao's gaze. She paused slightly, then pretended as if she noticed nothing and handed over a large bowl of rice to Wang Tao. "Wang Tao, here you go." "Thank you, sis-in-law." After eating for a while, Wang Tao suddenly asked, "By the way, sis-in-law, what did you do for a living before this?" He knew that Brother Zhao was a director, but he wasn't quite clear about Brother Zhao's wife's occupation. "Ah. Oh, your Brother Zhao invested, and I opened a restaurant back in my hometown." Upon hearing Wang Tao's question, Ding Yukin quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and then answered. "No wonder sis-in-law's cooking is so good." Wang Tao realized. "Yeah, I thought that since I was running my own restaurant, I definitely should know the quality of the food we serve. So, I decided to learn cooking and spend over 100,000 on it. And then, just when the restaurant hadn't been open long, the apocalypse came," Ding Yukin said with a bitter face. After dinner, Ding Yukin cleaned up the dining room and the kitchen, and then mopped Wang Tao's house. She hadn't done so much work in a long time and was feeling somewhat sore in her waist and back. So she sat on the sofa, took off her high heels, and rubbed her sore ankles. She decided she would not wear high heels tomorrow, they were too tiring. "Wang Tao, what time should I come over tomorrow morning?" Wang Tao, who was studying the map, raised his head, and when he saw Ding Yukin rubbing her ankles wrapped in black stockings, he suddenly felt the urge to help. After waiting for a while, Wang Tao finally spoke. 6 o'clock, he said. "Oh, then I will come over at 6. "I'm going back now," Ding Yukin, feeling somewhat uneasy under Wang Tao's gaze, quickly put on her shoes and went home. Watching Ding Yukin leave, Wang Tao began his daily exercises. Since waking up from a 3-day coma, his physical condition had not only become much stronger than before, but he could also slightly feel the improvement with every exercise session. The reason most people lack perseverance in some matters is that they can neither see nor feel any hope of success. Now, after exercising, Wang Tao could clearly feel some slight changes in his body. Although not much, the improvement was indeed there. Furthermore, Wang Tao was quite self-disciplined, so as long as there were no accidents, exercising was something he did every day. Although killing zombies might lead to faster improvement, as killing zombies directly increases the health point bar, with the increase in the health point bar also bringing about a slight improvement in physical conditioning. However, killing zombies was too dangerous, with the possibility of an accident occurring. Besides, Wang Tao was not an engine that could keep killing zombies all the time, there had to be time for rest and meals. Thus, both killing zombies and exercising were non-negotiable. Both were essential, and both had to be strong. After working out, Wang Tao took a quick shower, then turned off all the lights in the house. He went to the window and parted the thick curtains. Light could attract zombies. Although Wang Tao lived on the 5th floor, when it came to safety, he never let his guard down. The weather tonight was nice, even though the moon was not visible, the sky was filled with stars. Under the starlight, Wang Tao could roughly see the situation in the yard, where he could see the zombies wandering. Wang Tao was not sure if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the zombies seemed to have more energy at night than during the day. After thinking for a moment, Wang Tao took a small metal fragment, took a deep breath, and threw it with all his might down to the opposite building below, where there were 3 zombies. Clang! He roared instantly, The three zombies near the metal fragment went into a frenzy, emitting a series of chilling roars, and began to wildly run around near where the fragment landed. With their agility, who would have thought they were the same zombies from during the day? If someone had said they were athletes, Wang Tao would have believed it. Other zombies in the yard began to move towards those three frenzied ones. Although their speed was not as fast as the frenzied zombies, it was still much quicker than a sluggish pace during the day. The agile zombies I saw last night were not some mutant variant, it must have been them. Perhaps zombies are different during the day and at night. They are slow and stiff during the day, but at night, they become faster, more likely to frenzy, and more agile. No wonder it said they prefer dark places. Just not sure if there are other differences in any case, zombies are more terrifying at night. Don't go out after dark. Chapter 19 Power Outage 1 Thud, thud, thud. The next morning, while Wang Tao was still sleeping, gentle knocking sounds came from outside. He woke up instantly, quickly grabbed a steel pipe, and went to the door to peep through the peephole, only to find Ding Yukin there. Ding Yukin's face looked somewhat panicked, but she didn't seem to be injured. Wang Tao opened the door. "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" "Wang Tao, the power's gone out." "It just went out." Ding Yukin's voice carried a hint of sobbing. "The power's out? Don't panic, come in and we'll talk." After letting her in, Wang Tao casually pressed the living room light switch by the door, but there was no reaction. He went outside to check the electricity meter, which hadn't tripped. As expected, what was bound to come had come. When Wang Tao had found that all network signals had disappeared, he had already anticipated the blackout. However, when the day actually arrived, he still felt somewhat saddened. He wasn't saddened by the blackout itself but by what it signified behind the scenes. The government had probably lost complete control, and rescue might never come. Truthfully, even though Wang Tao felt he had the ability to survive the apocalypse, he definitely still hoped to be rescued. After all, humans are sociable animals. Occasional solitude might be a form of enjoyment, but a lifetime of it would probably drive one mad sooner or later. Moreover, an orderly society is certainly better than a chaotic one. Aside from a few individuals, most people prefer to live in a peaceful society. Ding Yukin obviously understood these things, which was why she was so frantic. But talking about this now was of no use. Making the most of the present was what mattered most. Wang Tao comforted Ding Yukin by saying, "We're actually in a relatively good situation here. When the virus first broke out, many places lost power immediately. Perhaps it's because our area uses hydroelectric power that we were able to last 7 days. We've actually made a profit." This consolation seemed to be of little use to Ding Yukin. For her, waiting for government rescue was the belief that kept her going. Without it, how could a frail woman like her continue to survive in the apocalypse? Ding Yukin's expression was one of fear and confusion. Suddenly, Wang Tao said, "Sister-in-law, go to my room and check if my power banks have any charge." He had previously scoured other apartments, and the power banks he found had already been fully charged. Asking Ding Yukin to check them was a way to divert her attention. "Ah. Alright, sure." Ding Yukin subconsciously agreed. However, as she entered the room, she suddenly turned to look at Wang Tao, with a glimmer of hope reappearing in her eyes. She wasn't alone now, and there was a chance she could survive if Wang Tao was willing to help her. Wang Tao went to the corner of the living room, where the outdoor power supply he had scavenged before was charging. He checked and saw that it was fully charged. Those small power banks were not very useful to Wang Tao for the time being. But this big power bank was quite useful. It could power the fridge and ensure the food inside wouldn't spoil. His small fridge didn't consume much power, maybe about half a kilowatt-hour a day. The outdoor power supply had 5 kilowatt-hours, which should last about a week and temporarily serve as an emergency solution. But what to do afterwards? Although he had a diesel generator downstairs, he had no diesel fuel. He'll have to go out and look for supplies. Wang Tao frowned. The nearest gas station seemed to be 2 or 3 kilometers away. If he drove, he could probably get there in a few minutes. But a car made noise and would definitely attract zombies. And whether the roads were passable was another issue. He didn't know about other places, but just the streets outside were cluttered with stationary cars, zombies, and even collapsed buildings. It was impossible to drive a car in such conditions. If he walked, it would be quite far. With so many zombies along the way, it would be easy to go and never return. As for electric motorcycles or bicycles, they might be an option. They were relatively quiet, demanded less of the road surface than cars, and still offered a decent speed. But this was akin to using flesh to shield against iron. If they were ever surrounded by zombies, death was the only outcome. Moreover, he didn't have an electric bicycle. When the apocalypse erupted on a workday, all the working people were commuting on their electric bicycles, and it was uncertain if there were any left downstairs. Wait a minute. Wang Tao suddenly remembered, before the end of the world, He saw Boss leave from the small restaurant downstairs filling up his vehicle with diesel, and his vehicle was a diesel pickup truck. Maybe, I don't have to run that far. Wang Tao felt somewhat exhilarated. He decided that after clearing out all the zombies in this building, he would check out the small restaurant. If there was diesel, that would be best. If not, he could still stock up on supplies, so the trip wouldn't be wasted. Wang Tao, all the power banks are fully charged. Ding Yukan came out holding a pile of power banks. Wang Tao nodded, then suddenly as if he thought of something, he quickly went to the bathroom and turned on the tap. Whooshed water was still running, but who knew when it would stop? I estimate the water will stop soon. Come with me to fill up containers with water from the other rooms. He had already started storing water in his own home, but the other few rooms he had scavenged didn't have any. Water is the source of life, and while they could get by without electricity, without water, they wouldn't survive. Okay. Ding Yukan nodded nervously. Since the apocalypse, the furthest she had walked was to Wang Tao's room. Although the zombies in the corridor had been dealt with by Wang Tao, she was still somewhat scared. Wang Tao took out several packets of instant noodles and tossed one to Ding Yukan. There's no time for breakfast, just make do with this. It doesn't count as your pay for today. He needed to get his sister-in-law to work later, so it was best to replenish her energy first. Thank you, thank you. Ding Yukan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. After hastily eating a few bites with the boiled water, Wang Tao started to put on his gear. Although the building was temporarily safe, there were still a few rooms with zombies not yet cleared out, so he couldn't be careless. Since the books on his body, arms, and calves all needed to be strapped on with tape, the process was slow. Seeing this, Ding Yukan quickly came over to help. During the process, Ding Yukan unavoidably touched Wang Tao's muscles, causing her to gasp in surprise. So big, so hard, could such muscles really be developed by a human? Ding Yukan had not liked muscular men before, especially since Wang Tao had a terrifying scar on his face, making him look like a villain from the TV shows, which was frightening. But now, seeing Wang Tao's tall and imposing figure standing beside her, feeling the slight warmth emanating from his body, she suddenly had an indescribable sense of security. This sense of security, she had never felt it from any other man, including her husband. What's wrong? Wang Tao, noticing Ding Yukan staring at him, asked curiously. It's nothing. Ding Yukan's face warmed up, and she quickly looked away. Then let's go to room 602 upstairs first. Then to 301 and 201. Okay. Chapter 20. Impotent Rage. When the two of them came to room 602 and searched everywhere, taking all the usable containers to gather water. There wasn't time to wait for the water to fill up, so Wang Tao took Ding Yukan back downstairs to other rooms. He also took the opportunity to remind the bald uncle. The bald uncle was also a smart man, already collecting water, but he still expressed his gratitude for Wang Tao's reminder. After being busy all morning, they finally managed to fill up all the containers in these empty apartments with water. Wang Tao was ready to take Ding Yukan back to cook. Suddenly, I remember I haven't stored water in my house. Ding Yukan suddenly slapped her forehead, looking somewhat embarrassed. Then let's go to your place first, we can cook later. Actually, Wang Tao had forgotten as well. Coming out of 201, when they got to the fourth floor, Wang Tao suddenly heard some noise from room 401. Wang Tao didn't speak, while Ding Yukan instinctively hid behind him, nervously clutching the corner of his clothes. She didn't know there were survivors inside, she thought they were zombies. Wang Tao made a hushing gesture and then went to the front of room 401 to listen closely. He faintly heard a man's voice inside cursing under his breath, complaining about the power outage that caused him to be unable to play his games, but as he cursed, he began to cry. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. Is electricity really the focus right now? It should be how to survive from now on. Ding Yukan obviously heard the voice inside too, but, unlike Wang Tao's bafflement, she could somewhat understand why the person would be addicted to gaming. It wasn't because the games were so much fun, but because he had already given up hope. He didn't want to face this world of despair, he was escaping reality. If I didn't have Wang Tao, maybe it'd be the same. Ding Yukan felt a bit relieved in her heart. Let's go. Wang Tao shook his head. After all, it was someone else's affair, and he didn't want to meddle too much. Reaching the fifth floor, Ding Yukan invited Wang Tao into her apartment. It's a bit messy inside. Ding Yukan was slightly embarrassed. This was Wang Tao's first visit to her place. Ding Yukan's apartment had the same layout as the one upstairs, 602, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. However, her home was decorated more cozily and felt more lived in. The mess she referred to was the pile of filmmaking props in the living room. These are all from Brother Zhao's work, he doesn't let me tidy them up. Don't mind the mess in the house. It's not much different from my place. Wang Tao smiled and shook his head. If it weren't for Ding Yukan's help, his place would be even messier. Let's get water first. Okay. After being busy for a while and preparing all the usable containers, with all the taps open, Ding Yukin said to Wang Tao, "Wang Tao, I will watch over it. It will take a while to fill up the bathtub with water. You can sit for a bit, alright?" Wang Tao nodded in agreement, but didn't sit down. Instead, he walked around her apartment. Her living room was spacious with excellent natural lighting. A huge picture frame hung on the wall above the sofa. In the photo, a woman in a white bridal gown intimately held the arm of the man beside her, her face beaming with joy. The man in formal attire gazed at the woman with deep affection, his eyes tender as water under the bright sunshine. They seemed to be glowing. The people on top were indeed Ding Yukin and her husband Zhao Yuan. Next to the sofa, there was a floor-standing coat rack with a pure white strapless wedding dress hanging on it. This was the same style as the one Ding Yukin wore in her wedding photos, or perhaps it was the very same dress. It was normal for wealthy people to purchase their favorite wedding dresses. Wang Tao glanced at the photo and then at the wedding dress. It was said that those with smaller busts couldn't pull off this type of wedding dress, and he always felt that some parts of Ding Yukin in the picture had traces of photoshopping. Unfortunately, he had no way to prove it. "Wang Tao, I will get you a glass of water." Ding Yukin came out of the bathroom. She felt it was inappropriate to invite Wang Tao into her home without offering even a glass of water. Although it was the apocalypse, it was still early days, and she retained the courtesy she had before. By the time Ding Yukin came over with a glass of water, Wang Tao suddenly asked, "Brother Zhao had contacted you earlier, hadn't he? How is he doing now?" "I'm afraid his chances are slim." Talking about her husband, Ding Yukin's face instantly showed a hint of sorrow. He went to the film city for work early that day. After the virus outbreak, he kept sending me messages, asking me to hold on for rescue. But the day before the network went down, he stopped messaging. No matter how I messaged him, he wouldn't reply. Sob as she spoke of her sorrow, Ding Yukin covered her face and cried. "Brother Zhao is blessed by the heavens, and perhaps he is safe now. Maybe he's not replying because his phone's battery has died." "Sister-in-law, don't worry too much," Wang Tao consoled her. "Sigh, it's impossible. He told me at that time that he had borrowed a power bank. Look, if you don't believe me." Ding Yukin, while dabbing her tears, picked up her phone from the table. Though the internet was down now, the chat software still revealed the local chat history. However, after flipping to the chat history, she suddenly blushed and put her phone away. "Ahem, the records were deleted. I will go check if the water is filled." Ding Yukin wiped her tears and quickly left with her pink and white sneakers. She was obviously lying, but Wang Tao thought it might be because she had some private messages with Zhao Yuan that she didn't want outsiders to see, so he didn't mind. But in reality, in the chat history between Ding Yukin and Zhao Yuan had said some things about Wang Tao that weren't very nice, and Ding Yukin dared not show them to Wang Tao. Otherwise, if Wang Tao got upset and stopped looking after her, she could only wait to die when the apocalypse arrived. Zhao Yuan couldn't make it back, so all he could do was comfort Ding Yukin while trying to figure something out. Then Zhao Yuan heard from other survivors that Wang Tao was at home. In terms of physical fitness, men definitely had an advantage over women. In a chaotic environment, having a man around was certainly more convenient, especially someone like Wang Tao who was strong and imposing. The couple, Zhao Yuan and Ding Yukin, were neighbors with Wang Tao. Although their relationship with Wang Tao wasn't particularly close, it was at least not bad. So, Zhao Yuan messaged Wang Tao, hoping that Wang Tao could take care of Ding Yukin. After the chaos subsided, he would definitely thank Wang Tao. But Wang Tao didn't reply to any messages. At the time of the apocalypse, a saying was circulating in some small circles: the better one's physical condition, the less likely they were to become infected with the virus; the worse one's physical condition, the more susceptible they were to infection. Wang Tao also saw this baseless claim online later, and he didn't agree with it. Instead, he felt it was an excuse concocted by some people who wanted to abandon the weak and the vulnerable. But it didn't matter if he believed it or not, others did. For example, Zhao Yuan believed it. Therefore, Zhao Yuan suspected that Wang Tao was deliberately not replying to his messages and didn't want to help his wife. Of course, suspicion was just suspicion. Zhao Yuan continued to message Wang Tao courteously. But in his chats with Ding Yukin, Zhao Yuan cursed Wang Tao, complaining about all the bad things Wang Tao had done and threatening to make Wang Tao pay in the future. This was actually a display of impotent rage. Zhao Yuan loved his wife dearly and didn't want her to get hurt. But sadly, he was powerless. Chapter 21 Cleanup 1 Zhao Yuan had come up with an idea at the time called Wang Tao and then had Ding Yukin listen for any noise coming from Wang Tao's apartment. Zombies are very sensitive to sounds, and if there were zombies in Wang Tao's room, they would definitely make a lot of noise. Even if Wang Tao's phone was on vibrate, at such a close distance, it wouldn't escape the hearing of the zombies. At that time, The zombie in apartment 602 had not left yet, and Ding Yukin did not know there was a zombie just outside in the corridor. She didn't dare to go out, only stealthily cracking open the door to listen, and heard indeed that there was no noise coming from Wang Tao's place. This indirectly proved Zhao Yuan's guess. Wang Tao did not want to help her. Ding Yukin's previous impression of Wang Tao wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. They didn't interact much, at most exchanging polite greetings when they saw each other. But under these real circumstances and Zhao Yuan's exaggeration, her view of Wang Tao had turned quite negative. Thus, she decided then and there to drop the idea of asking Wang Tao for help. However, it was uncertain whether it should be said that Ding Yukin was lucky or that Zhao Yuan had saved her life. If she had actually gone to find Wang Tao at that time, and Wang Tao was unconscious and unable to open the door, Ding Yukin would likely have attracted the zombies from upstairs. With her frail arms and legs, the outcome would likely have been very grim. And then, a few days later, when she could no longer endure her hunger, and coincidentally witnessed Wang Tao leaving his apartment and killing zombies, she decided to try and see if she could borrow some food from him. It turned out that Wang Tao wasn't as bad as her husband had described. After waiting for a while and nearly filling up her water supply, Ding Yukin came out of the bathroom. "Wang Tao, I've finished collecting water at my place. Oh, and take a look here to see if there's anything you can use. If it's useful to you, just take it. Help should be mutual, one can't always expect others to give." Ding Yukin knew she couldn't be of much help to Wang Tao, so she just let him see if there was anything in her home that he could use. Wang Tao didn't stand on ceremony. Zhao Yuan had quite a few gadgets, and a careful look might reveal something useful. Huh? After rummaging a bit, he actually found something good. Binoculars. It was a pair of binoculars, marked with 10 into 50, indicating a 50 mm diameter lens and a magnification of 10 times. 10 times magnification binoculars had a great find. They might not be needed immediately, but could be very useful later. I hadn't noticed his binoculars were here. You can take them if you need them, as I won't be using them anyway. Ding Yukin's face showed a trace of happiness as she watched Wang Tao hold the binoculars with great affection. She wasn't afraid of Wang Tao taking her things, she was afraid that Wang Tao wouldn't find anything of interest. "Alright, then I won't be polite." Wang Tao accepted them right away. They didn't find anything else useful after that, so they both returned to Wang Tao's apartment. Ding Yukin started cooking, while Wang Tao lifted the curtains, took out the newly acquired binoculars, and observed the scene outside the window. This was an old community with a maximum of 6 floors. Fortunately, there weren't many tall buildings nearby, so the binoculars could still see quite far. After looking around, Wang Tao's expression was very serious. He suddenly realized that his happy community seemed to be relatively lucky. In other communities, either a group of zombies surrounded the buildings, with zombies entering and exiting freely, or there were small-scale explosions, leaving behind a scene of ruins. But Wang Tao also noticed some patterns. Places that seemed to be hit harder were areas with more people, especially a plaza in the distance. The dense crowd was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The situation in their happy community was not as severe as in other communities, perhaps because there were fewer residents, and many people had gone out to work at the time. In the apocalypse, luck is also very important. The scenes outside also intensified the urgency in Wang Tao's heart. Considering the zombies he had killed in room 201 earlier, zombies could become stronger too. The female zombie that had eaten people had its health point increase by 10. On top of that, if he could become stronger through training, it was not impossible that zombies might have other ways to strengthen themselves as well. I need to hurry up and clear out the zombies in this building. Wang Tao planned to head to apartment 601 that afternoon to take care of those 2 zombies. If he could also clear the zombies in apartments 101 and 102 tomorrow, the whole building would be thoroughly secure, and he could then figure out how to look for Diesel outside the community at the small restaurant. Today's lunch was not as lavish as yesterday's, but the portion was still substantial. After dinner, he rested for a while. When Ding Yukin finished washing the dishes and had cleaned up the house, Wang Tao asked her to help him put on his gear. "Wang Tao, what are you going up for a bit? Lock the door after you go back. Are you going to 601? A hint of worry showed on Ding Yukin's face. After all, there were 2 zombies in 601. "Yeah, I'm going to clear out 601. Don't come out." Wang Tao felt that there was a high probability he could handle the 2 zombies upstairs, but he didn't dismiss the possibility of a zombie running out. After all, accidents happen. "I understand. Be careful." Ding Yukin was genuinely worried for Wang Tao. After all, he was the only one she could rely on now. "I will." Wang Tao nodded. With Ding Yukin's help, he quickly got dressed in his equipment. He picked up his homemade steel pipe long-handled sheep's horn hammer and left the room with Ding Yukin. Ding Yukin returned to her room, and after seeing that she had locked the door, Wang Tao strode towards room 601. The room belonged to a middle-aged couple, who had surely turned. Wang Tao had even heard two roars coming from inside the room when he went upstairs before. Although there were two zombies inside, Wang Tao was not the same as he had been before. The increase in strength was secondary, it was mainly the experience that counted. Having killed several zombies face to face, he already had some experience. Wang Tao fiddled with his lock-picking tools for a while, and with a click, he opened a security door. He then took a deep breath, raised his horned hammer slightly with his right hand, and with a swift pull with his left hand clatter the security door opened. At the doorway, there stood a contorted figure. Wang Tao didn't expect a zombie to be right at the door, and perhaps the zombie didn't anticipate someone suddenly coming in either. Both were momentarily stunned. But Wang Tao reacted faster. With one hand gripping the long-handled sheep's horn hammer, he put the strength of his arm, waist, and thighs into action, swinging fiercely at the zombie's head. Bang! A crisp sound. The zombie's head reeled back from Wang Tao's blow, stumbling 2 steps back, with a number, -136, popping up. 364 out of 500, Wang Tao pressed his attack, stepping forward and swinging the hammer once more. Bang! -127, 237 out of 500, this hammer strike twisted its face completely, causing it to stagger another step back. Then Wang Tao gripped the hammer with both hands, raised it high, and smashed the sheep's horn down on the zombie's crown. Splurt! Black blood splashed. Wang Tao felt like he had just smashed a jar filled with soft mud. -237, 0 out of 500, 3 hammer strikes zombie killed instantly. Chapter 22 Shouting until hoarse won. That's it? Killed in 3 hits? Truth be told, Wang Tao was also somewhat surprised. With the enhancement of his own strength, increasing experience, and the amplification of his weapons, it wasn't that the enemy was too weak, but that his side was too strong. There was no time to check the spoils, he quickly surveyed his surroundings, but he didn't spot any other zombies. Where's the other one? Wang Tao frowned slightly, he was sure he had heard there were 2 zombies in this room before. Zombies don't usually attack each other, at least Wang Tao hadn't seen it happen so far. So, unless that zombie jumped out the window, it had to be still in the house. Wang Tao didn't rush to search, though he had seemingly wielded his hammer effortlessly 3 times, each strike had been with full power, draining some of his energy. Since there was no immediate danger, he could catch his breath for a moment. A few seconds later, Wang Tao cautiously made his way to the bathroom. This house had the same layout as Wang Tao's own, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and 1 bathroom. The doors to both bedrooms were open, but the bathroom door was closed. Wang Tao felt there might be something in the bathroom. He tiptoed to the door and then kicked it open abruptly. Bang! Huh? Nothing? Seeing the bathroom empty, Wang Tao was taken aback. After confirming there was nothing in the bathroom, Wang Tao then checked the kitchen, which also turned out to be empty. Could it be in one of those bedrooms? Wang Tao glanced at the doorways of both bedrooms, but there were no zombies in sight. How strange. He took another look at the doors and windows, which were all tightly closed, not looking like anything had gone out. There were no bloodstains or signs of struggle in the room. Could I have misheard earlier? Wang Tao started to doubt himself, but quickly discarded the thought. He was someone who trusted his own senses, 2 zombies meant 2 zombies, and he most likely hadn't misheard. Let's see where you're hiding. Wang Tao took a deep breath and then moved on to the second bedroom. The second bedroom, apart from a bed, had only a simple cloth wardrobe. The zipper of the wardrobe was open, obviously it couldn't hide a zombie. He then grabbed his weapon tightly and peered under the bed. Nothing was there either. After confirming that the second bedroom was clear, Wang Tao entered the master bedroom, which was also devoid of any zombie beneath the bed. Then Wang Tao stood up and turned his attention to the wardrobe in the master bedroom. The master bedroom was much larger than the second and had a row of built-in wardrobes against the wall, with a total of more than a dozen doors. The only place in the entire house he hadn't yet searched was this large wardrobe, unless the zombie had truly opened the window and jumped out, closing the window behind it, or it had been chopped up and washed down the drain, or it had been eaten by another zombie. Otherwise, Wang Tao figured it was very likely in these wardrobes. But still, these wardrobes aren't big, there are partitions in the middle. Would a zombie really run inside and even close the door behind it? That intelligent? Wang Tao was puzzled. His right hand gripped the weapon tightly while his left hand casually opened the first wardrobe door. Roar fuck. The moment Wang Tao opened the first wardrobe door, a small framed zombie, curled up inside the wardrobe, suddenly lunged out. Wang Tao was startled. He swung his hammer instinctively but missed. He was knocked down onto the floor by the zombie's force, his weapon flying from his grasp. -5, 130 out of 135, the zombie pinned Wang Tao's limbs down, rendering him immobile in the shape of a cross on the bed. Then it opened its mouth wide, emitting a stench of decay, and its saliva-dripping teeth moved towards Wang Tao's neck. Get off! On the verge of an intimate encounter with the female zombie, Wang Tao's forehead veins bulged, his biceps swelled rapidly, and with all his might holding back the zombie's force, he swung his right fist fiercely. Your breath stinks. Bang! His punch landed viciously on the zombie's face, snapping its head to the side. Minus 23 health point, 467 out of 500 health point. The zombie seemed stunned by the blow, and its grip restraining Wang Tao weakened significantly. Wang Tao seized the moment to raise his right foot and press it against the zombie's chest, then pushed with both arms and legs, flinging it towards the doorway. Bang! The zombie was smashed against the door frame by Wang Tao. Minus 4 health point, 463 out of 500 health point. The strike didn't do much damage to the zombie, but it allowed Wang Tao to finally break free from its grasp. Without even bothering to pick up his weapons, Wang Tao stepped over to the doorway, then coiled tension into his right leg and delivered a forceful kick to the zombie, which was still down on the ground and hadn't gotten up. Bang! The kick sent the zombie skimming across the floor, flying from the room into the living room, shattering 2 wooden dining chairs in the process. Wang Tao followed up on his victory, leaping into the air near the zombie, his hair nearly grazing the ceiling before he came crashing down harshly on top of the zombie. Crack! His climbing boots landed on the zombie's knees, a crisp sound of bone snapping filling the air. The zombie's knees were completely crushed. The zombie that was attempting to rise fell to the ground once more. Minus 86 health point, 377 out of 500 health point. Wang Tao had intended to stomp its head, but he wasn't sure if he could crush the zombie's skull. If it was too hard and caused him to fall, that would be troublesome. So, Wang Tao changed his mind at the last moment, targeting its legs instead. As it turned out, this was effective. The zombie's health point bar shrank by a noticeable amount. And that wasn't even the most important part. It appeared the zombie couldn't get up anymore. They have no sense of pain. A broken arm or leg would be a fatal injury for a normal person, but for a zombie, it's not lethal. But Wang Tao wasn't counting on it to kill the zombie, he was just hoping the broken legs would hinder its mobility. And it looked like it was indeed effective. Perhaps the zombie still retained some human instincts, like bipedal walking, so when its kneecaps were shattered, it couldn't stand up at all. This outcome excited Wang Tao because it meant that, in the future, targeting the limbs could be a viable method for killing zombies. After all, a zombie's limbs aren't as tough as its head, and while their necks are a weak spot, it's not easy to hit for most people. So, if survivors were smart, they could potentially chop off the legs to restrict the movements of a zombie and then finish it off completely. While his mind was racing with thoughts, Wang Tao's actions didn't stop. With the zombie down and unable to rise, it was essentially a live target. Wang Tao showed no mercy, stomping down hard and deforming its arms. Minus 34 health point, minus 32 health point, 311 out of 500 health point. Looking at the zombie with all its limbs broken, yet still baring its teeth at him, a cruel smile appeared on Wang Tao's face masked behind the visor. He had been quite frightened just moments before. This grudge, he had to avenge. Moreover, he wanted to take this rare opportunity to test his damage ability. Roar! This female zombie seemed to sense its impending fate and let out an angry roar. Wang Tao clenched his fists and then said fiercely, "Keep screaming, even if you scream your throat raw, it's no use." Chapter 23 Stealth Potion 1 Bang! Swipe! Thud! Crack! Clang! Hey! Looking at the sliver of health point bar above the zombie's head, Wang Tao stomped down hard. Splat! Its head burst like a watermelon under his foot. Minus 35, 0 out of 500. Few torturing zombies was also a matter of skill, not real torture, of course. It was just Wang Tao wanting to see how much damage his various attacks would inflict on a zombie. He had never had the chance to try this before, and now that he did, he certainly wasn't going to miss out. After trying for about an hour, he had finally understood many things that had previously eluded him. For instance, mutilating attacks, such as severing limbs, only cause damage once. If one kept attacking parts other than the head, it wouldn't inflict any additional damage. For instance, a zombie's fatal weak spot was its head. Attacking any other part wouldn't kill it. Even if you chopped its neck off and it was left with just a head, that head would still be alive. For instance, a zombie's health point bar was related to the hardness of its head. Wang Tao couldn't kill a full health point zombie with one stomp, but he could easily burst the head of one with a sliver of health point. For instance, although zombies didn't fear pain, they were still susceptible to negative statuses like dizziness. Of course, it might not be dizziness, but something more akin to the rigidity found in games. Wang Tao wasn't too sure about the specifics, he just needed to know that landing a heavy blow on a zombie's head would cause it to pause briefly. Moreover, Wang Tao was thrilled to discover that zombies were afraid of fire. When he attacked zombies with other tools, they were unfazed. But when he prodded a zombie with a burning stick, it actually struggled on the ground trying to back away. When he directly burned it with fire, its health point dropped quickly. This was an important piece of news. Of course, the smaller the sample, the greater the margin of error. Wang Tao couldn't guarantee that all zombies were afraid of fire, but the mere possibility that some were was definitely exhilarating news. Whether zombies killed by fire would drop items was something Wang Tao was unclear on, as he hadn't wanted to waste the chance to experiment and would have to wait for another opportunity. Besides that, Wang Tao also experimented with many things, such as the damage caused by attacks on different parts of a zombie, the approximate range of a zombie's perception, the extent to which a zombie's vision had degenerated, and so on. Wang Tao now had a rough idea about these things, although not necessarily accurate, they were still somewhat useful. If need be, he could always find another chance like this one to experiment more. As for this particularly crafty zombie, Wang Tao speculated that zombies were capable of evolution. Zombie from room 201 had a higher health point bar than the others and must have evolved by consuming humans. However, Wang Tao also felt that zombie evolution wasn't limited to gaining health point by eating humans, it could include ordinary zombies evolving into stealthy kinds like this one. After all, when Wang Tao first arrived, he had indeed heard 2 zombies inside. It was highly probable that the female zombie had evolved later on. After feeling around the bodies of the 2 zombies in the room, Wang Tao pushed them both out the window. Bang, bang, the sound of them hitting the ground attracted some zombies to surround the area, but upon realizing they were their own kind, the zombies slowly dispersed. Ignoring the black blood all over the ground, he sat on the sofa and rested for a while before finally turning his attention to the loot from the zombies he had just killed. Both zombies had 500 drops of health point, seemingly similar in strength. But in reality, they were very different. The male zombie in this house was just an ordinary one with 500 health point. And this female zombie, Wang Tao suspected that she might have undergone a secondary mutation or something of the sort. Although her health point hadn't increased, she had learned to hide. Normally speaking, even if a zombie stayed in one place without moving, it certainly wouldn't close the door, right? Yet this female zombie had learned to close the door and lie in wait for her prey. If it hadn't been for Wang Tao's strength, anyone else coming here might have fallen into the trap. So you see, even though the health point was the same, this female zombie was much more dangerous than that male one. After all, a normal survivor, having killed a zombie and seeing no other zombies at home, would certainly let their guard down. When they relaxed and opened the cabinet, they would most likely be ambushed. And indeed, the health point gained from killing these 2 zombies confirmed Wang Tao's thoughts. The male zombie was an ordinary one, giving Wang Tao only 5 drops of health point, while the female zombie gave Wang Tao a whole 20 drops of health point. Wang Tao's total health point had now reached 150 out of 155. Kill a few more and I can break through to 200 health point. Next goal, 200 health point. After setting a small goal for himself, Wang Tao looked at the loot from the 2 zombies. Ordinary loot wasn't worth mentioning, just a wallet, a lighter, a platinum necklace, 2 watches, and 2 mobile phones. The focus was the items dropped by the zombies upon death. The male zombie dropped a small box of screws. Acquired, a screw, crafting material. It was still a crafting material, this time screws he hadn't obtained before. With this screw, Wang Tao now had 4 types of crafting materials. There were, a gear, a iron block, a steel wire, and a screw. He wondered what he could craft with these items. As for what the female zombie dropped, it first made Wang Tao's eyes light up, and then he felt a wave of disappointment. Acquired, stealth potion, small, stealth potion, small. After injection, it can conceal one's presence, making it difficult for humans to detect. Duration, 1 hour, cool down, 12 hours. Friendly tip, for best results, use at night. This was a pen-sized, semi-transparent disposable needle-free syringe, allowing one to see the green liquid inside, with the word stealth small written on the exterior. When he saw the stealth potion, Wang Tao was excited. Following the patterns of some games, anything with stealth in its name was a good item for avoiding detection by monsters. But after reading the explanation, Wang Tao felt his vision darken. Not easily detected by other humans? He didn't need to hide from people right now. And how could he hide from human perception? Could he avoid their hearing or vision? Humans can think and differentiate. Unless he could cover up some own's eyes, ears, and so on, it felt somewhat useless. There might be some special application, but for now, Wang Tao definitely couldn't use it. If only there was a stealth potion for hiding from zombies, that would be great, but alas, after a sigh, Wang Tao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at himself. It was good enough to have it, what's there to regret? This stealth potion was labeled small, And perhaps there were also medium or large versions. Maybe there was one that could hide him from zombies. And since there was a stealth potion, there might be other types of potions, too. Wang Tao began to look forward even more to his ability to loot. After securing the zombies' dropped loot, Wang Tao started to scour apartment 601. The couple living here had likely mutated into zombies at the same time. There were no signs of struggle in the room, so the food was relatively well preserved, probably enough for Wang Tao to eat for half a month. But a lot of it was frozen food, and now the fridge was out of power. Finding diesel fuel was urgent. Chapter 24 Survivor Base News 1 Thump, thump, thump. Sister-in-law, it's me. Wang Tao knocked on Ding Yukin's door, intending to ask her to help move some things upstairs. With manpower available, he didn't want to waste it. Hearing the noise, Ding Yukin hurried to open the door and, seeing some black blood on Wang Tao, she immediately asked with concern, "Wang Tao, are you hurt?" "I'm fine, got lucky, almost took a bad spill." The voice from under Wang Tao's mask sounded a bit muffled. It was when he had been tackled by a zombie that his wrist had felt a bit sore. But he hadn't lost much blood, which indicated that there was nothing serious. "Do you want me to get the first aid kit?" Ding Yukin sounded somewhat worried. Wang Tao shook his head. "No need, just help me move some stuff first." "Okay." Ding Yukin followed Wang Tao to room 601 and, seeing the pool of black blood at the entrance and the marks of struggle in the living room, swallowed instinctively before asking softly, "Were there 2 zombies here?" Wang Tao nodded. Observing Wang Tao's silhouette, Ding Yukin couldn't help but be amazed at 2 zombies. He had taken care of both. "These items are all packed up, let's move them." Wang Tao pointed to the stuff on the ground. "Okay." Although Ding Yukin wasn't very strong, the distance wasn't far, and together they moved everything to room 501 in one trip. As they neatly sorted and arranged these supplies, Wang Tao suddenly felt that his apartment was becoming too small. Mainly because he had brought back everything that felt useful now or might be in the future, like clothes, books, electronic products, and so on. He had even started thinking about other people's furniture. Although furniture was difficult to move, it could be disassembled and taken away. After the gas supply ran out, the wood could also be used to cook. While Ding Yukin was organizing and categorizing the items, Wang Tao took a shower. A cold splash instantly sent shivers through him. After killing the zombies, his spirit was still somewhat tense, as being suddenly attacked by a crafty zombie had left him with a not insignificant psychological shadow. Now the cold water had sobered him considerably. It was just a pity that he hadn't wanted to use electricity to heat the water, which would have been more comfortable with a hot shower. During the bath, Wang Tao checked his wrist, which had a bruise, but it wasn't serious, and he expected it to heal in a couple of days. The previous bruise on his arm had already healed. After the shower, Ding Yukin had just finished tidying up. The bruise on Wang Tao's wrist was still fairly noticeable, and Ding Yukin spotted it immediately. Holding back her surprise this time, Ding Yukin still asked, "Wang Tao, shall I apply some medicine to your wrist? It will heal faster with ointment." "Sure." Wang Tao nodded, and Ding Yukin immediately went home to fetch the first aid kit. In fact, Ding Yukin had intended to give the medical kit to Wang Tao, but after hesitating for a moment, she refrained. It wasn't that she couldn't part with it, but she knew she didn't have much of value to offer Wang Tao. If she were to give away the medical kit as well, she'd be left with truly nothing. Wang Tao lay on the sofa while Ding Yukin sat beside him, applying medicine to his wounds. The ointment felt cool and soothing as it was smeared on. Ding Yukin, observing the muscles on Wang Tao's body, thought about offering to massage him to help him relax, as she had some knowledge in that area. But it felt somewhat inappropriate, so she didn't mention it. After applying the medicine for a while, Ding Yukin suddenly asked, "Wang Tao, that are you planning to go to the survivor base next?" Before the internet went down, she had seen the government's announcement and knew about a large survivor base organized by the government in Huangfeng City. She certainly wanted to go, having heard that it still maintained the semblance of a normal society, with rules and order, and that each survivor even guaranteed a minimum standard of living. To those in this post-apocalyptic world, that was nothing short of paradise. But the problem was, the survivor base was too far from their residential area. She simply didn't have the means to make it there, so she asked Wang Tao to see if he had any plans to go, and if he did, whether he could take her along. Upon hearing the question, Wang Tao pondered for a moment before replying, "I'm considering it, but am not sure when to go." Though at present, he was able to kill zombies and scavenge supplies, seemingly equipped to survive the apocalypse, who could predict future struggles. Moreover, Wang Tao was interested in seeing what the survivor base was like. If it was as good as they said, he was willing to settle there. But he certainly wouldn't go now. His current location was in Shuai's county of Huangfeng City, while the survivor base was in Redstone County. There was a full 50 kilometers between them. unless he grew wings. Venturing that far with his current capabilities was suicide. Ahem, if you decide to go, could you, maybe, take me with you? Ding Yukon asked with a smile, looking tentatively at Wang Tao. Well, see. It's too early to talk about this now. Wang Tao didn't directly answer. And this noncommittal response turned Ding Yukon's face pale. In the world of adults, rejections are not usually so direct, often giving the other person some face. Taking into account the current situation, Wang Tao's response was clearly a refusal. After all, she couldn't kill zombies and had little strength. To Wang Tao, she was nothing but a burden. Perhaps without her, he could move faster. Ding Yukon bit her lip, confused, not knowing what to say next. Wang Tao hadn't openly refused, so she couldn't very well pester him to agree. What if he was still on the fence and her insistence pushed him to decide against taking her? Ding Yukon didn't need to prepare dinner. Some leftover food from lunch, just reheated, would suffice for Wang Tao. Taking into account Ding Yukon's help in the afternoon, Wang Tao gave her a pack of instant noodles as a bonus reward. This bonus was supposed to make Ding Yukon happy, but she just couldn't seem to find the joy in it. Once Ding Yukon had left, Wang Tao ate a simple meal, rested for a while, and then commenced his routine exercise. I feel like my physical condition has slightly improved after killing those 2 zombies today. It shouldn't be an illusion. Killing zombies indeed seems to incrementally enhance one's physique. While the change isn't noticeable at once or twice, I surmise that the improvement will be substantial after reaching a certain number. After several hours of exercise, Wang Tao took a shower, and then suddenly realized that the water supply had stopped. Actually, he had noticed the water flow weakening during his shower, so the cutoff wasn't altogether unexpected. Still, he felt somewhat distressed about it, as it meant he had another task ahead: finding water. Using his pre-stored water, he rinsed off the sweat, and didn't discard the used water, saving it for later toilet flushing. Then he lay in bed, turned on the radio as usual, to see if he could pick up any signals. ZZZ. ZZZ. This is Redstone Survivor Base. ZZZ. Chapter 25. Fast Track in 3 days. 1. Wang Tao rolled over and sat up. He went to the window and slowly turned the tuning knob of the radio. Crackle. Redstone Survivor Base. Crackle. Providing water, food. Crackle. Safe. Crackle. Repeating. Redstone Survivor Base. Crackle. Redstone Survivor Base. Wang Tao muttered to himself, rubbing the stubble on his chin. Judging by the name, it must be the Survivor Base in Redstone County. According to the official announcement online prior to the incident, due to the suddenness of the event, there wasn't much time to prepare, and the plan was to build a survivor base in every city. Huangfeng City's survivor base was located in Redstone County. The reason for selecting that location was because it housed a military force and had some defensive measures in place, which could be utilized immediately. However, during the days of the virus outbreak, there was also an infection within the military, resulting in chaos. Especially after the breakdown of communications, Wang Tao had no idea whether the base in Redstone County still existed. Now that he had heard news of the base in Redstone County through the radio, Wang Tao was quite pleased. If they were still broadcasting, it indicated that they must have managed to control the situation to some extent. But without hearing any news about a counterattack or rescue, it seemed they were only able to defend themselves, and that was about it. In any case, this was good news. It also provided Wang Tao with motivation and a goal. At least so many survivors were still alive, so how could he die first? Crackle. Crackle. The radio played for a while and then went silent. He couldn't tell if it was shut down intentionally or if there was some problem. Hopefully, it was the former. After a silent prayer, Wang Tao turned on the walkie-talkie. Similar to the radio, the walkie-talkie was also switched on once every night, but while the radio had transmitted a few times, the walkie-talkie had been silent up until now. It was understandable. After all, without a relay station, the range of this kind of civilian walkie-talkie was only about 2 or 3 kilometers, so it was normal not to hear anything. However, perhaps it was his luck tonight. Following the news he had received on the radio, his walkie-talkie finally picked up some activity. Crackle. This is Crackle. Shuai's University Survivor Base. Crackle. If received, please respond. If received, please crackle. Listening to the intermittent voice inside, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Shuai's University was a school nearby, about 5 kilometers away from his happy community. It seemed from the message that someone might have established a survivor base at Shuai's University. Shuai's University had only been built in recent years. It was situated in a rather remote location with sparse population, but it was close to Huangfeng Film City, and many students went there to work part-time. Wang Tao had visited Shuai's University a few times. His impression of it was neither particularly good nor bad. It was just an ordinary school. Not far from Shuai's University, there was a security force of about a dozen soldiers. If these soldiers hadn't suffered a large-scale infection or deaths, then it should have been possible for them to establish a small survivor base. Wang Tao pressed the PTT button on the walkie-talkie. I received you, I received you. Wang Tao didn't reveal any detailed information about himself since he didn't know the exact situation on the other side. It was better to be careful. But there was no response to what he said. Crackle Shuai's university base. If received, please reply. Repeat. I received you, I received you, I received you. Wang Tao repeated a few times, but after waiting a while, there was still no answer from the other side. Could it be that my walkie-talkie's power is too weak? Wang Tao suddenly felt a bit depressed. The principle of walkie-talkie communication can be simply understood as, centered around a person, the signal radiates outward. In the same terrain, the higher the power, the further the signal can be transmitted. The 4 walkie-talkies Wang Tao scavenged from apartment 602 are all ordinary civilian models, with a communication distance of probably just 2 to 3 kilometers. The walkie-talkies from Shuai's university, on the other hand, might be high-power ones, capable of communicating over 5 kilometers. That means their signal transmission distance is far, allowing Wang Tao's walkie-talkie to receive it, so Wang Tao was able to hear them. But Wang Tao's walkie-talkie signal was weak, unable to send that far, hence what he said couldn't be received by them. This was somewhat frustrating, as Wang Tao wanted to learn about the situations of other survivors. After a few more tries and confirming that communication was impossible, Wang Tao shook his head. Sleepy time. Although he couldn't communicate through these 2 signals, it was still good news. At least it meant humanity hadn't been wiped out. Wang Tao had his best night's sleep in days that night. The next day, Wang Tao woke up just after 6, and as soon as he finished washing up, he heard a knock on the door. Upon opening the door, it was Ding Yukan. She came to cook breakfast for Wang Tao. After a brief workout, Ding Yukan finished cooking. Making sure Wang Tao didn't need anything else, she went back to her place. Wang Tao had not asked her to stay for breakfast. After all, they had agreed that she would only cook 1 meal for him. After breakfast, Wang Tao began to don his gear. He suddenly realized how slowly one dresses alone, but he was too lazy to call Ding Yukan back. Once dressed, he went to the 2nd floor and knocked on apartment 202's door. "Little brother, you're here. Come in quickly." The bald uncle hurriedly opened the door for Wang Tao. Wang Tao had previously said he intended to learn all the locksmith skills but hadn't had time the past 2 days, causing a delay. Now, having scavenged apartment 601 and temporarily secured enough food, he planned to master all the locksmith skills before dealing with the zombies in apartments 101 and 102. The principle of locksmith techniques was not difficult, especially with an old master teaching hands-on. It mainly depended on practice. The more one practiced, the more skilled one became. It seemed that Wang Tao indeed had a knack for it. He was a quick learner. Anyway, the bald uncle consistently praised Wang Tao for being talented, saying that it took him 2 weeks just to qualify. But at Wang Tao's pace, he might be ready in another 2 days. And indeed, as the bald uncle had said, Wang Tao spent another 2 days, plus the previous learning time, for a total of 3 days, to learn all the locksmith techniques including key duplication. He had obtained a small key duplication machine from the old master in exchange for some food. "Your learning ability is too strong. I have nothing left to teach you now, it's all about practice from here. Practice is more important than theory." The bald uncle was somewhat emotional. "Haha, thanks a lot for these 2 days, uncle." Wang Tao laughed and expressed his thanks. Of course, he didn't just offer verbal thanks, he also gave the bald uncle quite a bit of food, which was a fair exchange. "Mutual help, my man." The bald uncle first smiled and then suddenly looked a bit melancholic. "I hope my wife and kids can also meet someone as good as you." In response to being given a compliment, Wang Tao didn't express any specific stance. Curious, he asked, "Where is your family now?" The bald uncle took out a family portrait from his pocket, gently caressing it. They all went back to the countryside to visit relatives. The countryside is much safer than the city. Before the internet was cut off, my wife talked to me. She said that there were hardly any people left in their village. Naturally, there were very few zombies too, so it was safe to hide at home. I don't know if I will ever see them again. The countryside is very safe, Wang Tao encouraged. Of course, there is a chance. Chapter 26 The difference between zombies and sandbags. 1. Be careful. Ding Yukan straightened Wang Tao's clothes, then hugged the steel pipe hammer and another polished short steel pipe separately hanging on the left and right sides of Wang Tao's waist. These 2 weapon sheaths had been handcrafted by Ding Yukan for Wang Tao over the past 2 days. Wang Tao nodded, stepping out the door together with Ding Yukan. Ding Yukan returned to her own room, watching Wang Tao descend the stairs and praying for his safe return. Wang Tao approached the door of apartment 101 at a steady pace, fiddled with the lock for a moment, and with a click, the lock opened. He had learned from the bald uncle that 2 elderly men and ladies lived in room 101, and a family of 3 resided in 102. Although not all of them might be at home, to be safe, It was more appropriate to start with the zombies in 101. After opening the door, Wang Tao cracked it slightly and took a quick look inside. On the living room sofa, he immediately noticed two squat but swollen figures sitting side by side, their heads bowed, faces unclear. Wang Tao took a deep breath, then strode into the room. Hey, stirred by the noise, the two elders slowly lifted their heads, revealing a pair of pale eyes. Roar. Perhaps drawn by the smell of flesh and blood, the two elderly zombies, as if activated, staggered to their feet and lurched towards Wang Tao, one after the other. It seemed that the zombies' strength after infection and mutation might be affected by their physical condition when alive. Wang Tao wasn't sure. But at least it affected their speed. These two elderly zombies were quite slow, their walk unsteady, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Of course, Wang Tao did not underestimate them. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion gives its all. Wang Tao kept his pace, approached in front of the elderly lady zombie, and swung the horned hammer with both hands. Bang! The hammer landed solidly on the right temple of the old lady zombie. -158, 342 out of 500, the hit made the old lady zombie's neck tilt, her body swaying. Seizing the moment, Wang Tao swung the hammer again, aiming for the old lady zombie's right eye socket. Bang! The eyeball burst apart. -164, 178 out of 500, two strikes had taken away 2/3 of her health point. But by then, the old man zombie had also pounced over. If Wang Tao continued to hammer the old lady zombie, he would be attacked by the old man zombie. Without a second thought, Wang Tao swiftly turned and brought the hammer down on the old man. Bang! The hammer struck the old man zombie's chin, shearing off half of it, a blackened tongue wriggling in the gap. The old man zombie stumbled further, struggling to maintain balance and falling to the floor. -65, 435 out of 500. Just as the old lady zombie recovered from dizziness, she shrieked and stretched her arms towards Wang Tao. Without even looking, he lashed out with a kick. Before she could grab him, his foot struck hard against the old lady zombie's chest. Thump! The old lady zombie was kicked back, slamming into the sofa. -32, 146 out of 500. Wang Tao quickly drew the sharpened steel pipe from the sheath on his left waist. His arm muscles bulged as he hurled the pipe from over 2 meters away. Thrust the steel pipe pierced directly through the forehead of the old lady zombie, pinning her against the sofa. -146, 0 out of 500. Seeing the opponent's health point drop to 0, Wang Tao turned to face the old man zombie getting up from the floor. Now it's your turn. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Wang Tao was facing two zombies at once. Combat like this, 1v2, was much tougher than 1v1. After all, this wasn't a game. Although he had more than 100 health point, he dared not let the zombies touch him. However, once he had dealt with one of the zombies, battling the other became much simpler. Wang Tao walked towards the old man zombie, wielding the horned hammer. Hey, the old man zombie twisted as he struggled to get up from the ground, stretching out his right hand towards Wang Tao. Seeing the dark, sharp nails, Wang Tao quickly dodged to the left, avoiding the grasp while smashing his hammer towards the zombie's head. Thump! -146. The hammer struck hard on the old man zombie's head, making him retreat 2 steps. Wang Tao closed in and swung the hammer once more. Thump! -153. Wang Tao distinctly heard the sound of bones cracking. The old man zombie fell again. Before the old man zombie could rise, Wang Tao mustered strength in his right leg and fiercely kicked the zombie's head. Thump! -71. The old man zombie's body spun on the floor and then crashed against the wall. -33. A secondary injury appeared on the zombie's head from the impact with the wall. Catching his breath for a moment, Wang Tao's mouth curled up under the mask. 1v1 was indeed much easier. As the old man zombie struggled to rise once more, Wang Tao aimed at his temple and hammered down fiercely. Squish! The horned hammer smashed through the skull, embedding into the head of the old man zombie. -32, 0 out of 500, the zombie's health point dropped to 0. Chapter 27. Leeks and Molotov cocktails. One after taking care of the two zombies, it was time for the pleasant corpse looting phase. Both elderly zombies were quite ordinary, each contributing 5 drops of health point to Wang Tao. Wang Tao's total health point reached 165. Next were the items they dropped. Obtained, alcohol, a crafting material, obtained, alcohol, a crafting material. They both dropped the same thing? With a thought from Wang Tao, a glass bottle appeared in his hand. Aside from the 1-liter marking, there were 2 lines of small text reading purity 99.9%, edible. Upon seeing the word edible, Wang Tao was at first stunned, but then quickly realized what it meant. It means the alcohol was of an edible grade, not suggesting one should drink it directly. If someone were to drink this straight, it could probably be deadly as far as crafting materials go. Based on what he had seen so far, this alcohol was likely to be more useful than some of the other materials. By diluting this alcohol with water in a 3:1 ratio, he could make 75% medical alcohol. Diluting it further, it could even be used for drinking, or as a fuel, so its uses were many. He stored both bottles of alcohol in the space backpack, then proceeded to search the bodies of the two zombies as usual. The elderly lady zombie had 2 gold bracelets, 2 silver bracelets, 3 gold rings, and a gold necklace. The old man zombie had a gold watch, a large gold ring, and several large gold teeth noticed by Wang Tao only because its jaw was broken. These 2 oldies were pretty wealthy. Wang Tao was somewhat astonished. As the saying goes, antiques flourish in prosperous times, and gold in times of chaos. In this apocalyptic world, Wang Tao wasn't sure what the survivor bases used for trade, but gold must have some value. Since these items were compact and not a nuisance, Wang Tao stored them all, including the large gold teeth. After searching the zombie corpses, it was time to loot the house. Thanks to the 2 old people becoming infected and mutating at the same time, the house was neat everywhere else except for the signs of battle left by Wang Tao, leaving the food intact. But frustratingly, their kitchen was filled with lots of rotting vegetables and fruits. Wang Tao had a rough understanding of the situation. Older generations were more frugal, especially regarding their own food and clothing, always looking to save when possible. This had nothing to do with their wealth, but was rather a long-standing habit. Before the apocalypse struck, the 2 elderly people had stocked up on some not-so-fresh vegetables and fruits at low prices. Under normal circumstances, as long as the food that was about to spoil was eaten in advance, one wouldn't end up with spoiled food. But unfortunately, the apocalypse arrived. Without anyone to eat it, the food quickly went bad. Don't even mention the vegetables and fruits piled in the kitchen, even those in the refrigerator had spoiled. The only edible thing left was a pack of garlic. This is distressing. Wang Tao felt it was a pity to discard the spoiled food, but there was no helping it. Otherwise, if he ended up with food poisoning or something, that would spell disaster. Almost all the vegetables and fruits were a complete loss, and it seemed like the 2 elderly didn't eat meat, as there was none in the house. However, luckily, there was an 8-pound bag of flour, 2 pounds of eggs, and 2 pounds of dried noodles in the cupboard, which was somewhat consoling. What's this? Leaving the kitchen, Wang Tao suddenly noticed a pile of green plants beneath the balcony in the living room. Chives? Wang Tao quickly hurried over. A distorted figure suddenly appeared outside the window and started banging against the security bars. Bang, bang, bang. Shit. Wang Tao was startled. Only then did he remember that this was the first floor, and there were zombies outside. Giving the zombie outside a fierce middle finger, Wang Tao quickly pulled the curtains shut. Although they couldn't get in, it was still better to be safe. Ignoring the zombie outside, Wang Tao crouched in front of these plants, a look of joy in his eyes. This is really chives, and they've already grown. These chives were grown in individual square pots, a total of 12 pots, which at a glance looked like they were planted in the ground. These were good stuff. Wang Tao was inwardly overjoyed. He had heard that chives could live for 10 years. If he could preserve these chives well, wouldn't he be able to eat chives often in the future? Although the taste might not be good after a long time, in the post-apocalyptic world, having vegetables was great already. Who cared about taste? Furthermore, there was another point. All the rotten vegetables and fruits didn't need to be thrown away, they could be used directly as fertilizer to nourish the chives. Wang Tao hated waste the most, and although he had felt a bit of regret before, now that he could make use of the rotting food, he felt much better. Since there are chives, let's see if there are any seeds or something. Wang Tao immediately began rummaging around. Indeed, after spending some time, Wang Tao found 10 packets of chive seeds, 5 packets of coriander seeds, and 5 packets of white radish seeds. Although Wang Tao wasn't fond of coriander, at this time, there was no privilege of being picky with food. It was good to have anything at all. I'll look into it later, if there is a chance, I might plant these seeds. He put all the seeds in his pocket, and as for the chives, he didn't rush to move them. Because while searching for the seeds, he discovered another great thing. He went into the second bedroom and saw 2 boxes of liquor in glass bottles. Wang Tao finally understood why the 2 zombies had both dropped alcohol. They liked to drink. Wang Tao wasn't very fond of drinking, but this liquor was definitely a good thing, which could be used for trade in the future. And these liquor bottles were useful too. He had already experimented before, and these zombies were somewhat afraid of fire. Thus, these liquor bottles could be used to make Molotov cocktails. The manufacturing method of Molotov cocktails is actually very simple, but the main issue is that flammable materials are not easy to come by nowadays. The 40-degree liquor was definitely not suitable. He needed alcohol or gasoline or other flammable materials. Wang Tao had just acquired 2 bottles of alcohol, but they were the kind that could be stored in the space backpack. He would definitely not be willing to use them unless absolutely necessary. The most suitable might be gasoline, since there were cars outside, and the fuel tanks would definitely have gasoline. When he went out to find diesel, he could try to get some gasoline. There were 6 bottles in each of these 2 boxes of liquor, 12 in total. If he had enough gasoline, he could make 12 Molotov cocktails. And Wang Tao suddenly remembered the condiment bottles he had scoured before, which included glass bottles. At that time, he hadn't thought of using Molotov cocktails, so he forgot, but the stuff was still there. I need to collect them all, to see how many bottles there are in total. This could be a massive weapon. Chapter 28 Plan Ahead 1. This time, scavenging in apartment 101 could be considered quite a haul. There was too much stuff, and Wang Tao couldn't carry it all by himself, so he called for Ding Yuken to help. Chives. After Ding Yuken arrived at 101, seeing those lush green chives, she immediately looked on with envy. Although there weren't many chives, it was enough for an occasional treat. She had the urge to ask Wang Tao for 2 pots of chives. After all, there were 12 pots, missing 2 wouldn't be a big deal, even 1 would be fine. Just as Ding Yuken was thinking about how to ask, she suddenly spotted 2 corpses in the corner. She instinctively hid behind Wang Tao and clamped her hand firmly over her mouth. Ding Yuken hadn't really seen zombies before, she had only come across them on the internet before it went down. As for real life, there were some downstairs, but she didn't dare look. Besides, Wang Tao had already cleared those inside the building. But now, suddenly facing corpses with brains splattered, and inhaling that nauseating stench, her legs were about to give out. Wang Tao turned back and saw Ding Yuken's terrified face, then explained, they were dead, no need to worry. The apartments on the first floor had security windows, and with zombies outside, they couldn't dispose of the 2 bodies, so for the time being they just had to leave them there. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look any longer. The idea of wanting 2 pots of chives was instantly abandoned. She didn't think Wang Tao would just give away his spoils, obtained through life-threatening danger, for free. If she asked for it, she feared it might annoy Wang Tao, and that would be more loss than gain. After packing up the loot, Wang Tao and Ding Yuken moved stuff back and forth 3 times before finally getting everything back to 501. On the way, a bald man who had heard the commotion came out to look and watched with envy. Wang Tao gave him some food. After all, the information about the number of people in apartment 101 had come from him, and it wasn't a false tip, so giving him some benefits was fair. The door to 401 cracked open as well, but before Wang Tao could get a clear look, it was shut again. He only caught a glimpse of a young man with glasses and a health bar above his head, 50 out of 100. Wang Tao had thought about reaching out for a talk, since they were among the only 4 survivors in the building. But the man showed no interest in communicating, so naturally, Wang Tao didn't bother. It was already noon, and Ding Yuken had started cooking lunch for Wang Tao, who was somewhat worried about the 12 pots of chives. There was no space left in his apartment, and chives needed ample sunlight, but his balcony was too small. If all the pots were placed there, he wouldn't get any sunlight himself. No, I need to move. There are plenty of empty apartments in this building anyway. After some thought, Wang Tao found apartment 602 above quite nice. The layout of 602 was 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, much larger than his 2-bedroom place and clean, making it suitable for living. The apartment directly below, 402, would be fine too, but Wang Tao felt that living higher up felt safer. Plus, he might be able to move the chives to the rooftop to grow. The rooftop was accessible, where residents would go to sun their bedding, usually locked, and you would get the key from the property management when needed. Now it was unclear who had it. But Wang Tao knew how to pick locks and make keys, so the absence of a key wasn't a big issue. Wang Tao, lunch is ready. By this time, Ding Yuken had finished preparing lunch. Okay. Lunch wasn't extravagant, as most vegetables were depleted, but there was plenty of meat. Ding Yuken served Wang Tao a small bowl of rice before sitting down and speaking. Wang Tao, when I opened the fridge just now, I noticed that the outdoor power supply is almost out of charge. I understand. Wang Tao frowned. The meat at home needed to be preserved in the refrigerator. Once there was a power outage, he would switch to the fully charged outdoor power supply to keep the fridge running. Although it was an energy-saving refrigerator that didn't use much electricity, only about 1 kilowatt-hour per day, the capacity of the outdoor power supply was limited. After using it for a few days, it was nearly depleted. Unless he could eat all the food that couldn't be stored at room temperature in the next few days, he would need to find diesel fuel to run the generator. Wang Tao had planned to clear out the zombies in room 102 tomorrow, since it was the last room in the building with zombies. The day after, he intended to see if he could move to another place, and then look for diesel fuel the day after that. But now he had to move up his plans, clean out room 102 this afternoon. Move tonight, and go searching for diesel fuel tomorrow. In fact, Wang Tao didn't expend much physical strength killing zombies. He only went out once a day, not because he was scared, but as a precaution. That way, if an unforeseen crisis arose in the future, to be able to respond immediately. But given the current circumstances, running out of electricity was a crisis, a threat to his food supply. So, tough to take a bit of a risk after the meal, Ding Yukan took the initiative to wash the dishes, and after finishing them, she went to wash Wang Tao's clothes as well. Wang Tao had previously told Ding Yukan she didn't need to wash his clothes, but now that the washing machine was unusable, he wouldn't say much since she was willing to help. As for the water issue, although water was now very precious, water that wasn't circulating would spoil if left standing for too long, so they would use it as needed and find a solution when it ran out. After finishing with the clothes, Wang Tao had also rested enough. Wang Tao, are you going out again? Ding Yukan was somewhat surprised since she knew Wang Tao used to go out only once a day. I will go clean out the zombies in room 102. This was the last room in the building that still had zombies. Once room 102 was cleared, building number 4 could be considered completely safe. Then you must be careful. Worry was written all over Ding Yukan's face. The only time she witnessed Wang Tao fighting zombies was during his first battle, and due to the limitations of the people, she didn't get to see the full extent of it. So Ding Yukan wasn't very clear about just how strong Wang Tao was. But judging by the fact that Wang Tao only went out once a day before, she thought the fight with the zombies must be tough. Now that Wang Tao was going out twice, it made her even more worried. I will. Wang Tao nodded his head. With Ding Yukan's help, Wang Tao was quickly fully armed. He asked Ding Yukan to go back home while he went to the outside of room 102. According to the bald uncle, room 102 contained a family of 3, a couple in their 30s and a child attending elementary school. Wang Tao wasn't sure how many zombies were inside, but he prepared assuming there were 3. Click. After fiddling with it for a while, Wang Tao unlocked the door to room 102. But as soon as he opened the door crack, he was hit with a strong smell of blood and decay. In an instant, Wang Tao's mind assessed that a fight had taken place inside. Clutching the long-handled sheep's horn hammer in his hand, he then flung the door open with force. Chapter 29 Running Potion 1. The living room was empty, with no zombies in sight. But the blood splattered all over the walls told Wang Tao that this place was not safe. Wang Tao quickly surveyed the area, finding the doors to all 3 bedrooms open, with darkened blood stains at each entrance. He approached the living room silently and looked towards the rooms, spotting his target in the last master bedroom. In the master bedroom, a thin figure in a dirty school uniform was curled up on a blood-stained bed, back-facing Wang Tao. But what first drew Wang Tao's attention wasn't the figure, but the 2 bloody skeletons lying beside it on the bed. Wang Tao felt a chill down his spine. The slender figure seemed to sense the movement and slowly turned its head, revealing a face with gray-white pupils, protruding veins, and a mouthful of black blood. 600 out of 600, by the looks of this zombie before its death, it was that troublesome brat who had caused trouble for Wang Tao. But it had 100 more health point than the other zombies. Wang Tao gripped his horned hammer tighter. The situation had changed. There weren't 3 zombies here, but there was 1 small zombie with 600 health point. Without time to think, Wang Tao took a deep breath and strode towards the zombie. Hey! The small zombie stood up and staggered towards Wang Tao. About 10 meters separated them, but Wang Tao suddenly realized that the small zombie's speed was not quite right. Despite its smaller size and shorter legs, it moved faster than the other zombies Wang Tao had seen. Wang Tao instantly stopped in his tracks, watching it cautiously. When the small zombie was about 4 large floor tiles away, approximately 3 meters, it spread its arms and suddenly lunged at Wang Tao. Whoosh! Although Wang Tao was caught off guard by the small zombie's sprint, he had been wary of it. In the moment it approached, he stepped to the side, dodging it. The small zombie failed to grab him, but didn't stop moving and took a few more steps forward before coming to a halt. Then, it slowly turned around and continued towards Wang Tao. Hey! Just like before, once it was around 4 large floor tiles away from Wang Tao, it opened its arms and lunged at him again. This time Wang Tao didn't dodge but instead raised a foot and kicked straight into the small zombie's chest. -3, the small zombie's arms, not even half the length of Wang Tao's long legs, flailed after being kicked in the chest, but Wang Tao had thick books strapped to his lower legs and felt no fear. But Wang Tao wasn't being careless, he was trying to gauge the small zombie's strength. Feeling the force on his foot, Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. For its size, its strength is almost like that of an ordinary zombie. Though surprised, Wang Tao suddenly exerted force in his foot. The small zombie, being light, was kicked into the air by Wang Tao and slammed against the wall. -26, that hit seemed to have collided with its head. Roar. The small zombie seemed a bit angry and came at Wang Tao again. It still approached quickly until it was about 3 meters away, then threw its arms out and lunged at Wang Tao in a sprint. Wang Tao repeated the same move, kicking out again. But this time, he didn't hold back and kicked it right in the face. Bang. -64, he kicked it flying, and its jaw shattered from the impact. Bang. -37, then the back of its head hit the wall again. It seems to only know this one move, Wang Tao pondered as he watched the small zombie contort its body to get up. This time, he didn't use his foot, he switched to the long-handled sheep's horn hammer instead. Hey, the small zombie continued its sprint towards Wang Tao, who grasped the hammer with one hand and, as it neared, brutally smashed it down. Bang. -236, 234 out of 600, the hammer strike was dead on, smashing right onto the little zombie's forehead, directly depleting 1/3 of its health point. Its defense seems lower, probably because of its weaker physical constitution. Before, Wang Tao had seen online that the stronger the physical build of a person, the stronger the zombie they would become after infection and mutation. This little zombie was different from the ordinary ones, so Wang Tao tentatively called it a special zombie. But since it was only a child before infection, with a small body, lightweight, and poor physical constitution, it made sense that its defensive power was lacking after the mutation. Of course, that was relative to Wang Tao. If it were an ordinary person, whether they could even break its defense would be a question. While pondering, the little zombie tenaciously stood up again. But this time it did not sprint. Instead, like ordinary zombies, it stalked towards Wang Tao with its arms flailing menacingly, although it was still faster than the regular ones. Wang Tao dodged twice and, having confirmed there were no other special attributes on the little zombie, he wound up and kicked it straight up to the ceiling. -79, -26, after the little zombie landed, Wang Tao kicked out again. Bang. -4, this kick landed on the little zombie's stomach, causing no real damage. However, like a rubber ball, it was kicked against the wall by Wang Tao once more. -32, 93 out of 600, looking at the remaining 1/6 of health point, Wang Tao's mouth curled under his mask. At least 3 more kicks to go. This was definitely not any form of retaliation against the naughty child, he simply wanted to test how strong this special zombie was. Roar. The little zombie, undeterred by repeated failures, got up and approached Wang Tao again. Bang. 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 Splat. -2, 0 out of 600, looking at the little zombie whose head he had kicked open, Wang Tao somewhat disdainfully wiped his shoe on its clothes. Feeling refreshed, he began to tally up the spoils of battle. First was the health point gained from killing the sprinting little zombie, which, like the one capable of stealth he had encountered before, directly added 20 health point. Wang Tao's health point reached 185 out of 185. Next was the half-transparent bundle that the little zombie dropped. With just a thought, Wang Tao had the package zip into his body. Obtained, a running potion, small, running potion, small, after injection, lower limb strength increases, running speed improves by 10% to 100%, the stronger the constitution, the greater the enhancement, lasts for 10 minutes, cools down in 12 hours, nice stuff. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. This was an injector similar in appearance to the stealth potion, small, but its effects were so much stronger than the stealth potion. The stealth potion could only be used for hiding, but this running potion could increase movement speed by 10% to 100%. Moreover, the speed increase depended on one's constitution. The stronger it was, the greater the boost. Wang Tao's physical constitution was definitely not weak, even a 10% increase could be a life-saving skill at critical moments. The chances of success in finding Diesel outside also went up. If it could boost speed by 100%, hiss, dare not think, dare not think. After placing the running potion into his space backpack, Wang Tao started to scour the room for more spoils of battle, deciding not to touch the little zombie's corpse since he had kicked it to bits. Chapter 30. Moving 1. Upon entering the master bedroom and seeing those 2 skeletons that had been severely gnawed on, Wang Tao felt a surge of nausea. However, he couldn't help but wonder why the child's parents hadn't turned into zombies after being bitten and completely devoured. Unless their luck was just too bad, and the zombie virus had too long an incubation period. It was said online that the incubation period of the zombie virus ranged from 1 minute to 24 hours. In most cases, a longer incubation period was better. This was because if you amputated the infected area before the mutation occurred, as long as it wasn't a fatal part, there was still a chance of survival. But sometimes, a shorter incubation period meant less suffering. Take this family, for example. Perhaps, before they died, they had to watch their own child devour them. Just thinking about that scene was chilling. All I can say is, you were just unlucky. Shaking his head, Wang Tao hurriedly scavenged through the master bedroom, then dragged the small zombie's body into the room, placing it between the two other corpses. Then he closed the room door with a loud bang. A family should be together, complete and orderly. The food in apartment 101 wasn't plentiful. Given Wang Tao's appetite, it might last about 10 days. However, there were plenty of snacks to tide him over. All the items Wang Tao deemed useful or valuable were also packed up. After he finished scavenging, Wang Tao moved the items up to the 5th floor. Since there wasn't much, he didn't call for Ding Yukin. But because he made quite a bit of noise going upstairs, Ding Yukin, who had been keeping an eye on Wang Tao, naturally noticed. She quickly opened the door, first asking solicitously whether Wang Tao was injured, then inquiring if she could help with any work. Wang Tao did indeed have a task for her. He handed Ding Yukin a bunch of keys. Sister-in-law, go collect all the usable glass bottles from those apartments, and see how many you can find. Here are the keys. Wang Tao had kept the keys to the rooms he had scavenged. Some were the originals left in the rooms, others he had made copies of. After all, it wasn't practical to pick the locks every time. Ah. By myself? Ding Yukin felt the keys in her hand burning hot. Scared? Wang Tao frowned. Ding Yukin nodded honestly. There's nothing to be scared of. I've cleared out all the zombies. As long as you don't open the entrance door to the building, it's safe. Forget it, I will ask the uncle downstairs for help. As he spoke, Wang Tao reached for the keys. No. I will go. When Ding Yukin heard that Wang Tao was going to ask someone else, she quickly clutched the keys tightly. She was a smart woman and knew that if she couldn't prove her worth, especially in this post-apocalyptic world, there was a possibility of being abandoned. She didn't dare gamble her life on Wang Tao's benevolence. Wang Tao gave her a thoughtful look. All right, go ahead. Although the zombies in Building 4 had been cleared out, the fear they had caused lingered. Not to mention Ding Yukin, even the locksmith downstairs rarely left his home, staying inside almost constantly, especially with many apartments still having remnants of blood. Smell. Ding Yukin was ready to face it head-on. Wang Tao took a pair of binoculars and weapons to the 6th floor, where he used a lock-picking tool to open the door leading to the rooftop. When the apocalypse broke out, no one had gone up to the rooftop, which aside from some permanently installed clothes racks, had nothing on it. Few being cooped up in the building all these days had been somewhat oppressive. Stepping out suddenly and seeing the sunset-drenched orange sky, he felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. However, when Wang Tao reached the edge of the rooftop and looked down, that feeling of exhilaration turned instantly into urgency. Because the street below to the north was filled with zombies. From this vantage point, he could see many things that were not visible before. The zombies hidden around the corners and at the base of walls were far more numerous than Wang Tao had imagined. Still, even though the sight was somewhat horrifying, if he could kill all these zombies the rewards would be substantial. If I throw a Molotov cocktail to burn them to death, I wonder if the kills would count as mine. Wang Tao then moved to the south side, where he could essentially get a clear view of all the zombies wandering in the courtyard of the complex. 1, 2, 319, 20. He could see a total of 20, and as for those inside the building that were out of sight, he was unsure. But even with just these 20, they were more than he could handle. The best course of action, he felt, was to lure the zombies to one place and kill them one by one, or to set a massive fire and burn them all to death. But it was too early to be thinking about that now. He had come to the rooftop to figure out how to break out of the complex while surrounded by zombies. Now that Building 4 had been cleared, Wang Tao's next target was to fetch diesel from the Big Bite of Meat restaurant, and also to scavenge some food. The main gate of the complex was to the west, and directly opposite it was the Big Bite of Meat restaurant. One of the glass doors of the small restaurant was open, while the other was shattered, and he saw no zombies inside. The street was rather narrow and not frequently traveled, so there weren't many zombies around. Wang Tao only spotted a few. As for how he would get out of the complex, Wang Tao felt that the main gate was definitely not an option, as that would attract the attention of the 20 zombies. While zombies generally didn't run fast, and he could probably get through the 20 of them in the complex if he was just focused on escaping, provided his luck wasn't exceptionally bad, there could be no mistakes. That plan was very risky. And he was a bit worried, what if the zombies were attracted by him and followed him right into the small restaurant? So, Wang Tao felt that climbing over the wall was a more reliable option. The perimeter wall of the complex wasn't thick and was a simple brick wall. By his estimate, it was just over 2 meters high. With his ability, scaling this wall would naturally not be a problem. First, I will rush out of the entrance of Building 4, make it to the wall, then climb over it, and dash into the small restaurant. If no zombies follow, that's best. If some do follow, then I will just close the rolling door of the restaurant. I didn't see any zombies inside the restaurant, And even if there were, at most it would be Boss Lee and his wife. I can deal with up to 3 zombies. Wang Tao quickly formulated his action plan. However, before that, he needed to move. His home was still too small, and if everything went well on this trip out, he should be able to find quite a few supplies, which wouldn't fit in his home. Wang Tao was reluctant to throw away those supplies that were temporarily unnecessary, so moving to a bigger house was the best choice. As for where to move, Wang Tao had already decided long ago it would be room 602 upstairs. As he went downstairs, Ding Yukan happened to be sweating profusely, carrying a box of narrow-necked glass bottles to the front door of Wang Tao's house. "Wait a moment, sister-in-law, don't put them inside. I'm moving to an upstairs room," he said. "Ah? Moving?" Ding Yukan was taken aback, then seemed to think of something, and her face turned pale. Chapter 31. Please take your sister-in-law with you. One who's moving? Who's living just fine. Why is he moving? Does he dislike me? Doesn't want to live across from me anymore? Is it because I eat too much? Or because I can't be of help to him? But as a weak woman, what help can I offer Wang Tao in this post-apocalyptic world? At that moment, Ding Yukan's heart was filled with panic. She was only surviving now thanks to the relief Wang Tao provided. Without him, she was certain to die. She was still young, she didn't want to die. Moving right now. Wang Tao nodded his head. He hadn't gone out at night before because the zombies in Building 4 hadn't been cleared out, and he was afraid of accidents. It was too dangerous in the pitch dark. But now that the zombies had been cleared out, there was nothing to worry about if he worked at night. Wang Tao was planning not just to move all the supplies to 602, but he also wanted to move those chives to the rooftop. Growing them on the balcony was obviously not as good as the rooftop. He decided to dismantle some of the furniture and use the steel pipe close racks on the rooftop to build a simple shed to house the diesel generator. After all, the smell was too strong, it was impossible to live with it indoors. Talking about moving, in fact, there weren't too many things. Items that were not immediately needed could all be left in 501. Wang Tao only needed to move daily necessities, exercise equipment, the generator, and food. As for other furniture, beds and such, he could just use those in 602. Wang Tao wasn't very picky, second-hand goods were fine for him. Ding Yukan watched Wang Tao move bag after bag of food upstairs, which instantly gave her a sense of being abandoned. 2 hours later. "Sister-in-law, you go back to sleep, I can handle the rest," Wang Tao said, waving his hand with a hint of distaste. Ding Yukan was too weak, her working efficiency was too low. Working together, sometimes she even got in the way. After Ding Yukan left, Wang Tao busied himself until midnight, finally settling into his new home. Then, without resting, he took a telescope to the rooftop. The weather was good that night, with stars scattered across the sky. Zombies are so active at night, but I wonder if their strength has increased. Wang Tao felt an urge to have a go with the zombies at night. Of course, this was just an impulse, he definitely wouldn't do it right now. Wang Tao took a dry towel, dampened it with alcohol, and then went to the edge of the rooftop, lighting the towel with a lighter. Watching the towel catch fire quickly, Wang Tao casually tossed it down. The flaming towel drifted down towards the street, landing amidst a few zombies. Attracted by the light, the zombies immediately ran over, but upon feeling the heat of the flames, the surrounding zombies quickly retreated a few steps. One of the zombies stared restlessly at the flames, while the others left outright. After the towel burned out, the zombie that had remained waved its arms and came over, waiting at the ashes for a while, and then left when it found nothing. From the rooftop, Wang Tao watched all of this unfold. Then he tried another experiment, this time not with a towel but with a thick stick. After lighting the stick on fire, Wang Tao threw it towards the distance. Crack! The sound of the stick hitting the ground attracted a few zombies, but after feeling the light of the fire, they, too, retreated. In the end, only 2 zombies remained, staring at the burning stick from afar. The stick burned longer, and after a while, those 2 zombies also lost patience and contorted their bodies to leave. Seeing this, Wang Tao felt a bit exhilarated. If I could turn the area around the compound into a firewall, wouldn't the zombies be reluctant to come over? Then, wouldn't this at least be a relatively safe, small-scale survivor base? Of course, Wang Tao would never do that, because this community's location isn't great, lacking tall perimeter walls, and there aren't many good resources nearby. He himself had no plans to stay here for long, so there was no need to consider setting up a small survivor base. However, it could be turned into a temporary base the next day. Wang Tao awoke in the large bed of apartment 602. Before he could wash up, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, there stood Ding Yukan, right on time. "Wang Tao, I've come to make you breakfast." Today, Ding Yukan's attire was different from usual, making her look very homely. Her black hair fell behind her, adorned with a black butterfly knot hairband. She wore a deep purple low-cut camisole dress, which perfectly highlighted her shapely gourd-like figure. But what was most attractive were her round, snowy, and slender legs and the rounded feet in flip-flops, stirring an urge in one to play with them. Wang Tao had just gotten out of bed, and seeing Ding Yukin's outfit, a nameless fire suddenly sparked in his heart. But his self-control was solid. After all, with so many beauties on set, lacking self-restraint would be embarrassing. Wang Tao surveyed Ding Yukin with an appreciative eye several times before stepping aside to let her in. "Sister-in-law, come in." Ding Yukin, slightly stiff in her movements, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon Wang Tao's invitation. She feared that once Wang Tao moved, he wouldn't need her to cook anymore. "By the way, make breakfast a bit more substantial today." Wang Tao suddenly stopped walking, and Ding Yukin, looking down, didn't notice and bumped into him. Ah! Feeling the softness behind him, Wang Tao very gentlemanly stepped aside, letting Ding Yukin go first. "Sister-in-law, you should watch where you're going." With a blush on her face, Ding Yukin replied in a low voice. She felt that Wang Tao had done it on purpose, but she had no evidence. After watching Ding Yukin sway her way to the kitchen, Wang Tao first went to the bathroom, then headed to the exercise area to start his workout and cool off a bit. An hour later, Ding Yukin, who had prepared a full table of dishes, called Wang Tao to eat. Since Wang Tao had asked for a more substantial breakfast, she naturally complied, knowing his appetite. The amount was not excessive. "Sister-in-law, please sit too, let's eat together." Ding Yukin had been looking for an excuse to stay. At Wang Tao's words, her face lit up with joy, and she quickly thanked him. "Thank you." Wang Tao usually had her cook lunch. Does this breakfast count as an extra treat? However, Wang Tao's next words dispelled Ding Yukin's hopeful thoughts. "I'm going out for a bit later, out of the community, sister-in-law. You just stay in your room and don't wander around." "Ah? You're leaving the community?" She subconsciously frowned, feeling scared just by the thought of stepping out of her own doorway, let alone the community where zombies roamed outside. Could it be was Wang Tao heading to find a survivor base? But he hadn't agreed to take her with him yet. No wonder he didn't ask her to have breakfast and made it so lavish. It turned out to be a farewell meal. Ding Yukin became anxious at once. She instinctively grabbed Wang Tao's hand with a pleading look. "Wang Tao, please don't leave me behind, take me with you." "I'm begging you." Wang Tao was startled at first, but after seeing the expression on Ding Yukin's face, he realized she might have misunderstood. So he said calmly, "It's too dangerous outside, sister-in-law. It's better for you to stay at home. I will leave some food for you." Chapter 32, I will work like an ox or a horse to repay you. No, I don't want it. I don't want your food. I don't want to be alone at home. I just want to go with you. Please, Wang Tao. Ding Yukin clutched Wang Tao's hand tightly in her agitated state, her eyes brimming with tears. It was the first time Wang Tao had seen Ding Yukin lose her composure like this, and he fell silent for a moment. "It's not possible, it's too dangerous outside. I'm not afraid of danger. As long as you take me, I'm not afraid of anything." Ding Yukin quickly spoke. Wang Tao fell silent again, then said, "Forgive my bluntness, but sister-in-law, you're too weak physically. Going out with me, you'd only be a burden." Hearing this, Ding Yukin's face turned paler and paler. Then she bit her lower lip as if making up her mind, a mix of fear and feigned seduction in her voice. "As long as you take sister-in-law with you, I will do anything you ask of me, please." Wang Tao continued to stay silent. But he furrowed his brow, as if in thought. Seeing that her words seemed to have an effect, Ding Yukin's hope was reignited. If one could live, nobody would choose death. But Wang Tao's next words seemed to sentence her to death. "Sorry, I still think it's better for sister-in-law to stay at your home. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's eat." Wang Tao withdrew his hand from Ding Yukin's. Not talk about it? How could they not talk about it? Ding Yukin was not even 30 years old, she had a whole beautiful life ahead of her, she didn't want to die. Ding Yukin's face was a picture of despair. Looking at the lavish spread of food before her, she simply couldn't eat. Although Wang Tao had a big appetite, he ate quickly. Before Ding Yukin could even came to her senses, he had finished eating. Then he stood up, ready to go and pack his gear. Suddenly there was a thump. Ding Yukin knelt down in front of Wang Tao, desperately hugging his legs. Her eyes welled with tears as she said, "Wang Tao, I won't hold you back. Really, I swear. If there's a danger you can't handle, just leave me behind. I just hope that when you have spare strength, you can protect me for old time's sake, for brother's sake, I'm begging you." Please. Looking down at Ding Yukin kneeling before him, there was indeed a perverse thrill. But Wang Tao didn't plan to continue scaring her, as her health point was nearly depleted. In just this short time, Her health point had dropped by 20 or 30, scaring her further might actually kill her. So, Wang Tao crouched down, intending to pat Ding Yukan on the shoulder. But she might have misunderstood his gesture, suddenly grabbing Wang Tao's hand and pressing it against her face. Her voice choked. Wang Tao, as long you don't abandon sister-in-law, I will repay you by working like an ox or horse in the future. Feeling the softness in his hand, Wang Tao gently wiped her tears away. Looking at her frightened and even despairing gaze, Wang Tao showed a trace of confusion and said, Sister-in-law, when did I say I was going to abandon you? You said you were going out, you said I was a burden, you wouldn't take me with you, isn't that abandoning me? Sob. I said I'm leaving the neighborhood to look for diesel outside, to power the home's diesel generator. Such a dangerous task, if I took you, wouldn't you be a burden? And of course, if you really wish to come with me, I will respect your decision. Get ready, and let's leave right now. Having said that, Wang Tao stood up and began to put on his gear, leaving Ding Yukan in a daze. It seemed like a moment yet also an eternity before Ding Yukan hurriedly got up, trotted behind Wang Tao, and started with a mix of excitement and disbelief. Wang Tao, are you serious? You're just going out for supplies, and you'll come back, right? You won't leave me behind. Wang Tao twisted his body, his face showing some displeasure. Sister-in-law, are you doubting my words, not believing me? No, not at all, I didn't doubt you. I definitely believe you. I'm just too excited. Ding Yukan quickly brought her hands together in prayer and bowed to Wang Tao. Alright, sister-in-law, hurry up and eat. We're leaving soon. Leaving? Where to? Of course, to look for diesel. Didn't you say you wanted to come with me? Hurry up, we want to leave early and return early. To be honest, she still wasn't completely sure whether Wang Tao's words were true or if it was possible for him to just leave and never come back. If she went with Wang Tao, then even if he really left, she wouldn't be alone here. But Wang Tao didn't seem to be deceiving her, especially since he had always been so good to her before. He probably wouldn't lie. If she really went out to look for supplies with Wang Tao, the danger would be too great, far less safe than waiting at home, and indeed she might become a burden to Wang Tao. After contemplating for a few seconds, Ding Yukan, clutching the hem of her dress and looking down somewhat embarrassed, said, I will just wait for you at home. Sister-in-law, do you want to come out with me or wait at home? I'll wait for you to come back. Ding Yukan didn't hesitate this time and immediately spoke up. Alright then. Make sure you stay at home and don't run around. I will help you with your gear. Ding Yukan wiped her eyes, not minding the makeup that was slightly smeared, and hurriedly went to help Wang Tao. After they finished preparing, Wang Tao handed several packs of instant noodles to Ding Yukan. I think I should be able to come back by tonight at the latest, but I can't be too sure. Take this food for now, in case I really get delayed, so you won't go hungry. Thank you. Ding Yukan hurriedly took them. Alright, let's go. Wang Tao and Ding Yukan left the house together. After watching Ding Yukan return to her own home, Wang Tao continued downstairs. Wang Tao, you must come back safely. From behind, Ding Yukan opened a crack in the door and called out softly with a hint of worry. She was not sure whether she was more worried about Wang Tao getting hurt or the possibility that he might not return at all. Wang Tao waved his hand. When he reached the bottom of the building, he didn't go out immediately but first went to Unit 201. He cracked open a window slightly. There was no security grill here. If there was someone blocking the main entrance when he returned, he could climb in through this window. Although it was unlikely to be needed, it was better to be prepared for any eventuality. As he left, probably hearing the noise, the balding uncle also came out. He was surprised to see Wang Tao fully armed. Young man, are you going out? Yeah. We're running low on supplies at home, need to go out and look for some. Although his home still had quite a bit of supplies, his consumption was also substantial, so saying they were running low was not far from the truth. There are 2 of you at home, that's a lot of consumption indeed. The balding uncle had seen Wang Tao and Ding Yukan act together before and thought Ding Yukan was Wang Tao's girlfriend. Although they live in the same building, it's not unusual for residents not to know each other well. Chapter 33 Stealth Potion, Medium 1. Be careful, young man. You've got a delicate wife waiting for you at home, you can't afford to have an accident. The bald uncle cheered Wang Tao on. It must be said, although the bald uncle was physically weak and easily frightened, he had a kind heart. Wang Tao didn't explain much. Don't worry, uncle, I'm naturally not going to have an accident. But you, please don't go out no matter what, just move around inside the building, it's too dangerous outside. Haha, rest assured, I'm too scared to step outside. I have to stay alive to reunite with my wife and children. The bald uncle took out a family photo from his pocket, his eyes brimming with longing. then relieved. The bald uncle did not delay Wang Tao any further and left after exchanging a few words. Wang Tao proceeded downstairs, and through the security door's window, he could see several zombies roaming around outside. He waited quietly for a while, and when he saw the zombies slowly moving away from the door, Wang Tao took a deep breath and then burst through the security door. Clack! The sound of the security door opening instantly attracted the attention of a few zombies. Wang Tao didn't even glance at them. He closed the door and sprinted towards the community wall in the distance. Hey hey, roar! The zombies that noticed him immediately began to twist their bodies and stagger towards Wang Tao. Although Wang Tao was running, he didn't forget to observe the zombies around him, making sure there were none that could stealth, sprint, or had other special abilities. Fortunately, for the time being, the zombies' speed didn't seem fast, and as long as he wasn't surrounded, there would be no threat to his life. After a dozen seconds, Wang Tao safely sprinted to the wall, and then, with a foot on the bare wall, he leaped forcefully, grabbing onto the top of the wall. Eve! Wang Tao's arm muscles bulged, he exclaimed lightly, and used the formidable strength of his upper body to lift his entire lower body up. By the time two nearby zombies sluggishly arrived, Wang Tao was already standing atop the wall, out of their reach as they waved their arms helplessly. Wang Tao suddenly felt that if he used the 1-meter-long steel pipe from behind to strike the heads of the zombies below, couldn't he slowly wear them all down? After all, the zombies couldn't reach him. Perhaps it's a good method, but now is not the right time. I will let them off the hook. Wang Tao hadn't forgotten his purpose. Securing diesel fuel was crucial, killing zombies was secondary for now. He looked toward the other side of the wall. The situation on this street was the same as what he had seen from the rooftop, not many zombies. A few zombies were in the distance, but they had not noticed him yet. Lucky break. Wang Tao lightly jumped off the wall. The cracked ground, black blood stains everywhere, newspapers and government notices scattered around, cars burned down to their frames, and moss-covered mottled walls viewing the post-apocalyptic desolation on the street instilled a sudden sense of loneliness. Wang Tao took a deep breath, cast aside these complex emotions, and stealthily made his way to the Big Mouth meat-eating diner across the street. The glass door of the small diner was ajar, revealing a scene of disarray inside, with many chairs and tables damaged and dried blood smears on the ground and walls. Wang Tao was not surprised by this scene. Gripping the 1-meter-long steel wolf fang club tightly, he slowly entered. This time when he left the house, he brought all 3 steel pipes, 250 centimeters and 1 meter long. He had modified each of these weapons. Of the 250 centimeters steel pipes, he turned one into a long-handled sheep's horn hammer, the weapon he found most comfortable to wield so far. The other one was modified by stuffing a small sharp-tipped steel bar inside to create a short spear. As for the 1-meter steel pipe, he drilled several holes in it and inserted long nails, transforming it into a wolf fang club. In more open spaces, it's better to use this 1-meter-long steel pipe wolf fang club. After entering the shop, he carefully avoided the glass shards on the floor and then quickly surveyed the hall. He mainly wanted to see if there were any zombies hiding behind the cash register. He had been ambushed by a crafty zombie before, and if he had time, he would make sure to check carefully. Fortunately, there was nothing under the cash register. Looking at the change in the drawer, Wang Tao casually grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his pocket. This trip hadn't been in vain. Wang Tao checked the street behind him and, seeing no zombies approaching, held the wolf fang club and walked into the back kitchen. The kitchen was a mess, plundered bare, but thankfully there were no bloodstains. The small diner had 2 doors, one was the front door he had just come through, and the other was a side door next to a bedroom where staff could rest, leading out into an alley. The side door was open, and outside was a domestically made white pickup truck with its plastic wrap barely torn. It belonged to Boss Lee. The truck surely had fuel inside. That day Wang Tao had seen Boss Lee refueling it. But this raised another issue. If Boss Lee's truck was here, it meant he hadn't left. Wang Tao glanced at the tightly closed bedroom door. Since their store also served breakfast, Boss Lee and his wife usually slept in the shop for convenience in the mornings. Wang Tao guessed that either they had been bitten by zombies that came from outside and turned into zombies, or they had become zombies inside this bedroom on the first day. Regardless, they had definitely been infected. Because their fuel-filled truck was here, and had they not been infected, they would likely have fled to the countryside in it. The bedroom door was locked, and Wang Tao prepared to pick the lock. He had come out well prepared this time. Things like weapons, some lock-picking tools, food, binoculars, a flashlight, even a small radio, mobile phone, walkie-talkie, and so on were all with him. After all, the mission was to scavenge for supplies, and having incomplete tools wouldn't do. Besides, being tall and strong meant carrying these items was no hassle for him. Click. After fiddling with the door lock for a while, he successfully unlocked it. Thankfully, the door was not bolt-locked, Otherwise, even the best lock-picking skills would have been useless. Wang Tao gently pushed the door open and immediately saw a fat figure lying on its side on the bed, covered with a blanket and facing away from him. Seeing that red health point bar above its head, Wang Tao didn't hesitate. He rushed in and struck its head brutally with the wolf fang club. Bang! Dark blood splattered. -156, 394 out of 550. Hey, the zombie let out an unpleasant hiss as it tried to turn over. Wang Tao kicked it in the waist through the blanket, flipping it back again. Then Wang Tao pulled out the wolf fang club and delivered 3 consecutive blows. Splat. -142, -143, -109, 0 out of 550. Acquired. 2 stealth potion, medium, huh? Another crafty zombie? Chapter 34, Great Harvest 1. Wang Tao was very surprised. He had thought that zombies capable of stealth were all hiding in dark places, waiting to launch surprise attacks. But now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. Like the one in front of him when Wang Tao came over, it didn't attack first but continued lying on the bed. If Wang Tao hadn't seen the red health point bar above its head as soon as he entered, he wouldn't have been so decisive. If someone else had come in unsuspectingly to check, they might have been in big trouble. After killing it, Wang Tao's health point increased by 20, and he was now at 205 out of 205. Wang Tao couldn't help but feel that his physical capabilities had slightly enhanced after his health point broke through 200, but there was no time to test it now. Study it carefully when he got back. He flipped the zombie's body over, and although half of its head had been smashed by him, he could still recognize from the other half that this was the proprietress of the shop. As for where Boss Lee had gone, Wang Tao suddenly flipped back the quilt, only to see a bunch of bloody human bones lying in the arms of the zombie proprietress. Wang Tao hurriedly covered the quilt again. He would lose health point 2 if he saw such scenes too much. Having confirmed there was no immediate danger in the bedroom, Wang Tao turned his attention to the spoils he had obtained from killing the zombie proprietress. Obtained, 2 stealth potion, medium, stealth potion, medium. After injection, it can hide 1 scent, making it harder for zombies to detect. Duration 1 hour, cool down time 12 hours. Friendly reminder, best used during daytime for maximum effect. Great stuff. And it's a double dose of potions. Wang Tao had previously guessed that there might be medium and large stealth potions, some of which might help hide from zombies, and he was right. What he was lacking now was this kind of potion. Potions for avoiding people weren't of much use to him, at least not for the moment. But these for avoiding zombies were extremely useful. He even felt like injecting a stealth potion now and going to provoke some zombies, but such dangerous thoughts were fleeting. Because it was clearly stated in the description that it's harder to be detected by zombies, not won't be detected by zombies. Wang Tao guessed that the principle behind the stealth potion might be to lower his own human scent. Zombies could normally detect him from a distance, but after injecting the potion, they could only do so from close proximity. He figured that was more or less right. After storing the stealth potion carefully, Wang Tao started scavenging for other spoils. The bedroom wasn't big, a bed and some sundries occupied the entire space. Boss Lee and his wife were usually simple folks, not wearing much jewelry, so Wang Tao didn't bother searching their bodies. It was mainly the other things in the bedroom. Wang Tao immediately noticed 3 army green square tin oil drums in the corner, each labeled with a 20 liters mark. Wang Tao tried them out and found only one drum was full, another had only half diesel left, and the last was empty. However, this was enough for Wang Tao. Apparently, 1 liter of diesel could generate 3 to 4 kilowatt-hours of electricity, so with roughly 30 liters, that was almost 100 kilowatt-hours. If he only used this electricity for freezing in his fridge's daily consumption was less than 1 kilowatt-hour, so this would last for quite some time. After setting aside the oil drums, Wang Tao continued his scavenging. But there wasn't much of value left in the bedroom, and he found only a wallet, a car key, and 2 mobile phones. Then Wang Tao went to the kitchen. Although the kitchen looked like it had been ransacked, some food was left behind. Wang Tao didn't dare take some of the dirtier food, not sure if it had been contaminated with zombie blood. After a simple selection process, he took an unopened 25 kilograms bag of rice, a 25 kilograms bag of flour, several bags of salt, sugar, some rice noodles, a large number 0 beverages, 2 bottles of beer, and a big bag of various types of takeout seasoning packets, roughly weighing 20 kilograms. I didn't expect you, the bushy-browed Boss Lee, to use seasoning packets, Wang Tao slightly criticized in his mind, but it was a good thing for him, as at least these unopened seasoning packets were clean and offered a rich variety of flavors, which weren't too bad. After sorting these things out, they weighed a hefty 150 kilograms. There's a bit too much to carry in one go. Wang Tao suddenly found himself with the happy problem of abundance. Fortunately, he lived close to the residential area, so he could just make a few trips. Just as Wang Tao confirmed there were no zombies around and prepared to take some of the items home first, he suddenly heard a faint buzzing noise. What's that sound? And it's getting louder. Wang Tao was instantly on guard. He put down the supplies and gripped the wolf fang club in his hands tightly. The zombies outside seemed to have heard the noise too, and were getting restless. In this post-apocalyptic world, any small change could prove deadly. Without knowing exactly what was going on, Wang Tao didn't dare take the risk and head home. He continued to wait in the restaurant, but he had already hung the iron hook of the roll-up door on the door itself, ready to bring it down in an instant should zombies approach. As for the back door of the small restaurant, Wang Tao had locked it from the inside long ago. Buzz whoosh, the sound grew from a distance, and Wang Tao, hiding by the door, suddenly looked up. In the distant azure sky, a small black dot appeared. That's a plane. Wang Tao's gaze sharpened, his heart suddenly filled with excitement. He quickly checked his phone in his pocket. Today is April 18th, the day the government said they would make the airdrop. The government is still there, at least it's still operating well enough to keep its promises. Wang Tao's spirits rose all at once, his eyes firmly fixed on the growing black dot. As the roar of the turboprop engine grew louder, Wang Tao recognized it as a government military transport plane. Could it really be an airdrop? Wang Tao was hopeful. If only the airdrop would land nearby Uchiha. With the arrival of the plane, the zombies outside grew more frenzied and started running about wildly. Wang Tao was a bit anxious. Luckily, there weren't many zombies around, so for the time being, there wasn't much risk of being exposed. They were dropping supplies. Suddenly, Wang Tao saw crates being released from the transport plane's rear, like an animal laying eggs. Some of the airdrops had parachutes unfold, while others didn't. As the plane drew closer, Wang Tao grew more excited. However, he quickly cursed under his breath because, as it got closer, he realized the plane was starting to turn. Forget it, that's just my loop. Just as Wang Tao was about to lament his bad luck, he saw the plane make a turn and suddenly drop another airdrop. This one was very close to him, he could even see the large letters on the crate. And it was a parachute-equipped airdrop. Wang Tao was instantly torn. To take, or not to take. Chapter 35, Liars, All Liars. One Ding Yukin had wanted to sleep at home, hoping to see Wang Tao safe and sound when she woke up. But with Wang Tao not around, she felt so insecure that she couldn't fall asleep at all. So, she watched Wang Tao from the balcony. Due to the angle, she didn't see how Wang Tao left building number 4 or how he avoided the zombies, but she saw him effortlessly scale the courtyard wall and dodge the zombies. This made Ding Yukin a bit excited. Wang Tao is so strong, nothing will go wrong with him. She couldn't see what happened to Wang Tao after he climbed over the wall, she could only see part of the street. Nevertheless, she stayed on the balcony, occasionally glancing toward the entrance of the community, with her hands busy sewing a black mask. This was a double-layered mask, with a white skull's big mouth on it. Wang Tao had seen a garment with a skull head on it before, and he thought that cutting out a skull head and sewing it onto the mask would definitely look cool. However, Wang Tao had only mentioned this idea casually because these fancy accessories that didn't increase fighting ability weren't his priority. He would rather spend that time training. Moreover, his sewing skills were inadequate. But Ding Yukin took his words to heart. Since she didn't have much to do at home, she decisively helped Wang Tao sew a handsome new mask. Just as she finished sewing the mask, she saw the zombies in the community downstairs becoming more frenzied, followed by a faint buzzing noise. She didn't know what was happening, but the sight of the frenzy outside sent her heart racing. Wang Tao, you must be okay. The noise outside grew louder, the zombies downstairs became more frenzied, and Ding Yukin's anxiety and excitement intensified. It sounds like a plane. She hadn't seen the cargo plane, but she had been on planes before, and the noise was similar. She guessed that it might be a plane passing by. Her nervousness was naturally for Wang Tao, while the excitement came from the thought of the government's rescue. However, after living through so many days of the apocalypse, she had completely lost hope in the idea of rescue. Even now, hearing the sound of a plane, she didn't dare to harbor too much hope. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She had now pinned all her hopes on Wang Tao. Wang Tao had promised her he wouldn't abandon her. And just as Ding Yukin prayed for Wang Tao to return quickly, she suddenly heard another roar. But this sound wasn't from above, it was at the entrance of the community. She quickly focused her gaze and saw a white pickup truck suddenly backing out from a small alley, then sharply swerved 90 degrees, positioning the driver's side towards Happy Community. That's Wang Tao. Ding Yukin suddenly clenched the mask in her hands with some excitement. Although the distance was too far for her to see the driver's face clearly, she was too familiar with Wang Tao's build and his head-to-toe black armed gear. Is he planning to drive the car back to the community? He must have gotten a lot of supplies. That's great. Ding Yukin's monologue suddenly stuttered. Because she realized that Wang Tao wasn't driving into the community but heading directly towards another street. In the blink of an eye, she could only see the 2 red tail lights on the white pickup truck. He left? Ding Yukin's expression became somewhat blank. Thud, the newly sewn mask fell to the ground from her hands. He promised me, if he had the strength left, he wouldn't abandon me. He obviously still had the strength. Liar. All liars. Sob 10 minutes earlier. After agonizing for a few seconds, Wang Tao decided to go for the airdrop. As the saying goes, opportunities are reserved for the prepared. The airdrop wasn't far from him, and if he failed to seize this chance, who knew when the next one would come, if there would even be a next time. Moreover, Wang Tao desired the airdrop not just for the resources inside, he was more eager to learn the current state of the outside world and the government, to know if there was a chance of restoring order. If the government had any deeper understanding of the apocalypse, he was certain the government would leave information in the airdrop. So, this was an opportunity. Conveniently, there was a pickup truck outside, filled with gas. The airdrop had fallen in a less crowded area where there were relatively fewer vehicles on the road. Most importantly, he had 2 stealth potions, a source of confidence. Wang Tao wasn't too fond of taking risks, but now with so many favorable conditions before him, he felt the risk was worth taking. Thus, Wang Tao picked up the car keys, opened the pickup truck door, and loaded all the supplies he had just gathered onto the vehicle. Then, with a skilled reverse and drift, he floored the accelerator before the distant zombies could react. Boom! All new chapters on Noville Bin. The white pickup truck roared away as several zombies at the roadside choked on its exhaust. Inside the vehicle, Wang Tao felt the wind passing by his ears and watched the houses swiftly fly by, feeling a swell of pride in his heart. Who says you have to hide at home during the apocalypse? Wasn't he having fun outside? Seeing some zombies on the road, Wang Tao extended his middle finger, offering them an international friendly gesture, and courteously inquired about the health of their family members. Soon, the vehicle approached a residential square. Several abandoned vehicles blocked the entrance, and Wang Tao remembered there were quite a few zombies inside the square. He immediately reduced speed, trying to be as quiet as possible, then sought a path through. At the entrance of the square, a skinny female zombie was hanging its head low. As the pickup approached, it slowly lifted its head, revealing a gaping mouth that stretched to its ears, then it opened its mouth even wider. Then a piercing screaming sound, like fingernails on glass, erupted from its mouth. Wang Tao, inside the truck, jumped in shock. What the hell? He looked towards the source and saw the female zombie with the wide-open mouth. Huh? It only has 200 out of 200 health point? But before Wang Tao could express his surprise, he saw a large group of zombies in the distant square, awakened by the screaming, turning their heads one after another towards the pickup, then walking and even running towards Wang Tao's location. Damn it! Seeing at least 100 zombies charging toward him, Wang Tao could no longer worry about finding a way through. He whipped the steering wheel around and drove straight into the screaming zombie. Bang! -34, -166, 0 out of 200. The screaming zombie was first struck and sent flying, then its head was crushed under the wheels of the truck, killing it instantly. Wang Tao, with one hand out the window, willed the screaming zombie's drop bag into his body. After it Taid had tested earlier that as long as he was within about 3 meters from a zombie, he could absorb the transparent bag. Without even looking at what the zombie dropped, he floored the gas pedal again, and the unrelenting pickup continued on, crashing into the back of an abandoned sedan ahead. Bang! A loud crash sounded. The abandoned vehicle was shoved aside, while the pickup shuddered violently, its body twirling uncontrollably. Wang Tao jerked the steering wheel twice in quick succession, forcibly stabilizing the vehicle. Glancing in the rearview mirror at the horde of at least 100 ferocious zombies in pursuit, Wang Tao stepped on the gas once more. Damn it, I can't afford to show off like this anymore. Chapter 36 Tap Water Plant. Wang Tao finally understood why during the 10 or so days he had stayed at home, he had never seen vehicles on the streets outside nor heard any noise. On the one hand, there were few survivors left outside. More importantly, these things truly had an incredible ability to attract zombies. With a horde of zombies following the car, he couldn't stop, and the faster he went, the louder the noise became, resulting in even more zombies following behind. This was a vicious cycle. If the road had been clear, the zombies definitely wouldn't have been able to catch up with the car. But there were obstacles everywhere on the road, severely hindering the driving speed. Especially when sometimes he had to ram through roadblocks, not only affecting the speed but also creating a huge amount of noise. Seeing that the car was not getting any further from the zombie horde but instead more and more zombies were piling up behind, Wang Tao realized he might have been too rash. Driving a car now, even towards less populated areas, was still too dangerous. However, the more dangerous the situation got, the calmer Wang Tao's mind became. I can only try this. After coming to a small alley, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Then he grabbed his weapons, got out of the car, closed the door, all in one fluid motion. Looking back at the dense crowd of zombies, he immediately ducked into a small alley. These zombies had a clear target, which was Wang Tao. After Wang Tao ducked into the alley, they scrambled after him. Inside the alley, Wang Tao zigzagged left and right. After about half a minute, although he couldn't see the zombies due to the buildings blocking the view, he could hear movements all around him. In Wang Tao's right hand flashed a needle-free injector. Stealth potion, medium. Upon injection, it conceals one's own scent, making it difficult for zombies to detect. Duration 1 hour, cooldown 12 hours. Friendly reminder, best used during the day. Without any hesitation, he rolled up his sleeve, aimed the injector at his arm, and pressed the trigger. PFFT. A minor sting was felt, but Wang Tao didn't even frown. He saw an icon under his health point bar labeled Stealth, Medium, followed by 2 lines of text, Duration, 59, 59, cooldown, 11, 59, 59, during cooldown, using the same type of potion is ineffective. Soon, Wang Tao felt his body growing colder and colder, his breathing slowing down, and his limbs feeling heavier and heavier. This thing shouldn't be toxic, should it? Feeling the changes in his body, Wang Tao was still somewhat anxious. But fortunately, after about 3 to 5 seconds, his body temperature ceased to fall, his breathing became steady, and his limbs were only slightly numb. His movement was not greatly affected. And the biggest change was the smell of decay emanating from his body. It was exactly like the scent of a zombie. To hide my own scent, it turns it into that of a zombie's. Making the zombies mistake me for one of their own? Sounds about right. After Wang Tao injected the stealth potion, the zombie horde seemed to have lost their target, and the noise around decreased bit by bit, soon becoming silent. Wang Tao gathered up his courage and went back to take a look. He saw a large crowd of zombies standing idly in the alley, looking somewhat confused. Wang Tao took a few steps closer, and the zombies showed no reaction. Wang Tao took a few more steps closer, and still, the zombies had no reaction. It was only when Wang Tao was about 3 meters away from the closest zombie that it finally turned its head, looking at Wang Tao with its cataract-clouded eyes. Wang Tao was ready to run at any moment, but the zombie just looked at him and made no move. When he was about 2 meters away, the zombie finally made a move. However, it wasn't an attack, but a slow approach towards Wang Tao. This didn't seem like a zombie discovering a human, but more like a zombie perceiving something and wanting to come over to check it out. Wang Tao didn't dare to try again, given that there were still over 100 zombies in the alley. He ran off immediately, deliberately making some noise as he moved. Upon hearing the sounds of footsteps, the zombies successively turned to look at Wang Tao's retreating figure, but apart from a few that clumsily followed, the rest remained motionless. It seems that zombies do not rely on a single sense to hunt for prey, but rather a combination of senses to make a comprehensive judgment. Now that the human scent on me has vanished, as long as I don't make too much noise, these zombies should lose interest in me. All new chapters on Noville Bin. He emerged from another alley and returned to the vicinity of his pickup truck. Not a single zombie was around the pickup truck, they had all been lured away. Wang Tao got into the vehicle and started it. The truck gave off a buzzing sound. This time he didn't dare to drive too fast, the pickup was new, and it wasn't very loud at low speeds. Moreover, since he no longer had any human smell, he figured he probably wouldn't attract too much attention from the zombies. Sure enough, after slowing down, he became a lot safer. Some zombies, even if they saw the truck pass by, would chase it for a couple of steps and then, losing interest, stop. Perhaps from their point of view, they saw a zombie driving a truck. Having wasted so much time, the airdrop had already landed. Thankfully, after landing, the airdrop would emit a red smoke, and there were no tall buildings in the vicinity to obstruct the view, making the smoke quite visible. It's in the northern direction, I can take the outer ring road. Looking at the red smoke, Wang Tao immediately drove towards the outer ring. On the outer ring road, there were significantly fewer abandoned vehicles, and naturally, fewer zombies. Wang Tao slightly increased his speed and even purposefully ran over a couple of stray zombies. Received, a blade, a crafting material, received, a can, a crafting material. He acquired 2 new crafting materials and gained 10 health point. Once he confirmed it was temporarily safe, Wang Tao finally had time to check out the loot from the screaming zombie he had earlier run over. Screaming potion, small, after consumption, for the next 10 minutes, you can produce a piercing and prolonged scream. Cooldown, 12 hours. Friendly reminder, screaming may cause some degree of damage to the vocal cords. It is advised not to speak for the rest of the day. It's a great item. Zombies are sensitive to sound, and at a crucial moment, It might even lure them away. Despite some side effects, nothing too serious. Wang Tao instantly thought of many scenarios where he could use the screaming potion, even set a trap, scream to attract the zombies and then kill them one by one. But now was not the time for daydreaming. He quickly checked the position of the smoke. Over there. That should be the water treatment plant location. I can turn there at the T-junction up ahead. However, after turning at the fork, Wang Tao suddenly heard some rustling noises coming from the forest across the road. He glanced sideways and his pupils suddenly contracted. All he could see was an enormous shadow, over 3 meters tall, flickering in and out of the trees. He couldn't make out its specific features, but he could see those red glowing eyes and 10,000 out of 10,000, 10,000 health point. Chapter 37 Terrifying Figure 1-2 After 3 seconds of stiffness in his body. Boom! The pickup truck's engine roared as it quickly left the outer ring road. It wasn't until the trees in the rearview mirror were no longer visible that Wang Tao gradually slowed down and then parked behind a low building. Huff huff! Wang Tao gasped for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. Good thing it didn't follow. What the hell was that thing? The moment he had made eye contact with the thing, Wang Tao felt as if his blood had frozen. He wanted to move, but he was paralyzed. If it hadn't been for his strong will, forcefully pressing down on the accelerator, he might not have lived to see tomorrow's sun. Definitely not a zombie. Zombies don't have that kind of intelligent look in their eyes. And my stealth state was useless on it. Judging by its physique, it seemed more like a 4-legged beast. Most importantly, it had 10,000 health point. They say the city isn't safe, but it seems the wilderness isn't any better. Damn. Wang Tao's face was pale. He would rather face zombies than deal with this kind of unknown creature. At least he could kill zombies, but facing this monster. Just thinking about the feeling of being targeted, he didn't even have the courage to fight it. I did better hurry and get the airdrop. I am not coming back here for such deadly business again. Wang Tao took a deep breath, rested for a short while, and then headed for the water treatment plant. This road had been under repair before the virus outbreak and was quite empty for a long stretch, with no cars. But Wang Tao didn't dare to drive too fast, fearing the noise would be too loud. He proceeded with extreme caution. After about 10 minutes, he finally arrived outside the water treatment plant. The water treatment plant was in a remote location with few people coming and going, and access required a pass. Additionally, with a relatively good level of automation, it was said that there were only about 20 staff members, so the number of zombies inside should be low. I hope it hasn't been picked up by someone. Muttering to himself, Wang Tao parked the truck in the empty space at the entrance of the water plant. It was deserted, with no cars or zombies in sight. After scouting around and seeing no issues, he finally took his weapons and got out of the truck, approaching the guardhouse. Hey hey! A silhouette in a security uniform lay inside the guardhouse, and as Wang Tao approached, it slowly raised its head. Without a word, Wang Tao swung his Wolfang club. Bang! Dark blood splattered everywhere. -231, 179 out of 500, the zombie that had just steadied itself was knocked back. Wang Tao stepped forward and swung 2 more times with his club. -245, -24, 0 out of 500, the zombie's head burst open. In a one-on-one situation and well prepared, Wang Tao found it basically effortless to kill an ordinary zombie. Moreover, when he had previously reached 200 health point, that feeling of becoming stronger wasn't an illusion. His physique had indeed improved previously. His attacks on zombie heads would register a bit over 100 health point, not counting child zombies with their lower defense. But now, each strike dealt over 200 health point. The maximum health point increased by 5 again, reaching 240 out of 240, received, a tape, crafting material, another new material he hadn't seen before. Wang Tao casually took it. Wang Tao searched the body of the security zombie in the guardhouse, finding a walkie-talkie with no battery, a set of keys, and a rubber baton. Having the keys meant Wang Tao didn't have to bother picking the locks. Click-clatter, he slowly opened the metal gate, ensuring no zombies were approaching, and then drove the pickup truck inside. The water treatment plant was vast, filled with water storage tanks. The water inside looked clean and seemed to be uncontaminated. Wang Tao also surveyed the surrounding walls, thinking that maybe this place could be turned into a survivor base. But the place was too big, without enough people to guard it, it certainly wouldn't work. There it is. After wandering around the factory for a while, Wang Tao finally spotted the airdrop, located in a yard surrounded by iron fencing. In the yard, there were some machines he didn't recognize and a room with a closed door marked with high voltage room, no unauthorized personnel allowed. It seemed to be a distribution room. The no longer smoking airdrop was right by the door of the power distribution room. Next to the airdrop were 2 zombies dressed in worker uniforms, wearing hard hats. Phew, finally found you. Wang Tao was somewhat excited. This airdrop was clearly unopened, and he was eager to see what was inside. But before that, he had to deal with the two zombies in the courtyard. Wang Tao looked at his health point bar below and noticed that the stealth state had half a minute left. He decided to wait for the state to expire before going in. Because being in stealth mode made his body somewhat stiff, slightly affecting his movements, and it seemed to weaken his strength a bit. Even with the stealth effect, if he got too close to the zombies, he would still be discovered. So it was better to wait and face the enemy in the best condition. After all, these two zombies had 600 health point, more than any he had encountered before. A minute passed quickly, the feeling of obstruction in his body gradually dissipated, his body temperature slowly rose, his heartbeat began to return to normal, and that rotten smell finally vanished. Thump, thump, feeling the heartbeat and the strength in his hands, Wang Tao then got out of the car holding the Wolf Fang club. The lock outside the courtyard was open, saving him a lot of trouble. He pushed the door open and strode into the yard. Hey hey! The two zombies in the courtyard immediately came toward Wang Tao when they heard the noise. Having lost the effect of the stealth potion, the zombies' perception range of him was greatly increased. Seeing one of the zombies enter his attack range, Wang Tao swung the Wolf Fang club and smashed it right into its temple. Bang! -36, 564 out of 600, the safety helmet burst open, but the zombie only lost a bit over 30 health point. This safety helmet is really good quality. Wang Tao complained in his heart, then swung his club down again. -165, 399 out of 600, hiss. Its defense is much higher than ordinary zombies. Just at the door, Wang Tao dealt over 200 damage to an ordinary zombie, but now he was only doing a bit over 100. The zombie staggered backward from Wang Tao's blows but didn't give him a chance to finish it off as the other zombie stretched out its arms to grab him. Wang Tao hurriedly switched targets. -33, first, he shattered the other zombie's safety helmet, then used the books on his arm to block a hit. Taking advantage of the zombie grabbing his arm guard, Wang Tao kicked it in the stomach. -3, although the damage was low, it sent the zombie flying. Wang Tao didn't bother with it anymore since the first zombie had already lunged at him. -171, -153, even though this worker zombie was tough, Wang Tao had fast attack speed and great strength. 2 consecutive blows left it with just a sliver of health point. Looking at the zombie now dazed, Wang Tao pulled out the homemade short spear from his waist and thrust it into its forehead. Squish, -75, 0 out of 600, picking up its dropped loot casually, Wang Tao turned to the other zombie. He swiftly dispatched it too. Wang Tao felt these worker zombies had more health point, higher defense, and greater strength than ordinary zombies. He had taken 2 hits to the chest from a zombie, losing 10 health point. But each of those 2 zombies had added 10 health point to him, now he was at 250 out of 260. After collecting the loot, Wang Tao didn't bother to inspect it closely and immediately went to the green airdrop box. With eyes sparkling, he looked at the massive box. Let me see, what good stuff is inside. Thud thud. What's that noise? Just as Wang Tao was about to open the box, he suddenly felt some vibrations on the ground. Bang! The iron door of the power distribution room behind him suddenly flew out, heading straight for him. Wang Tao instinctively protected his body with his arms. Bang! Crash! His body slammed harshly against the iron railing. A towering figure in work clothes, holding a reinforced concrete hammer, emerged from the power distribution room. Chapter 38 Big Hammer Zombie 1 It hurt, a piercing pain. Wang Tao struggled to get up from the ground, his arms numb and everywhere else aching. -80, 170 out of 260, he glanced at his health point bar, a direct loss of 80 health point. Thud thud zzzt. This was a gigantic zombie, at least 2 meters 23 tall, dressed in an orange work uniform with reflective stripes, dragging a reinforced concrete hammer and walking step by step toward Wang Tao, as sparks flew when the steel bar scraped against the ground. What the hell is this? Looking at the opponent's health point bar of 1000 out of 1000, above its head, Wang Tao swallowed hard. As the big hammer zombie stepped out of the house into the sunlight, it suddenly covered its eyes with its hand. This gave Wang Tao the chance to escape. He hurried over to pick up his weapon. All new chapters on Novel Bin. But looking at his own toothpick in hand and then at the opponent's massive club, Wang Tao's face turned ugly. How was he supposed to fight this? Thud thud zzzt. The big hammer zombie approached Wang Tao once again. Wang Tao glanced at the side door, then back at the airdrop behind the big hammer zombie, gritted his teeth, and instantly prepared to retreat. Airdrops are great, but one must be alive to take them. And just then, When the big hammer zombie was more than 3 meters away from Wang Tao, it suddenly raised its hammer with both hands and then smashed it down fiercely. It's moving so slowly. Wang Tao observed as he dodged. If the opponent's speed was slow, then he might stand a chance to fight. What Wang Tao didn't expect was that, although he had clearly dodged the big hammer zombie's attack, when the attack hit the ground, it created a visible small-range shockwave. Thud. Bang. Whoosh! Wang Tao was hit by the shockwave and slammed against the iron fence. He felt his vision blurring, and as if all his organs had shifted, his mouth even tasted somewhat sweet. -102, -23, 45 out of 260, only less than 20% health point left. Thud thud zzzt. The big hammer zombie, dragging the steel bar, once again walked toward Wang Tao step by step. Now, with the big hammer zombie standing at the gate, Wang Tao felt he couldn't even run if he wanted to. The iron fence wasn't high, but climbing over it also took time, and he didn't think the big hammer zombie would give him that time. Plus, he felt so weak and achy all over, he doubted he could make it over. Is today the day I am going to fall here? Wang Tao struggled to his feet, then slowly moved towards where the airdrop lay. The big hammer zombie followed Wang Tao's movements to switch direction, but while looking at Wang Tao, it suddenly covered its eyes with its hand again, and its steps came to a halt. Despite being in grave danger, Wang Tao remained calm. The big hammer zombie has blocked its eyes twice. What is it blocking? Wang Tao hastily looked back, the afternoon sunlight making him squint instantly. It's blocking the sunlight. Is it afraid of light? Joy surged in Wang Tao's heart. He quickly started searching on himself. Thud thud zzzt. The big hammer zombie, dragging the steel bar, slowly approached. Because it was facing the sunlight, it moved very slowly this time, shielding its eyes with its hand every few steps. But it eventually got close to Wang Tao and then raised its reinforced steel hammer. Bang! This time, Wang Tao was prepared. He ducked at a greater distance and was not hit by the shockwave. However, there wasn't much space to begin with, so in order to dodge the attack, Wang Tao had no choice but to vacate the spot, which allowed the big hammer zombie to see him without staring directly into the sunlight afterward. Thud thud sshhhh. As the big hammer zombie approached Wang Tao again, ready to lift its hammer, Wang Tao suddenly pulled something out of his pocket and shone it at the zombie. Whoosh! A blinding white light emitted from the flashlight in Wang Tao's hand, striking the big hammer zombie's eyes. Bang! The big hammer zombie's freshly raised hammer instantly fell to the ground as it covered its eyes with its hands. Huff! Wang Tao, seeing that his flashlight wasn't damaged and that it was effective against the big hammer zombie, breathed a sigh of relief. It was a powerful flashlight he had found while scavenging in a building. Even in broad daylight, its beam was clearly visible. Wang Tao carried many things with him for contingencies, like having to spend the night outside, and the flashlight was one of these things. But he had never imagined that the first time he would use the flashlight outside would be under such circumstances. Now that he had discovered the big hammer zombie's weakness, Wang Tao was in no hurry to run. With the flashlight in his left hand continuously shining on the big hammer zombie's eyes, he wielded the wolf fang club in his right hand, quickly got up close, and struck its head. -34, this damage number left Wang Tao in stunned silence. But there was no time to ponder, he struck twice more. -25, -31, Wang Tao, roared the big hammer zombie, enduring the discomfort from the light, swung its other hand violently. Bang! -141, 30 out of 260, Wang Tao blocked the blow with the armguard on his arm, but his entire arm went numb, and he lost 14 health point. Looking at his own remaining 30 health point, Wang Tao's mouth curled under his face mask. I think I know how to kill you. The big hammer zombie's hammer-smashing attack was powerful and had a wide range, but its wind-up was slow. As long as he watched its movements and wasn't cornered, he could dodge with his speed. After being dazzled by the light, the big hammer zombie would cover its eyes for several seconds, during which it wouldn't attack. After a few seconds, it might swing its hand, but that damage wouldn't be enough to kill Wang Tao instantly. Wang Tao focused on those precious seconds. In that time, he could deliver several blows. If one blow could deal 30 damage, he would only need to land just over 30 hits to kill it. Of course, this was an ideal scenario. Wang Tao couldn't make a single mistake. He was down to his last 30 health point, and his body was exhausted. If he was hit even once by the big hammer zombie, he might be killed instantly. So, a potion suddenly appeared in Wang Tao's hand. Running potion, small, after injection, lower limb strength increases, running speed increases by 10% to 100%, the stronger the physique, the larger the increase, lasts for 10 minutes, cool down 12 hours, I will take a gamble, if the speed increase exceeds 30%, I can fight. If it's less than 30%, then I will retreat. PFSST. As the potion was injected into his arm, Wang Tao felt a surge of power in his legs. Even the strength in his upper body saw a slight increase. Even his health bar displayed an +30 sign. Is this healing some of the damage to my lower body? Wang Tao was a bit surprised, but what delighted him more was the effect of the running potion. His health bar clearly showed, running speed increased by 50%. Without a second thought, Wang Tao, holding the bright flashlight, charged at the big hammer zombie. The big hammer zombie instinctively covered its eyes, and Wang Tao took the opportunity to land 2 heavy blows. -3U, -331. Before the big hammer zombie could swing at him, Wang Tao quickly retreated. The zombie grasped at thin air. The plan was workable. Chapter 39 Design Blueprint, Crystal Core 1, -32, -29, 404 out of 1000, Huff? Wang Tao let out a long sigh of relief after seeing the big hammer zombie's health point bar drop to less than half. In the enhanced speed from the running potion, beneath the glare of the flashlight and the sun, it took him 4 minutes to grind away nearly 600 health point from the big hammer zombie. If it weren't for his superhuman physique, which had been further strengthened by killing zombies, he definitely wouldn't have lasted this long. I hope when you die, you will drop something good for me. Wang Tao quickly closed in on the zombie again and bashed its head with his club. -27, 377 out of 1000, based on his 4 minutes of combat experience, Wang Tao had the chance to hit it once more before retreating without it being too late. But suddenly, he noticed the big hammer zombie's movements were different. Previously, at this time, it would have been preparing to swing its left arm. But now, it suddenly gripped the steel bar hammer with both hands. Danger. An alarm went off in Wang Tao's mind. He immediately gave up the chance to attack and chose to retreat quickly. And just as he retreated, the big hammer zombie suddenly swung the hammer with both hands, turning in a 360-degree windmill around itself. Whoosh bang. The big hammer landed heavily, and the concrete floor cracked once again. 4 meters away, Wang Tao felt the brunt of the wind on his face and shuddered with fear. Lucky for him, he had retreated, otherwise, a hit from that would have killed him with his remaining health point. After the big hammer hit the ground, the big hammer zombie seemed a bit tired, leaning over slightly with its head bowed, using the hammer as support. Good opportunity. Wang Tao immediately sprinted to its side and swung his club fiercely. Bang. -58. This strike inflicted the highest damage he had achieved so far, but the steel pipe Wolf Fang club finally gave in under the strain. Its steel studs, and even the pipe itself, bent out of shape. Bang. -13. Without the steel studs, the damage was greatly reduced. Seeing the big hammer zombie pick up the hammer again, Wang Tao hurriedly retreated and simultaneously threw away the damaged Wolf Fang club, switching to the long-handled sheep's horn hammer at his waist. The horned hammer was half the length of the Wolf Fang club, which put him at a slight disadvantage against such a large foe, but Wang Tao was already accustomed to the big hammer zombie's attack pattern. As long as he was well prepared, it wouldn't be a problem. After the big hammer zombie's health point dropped below 40%, its attacks became much more frenzied, occasionally unleashing a 360-degree windmill. Wang Tao found himself in a difficult fight, as there were few chances to approach the zombie and get away unscathed. He was practically dancing on a steel wire, one misstep and he would be done for. However, the tenser the situation, the calmer Wang Tao became. As the big hammer zombie's health point neared depletion, it became even more manic, and Wang Tao couldn't approach it at all. He didn't force it, instead, he kept dodging and waited for an opportunity. Finally, after a full minute of waiting, he successfully moved behind the big hammer zombie and smashed its head with the pointed end of the sheep's horn hammer. Squish, -37, 0 out of 1000, the big hammer zombie's body stiffened, then it crashed to the ground with a thud. Huff huff. Seeing it finally dead, Wang Tao sat down on the ground, heaving deep breaths. He had only 20 health point left, nearly drained of his energy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had persevered solely on willpower during the last few minutes. Now if any random zombie even any random human came at him, he might not win. But mere moments later, Wang Tao perked up. Because he found that he had recovered quite a bit of strength all at once. He quickly glanced at his health point bar. 60 out of 300, after killing the big hammer zombie, his health point cap rose by 40 points, and he recovered 40 health point. Wang Tao felt his body getting warm, it seemed like his physical condition had improved even more. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling the power in his hands, almost bursting out with laughter. Indeed, to become stronger, you have to kill zombies. Wang Tao roughly estimated that for every 100 health point gained, his physical condition might improve by about 10%. However, the increment in health point from killing zombies seemed quite small, maybe 1000. Wang Tao wasn't sure. But no matter what, the more zombies he killed, the stronger he became. Conversely, the greater the danger. Even with his strength, he almost perished today. After a brief rest, Wang Tao looked around and, seeing no zombies approaching, he began to check the spoils of battle with relief. First were the 2 worker zombies. You have obtained a purified water, medium, 25 liters, consumable. You have obtained a purified water, medium, 25 liters, consumable. Each of the worker zombies dropped 2 buckets of water, not the small 5 liters ones but medium-sized 25 liters buckets of purified water. It's no surprise they are from the water plant. All good stuff. As for the worker zombies themselves, Wang Tao checked the bodies and only found 2 packs of cigarettes. Then there were the items dropped by the big hammer zombie. A strength potion and a blueprint. Seeing these items, Wang Tao's eyes widened. Besides a needleless syringe labeled strength, small, there was a blueprint. Strength potion, small, after injection, overall strength increases by 100 to 100%, the stronger the physique, the greater the increase, lasts for 1 minute, 12-hour cool down, strength potion, small, blueprint. Once learned, you can craft 5 doses of strength potion, small, at a time. Required materials, a strength mushroom, a zombie crystal core, purified water 100 milliliters, 10 kilocalories food. Strength potions are precious, but they only last for a short duration and should be used at crucial moments. As for the formula on the blueprint, aside from purified water and food, Wang Tao hadn't seen any of the other required materials. It seems impossible to craft it now. Wait a second, zombie crystal core? What is that? Sounds like something that grows inside zombies. Wang Tao was puzzled. He went over to the 2 worker zombies and, enduring the disgust, meticulously searched their skulls and bodies but found no crystal cores. He then approached the big hammer zombie. Looking at this towering figure over 2 meters tall, Wang Tao first frisked it indiscriminately, finding only a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Then Wang Tao picked up the horned hammer and pried open the shattered skull of the big hammer zombie. As Wang Tao acted, a grape-sized white transparent diamond-shaped crystal fell out, which he caught reflexively. The crystal had a gray haze inside, but there seemed to be a wave pattern moving within it, reminiscent of the shockwave created by the big hammer zombie's slam. Wang Tao instinctively swallowed, feeling an urge to consume it. Yet the bloodstains also made him feel nauseated. At that moment, a line of text popped up. Level 1 Crystal Core Shockwave, Quality, Ordinary, 20%, Purity, 50%, Side Effect, Light Sensitivity. Below was a detailed introduction. Level 1, a crystal core with an energy level of 1. Crystal core, humans can fuse with it to obtain the respective ability. Shockwave, consumes energy when attacking, can carry a shockwave. Quality, the stability level of the energy within the crystal core. The higher the stability, the better the quality, and the higher the fusion success rate. Ordinary, 20%. 20% success rate for fusion. Failure results in loss of the crystal core and leaves the individual weak for 1 day. Regardless of success or failure, internal impurities remain. Purity, 50%. Side effect, light sensitivity. 50% of the energy in the crystal core is usable, the rest is impurity, with the side effect of light sensitivity. Friendly reminder 1. The more internal impurities a human has, the higher the chance of turning into a zombie. Friendly reminder 2. Humans can only fuse with a limited number of crystal core types, and each time a new type is fused, the difficulty increases exponentially. Choose carefully. Friendly reminder 3. Multiple crystal cores of the same type and level in your backpack can be synthesized together. Chapter 40 Crystal Core Synthetic? Open airdrop. Wang Tao's eyes widened as he looked at the long list of introductions. Zombie Core. Shockwave. Ability. If I fuse with this crystal core, can I acquire an ability? Wang Tao was somewhat excited, but he didn't let excitement cloud his judgment. The instructions were clear. Fusing had a failure rate, and the fusion success rate of the core he held was only 20%. With such a success rate, he might as well assume it would fail. He never believed in such probabilities. More importantly, these cores contained impurities. Vizchnavalbin.com for new updates. The impurities not only caused the side effect of sensitivity to light, but if too many accumulated in the human body, one could turn into a zombie. Wang Tao didn't want to become a zombie. He hadn't lived long enough yet. So, was this core useless to him? No, of course not. Wang Tao quickly placed the zombie core into the space backpack. It could go in there. The space backpack was similar to the grid backpacks in games, except its slots were unlimited. The same types of crafting materials were all stored in the same slot. After putting the zombie core into the space backpack, it naturally occupied its own slot. However, a notification popped up. 1 out of 10, unable to synthesize at this time. Synthesis, quality sums up, purity sums up. At 100% purity, side effects are extracted. Does this mean I need 10 level 1 shockwave crystal cores for fusion? And I can increase the success rate to 100%? And there won't be any impurities or side effects? A gleam of excitement burst from Wang Tao's eyes. This meant, then, that he definitely could not fuse with this core. He had to collect more of the same type of crystal cores and then synthesize one with a 100% success rate, free of any impurities and side effects. Wang Tao now had another goal: to kill zombies and gain abilities. But there was still one problem. It says to fuse, but how do I fuse this thing? Am I supposed to eat it? Wang Tao took the core out again. Originally covered in blood, the core was now spotless after being placed in the space backpack, perfectly clean. Looking at the clean core in his hand, his mouth began to salivate madly. He felt an almost irresistible urge to eat it, as if a voice inside him was saying, "Eat it, and you will become stronger." But, of course, Wang Tao wouldn't eat it. He could resist that much temptation. He placed the core back into the space backpack, and looking at the 1 out of 10 on the core, he grinned. My future life in the apocalypse just got a bit brighter. It's just that he didn't know which zombies would drop crystal cores. He had killed so many zombies before, apart from those hit by cars, the rest were all blown apart by his hand, and he always searched the bodies. So he knew there were no crystal cores in their heads. The crystal cores are probably only in especially strong zombies. He shook his head, not wanting to think about it any further. All he had to remember was that if he encountered a big hammer zombie again in the future, he would definitely have to find a way to hunt it down. He felt that, with enough preparation, killing this big hammer zombie wouldn't be as difficult as it had been today. Wang Tao swept the area to ensure nothing was missed, then prepared to go collect the airdrop. But upon seeing the reinforced concrete hammer the big hammer zombie had dropped, he thought it seemed like a decent weapon, something he might be able to use himself. So, he headed towards the big hammer, and as he got closer, he suddenly saw a line of text appear on the hammer. Reinforced concrete hammer, it has a name? Then doesn't that mean? After Wang Tao grasped the big hammer, with a single thought, the hammer disappeared from his hand and appeared in his space backpack at the same time. Acquired, a reinforced concrete hammer, I can put it into the space backpack. Wang Tao was somewhat excited. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that it could be stored in the space backpack was enough to beat most weapons hands down. After all, weapons like his wolf fang club and horned hammer could only be carried on him, and although they weren't heavy for him, they were still somewhat inconvenient. But putting them in the space backpack was different. It was not only convenient, but he could also launch a surprise attack. With another thought, Wang Tao felt his hand suddenly grow heavy as the reinforced concrete hammer reappeared in his grasp. So heavy. This thing must weigh at least 50 pounds, and it was a full 2 meters long, not to mention bulky. Wang Tao tried swinging it. He could wield it with both hands, but he could forget about agility. It was only good against less agile zombies. It was very exhausting, even for someone with his physical strength, and he wouldn't be able to use it many times. Moreover, it was very inconvenient to carry. He could either drag it on the ground like the big hammer zombie or carry it on his shoulder. Actually, it wasn't very suitable as a weapon, but because it could be put into the space backpack, it could serve as an unexpected trump card. After making sure once again that he hadn't missed anything, Wang Tao approached the loot crate. So much had happened tonight, all for this loot crate. I hope it won't disappoint me. Wang Tao muttered, but he didn't immediately open the loot crate. Instead, he went out to find his car and drove it over. The water treatment plant was spacious. Aside from the zombies he had killed, he hadn't seen any others for now. Wang Tao drove the car up to the small courtyard outside, then with great effort, he moved the loot crate onto the car. Phew. Find a place to rest for the night. It was now evening, and he had time to rush back, but his health point was low, only 60, which made him feel very insecure. So Wang Tao decided to rest outside tonight, recover some health point, and it would be safer to go back tomorrow. As for the place to rest, Wang Tao had already chosen it, an old 5-story building inside the water plant. The reason he chose this place was that the door of the building was locked, and moss was climbing up the outer wall. It was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time, and it was very likely there were no zombies inside, making it relatively safe. After slowly driving the car over, Wang Tao was surprised to find that the building even had an indoor garage connected to the rooms inside. That was just perfect. Wang Tao, who had obtained the true transmission of the locksmith, managed to open the garage door in no time, and the interior was covered in dust. He first went inside with his weapons and made sure there were no problems before driving the car in. Then he locked all the doors and windows, ate the dry food he had with him, and then he approached the loot crate. This loot crate wasn't something you could simply open. It had a lock, and what's more, it was a keypad lock. If he didn't pick the lock, even Wang Tao couldn't open it. However, there were a few lines of text written on the box. 1 + 8 equals? 7 2 equals? 2 xi equals? 74 1 equals? These questions were too simple. Probably to prevent zombies from accidentally opening the loot crate, they were deliberately set up like this. Wang Tao pressed down on 9, 5, 2, 7 in turn, and with a click, the lock opened. Chapter 41 Inhibitor and Gun 1. The supply drop box was large, but upon opening it, the interior space wasn't as big as it looked because a lot of black shock-absorbing material had been used. Inside, there were 3 compartments of varying sizes, each with its own packaging. He first opened the largest compartment just as expected. Apart from a few small radios, the rest were foods. There were self-heating meals, compressed biscuits, energy bars, chocolate, sugar, powdered drinks, canned goods, and other easy-to-carry edibles. Wang Tao tried a few and couldn't tell if it was psychological, but he felt that the food here tasted better. He then opened the second compartment. Is this all? Emergency supplies? There were many small medical kits. He counted a total of 20. But in addition to the medical kits, there was also a small box with a buckle Vizchnovelban. Com for new updates lock. What's this? Upon opening the small box and looking at the neatly arrayed 20 bottles of blue potion inside, Wang Tao was puzzled. However, there was a manual embossed inside the box, which he hurriedly read. Zombie virus inhibitor. It can suppress the initial infection and mutation to a certain extent, but it has side effects. Good grief. After reading the explanation, Wang Tao was somewhat shocked. According to the documentation, this zombie virus inhibitor was a product hastily developed by leading figures in the medical community after the virus outbreak. It couldn't completely solve the zombie virus, but it could suppress the outbreak of the virus. Theoretically, if a person infected with the zombie virus continued to take this inhibitor, they would never mutate. Of course, that was in theory. In practice, it was impossible. Not to mention that the supply of this inhibitor was limited. Even if it could be provided in unlimited quantities, whether a person could withstand it was uncertain. Because the inhibitor had severe side effects, it affected one's health, and extensive use could even lead to death. Moreover, the use of the inhibitor was painful. To maximize the effectiveness of the inhibitor, at least one of 2 conditions had to be met. One was strong willpower, and the other was robust physique. If someone with weak willpower and a poor constitution took the inhibitor, they might die of pain from the inhibitor itself before they even had a chance to mutate. That's why it was emphasized that one should be cautious before using the inhibitor. If an ordinary person was infected with the zombie virus, the priority would be to amputate the infected area. If amputation was not possible or ineffective, only then should the inhibitor be used. After learning about the inhibitor, Wang Tao thought it was something useful yet not useful. It was useful because it could save someone's life at a critical moment. It was not useful because the conditions for its use were quite harsh, and its efficacy was not 100% guaranteed. Of course, for Wang Tao, it was definitely useful. Whether his own willpower was strong, was hard to say. It could sound self-flattering. However, there was no doubt about the quality of his physical strength. He could use this inhibitor. Of course, he hoped he would never need to use it. Wait a second. Suddenly, Wang Tao thought of something. After human beings fused with a zombie core, they acquired abilities but also accumulated impurities in their bodies. The more crystal cores that fused, the more impurities would accumulate, increasing the risk of turning into a zombie. Could this inhibitor be used for such ability users? They could kill zombies to obtain crystal cores, ensuring their physical fitness was exceptional, and their willpower might also be very firm, so the effect of using the inhibitor would definitely be excellent. As for the side effects of the inhibitor that might affect their health, they were on the verge of turning into zombies, so what did health matter anymore? Wang Tao felt that perhaps this was the right way to use the inhibitor. However, that was a matter for the future. Currently, it was still unknown if anyone could become an ability user. After resealing the box containing the inhibitor and locking it up, Wang Tao turned his attention to the last section inside the airdrop crate. Rubbing his hands together, he opened it with a face full of anticipation. There are several small boxes inside, and there are buckles and shock-absorbing materials. He pressed the buckles and opened one of the boxes. Upon seeing what was inside, Wang Tao's eyes instantly widened. Holy shit! What did he see? Guns. He saw guns. The boxes were actually filled with guns. There were a total of 10 Model 400 military handguns from the gun family. There were also 20 extra magazines, 10 silencers, and 10 boxes of 5.8mm handgun bullets, each box labeled with 100 bullets, totaling 1,000 bullets. Wang Tao guessed that the reason his airdrop had a parachute, unlike some of the others, was probably because it contained weapons and ammunition. If it was just food, clearly a parachute wouldn't be necessary. Wang Tao took out a handgun to fiddle with. He had actually handled real guns before, from filming a movie to visiting a shooting range. The guns from filming were not worth mentioning. They were old and never actually fired, not even blanks, it was all special effects. The guns at the shooting range could be fired, but each bullet cost him 20 yuan. Wang Tao had only tried a few times, his family's financial situation didn't allow for more. He did have some understanding of guns, though. Now, getting his hands on these real guns, he couldn't hide his excitement. After all, what man doesn't like guns? With these guns, dealing with zombies shouldn't be anything less than one shot, one kill. Although Wang Tao's shooting skills might be average, zombies wouldn't necessarily dodge on purpose. Within close range, a headshot should still be no problem. Zombies might withstand a few blows from him, but definitely not a bullet. However, there was a problem: the noise from firing a gun was too loud. So-called silencers only suppress the sound, they cannot completely silence it. If the consequence of killing a few zombies was to be attacked by a large crowd of them, then Wang Tao thought that using cold weapons wasn't such a bad idea. Inside the box with the weapons was an envelope, which Wang Tao opened. Inside were 3 pieces of paper. The first piece of paper detailed the basic operation of handguns, complete with illustrations, and had a warning in red: unless absolutely necessary, do not fire the gun. Gunshots will attract a large number of zombies. Silencers are not very effective. It is best to move in groups for mutual lookout and to have a quick evacuation route after firing. Otherwise, the danger of using a gun far outweighs its lethality. Wang Tao agreed with this advice. He liked the guns, but would not consider using them unless absolutely necessary. The second piece of paper outlined the government's understanding of the apocalyptic situation. It mentioned that the apocalypse came too suddenly, without any warning signs. The government was also unprepared, despite having many civil defense projects. The initial spread of the zombie virus was unimaginable and unstoppable. The local governments and the government of Qian country had lost touch with one another. The unit behind this airdrop was not from Redstone Base as Wang Tao had thought, but rather from Yueyang Military Base. The situation at Yueyang Military Base was also grim. They were barely able to protect themselves after the disaster and could not carry out any rescue operations. They also encouraged citizens to take up arms and defend themselves. As for whether there would be another airdrop, the letter said, not to get one's hopes up. Chapter 42: Accidental Encounter with a Survivor. Huff. After finishing the second piece of paper, Wang Tao let out a sigh. Although he knew the situation outside couldn't be good, the confirmation still left him somewhat disappointed. There was one last piece of paper in the envelope. It provided instructions on how to contact their base using radio, the specific location of their base, and a blueprint. This blueprint was not a map, but a zombie blueprint. It contained information about all the varieties of zombies encountered so far. Compared to the means of communication, Wang Tao was more interested in the zombie blueprint. After all, he was too far away from the military base to contact them, even if he knew how. But the information on the zombies in the blueprint would definitely be of great help to Wang Tao. There were more than 20 types of zombies detailed on the blueprint, among which Wang Tao saw a few familiar ones. The stealthy zombie he had encountered before was called the taciturn. The taciturn would silently hide in dark places or disguise themselves as human corpses. They made no sound and their perception was weak. They would only discover their prey when it came close and then suddenly launch a deadly attack. The fighting capabilities of this type of zombie were actually similar to that of ordinary zombies, but because of their ambush tactics, many people were killed by the taciturn. Inside houses, they were a very dangerous type of zombie. The child zombie that Wang Tao had seen, capable of short sprints, was officially called sprinters. They moved faster than ordinary zombies and had higher attack power. When prey was within a close distance, they would activate their sprinting ability. A single sprinter was not much of a threat, but if a sprinter mixed in with other zombies and launched a surprise attack, then survivors would be in great danger. There was also the screaming zombie Wang Tao had encountered and run over with his car, which was called screamers. They were weaker than ordinary zombies, much weaker. An adult male with normal physical strength could easily take one on using a melee weapon. But these zombies were highly sensitive to noise, and before they spotted a human, they would prepare and, once ready, emit an ear-piercing scream that could attract nearby, especially special zombies. If you killed a screamer before it could scream, there was no problem. But if you let a screamer get its scream out, the best option was to run. Otherwise, being surrounded by the horde meant only death. As for the big hammer zombie Wang Tao had encountered today, there was also a description, but not much. Big hammer zombies were called terrorizers and appeared a few days after the apocalypse began, at a time when everyone was looking out for themselves, and no one would proactively hunt them. Terrorizers were slow but could use weapons, with high attack power and defensive power. Their attacks also came with shockwaves that science couldn't explain. As for the characteristic of being sensitive to light, it wasn't mentioned. It seems that no one had discovered that. Wang Tao hadn't encountered some of the other zombie types yet, but he committed the information of these zombies to memory, certain that it would be useful in the future. The material also mentioned that most zombies were afraid of fire. If one wanted to establish a survivor base, fire was an indispensable element. At the end of the material, the zombie core was also mentioned. It said that only strong zombies carried this zombie core thing, but its exact use was currently unknown because several volunteers who had tried to experiment with it all suffered failure and substantial side effects. They speculated that the crystal core, once consumed, would likely enhance human physical capabilities, but with significant side effects. If anyone wanted to use it, they had to be psychologically prepared. They didn't recommend its use in principle. After Wang Tao had read through all 3 pieces of paper, he carefully put them away and stored them in the box where the weapons were kept. As for the guns, after thinking it over, he decided to take out one and load it with 2 bullets. While guns might not be needed, it was best to prepare in advance, just in case they proved crucial at a critical moment. Then, Wang Tao packed up the airdrop, as all of it needed to be taken back. It was a pity that these items couldn't be put into the space backpack, that would have made things much easier. By this time, the sun was already setting. The sunset was beautiful, but Wang Tao was in no mood to appreciate it. He prepared for himself a simple dinner that was filling, and while he was halfway through eating, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Because he saw that a group of people had emerged in the distance. There were 6 of them in total, 4 men and 2 women, all covered in grime and carrying large and small packs. They were brandishing some homemade weapons, and was that a police officer among them? There are actually survivors coming out. Wang Tao felt somewhat surprised. It wasn't strange to find other survivors, the world was so large, there were certainly people who had lived through the catastrophe. But for survivors to come out at this time, did they think they had 9 lives? It was about to get dark. Even he didn't dare to venture out at night. However, Wang Tao quickly realized that he might have misunderstood. These survivors hadn't emerged in the evening, but had been out since before and had walked until dusk. Because they were hiding in a corner, pointing at the water plant and discussing it, it seemed they wanted to come over to seek shelter but were somewhat afraid to do so. Wang Tao had no intention of going out to greet them. Having dealt with all sorts of people throughout his life, he was well aware of the potential malice in human hearts. Especially now, with his abundance of supplies and being wounded, he had to be even more cautious. Though the small building where Wang Tao was staying was at a distance from the entrance, there was little to no obstruction in between, allowing him to observe the outside clearly. The group of survivors cautiously entered the water plant, and upon finding the gate unlocked, they all became excited. But a young man with dyed yellow hair got a scare when he noticed the zombie that Wang Tao had killed with a hammer in the security booth, and he ran back into the crowd in a panic. "There's a zombie. Don't panic, we outnumber it. One zombie won't be able to overpower us." A woman dressed in black police uniform drew her service pistol, aimed it at the security booth, and called out in a low voice. When the policewoman spoke, the others seemed to find their pillar of strength and instantly tightened their grip on their makeshift weapons like kitchen knives, steel pipes, and table legs, encircling the security booth in a fan formation. The policewoman was about to suggest she should check it out when a skinny young man next to her suddenly spoke. "Wife, why don't you take a look?" The policewoman opened her mouth but then said nothing. She put away her pistol and then carefully took out her baton from her waist and approached the security booth cautiously. The others followed her, weapons in hand. The policewoman arrived at the security booth and took a careful look inside at the zombie. Seeing the bloody hole in its head, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, everyone. The zombie inside is dead." Upon hearing that the zombie was dead, the crowd dared to exhale loudly. The policewoman's husband was still not entirely at ease. He went for another look, and seeing that the zombie was indeed dead, he straightened his back. However, how this zombie died, based on the wound, it looks like it hasn't been dead for long. The policewoman furrowed her brow, looking towards the water plant. Could there be someone inside? Inside the small building. Wang Tao, after watching the situation with a group of survivors outside, immediately relaxed. So, they are just a bunch of rookies. Chapter 43 Night Walk of 100 Corpses 1. Do you think there might be other survivors in here? After entering the water plant, another girl, petite and covered in dust, whispered. Probably not. A slightly chubby crew-cut man responded uncertainly. I hope not, hope we don't run into other survivors. The petite girl muttered. This made everyone fall silent suddenly. Before they set out, they had hoped to encounter other survivors, for there was strength in numbers. But due to certain events, they had lost trust in survivors outside of their team. To be precise, We hope not to run into survivors with ill intentions." The female officer corrected the petite girl, then encouraged the group. "Even in peaceful times, there are scumbags in society, let alone now. We can't let a few scumbags lead us to deny humanity as a whole. We must always remember, unity makes us stronger. Of course, we should still be cautious." The previous events had been distressing for the police officer, but she still needed to boost everyone's morale, to not give up. After all, their destination was a survivor base. If they lost complete trust in others, they would never reach the survivor base. Officer Han is right. We shouldn't be too pessimistic. There are still good people in the world, like at the survivor base we are heading to. But there are also bad people, and that's why we need to stay alert. A student-looking young man quickly pitched in. The female officer named Han gave him an approving look. In times of crisis, the pressure from the outside wasn't the scariest thing, but internal strife and loss of hope were. As long as they held on to even a sliver of hope for the future, their chances of survival would greatly increase. Right. We have to believe that we can make it to the survivor base alive. The others quickly agreed, slightly more upbeat. The male student, buoyed by Officer Han's approving gaze, puffed out his chest. Officer Han's husband watched the student with an unpleased gaze, though he didn't say anything. Officer Han carefully surveyed the surroundings, keeping to herself the thought that, judging from the wounds on that security guard turned zombie's head, it had died not long ago. There might really be people in this water plant. She needed to be careful. The water plant was quite spacious and free of zombies, so the group quickly reached the small building where Wang Tao was. "Officer Han, why don't we rest here for the night?" The petite girl spoke timidly. She was afraid of encountering zombies if they ventured further. Before Officer Han could reply, her husband immediately said, "No. Haven't you noticed that this building has been abandoned for a long time? The moss has climbed so high. The door is also locked. And we need to do more than just rest, we need to find food. We can't make it to the survivor base without food. Now that there are no zombies in the water plant, it's the perfect opportunity for us to scavenge." Seeing the group's hesitation, he asked, "Do you want to scavenge for food now when it's safer, or would you prefer to search in more dangerous places with zombies tomorrow?" With that, everyone felt that taking some small risks now was better than facing greater danger later. Still, the group subconsciously looked towards Officer Han, as she had saved them and protected them all the way. Officer Han's husband's face darkened instantly. He felt this was the most sensible decision right now, and anyone with a brain should agree, rather than looking to others for confirmation. A bunch of spineless creatures. He cursed inwardly. "I think Wang is right, let's go inside the building and check it out." After pondering for a moment, Officer Han nodded. Although she felt that if there were any survivors, they would most likely be in that building. But not all survivors were necessarily bad people, they could communicate with one another. On the other hand, zombies were enemies, it was a fight to the death upon encounter. So, taking some risks now was worth it. If they could really find some food, then they wouldn't need to take too many risks later on. Only after getting Officer Han's approval did everyone slowly head towards the building. Officer Han, wielding a baton, led the way at the front, with a male college student carrying a table leg right behind her. In the middle were Officer Han's unarmed husband and the petite female student, while Blondie and a slightly chubby buzz-cut man followed behind, each holding a kitchen knife and a steel pipe, respectively. The water plant's building had 3 floors, and the door was open. The group entered cautiously. Inside the decrepit building, behind the curtain, Wang Tao watched the group leave and immediately frowned. Survivor base? Could it be the Redstone Survivor base? No, that can't be right. Redstone base is 50 kilometers from here. These people couldn't possibly make it that far. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Wang Tao's eyebrows shot up. "I heard on the walkie-talkie before that there's a survivor base at Shuai's University, and it's not too far from here. They might be heading to Shuai's University." Wang Tao was quite interested in the survivor base. If these people came from the survivor base to look for supplies, Wang Tao might go and ask them for details. But it was clear that these people hadn't been to the survivor base yet, they were just planning to go there, so they probably didn't know much, which meant Wang Tao wasn't interested anymore. Letting the curtain fall back into place, Wang Tao checked the entire building to ensure all doors and windows were locked securely, then returned to his room and took out his radio, walkie-talkie, and cell phone. He glanced at his phone. Still no signal. Carrying the phone was purely out of habit. In the past, even going to the bathroom, he always had to have his phone in hand. He then turned on his radio and walkie-talkie, still just static noises without any signal. However, Wang Tao seemed to be thoroughly entertained. The sun set. Darkness slowly engulfed the land. Wang Tao could distinctly feel that something outside was different. During the day, it was actually very quiet outside, hardly any noises at all. But at night, he could vaguely hear various growling sounds coming from outside. Even without going out, just hearing these sounds was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Wang Tao took a deep breath and, after ensuring again that the room was safe, prepared to go to bed. Before sleeping, he habitually lifted the curtain to check the scene outside the window. Then, his pupils contracted in an instant. What the hell? He saw on the distant street a swathe of heads moving like a dark tide. They twisted their shapes and trudged slowly in this direction. Zombies, all of them were zombies. Chapter 44 Suzaku University Base 1 What's happening? Wang Tao quickly took out his binoculars. Looking at the vast expanse of ferocious figures, his scalp tingled. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of zombies. With so many zombies, anyone who came would die. In his heart, he even felt a moment of panic, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. Because panicking now was useless, he could only adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Wang Tao immediately went downstairs, packed up his things, and if he really was to be besieged by that many zombies, his only option would be to flee by car. Although driving at night was almost like courting death, it was still better than being torn apart by zombies here. Of course, this was a worst-case scenario. He still had a bottle of stealth potion in his hand, which he had intended to keep for the return trip. But if there was no other choice, he would have to use it now. After getting everything ready, Wang Tao returned to the upstairs window, and after waiting for more than 10 minutes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. They are not heading for the water plant, thank goodness. But these zombies didn't seem organized, just wandering on the streets. They came from the east side of the road and then left from the west. But damn it, so many zombies have entered the water plant. Looking at the zombies in the water plant, Wang Tao felt a headache coming on. He thought he should have locked the gate of the water plant. No, wrong, even if he locked it, those survivors would definitely come and pry it open. Anyway, no matter what, quite a few zombies had gotten in, but it wasn't to the extent that he felt he had to risk his life to run. He could only wait for now. Wang Tao let the curtains fall, then went to the top floor to take a light nap. The rooftop was quite far from the zombies below, and his human scent would definitely be much fainter there, which naturally meant it would be a lot safer. As dawn was about to break, Wang Tao, who was in the middle of sleeping, suddenly heard a scream from afar. He reflexively got up, grabbed his weapon, and then went to the window, parted the curtains, and took a peek. It's coming from the water plant building. Those survivors are in trouble. The moonlight was good that night, and Wang Tao saw that the glass doors under the distant building had shattered, and plenty of zombies were somewhat frantically squeezing inside. Wang Tao couldn't see what was happening inside, but if those survivors were smart, there was still a chance they could survive, as the rooms inside the building weren't doorless. Or they could block the stairs with some stuff to prevent the zombies from getting up. It all depends on whether they are smart enough. Wang Tao shook his head. Now that it was morning, and he no longer felt sleepy, he habitually fiddled with the radio and the walkie-talkie. Then he suddenly heard a voice coming from the walkie-talkie. ZZZ. This is Suzaku University Survivor Base, please respond if you receive this, please respond. ZZZ. After hearing the tired female voice repeat several times, Wang Tao then pressed the PTT button on the walkie-talkie. Received, this is the water plant, this is the water plant. Wang Tao also repeated several times. While pressing the PTT button on the walkie-talkie, it could only transmit one's voice, but not receive. Therefore, it had to be repeated several times to avoid missing the conversation. After a moment. Survivor, hello. Please repeat your location, I didn't hear you clearly. Please repeat. ZZZ. It's so good to make contact. Wang Tao repeated, I am at the water plant, I am at the water plant. Heard you, I heard you. How is the water plant faring, is it safe? Wang Tao glanced at the zombies downstairs. It's temporarily safe, but there are zombies everywhere downstairs. The other party paused for a moment and then added. Sorry, we can't offer you help at the moment, but we have established a survivor base at Shuai's University. If you can leave the water plant safely, you can come to the Suzaku University base. We will provide you with safety and food, and you will only need to do some work for the construction of the base. It sounded quite promising. By the way, how many survivors do you have at your water plant? How long can your food supply last? Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, there are 6 of us in total, including 1 female officer. Female officer. Ah, I see, are you the group saved by Officer Han Rue? Han Rue? Wang Tao confirmed, yes, that's Officer Han. But they are all asleep now, haven't woken up yet. To prevent the other party from asking directly about Officer Han Rue, Wang Tao preemptively closed the topic. To the person on the other end did indeed want to inquire whether Han Rue was present, As a professional police officer would definitely have better communication skills in some matters than ordinary people. But since they were asleep, it wouldn't be good to wake them up. In such times, maintaining one's condition was very important. May I ask about the situation at your Shuai's University base? Wang Tao asked further. Of course, there are currently over 300 survivors at our Shuai's base. Upon hearing this number, Wang Tao was immediately surprised. Having over 300 survivors was quite significant. After listening a while longer, Wang Tao also roughly understood the situation at the Suzaku University base. Before the apocalypse struck, Shuai's University was undergoing renovations, and due to the strong paint fumes, had given a 2-day break. When the apocalypse hit, the university was mostly empty aside from a few staff on duty, so there weren't many zombies there. Next to the university was a security army squad, which had experienced a large-scale infection internally. Those of the security army who survived grabbed weapons and ammo and ran out. As they fled, they rescued civilians, and taking a liking to Shuai's University, they established a survivor base there. The security army had thermal weapons and were physically fit. With some police officers joining them in the middle, they managed to save many people. Even Huangfeng Film City, which was some distance away from Shuai's University, had many actors and actresses rescued and brought over. The current state of the Suzaku University base wasn't just strong, but it had settled down. Every survivor in the base could find something to do, with access to food and safety. It was arguably the best survivor base in Shuai's county. Many people nearby wanted to go there, but even a few kilometers journey involved life-threatening risks. Officer Hanru and her group had heard of the Suzaku University base from another location, then managed to make contact with Shuai's base. After learning more, they decided to take the risk to go there. Having understood everything he needed to know, Wang Tao said, "Thank you very much for the information. I must go now, the walkie-talkie is running out of battery. I hope we can meet in the future. Good luck to you all. Our radio frequency is. We will turn it on at scheduled times every day." The other party relayed some more information before ending the conversation. Wang Tao, stroking his chin stubble, muttered, "This Suzaku University base could be a good place to head to. But this is only one side of the story, we can't completely trust it until we see it with our own eyes." Chapter 45, Forced Suicide. After breakfast, the sun had also risen. Wang Tao lifted a corner of the curtain to take a look outside. Crap. Good news, the horde of zombies from last night had all left. Bad news, some of the zombies had stayed behind in the water treatment plant. Moreover, the zombies that had remained seemed to have increased in number since he had gone to sleep the night before. He wasn't sure if they were attracted by the screaming. Looks like I won't be able to return today. Wang Tao looked at the zombies inside the water plant and then at his own health point bar 80 out of 300, deciding that it was still too risky to venture out today. He had a car, but there was only one road out of the water plant, and it was infested with zombies. He could manage hitting a few zombies with his car, but with so many of them around, he didn't dare to bet on whether the car could withstand more damage than the zombies. If the car stalled, that would mean death. He couldn't be hasty today. After all, he had plenty of food here, as well as purified water. Everything was good except for the lack of electricity, so he could afford to wait a bit longer. Wang Tao glanced again at the water treatment plant building, looking somewhat surprised. Are those survivors still alive? He brought out his binoculars and took a closer look. He saw a group of people lying haphazardly on the rooftop of the building, covered with clothes. The female officer named Han Rui was on guard alone, wielding a baton and a pistol. Wang Tao counted carefully and saw only 5 people. They were 6 yesterday, so one was missing. Given the circumstances, the consequences of being one person short were self-evident. Wang Tao took a closer look at the situation on the rooftop and immediately understood. Pretty smart. Inside the building, there were many staircases leading up, which they would not have been able to block off completely. But there was only one way up to the rooftop. So they had all made it to the rooftop and blocked that single path, preventing the zombies from getting up. Soon, the sleeping survivors began to wake up one after another, and only then did Hanrui go to rest. The male college student brought some food to Hanrui, and she thanked him. Hanrui's husband was lying on the edge of the rooftop, looking down and swearing under his breath. After watching for a while, Wang Tao began his recovery exercises. He still had injuries, and moderate exercise would help the healing process. After intermittent training all morning, Wang Tao started to prepare lunch. While eating, he observed the group of survivors again. He then noticed that there seemed to be some arguments among the survivors. Hanrui's husband was loudly saying something to the petite girl, who knelt on the ground covering her face and crying. Hanru and the male college student hurried over to mediate, while Blondie argued angrily with Hanrui's husband before tightly hugging the petite girl's shoulders. She then buried herself in Blanty's embrace and cried her heart out. Hanru's husband, somewhat restless, went off to be by himself. Wang Tao suddenly found that observing others could be quite interesting. Since he didn't have much else to do, he considered it a way to pass the time. Night fell. Wang Tao didn't go to bed early, but instead intentionally waited at the window. Indeed, the number of zombies on the streets started to increase again. These zombies preferred to be active at night, but there weren't as many as the previous night. Huh? Suddenly, Wang Tao let out a quiet exclamation. He noticed that some of the zombies inside the water treatment plant had followed the others and left. Wang Tao was surprised. Early the next day, the first thing Wang Tao did upon waking was to go to the window. As expected, there are fewer zombies. Maybe they left because they couldn't find any fresh blood? Wang Tao didn't fully understand, but it was certainly good news. Nothing happened today, survivors didn't lose anyone, and Wang Tao was very safe on his side. The second day at the water plant passed safely. At night, it was still the policewoman keeping watch over the survivors. Wang Tao observed the number of zombies in the water plant and sure enough, there were fewer of them. Looking at this situation, I estimate we can leave in another day. The third day trapped in the water plant. Wang Tao was in a fairly good state of health point. He had recovered another 20 health point, now sitting at 100 out of 300. As the saying goes, injuries to the muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. Many of his wounds were internal and even medical packs were of no use. There were no professional doctors around, so he could only rely on time to slowly recover. Wang Tao continued to observe the survivors on the roof not far away. Their situation seemed to be not so good, trapped on the rooftop for so long, everyone's spirit was very poor, and it seemed they were running short on food, which led to quite a few disputes. Wang Tao felt that their little team might not be able to hold on much longer. After all, the disintegration of a team usually starts from within. But this had nothing to do with Wang Tao. They were doing well to keep themselves safe and had no capacity to care for others. However, since Wang Tao was preparing to leave tomorrow, driving would definitely cause some noise, attracting some zombies. If those survivors could seize this opportunity, they would have a good chance of escaping. At night, there were still many zombies strolling on the streets. After Wang Tao noticed another group of zombies follow the others and leave, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now there might only be around 20 zombies left in the water plant, scattered around. Only 2 or 3 were blocking the main gate. He could definitely drive out during the day. Just wait patiently one more night. After routinely checking on the group of survivors, he prepared to go to sleep. Lying in bed, Wang Tao suddenly thought of Ding Yukin. I left her food and purified water. As long as she stays at home obediently, she should be very safe, no need for me to worry. Early morning. Wang Tao got up extra early. He went to the window to look out. The situation was similar to last night, most zombies had left. Have breakfast, then leave. After making some simple food, Wang Tao habitually observed the group of survivors again, then his eyebrows lifted. On the rooftop today, it was the policewoman's husband and the petite woman keeping watch together, while the other few survivors were still asleep, yet the two of them, who were apparently at odds the previous 2 days, somehow ended up together. Literally together. Wang Tao quickly grabbed his phone, turned on the telephoto camera, and started recording. He loved gossip. A minute later, the two, still grubby, hurriedly got dressed. The policewoman's husband said something to the petite woman, and she looked terrified, but eventually nodded her head. Then the two approached the edge of the rooftop. A male university student was sleeping on the ground leaning against the edge. The policewoman's husband and the petite woman exchanged a glance, and then suddenly flipped him over. The male university student, still in his dream, didn't even have time to scream before plummeting down towards the ground. Splat right below was the main gate, blocked by a few zombies. Blanty, lying on the ground nearby, seemed to hear the noise and woke up groggily. He got up and saw the people in front of him but was still not quite comprehending what was happening. The policewoman's husband didn't expect Blanty to wake up and seemed a bit flustered, but the petite woman suddenly pushed Blanty. Blanty's screaming abruptly woke the policewoman in the distance. She immediately prepared to come over and check, but her husband and the petite woman blocked her. The two seized the policewoman's arms, frantically saying something to her. The policewoman's husband was facing Wang Tao, and from the look of his lip movements, he seemed to be saying he killed himself. We take the chance to escape. Chapter 46 Test Subject 1 How could they? Hanru's expression was somewhat blank. They had all cheered each other up last night, agreeing to hold on for 2 more days, wait for the zombies downstairs to leave, and then they could all go to Shuai's university base. But why? Why did they commit suicide? Just 2 more days would have been enough. What on earth is happening? Hanru forced herself to calm down as her gaze became a bit stern. Wu Yining couldn't bear to look directly into Hanrua's eyes and just sobbed with her head down. Sun Weigang said with a sad face, "Wife." Right after Li Cheng woke up, he seemed mentally unstable, saying he wanted to die. Woof and I were preparing to talk him out of it, but he suddenly jumped off the building. Woof was closer, caught Li Cheng's arm, but was dragged down with him. Li Cheng didn't seem like someone who had lost hope. Hanrua scratched her messy hair somewhat frantically. Sun Weigang secretly pinched Wu Yining. Wu Yining's body shuddered, and then she grabbed Hanrua's arm, sobbing and pleading, "Sister Han, let's escape now." Sun Weigang immediately grabbed Hanrua's shoulder and shook it. "Yes, wife, let's get out of here quickly." Li Cheng's suicide, apart from despair for the world, might also have been intended to create an opportunity for us. The zombies downstairs have all gone after him. We can't let his good intentions go to waste. Hanrua hastily broke free from the two and went to the edge of the rooftop to look down. She saw Li Cheng with his head covered in blood, likely having landed on it, probably dead on the spot. Woof was still crawling on the ground, but his body was covered in blood, his blonde hair dyed red. Most importantly, the zombies at the door had surrounded them both, and had even started to feast. Clearly, both of them were beyond saving. We are leaving. Hanrua was not the type to dawdle. Since the situation was irreversible, there was no use saying anything further. Escaping now was the most opportune decision. She quickly led the two to pack up and go downstairs. The stairwell was free of zombies now, and the few zombies downstairs were all attracted by the two who had fallen, making Hanrua's path with her two companions unobstructed. The zombies feasting on the two paid no attention to their meal and did not notice the people descending. Hanru immediately signaled to Sun Weigang and Du Yining with hand gestures to go to the nearby wall, which wasn't high and had no zombies nearby, making it possible to climb over and escape. Several zombies were still at the main gate, and without using guns, they clearly couldn't break through. Using guns would be suicidal. Therefore, climbing the wall was the best choice. Hanru took one last look at the two teammates surrounded by zombies in the middle, feeling very sorrowful. They had arrived as 6, but now only 3 remained. However, this was not the time to grieve. She did her best not to make any noise and waved to the two behind her. Sun Weigang and Du Yining hurried to follow, but during their escape, Wu Yining felt as though someone was watching her. She instinctively looked back and saw a pair of bloodshot eyes staring intently at her from amidst the zombies. She shivered instantly, then tightly grabbed the edge of Sun Weigang's clothing and ran without looking back. Only when he saw the policewoman climb over the wall last, did Wang Tao stop filming the video. He was initially just interested in watching the drama unfold, which was why he had taken out his phone to record it, but it turned into a witness of human ugliness. In fact, if the group of survivors had waited a little longer, until Wang Tao drove the zombies away later, they would have had a high chance of safely leaving without any losses. Of course, they didn't know that. And Wang Tao had no way to contact them. But Wang Tao didn't think this was his fault. It was already good enough that he could save himself, let alone others. He just felt it a pity that there were 2 less survivors in this world. The incident also served as a reminder for him, in this apocalypse, it's fine to trust others, but it's better to trust oneself. Looking at the 2 survivors now surrounded and being devoured by zombies, Wang Tao picked up his weapon. Let's see. After he was fully equipped, Wang Tao left the building and ran toward the bottom of the tall building. Today, most of the zombies in the water plant had already left. Apart from a few zombies at the gate, there were only 4 zombies left at the entrance of the building. The 4 zombies were not a big problem for Wang Tao. Especially in such an open space, even if he couldn't beat them, he could always run back. Jogging up to the entrance of the tall building, the zombies, perhaps too busy feasting, did not notice Wang Tao approaching. Wang Tao, armed with a spear made from a steel pipe in one hand and a steel pipe hammer in the other, attacked the 2 zombies. Woof was filled with hatred. He hated himself for being blind enough to fall for such a venomous-hearted woman. He worked 12 hours a day, and out of his monthly salary of 6,000, he handed over 4,000 to her. He would take care of her with warmth every day, treat her to big meals on weekends, and send her various small gifts on holidays. When she was sick, he would work during the day and spend the night in her hospital room to keep her company. When the apocalypse came, she was the first person he thought of. He thought he had done well enough. In what way had he wronged her? Why did she push him off the building? Bitch. Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Wait, someone's coming. He's killing zombies. He's so powerful. The zombies stand no chance against him. If only I had his strength. Save me. A few minutes later. With a thought, Wang Tao instantly stowed away the spoils of battle. Obtained, 4 units purified water, small, purified water, small, 5 liters, suitable for drinking. All 4 zombies had dropped purified water, small, and Wang Tao could never have enough purified water. In keeping with the excellent tradition of frugality, Wang Tao searched the 4 zombies again, finding several wallets and a box of cigarettes. Then he finally turned to look at the 2 unlucky survivors. The college student's neck had been bitten off, his eyes wide open, dead without closing them. To Wang Tao's surprise, Blondie was not yet dead. 10 out of 105, but he only had 10 drops of health point left and was in a dying state. Wang Tao squatted down in front of Blondie, looking at the unfortunate soul whose thigh, arm, one eye, and half of his face had been eaten away, and frowned as he said, "Do you have any consciousness left? If you do, blink." Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Blondie excitedly blinked his eyes like mad. Gurgle. He tried to speak, but blood sprayed from his mouth as he opened it. "If you don't want to die, don't talk." Wang Tao stripped off a few articles of clothing from a nearby zombie, quickly wrapped Blondie's head, then grabbed his legs and dragged him back to the exterior of the small building. "Wait outside." After giving him that instruction, Wang Tao went inside the building, approached the airdropped box, and took out a bottle of inhibitor. He had been worried about not knowing the effects of the inhibitor, and now, a test subject had presented itself. Chapter 47 Licking Dog has nothing left. Wang Tao's understanding of the inhibitor was entirely from what was written on paper. He wanted to see its effect firsthand. If he could save Blondie, that would naturally be better. If he couldn't, he didn't stand to lose anything, as he had 20 bottles of the inhibitor. Missing one wouldn't matter. Holding the last bottle of inhibitor, Wang Tao walked out. In just that short time, Blondie's green health point bar was down to 5 dots of blood. It was unclear whether he would die first after his health point ran out or turn directly into a zombie. Wang Tao squatted next to Blondie, looking at the black line slowly appearing on his neck. He speculated that after infection, running out of health point would likely mean direct transformation into a zombie. "Still alive? If you are, blink your eyes," Wang Tao asked Blondie. Blondie lifted his one eye to look at Wang Tao, his gaze somewhat vacant, but he still blinked with difficulty. Wang Tao took out a tube of the inhibitor and waved it in front of him. "This is the inhibitor, something the government developed to fight the zombie virus." As soon as he said this, it was obvious that there was a glint of hope in Blondie's eyes. "But it can't completely detoxify you, it can only suppress the outbreak of the zombie virus. If I use the inhibitor on you now, you won't mutate into a zombie, but it's unclear when the virus might flare up again. You would need to continue using the inhibitor." Blondie showed no disappointment. In his current state, he wasn't asking for much. Being able to live even one more day would be enough to make him secretly happy. However, this inhibitor comes with serious side effects. Plus, only those with strong physical constitutions or willpower can use it. Otherwise, even if used, it will still be death. "So, are you ready?" Blondie used the last of his strength to start blinking frantically. "Very good." Wang Tao nodded. The inhibitor could be injected or taken orally. But before pouring the inhibitor into his mouth, Wang Tao added, "Now, think about the reasons you can't die. For example, your parents are still waiting for you to come to their rescue. Or, the woman who just got you tailed is still alive and well." Blondie's one eye instantly widened, filled with a hue of resentment. So Wang Tao said no more and directly squeezed Blondie's mouth, forcing the entire bottle of the inhibitor down. Gulp. After drinking the inhibitor, Blondie's whole body started to convulse. It didn't seem like suppression, but rather like he was about to turn into a zombie. Could it be ineffective? Wang Tao took a step back, his hand gripping the horned hammer. If he saw Blondie's health point turn red, he would not hesitate to deal a blow with the hammer. After waiting another 2 minutes, watching as Blondie was down to the last drop of blood, with Wang Tao already lifting the hammer, suddenly, Blondie's body stopped shaking, the black lines on his neck began to fade, and his green health point bar surged to 20, but his health point limit dropped by 20 drops. 20 out of 85, "Are you conscious?" "Yeah." Blondie, with his eyes closed, responded with a nasal yeah. "How did it feel just now?" "Pain. My whole body hurt. Felt like my head was going to explode." "Good, welcome back to life." Wang Tao patted his shoulder, then went to get a medical kit. He administered some hemostatics and sedatives, and roughly, yet amateurishly, bandaged his wounds. Throughout this, Blondie gritted his teeth. After everything was taken care of, Blondie's health point bar increased by another 10 drops. The effects of the military medical kit were immediately apparent. "Thank you." Blondie looked at Wang Tao with a face full of gratitude. "No need to thank me, I just wanted to test the effect of the inhibitor, using you as a guinea pig," Wang Tao replied. "The truth really does hurt." But Blondie was still very grateful. No matter what the masked man's intentions were, the fact that he had saved him was undeniable. Especially since he had just been betrayed by someone he was close to, and then rescued by Wang Tao right after. His feelings of gratitude were beyond words. Smoke? Seeing Blanty's eyes light up, Wang Tao took out a cigarette, roughly stuffed it into Blanty's mouth, and lit it for him. Tell me about what happened to you guys. What exactly went down between you? Wang Tao was very curious about their situation, and didn't mind getting the full story before he left. After taking a deep drag, Blanty's spirit seemed much improved, and he began to explain. My name is Woof. 10 minutes later, Wang Tao had a rough understanding of the whole story. Before the apocalypse, Woof worked at an electronics factory in the neighboring city, where he met Tu Yinying online, a fellow factory worker. To pursue Yinying, he had expended a great deal of effort and resources, and only managed to win her over after half a year. During the pursuit, Woof gave a lot. After getting together with her, he gave even more. He treated Tu Yinying as if she were his wife. However, the two had never progressed beyond hugging and holding each other until then. Yinying said she wanted to save the best for their wedding night. Woof was not only not angry when he heard this, but also very happy. Because Yinying mentioned wedding night. Didn't that mean she was willing to marry him? After the apocalypse hit, Woof lost communication with his parents, and with his hometown being over 1,000 kilometers away, he could do nothing. Yinying, on the other hand, took the initiative to call him for help, and Woof agreed without a second thought. Under the power of love, he even cleverly killed a zombie to see Yinying. After that, they depended on each other for survival, with Woof giving most of the food to Yinying. When they ran out of food, police officer Hanru and her husband Sun Wei-gang showed up. Officer Hanru said they were heading to the Suzaku University survivor base and asked if they wanted to join. Staying where they were was a death sentence, but following Hanru provided not only food but protection. They had no choice. Then, on the road, they encountered a few more people and set off together. On their journey, they were extorted by a ruthless group of survivors. If it weren't for Hanru, they might have all ended up as zombie fodder. After that came the situation Wang Tao saw. They had arrived at the water plant. Although there were some disputes among the team, they were still relatively harmonious. But on the first night, his girlfriend was scared by the zombies outside, screamed, and attracted a lot of zombies. During the escape, one of their companions got bitten. Because of this incident, Sun Wei-gang held a significant grudge against Tu Yinying. Even not just Sun Wei-gang, the faces of Hanru and the male college student Li Cheng were also quite grim, but they didn't say much more. Woof even argued with Sun Wei-gang to defend his girlfriend. Afterwards, the group spent their time on the rooftop, all very agitated. This morning, while he was sleeping, he heard a noise. Just as he opened his eyes and got up, without understanding the situation, he was pushed down by Yinying. Even now, he couldn't understand why Yinying wanted to kill him. He didn't see the male college student fall to his death, and after he fell, he was too scared by the approaching zombies to notice the body behind him. Wang Tao looked at him with a hint of pity in his eyes. Loyalty to the end, only to lose everything, Blanty. You really didn't fare well. Since Woof had satisfied his curiosity, he naturally had to satisfy Woof's doubts as well. Thus, Wang Tao showed Woof the video he had taken. The unedited version, starting from the moment that despicable couple had hooked up. Chapter 48 Method for Purifying Water 1 Bastards. Slut. Motherfucker. Upon seeing the video, Woof's mouth suddenly turned into a Gatling gun. If words could kill, Woof would have probably mowed down the whole world in these short minutes, without waiting for the apocalypse to arrive. You know why she wanted to kill you? Because you saw the evidence of them committing murder. Of course, you actually didn't see it, but they thought you did. With the collapse of the world order, it was only a matter of time before people started harming others for their own benefit. Wang Tao had been prepared for that. The reason the two of them were afraid of their murderous acts being discovered was obviously because of Hanru, the policewoman. Hanru was obviously someone with a strong sense of justice, and if she discovered that they had killed a teammate, that would be problematic. Especially for Yinying, she was even more afraid. After all, she and Hanru had no familial ties. She couldn't be sure that Hanru wouldn't kill her. So, to avoid trouble, she went ahead and killed even Woof. One has to admit, this woman was very decisive. Regardless of her character, just on the basis of such ruthlessness, she would probably live a long time in this apocalyptic environment. No wonder, when I saw Hanru and her husband before, this bitch kept sneaking glances at Sun Wei-gang. Woof painfully grabbed his hair. Before, he thought Tu Yinying was just stealing extra looks at a handsome guy, just as he wanted to take more glances at Officer Hanru out of plain admiration, for he had no hidden intentions since they were a married couple. But who knew, Yinying had already set her sights on him. And to think he had even argued with Sun Wei-gang because of her. Turns out he was the clown. As for their desire to kill that college student Li Cheng, I guess it's because Li Cheng kept showing kindness to Officer Hanru on the road, which annoyed Sun Wei Gang. And Sun Wei Gang wanted someone to attract the zombies, so he chose him. After understanding all of this, the rage shooting from Wolf's soul eye was almost tangible. This pair of dogs, I will make sure they don't die a good death. Alright, I don't know if others will die, but if you keep getting this worked up, you might just die first. Wang Tao pointed at the wound on Wolf's body that was bleeding a bit from his excessive agitation. Wang Tao glanced at his watch again. Got any questions? You have 10 minutes. That thing. Wolf pointed at the empty inhibitor bottle on the ground. This is something that the government's organization has had a large number of experts working on. Wang Tao briefly introduced the inhibitor. So how can I get the inhibitor? Wolf hadn't forgotten that Wang Tao told him he might need the inhibitor in the future. Currently, I only know that there are inhibitors in the supplies drop, so you need to pay attention to the supplies drop. Supplies drop. Wolf's eyes lit up. He had obviously seen the previous airplane supplies drop. Then, Big Brother, are you at the survivor base? Can you take me there? I will repay you. Wolf looked at Wang Tao with a longing gaze. Wang Tao shook his head. I am not at the survivor base, I am in my own home. Upon hearing this, Wolf's face immediately fell into disappointment. He was at his own home, which obviously meant he wouldn't take a stranger like himself. I think you are capable of getting to the survivor base on your own, Wang Tao said, looking at the wounds on Wolf's body. Wang Tao didn't know if it was the side effects of using the inhibitor or the after effects of Wolf's near infection and mutation, but he felt his body had become much stiffer, as if on the verge of turning into a zombie at any moment. Although his physique seemed somewhat stronger, Wang Tao estimated that once he had recovered, even if his health point had dropped by 20, his strength should still be greater than that of an ordinary person. As long as he could handle zombies one-on-one and be extra cautious on the road, there was a decent chance he could make it to the survivor base, especially since it wasn't too far away. Moreover, killing zombies could increase his health point cap. The more he killed, the stronger he became. Wang Tao left behind for Wolf the medical kit he had used, along with some food, then got into the vehicle under Wolf's watchful gaze. This Big Brother actually drove out here? Wolf was dumbfounded. Only a real badass would dare to drive in an apocalyptic city. He suddenly regretted it, wishing he had shamelessly asked to follow this Big Brother. He didn't even know this man's name or what he looked like. Wang Tao drove the pickup to the gate where 4 zombies were present. Since he had saved Wolf's life, he might as well extend his goodwill to the end and deal with these 4 zombies as well. In a few minutes, all the zombies were dead beneath his horned hammer. Acquired, 4 units purified water, small. Wang Tao discovered that zombies killed at the water plant seemed to always drop purified water. Maybe in the future, if he was short on water, he could come here to stock up? Lost in thought, Wang Tao locked the water plant gate. Now Wolf inside the water plant was essentially safe. Boom! The pickup's engine let out a gentle roar as it left the water plant. From the balcony, Wolf watched the departing vehicle, murmuring to himself, Big Brother, may we meet again if fate allows. If I am still alive, I, Wolf, will definitely repay you. In the pickup, after driving out of the water plant's range, Wang Tao immediately injected himself in the arm with the stealth potion, medium. The familiar sensation returned. His body got colder, his breathing slowed, and his limbs felt heavier. Phew, this feeling is really unpleasant. Using the stealth potion itself wasn't too uncomfortable. What was uncomfortable was the feeling of losing strength. His strength would diminish slightly after the injection. Even though the reduction wasn't much, for Wang Tao, who was accustomed to strength, it was still somewhat uncomfortable. In this post-apocalyptic world, no strength meant no sense of security. After the stealth potion took effect, Wang Tao's vehicle speed slowed down, and some zombies noticed the vehicle but didn't go berserk, only approaching curiously. By the time they got closer, the vehicle had already departed. This time, Wang Tao didn't take the outer ring road. There was a monster with 10,000 health point in the forest beside the road, and he didn't dare to take that route. The stealth potion lasted an hour. Even if he drove slowly, he could make it back. However, before going back, Wang Tao had one more thing to do, get some gasoline. As he passed a small parking lot and saw the intact vehicles, an idea struck Wang Tao. There were no zombies here. It was an excellent opportunity to scavenge for gasoline. He had previously taken 3 fuel barrels from a small restaurant, 2 of which contained fuel. The empty one would be just right for collecting gasoline. Additionally, he had drunk a barrel of purified water, small, in the past few days, and a leftover empty barrel could also be filled with gasoline. With tools in hand, he got out of the vehicle, and after some time, Wang Tao filled the 20 liters fuel barrel and the 5 liters water barrel with gasoline. Haha, now I can make Molotov cocktails. Suddenly, I am looking forward to encountering a big hammer zombie again. Happy community. Thud, 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 you damn whore, open the door, quick. Hearing the knocking outside the bedroom, Ding Yukin, pale and haggard, hugged her knees, curled up in a corner of the room, her eyes brimming with despair. Wang Tao, you really left me behind. Where are you? I hate you. Sob sob. Chapter 49. The second terrorizer. One damn, could I have possibly jinxed it any worse? Wang Tao was dumbfounded as he looked at a terrorizer zombie not far away. He had casually wished to encounter a big hammer zombie, but he hadn't expected to run into one so soon. Detour? There was still time to take a detour. But to be honest, seeing the terrorizer, he somewhat didn't want to leave. After all, this zombie could drop a shockwave zombie core. What should I do? Wang Tao glanced at the terrorizer in the middle of the road in the distance and then checked the remaining time of the stealth potion below his health point bar. The effect of the stealth potion still has 40 minutes, and it will take about 20 minutes for me to go back, which means I still have 20 minutes. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Tao steeled his heart. Let's give it a try, and if it doesn't work out, I will retreat. Wang Tao slowly parked his car in an alleyway on the side of the street, which was a dead end, cluttered with a lot of rotting garbage, but no zombies. After getting out of the car, Wang Tao carefully surveyed his surroundings, then approached the door of a nearby house. The door was open, and inside was chaos, with a lot of black blood stains on the floor and walls. Wielding a horned hammer, Wang Tao entered cautiously, searching around. All the food and such was gone, but he found what he wanted. 2 glass seasoning bottles. The bottles were empty, saving Wang Tao the trouble of cleaning them out. He went on to rummage through the next 2 neighboring houses. Although he only found 1 glass bottle, he did find a bag of laundry detergent. So many bottles are broken, what a pity. But 3 Molotov cocktails should be enough. Wang Tao returned to his car, took out a can of gasoline, and filled each of the 3 glass bottles with a bit more than half but not more than 2/3 full of gasoline. The gasoline shouldn't be filled to the brim, otherwise, it might not ignite. After filling the bottles with gasoline, Wang Tao added different ingredients to each of the Molotov cocktails. The first bottle was mixed with sugar to extend the burning time. The second bottle was mixed with flour to increase the burning temperature. The third bottle was mixed with laundry detergent to boost its stickiness. Finally, he stuffed the mouths of the bottles as much as possible and inserted a piece of cloth as a wick. This made 3 simple Molotov cocktails. Oh, there was one more step, the bottles had to be wiped clean. Some gasoline had spilled on the bottles while pouring, and if not cleaned off, it could burn him as well. After making sure everything was ready, Wang Tao took a deep breath, grabbed all the equipment he could carry, including a handgun, and then got out of the car and headed towards the terrorizer zombie. The effect of his stealth potion was still active. As long as he didn't get too close to the zombies, he would most likely not attract their attention. When he was about 10 meters away from the terrorizer, Wang Tao stopped. This terrorizer resembled the ones he had encountered before, dressed in work clothes, towering over 2 meters tall, and wielding a reinforced concrete hammer as well. But this one seemed more ferocious, and it had more health point. 1,200 out of 1,200, he guessed its strength might be even greater. However, strength didn't matter. After all, Wang Tao had no intention of a fair fight this time. After thoroughly scanning his surroundings, Wang Tao noticed an old 2-story building. The small building was directly under the sun, so if he stood on top of it and the terrorizer tried to attack him, it would have to face the sunlight. The door to the building was locked. Looking through the broken glass of the security window revealed that the inside appeared to have been through a fierce battle, with bloodstains everywhere. Many pieces of furniture blocked the main door. Picking the lock was pointless. He glanced at the building's exterior walls. The windows and other protrusions offered numerous handholds for climbing. Without a second thought, Wang Tao grabbed his stuff and started climbing the wall. A few minutes later, Wang Tao reached the rooftop of the 2nd floor. Looking at the terrorizer nearby, Wang Tao felt an itch to act, but he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he took out a long rope. This rope, which was sturdy, had been in the pickup truck. He tied one end of the rope to the railing on the rooftop and threw the other end down. After ensuring that everything was in place, Wang Tao took a deep breath. He picked up several bricks and threw them at the terrorizer in the distance. Thwack, thwack, thwack. His accuracy with bricks wasn't great, only one managed to hit the terrorizer. Roar? After being hit, the terrorizer immediately turned around, but he couldn't see who had thrown it. After all, Wang Tao was still under the effects of the stealth potion, which masked his scent. So, Wang Tao threw a few more bricks, deliberately using the noise to guide it. Sure enough, the terrorizer followed the sound. When it reached the base of the building, it looked up at Wang Tao on the rooftop with some confusion, but the blinding sunlight made it instinctively shield its eyes with a hand. It was at this moment that Wang Tao lit the fuse of the Molotov cocktails with gasoline before sparking his lighter. Watching the Molotov cocktails ignite, Wang Tao hurled one down at the terrorizer below. Crash! The cocktail hit the terrorizer square on the head without deviating. Boom! Instantly, a fireball erupted, engulfing the terrorizer. A string of numbers jumped out from its head. -53, -52, -55. On the rooftop of the second floor, Wang Tao stepped back unconsciously from the blast of heat. Roar! The burning terrorizer zombie let out an angry roar. It had finally located Wang Tao on the rooftop. Although it didn't understand why the rooftop zombie would attack him, and even use fire. It just went with it. Amidst the flames, the terrorizer raised its big hammer and slammed it into the building. Bang! A loud boom rolled out, along with a ring of shockwave, and Wang Tao felt the building shake. Damn! Seeing the terrorizer smash a large hole in the building, revealing the red bricks inside, Wang Tao was a bit stunned. These old brick wall structures felt like they wouldn't hold up against such smashing. And such a loud noise would attract a lot of zombies. No, I must finish this quickly. Wang Tao had initially planned to slowly kill it with the remaining Molotov cocktails, but now he was forced to change his mind. After gathering his belongings, Wang Tao grabbed the rope and rappelled down from the rooftop. The terrorizer in the sea of fire was unrecognizable, but it still had enough strength to hammer at the wall, and it seemed that it could still see Wang Tao as it brought the hammer down to the ground. The hammer missed, but the shockwave hit Wang Tao. -82, Wang Tao tasted something sweet in his throat. Enduring the pain in his body, he rolled to his feet and swiftly pulled out two pistols, firing at the terrorizer. Bang bang bang! After the sound of gunfire, various eerie roars echoed through the streets. Wang Tao's expression remained unchanged as he continued to pull the trigger. When several, -300, popped up above the terrorizer's head, it fell down instantly. Braving the fire, Wang Tao hurried over to pry out a red transparent crystal core from the terrorizer's skull, quickly collecting the loot, and then made a run for it. Rumble! No sooner had Wang Tao left than a group of zombies arrived. The zombies saw Wang Tao from afar but didn't chase deeply. In their eyes, Wang Tao was one of their own. Phew! Wang Tao, while running, patted the sparks off his body. Once he made it to his car and saw no zombies following, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. He quickly started the car and glanced at the loot in the space backpack. Level 1 Crystal Core Shockwave, Quality, Excellent, 80%, Purity, 50%, Side Effect, Sensitivity to Light, Chapter 50 Ability, Shockwave 1 Vroom. The car started and turned to leave via another road. Wang Tao suddenly felt that firing his gun just now seemed to have its benefits after all. It had at least attracted the surrounding zombies, so he could speed up a bit. Not until he had left the street did Wang Tao finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then he took out a painkiller from the military medical kit and plunged it into his arm. The terrorizer's hammer strike, although not hitting him directly, had delivered a solid shockwave to him, taking off more than 80 health point. His wounds hadn't fully healed. And now his whole body was even more painfully sore. Fortunately, he was wearing thick clothes, with books on his body to block some of the damage. It was also lucky that he had dressed warmly, or he might have been burned while collecting the spoils of combat. Looking at the burnt holes in his clothes, even on the hood and the face mask, Wang Tao felt somewhat relieved. He had narrowly avoided disfigurement again. The painkiller worked well, and soon he felt much more spirited. Only then did he have the chance to check his spoils. Killing that terrorizer had once again granted him an additional 40 health point limit. He reached 54 out of 380, close to breaking through 400, but since his current health point had dropped quite a bit during the fight, he was still severely injured. Just like before, the terrorizer's weapon was stored by Wang Tao in his space backpack, and the dropped parcel contained the same item, strength potion, small, XL, but this time there was no blueprint. Finally, it was time for him to focus on his main objective, Level 1 Crystal Core, Shockwave, Quality, Excellent, 80%, Purity, 50%, Side Effect, Sensitivity to Light. This time, the crystal core was not a white and transparent one but a transparent red crystal. Compared to the previous crystal core, the quality had changed. The last one was ordinary, 20%, and this one was excellent, 80%. Quality affects the success rate of fusion, indicating an 80% success rate for merging this red crystal core. This success rate was impressive. As long as one wasn't extremely unlucky, the fusion would be stable. Of course, Wang Tao was aiming for a 100% success rate. He definitely wouldn't fuse this one now, as he intended to gather 10 for synthesis. Wait a minute. Wang Tao suddenly paused. The first shockwave crystal core had a fusion success rate of 20%, and this second one was at 80%. Didn't that mean the combined success rate was already 100%? He quickly looked at his space backpack, and noticed some changes in the cell where the zombie cores were stored. Level 1 Crystal Core, Shockwave, 2 out of 10, can be synthesized. He could synthesize now. So this 10 didn't mean that at least 10 cores were needed for one synthesis, but that up to 10 cores could be fused? Just as Wang Tao was pondering synthesis, another prompt popped up. The attributes after synthing level 1 crystal core, shockwave will be, quality, ordinary, 20%, plus excellent, 80%, equals epic, 100%, purity, 50% plus 50% equals 100%, impurities, none, side effects, none. After synthesis, the quality will become 100%, and the purity will be 100% as well. Stability maxed out, no impurities, side effects extracted too. What are we waiting for? Without hesitation, Wang Tao chose to synthesize. Swish, the cell in the space backpack where the crystal cores were placed burst into a burst of colorful light, and an orange zombie core appeared. Level 1 crystal core, shockwave, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 100%, no side effects. Seeing the orange zombie core in the space backpack, Wang Tao felt his heartbeat quicken a bit. But Wang Tao still had his wits about him. He knew that merging this thing right now wasn't quite appropriate. It would be better to go back and do it. However, just as Wang Tao took the crystal core out from the space to admire it, he suddenly felt as if he hadn't eaten for days, and a delicious meal was placed in front of him. Instinctively, he bit into it. And then, he swallowed the beautiful orange crystal core. Fuck. It was only after swallowing it that Wang Tao realized what he had done. He quickly stopped the car, touched his body, and tried to see if there were any changes. I feel a bit hot. Wang Tao felt his body warming up, but that was all. No other changes occurred. The mild heat persisted for about 3 minutes. Then Wang Tao felt like he had grown a bit stronger, but not by much. He hurriedly checked his attributes. His health point limit didn't change, but his current health point increased by 10 points, turning into 64 out of 380. Below his health point bar, a new blue bar had appeared, 100 out of 100. Seeing the blue bar, a realization suddenly dawned on Wang Tao. The blue bar represented his energy. He needed this energy to release the shockwave. Then, next to the icon for the space backpack, an icon of a small fist appeared. Inside the fist icon, there was another icon with a wave pattern, ability, shockwave. Do I really have an ability now? Wang Tao felt it was somewhat surreal. Mainly because he didn't feel any major changes in his body. Thinking this, Wang Tao suddenly threw a punch at the air outside the car window. Thump! Although it was a punch into the air, it made a ripple as if hitting water, visible to the naked eye. The diameter of the ripple was about 1 meter. At the same time, his blue bar dropped by 10 points. Then he punched the air again, but this time nothing happened. So that's how it is. Wang Tao had understood how to use the ability. As long as he thought about using the shockwave ability in his mind, he could manifest it. If he didn't want to use it, it would be just a normal attack. He could also roughly control how much energy to use. He just thought about using as little energy as possible and then use 10 points of energy. He could use even less or more energy in one go. But he had a feeling that using less energy required extremely precise control, which he was not capable of yet. If he used too much energy at once, he might end up drained or damage his body, and it seemed like the maximum energy he could use at once was around 20 points. Therefore, to wield this ability with ease, he had to learn and practice more. If two ability users with the same energy and skill were to fight head-on, the one more proficient in using their ability would undoubtedly win. But no matter what, Wang Tao was now a genuine ability user. He couldn't wait to roar out in excitement. After all, which man hadn't dreamt of having supernatural powers when they were a child? Although he wasn't quite at the level of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth, he believed that as long as he continued to grow stronger, he might get there one day. With this excited mindset, Wang Tao finally returned to Happy Community a minute before the effects of the stealth potion wore off. What happened? Wang Tao suddenly frowned. Something seemed off. Where were all the zombies in the courtyard? There were clearly more than 20 zombies in the yard, and when he left, the zombies didn't chase after him. Could it be that someone came out and lured the zombies away? No, the zombies went into the building. When Wang Tao saw that the door to Building 4 was open, his face suddenly turned grim. Chapter 51 Crazy One. The number of zombies in the courtyard of Happy Community had decreased, so Wang Tao simply parked his car inside the community. He also locked the main gate of the community. At that moment, the duration of the stealth potion had just ended, and Wang Tao felt his strength fully restored. He held a horned hammer in one hand and carried a can of oil from the car with the other. With his ability, Wang Tao had grown bolder. However, he didn't head straight for building number 4, instead, he first went to buildings number 1, 2, and 3 to shut their lobby doors. There were obviously still zombies inside these buildings. He could hear them coming downstairs as he closed the doors. Wang Tao didn't have time to deal with them yet, But he had to prevent them from ambushing him while he was fighting. With the community gate locked and the doors of the 3 buildings shut, only the zombies in building number 4 remained. When Wang Tao arrived at the entrance of building number 4 and saw the zombies in the stairwell, he didn't go in but climbed onto the awning above the lobby door. Then he began to tap the metal oil can with the horned hammer. Dong dong. As soon as the tapping sound echoed, it instantly attracted the attention of the zombies in the stairwell. Hey hey! The zombies began to follow the sound and come out. After emerging, they seemed to catch Wang Tao's human scent and gradually became frenzied. But Wang Tao was now on the awning above the door, out of the zombies' reach, leaving them impotently raging below. In a short while, the number of zombies beneath him grew, forming a dense and terrifying crowd of about 20 or 30 heads. If Wang Tao fell, he would undoubtedly die. But Wang Tao was not panicked. When the timing felt right, he looked toward an open window on the 2nd floor, about 2 meters away from him. It was precisely the window of apartment 201, left open when he had departed. First, Wang Tao threw the oil can inside, then he took off all his upper clothing, exposing a muscular torso covered in scars. Once stripped, the human scent of blood seemed more intense, making the zombies below even more frenzied. Wang Tao immediately threw down the bloody clothes. Hey hey! Following the scent, the zombies lunged at the clothes. Wang Tao then leaped toward the window and easily jumped through it. After entering, he grabbed his things and ran to the door, opening it from the inside. Hey hey! The moment he opened the door, a one-armed zombie lunged at Wang Tao. Wang Tao was prepared for an attack upon opening the door. Without looking, he kicked out. Bang! The zombie was sent flying into the door of apartment 202. Only then did Wang Tao take a moment to look, and cursed angrily. Shit! The zombie he had just kicked away turned out to be the balding uncle. After the balding uncle climbed back up and lunged at him again, Wang Tao sidestepped to avoid the attack, pushed him into apartment 201, and quickly shut and locked the door. Then, with a flip, he jumped straight down to the 1st floor. The zombies outside the door might have been taken aback, not expecting someone to suddenly jump down from the corridor. Faced with a crowd of zombies, Wang Tao remained unflustered and slammed the lobby door shut with a bang. Ignoring the various roars behind him, he rushed upstairs. Inside room 401. By the door of the secondary bedroom, a young man with pale complexion, dressed in spectacles, and with a scholarly appearance sat on the floor. He was holding a kitchen knife, knocking on the door while eating his last piece of bread, then called out somewhat weakly, "Beauty, open the door. I promise I won't kill you." No one answered from inside. "Beauty, you can't trust me. I really didn't mean to kill that uncle. I was forced into a corner too." Still no response. "Beauty, I am giving you a chance to open the door voluntarily. Otherwise, don't blame me, okay? What are you waiting for? Waiting for your husband who's already fled on his own? Forget it, no one's coming to rescue you. Just accept your fate, follow me, and I guarantee I won't let you die. Damn it. Stupid bitch. I am going to make you wish you were dead. I am going to you alive." The man in glasses suddenly turned vicious, looking as ferocious as a madman. As soon as he spoke, a muffled sobbing could be heard from the bedroom. Upon hearing this, the man in glasses immediately changed his tune. "If you open the door willingly, I promise, as long as you agree to be my wife, I won't kill you. I will treat you well." Seeing that there was still no response from inside, the man in glasses didn't want to wait any longer. He propped himself up against the wall, stood up, then took a kitchen knife and began to pry at the door lock. "Damn you, you stinking whore. Wait for it. When I catch you, I am going to strip you naked, chop you into pieces, throw you into the zombie horde. I am going to fuck you to death." As the man in glasses muttered to himself, he suddenly heard some noise coming from outside the front door. "Hey, these dumb zombies, here they come again." The man in glasses suddenly stopped short. He noticed that the door to his house was open. Gulp, swallowing hard, the man in glasses clenched the kitchen knife tightly and hobbled along the wall towards the door. Suddenly, a tall dark shadow burst in. Before the man in glasses could see clearly, he found himself lifted off the ground. Wang Tao looked at the man he held by the neck, a cold gaze in his eyes. As he watched the man struggle to breathe, Wang Tao loosed his grip, and the man in glasses fell to the ground. Wang Tao stomped hard on his stomach, after seeing that he had only a sliver of health point left. Only then did Wang Tao let him be. Then Wang Tao approached the door of the secondary bedroom and knocked. "Open up, it's me." No answer from inside. Wang Tao didn't waste any words, he took half a step back, then suddenly kicked the door. Bang! The door was kicked open by his foot. A hoarse scream came from the corner of the room. Seeing the disheveled woman, Wang Tao strode over. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die." Ding Yukin, sitting on the ground, frantically waved her limbs. Wang Tao squatted down, easily grabbed Ding Yukin's limbs, then pinched her chin, forcibly lifting her head. "Sister-in-law, it's me." Ding Yukin looked over in terror. Looking at the tall figure in front of her, bare-chested and muscular, covered in scars, wearing a broken mask. She was suddenly stunned, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Wang Tao? It's me. Wang Tao. Woo. Is it really you? I thought you abandoned me. I thought I was dead. I am not dreaming." Ding Yukin cried tears of joy, somewhat incoherently. Wang Tao gently patted her shoulder. "Sister-in-law, it's me, I am back." Seeing Wang Tao's hand, Ding Yukin suddenly threw herself into his arms. "Woo. I thought you." Wang Tao patted Ding Yukin's back and helped her stand up, then asked. "What on earth happened here? How did you end up here? What's the deal with the person outside?" Ding Yukin suddenly tensed up again when the matter was brought up. "That man went mad. He lured the zombies here. He wanted to kill us. The bald uncle. To save me. Woo." Chapter 52 Murder. I don't be nervous, just take your time. Wang Tao, supporting Ding Yukin, came out and saw the figure lying on the ground. Ding Yukin instinctively clung tightly to Wang Tao's waist. "Vizchna Velbin. Come for new updates. He's gone mad. He wanted to commit suicide with us." And then, Ding Yukin trembled as she recounted what had happened. It turned out that the day after Wang Tao had left, the glasses-wearing man from 401 took the initiative to come out and invited the bald man downstairs and Ding Yukin to his apartment as guests. Of course, saying it was to entertain guests was an overstatement since he didn't have much to offer. It was really just to discuss what to do in the future. Ding Yukin originally didn't want to go out, but since she thought Wang Tao had abandoned her and left alone, she felt the only way to survive was to save herself, so she went out. The bald uncle also came out. After all, the glasses-wearing man seemed very normal, and both he and the bald uncle thought he truly wanted to unite everyone for self-rescue. Unexpectedly, after inviting everyone out, the glasses-wearing man suddenly went to open the unit door while no one was paying attention and let the zombies in. His home had long been out of supplies, and with the power, water, and internet cut off, he had been driven mad by the apocalypse. The mentally unstable glasses-wearing man wanted to take everyone down with him. The glasses-wearing man thought death was no big deal, but after seeing how ferocious the zombies were, he suddenly chickened out. The betrayed Ding Yukin and the bald uncle didn't have time to get back to their homes, so they had no choice but to hide in the glasses-wearing man's house. In his house, the bald uncle naturally wanted to settle scores with the glasses-wearing man, but after the latter's tearful apologies, claiming he had been blinded by insanity, he managed to convince the kind-hearted bald uncle. Although Ding Yukin no longer trusted the glasses-wearing man, she was, after all, a frail woman. If the zombies came, she would still need their protection, so she didn't say anything and just kept a close watch on the glasses-wearing man. And so, the group stayed inside 401 for 2 days, but there was no food and very little water in his house. All three of them were struggling to hold on. At this time, most of the zombies in the corridor had left, with only one upstairs. Therefore, the bald uncle suggested going downstairs to his place to get some things, as he still had some food Wang Tao had given him. But he was afraid that the glasses-wearing man would harm Ding Yukin, so he proposed that he go together with him and have Yukin stay at home to keep watch. Hearing there was food, the glasses-wearing man instantly perked up and agreed there was no problem. Then he and the bald uncle sneakily slipped out. But after the two left, something happened downstairs that drew a zombie and they both ran back. When Ding Yukin opened the door, the glasses-wearing man suddenly pulled her out and opened the door. He wanted to drag everyone down together again. By then, his mind had already become abnormal. As Yukin was about to be bitten by a zombie, the bald uncle desperately charged at the glasses-wearing man, pulling Yukin back inside, but he himself got bitten. In the final moments, the bald uncle forcefully shut the door to 401, and as the two men struggled, the glasses-wearing man's keys got lost too. The bald uncle resolutely dragged the zombie down the stairs with him. Yukin frantically hid in the bedroom and locked it from the inside. Since the glasses-wearing man didn't have the keys, and since he hadn't eaten before, he didn't have the strength to break open the bedroom door, so the two were stuck in a standoff from yesterday until today. But when the glasses-wearing man had gone down previously with the bald uncle, he had managed to get some food from the bald uncle's place. So as long as he recovered some strength, he could probably break open the bedroom door by ramming it. By then, Yukin would surely die. After all, she was originally not as physically strong as the glasses-wearing man and hadn't eaten for days. She had no way to resist. And just when Yukin was at her most desperate, Wang Tao arrived like God himself, appearing right in front of her. After listening to Ding Yukin's rough explanation, Wang Tao looked at the glasses-wearing man as if he were looking at a dead man, Then he said somewhat displeased, "Sis-in-law, didn't I tell you to hide in the house and not come out? Why did you go out?" I won't do it again." Ding Yukin hung her head slightly, not daring to meet Wang Tao's eyes. Right then, Wang Tao seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, "Do you think I abandoned you and left on my own?" When he went after the airdrop, he drove there, so if Ding Yukin had been by the window, she could have seen it. Most people would probably assume that Wang Tao was planning to leave on his own. Ding Yukin really wanted to say yes, but she didn't dare. She was afraid that her distrust would annoy Wang Tao, and only when she lost Wang Tao did she realize how much she needed him. In the few days that Wang Tao was gone, she truly understood what the apocalypse was. Seeing that Ding Yukin remained silent, Wang Tao knew what was probably going on. "Stupid woman. Even if I really had left, couldn't you have asked the bald guy to unlock the door to my room? You know I have food in there. But you chose to trust a stranger instead?" Really, Wang Tao reproached irritably. The death of the bald man made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although they had been strangers before, the man had taught him the entire set of lock-picking skills, and he had a good personality, not one of those greedy types. Wang Tao had a good impression of him. And yet such a man had died like that. "I am sorry. I..." Sob. It was the first time Wang Tao had been so harsh to Ding Yukin, and it instantly frightened her. Clutching the corner of her clothes, she apologized with teary eyes. Okay. It's not your fault." Seeing Ding Yukin's haggard and fearful appearance, Wang Tao couldn't bear to say more. After all, she only had 10 drops of health point left. He was really afraid she might die if he continued. Wang Tao helped Ding Yukin to sit in a chair, then took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, unwrapped it, and handed it to her. Ding Yukin swallowed, but hesitated to take it. Wang Tao straightforwardly brushed aside Ding Yukin's messy hair and somewhat roughly stuffed the dark chocolate into her mouth. "Eat. After seeing that Ding Yukin could still eat, Wang Tao then turned his attention to the glasses-wearing man on the floor. The man with glasses only had 5 out of 100 health point left. He didn't have much health point to begin with and had been severely beaten by Wang Tao, now nearing a state of death. Wang Tao strode over and, grabbing the man's collar, pulled him up from the ground. "Spare me." The man with glasses started speaking with a tremble. Without a word, Wang Tao grabbed his throat and then forcefully squeezed. Crack. -5, 0 out of 100. The man with glasses' eyes bulged, his pupils slowly losing focus. Ding Yukin, who had been eating the chocolate with her head down, shuddered all over. Wang Tao looked back at her. "Sister-in-law, stay here for now. I will be right back. Don't go running off again." "Oh, okay." Chapter 53 Weakness Potion 1. In this world, where civilization had gradually been replaced by barbarism, the bespectacled man had killed the bald man, and he even wanted to kill Ding Yukin. His fate was already sealed. Wang Tao didn't want to find out any more details or understand his mental state any further, he just wanted the bespectacled man to die. Wang Tao had thought that killing someone with his own hands might be uncomfortable, might make him queasy. But perhaps it was because he had killed too many zombies. After he killed the bespectacled man, he found he felt nothing at all. Not even as much as when killing zombies. After all, zombies were much more disgusting than the bespectacled man. Wang Tao dragged the bespectacled man's body to room 202, which was the bald man's home, and then threw him out of the window. Bang! As the bespectacled man's body hit the ground, the group of zombies outside immediately swarmed over. Wang Tao didn't look at the disgusting scene for long, he turned his attention to the items that had dropped when he killed the bespectacled man. First thing was for sure, killing people could also result in loot drops. But killing people didn't increase the health point limit, nor was there that feeling of a slight improvement in physical condition. Acquired, 2 weakness potion, small, weakness potion, small. A creature contaminated with weakness potion will have its attributes reduced by L% -20%, depending on the dosage, lasting for 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 12 minutes for the same target, killing an ordinary otaku and dropping 2 bottles of weakness potion. Does that make sense? This weakness potion wasn't like the others before, it resembled a glass bottle, not an injection. Thinking about it, who would inject themselves with a weakness potion? Wang Tao felt the correct way to use this thing was probably to throw it or to drug someone. It might not be needed for now, but who knows, it might come in handy one day. Moreover, according to the description, any creature contaminated with weakness potion will be weakened, so zombies should count as creatures, right? After stowing the items in the space backpack, Wang Tao went to the door of room 201, listening to the incessant zombie roars inside. He took a deep breath, and only then did he use the key to open the door. Bang! The moment he opened the door, Wang Tao kicked it. He sent the zombie that was once the bald man flying with a kick. Then he grabbed the horned hammer and quickly ran over, pounding away at the zombie that was once the bald man. Soon, the zombie that was once the bald man was down to a sliver of health point, and looking at that familiar yet ferocious face, Wang Tao sighed deeply. Ah! The bald man had avoided the virus outbreak, avoided the zombies, avoided the food crisis, but in the end, he couldn't avoid his own kind. If only he could have come back yesterday, he might have been able to be saved. But now, it was too late. Bang. -54, 0 out of 500, obtained, rope XL, rope, crafting material, the health point limit went up another 5 points, reaching 69 out of 385. Wang Tao searched the bald man's body and found a blood-stained photograph. It was the family portrait he had proudly shown Wang Tao before. Looking at the bright smiling faces of the family of 3 in the photograph, Wang Tao carefully tucked the photo away. If I ever get the chance to meet your wife and child, and I happen to be capable, I will look after them for you. Regardless, the man had taught him how to pick locks, and this infection had come while he was protecting Ding Yukin. If Wang Tao was able, he wouldn't mind helping the man's family, but... Remembering the terrifying figure he had seen on the outskirts with 10,000 health point, Wang Tao thought the chances of the man's family's survival were slim. Wang Tao sat here for a while and, after smoking a cigarette, finally tossed out the balding Uncle Zombie's corpse. Then he picked up the oil drum kept in this room and went upstairs to the door of 401. Open up, it's me. Click. Ding Yukin was waiting right behind the door and, hearing Wang Tao's words, opened it without even a glance through the peephole. Sister-in-law, next time you could at least take a look at who it is before opening the door. You don't have to hurry to let someone in. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. This Ding Yukin wasn't foolish before, so why did it feel like she had become dull all of a sudden after his short trip outside? Oh. Ding Yukin bowed her head and didn't explain, mainly because it was Wang Tao outside. If it were someone else, she definitely wouldn't open the door so trustingly. Let's go home. Wang Tao beckoned, and Ding Yukin hurriedly followed. Seeing the cuts and bruises on Wang Tao's back, Ding Yukin suddenly felt a twinge of heartache. She couldn't imagine what Wang Tao must have gone through these past few days outside. Wang Tao watched as Ding Yukin continued to follow him all the way to the 6th floor, but he didn't say anything. I am going to take a shower, you can drink some water, grab something to eat on your own. After saying that, Wang Tao went to the bathroom. Only then did Ding Yukin realize she hadn't returned to her own home but had followed Wang Tao to his place instead. She drank some water, didn't take anything, and left straight away. After washing up, Wang Tao found that Ding Yukin had left and was slightly surprised. But he didn't care too much. He planned to rest well today and also make some Molotov cocktails, so that he could take care of the zombies in the yard the next day and then bring back the stuff from the car. The gates of the community were now locked, and all the unit doors were shut as well. There were only about 20 zombies in the yard, and they definitely wouldn't withstand his Molotov cocktails. Not to mention, he now had an ability. However, he decided to leave it for today, since he was still at low health point. An hour later, while Wang Tao was cooking, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Upon opening the door, Wang Tao was slightly taken aback. It was one thing for Ding Yukin to have gone home to shower and change clothes, but she would also applied light makeup. Her hair was tied up high, revealing delicate ears and a slender snowy neck. She wore a figure-hugging dark blue pajama set, tightly wrapped around the chest but still unable to hide the prominent curves. The hem of her pajamas was above the knee, encasing her shapely lower body, but not those slim legs sheathed in flesh-toned stockings. On her feet were a pair of brown high-heeled shoes, which unexpectedly matched well with the pajamas. Wang Tao, I will help you cook and do laundry. Ding Yukin brushed a stray hair aside from her ear and said in a low voice, looking down. Okay. Since Ding Yukin was willing to cook, Wang Tao decided to take a break. After a simple lunch, Wang Tao went to make the Molotov cocktails. Gasoline was a flammable material, after all, and he didn't feel comfortable letting Ding Yukin handle it. By the time the sun set, he had managed to make all 30 Molotov cocktails. Actually, as long as the materials were fine, making Molotov cocktails was quite quick. But whether deliberately or not, Ding Yukin often lingered around Wang Tao, causing him to lose concentration and thus wasting a lot of time. With a faint smell of gasoline on him and a bit of irritation in his mind, Wang Tao decided to take another shower. Coming out bare-chested, Wang Tao saw Ding Yukin casually stretching her legs on the couch, gently massaging her silky stocking-clad legs. She seemed a bit hot, her pajama top slightly open at the chest, revealing a deep cleavage. Feeling Wang Tao's gaze, Ding Yukin lowered her head with an unnatural color on her face. Wang Tao walked over directly. Aren't you going home, sister-in-law? Chapter 54, The Miraculous Blood Replenishing Ability 1. Isn't sister-in-law going home? Wang Tao looked down at Ding Yukin from above. There was plenty of food left over from lunch, and he could just reheat it for dinner, so he no longer needed Ding Yukin. I want to rest for a while, I am a bit tired. Ding Yukin lowered her head, not daring to look into Wang Tao's eyes. Where are you tired? Wang Tao took a step forward. My legs are sore. She had been doing household chores and cooking at Wang Tao's home all along. If she had known earlier, she would not have worn high heels, it was too tiring. Do you want my help, sister-in-law? Wang Tao suddenly said with a smile. Yeah. Ding Yukin murmured so quietly that she could barely hear her own voice. Wang Tao heard her. Then he casually sat down next to Ding Yukin. Sister-in-law, let me give you a massage. 614 characters omitted. Even a foot massage is censored, I give up. Suddenly, a pair of slender and pale hands grabbed Wang Tao's large one. Wang Tao looked up and saw a pair of eyes that were shy yet filled with tears. Wang Tao. You won't ever abandon me, right? I have never left sister-in-law behind at any time. Wang Tao said, puzzled. I just want to hear you say it. Ding Yukin did not want to experience that feeling of despair again. The only thing that might still be useful to Wang Tao now was probably herself. She was unwilling to trade herself, but she had no other choice. And it wasn't exactly a pure transaction, either. After these days of post-apocalyptic life, she had developed some fondness for Wang Tao. Especially today, when she was most desperate, the image of Wang Tao, covered in blood, bursting in front of her was something she might never forget in her lifetime. Okay. As long as you are obedient, I, Wang Tao, will definitely not abandon you. Wang Tao promised. Although it was just an ordinary verbal promise, Ding Yukin still felt a surge of overwhelming joy. She let go of Wang Tao's hand and hugged him tightly on her own initiative. Wang Tao. Sob. Thank you. Feeling the warmth of a fragrant embrace, Wang Tao gently wiped away her tears, and then slowly kissed her. After a while, when Ding Yukin started to have difficulty catching her breath, Wang Tao finally released her. Still feeling the desire for more, Wang Tao licked his lips and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, have you really made up your mind? After this, you will be mine alone. Can you stop calling me sister-in-law? Ding Yukin, with complex emotions, buried her head in Wang Tao's chest. Wang Tao chuckled. No, I like calling you that. An hour later, Wang Tao walked out of the bedroom, his face full of disbelief. I actually gained 2 points of health point. And my body doesn't hurt much anymore. An hour before, his health point was 69 out of 385, but now it was 169 out of 385. This was a bit miraculous. Was it because of him, or Ding Yukin, or the combination of the two? Wang Tao didn't quite understand. It seems the experts are right, appropriate exercise is beneficial to one's health. Looking out the window, he saw that it had already gotten dark. Wang Tao reheated the leftover food from lunch and cooked another portion of porridge. After having a few bites himself, he took the porridge to the bedroom. Ding Yukin was already asleep. Her body had been in a state of weakness these last few days, and her spirit was extremely languid. Wang Tao forcefully woke Ding Yukin up. Ding Yukin was still a little groggy, but as she slowly recognized Wang Tao, a flush spread across her pale little face. Wang Tao pinched her cheek and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, come and eat some dinner, you are too weak, you need to get more nutrition. I am so sleepy. Smelling the fragrance of the food, Ding Yukin wrinkled her little nose, but she was indeed very tired and sleepy. It's okay, I will feed you today. Wang Tao propped her up and then sat by the bed, spoon-feeding her the porridge. Ding Yukin, enjoying Wang Tao's tenderness, suddenly felt her eyes moisten. After feeding Ding Yukin, he watched her fall asleep again before Wang Tao quietly left the bedroom. Now that his health point had recovered somewhat, it was time to continue his daily exercises. Wang Tao was quite disciplined in this regard. He exercised until late into the night, and only after feeling his body had grown stronger did he contentedly take a shower and then went to rest. Early in the morning, upon opening her eyes, Ding Yukin saw the burly figure lying next to her and felt complex emotions. She was a woman of loyalty, she had only ever dated once, and her partner was her husband, Zhao Yuan. If she had a choice, she certainly would not want to betray her husband, even though it was very likely that Zhao Yuan was already dead. But she lacked any ability to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. If she didn't choose to rely on a man, she would either die or live a life worse than death. Hence, she had no choice. She felt gratitude, admiration, and trust towards Wang Tao. But no love, she believed she did not feel it yet. Awake? Wang Tao's voice suddenly sounded. Yeah. Ding Yukin murmured somewhat unnaturally as she buried her head into Wang Tao's chest. Today I am going to clear out all the zombies in the yard, but before that, I want to try if I can replenish my blood again. Chapter 55, Testing the Molotov cocktail again. Wang Tao felt a bit disappointed. This time it didn't replenish his health point. Not sure if this blood replenishing is a one-time thing or periodic. After muttering to himself, Wang Tao looked at Ding Yukin, who was lying on the bed like a dead fish, and patted her butt. Sister-in-law, time to get up and cook. Ding Yukin gave Wang Tao a blushing glance and then said softly, I think I will take a shower first. Perfect, I was thinking the same, let's go together. Wang Tao grinned. After a quick shower, Wang Tao started his morning training at home with a bare chest. Wang Tao really enjoyed working out because he could clearly feel that his daily training was improving his strength. Although the improvements were not substantial, the sensation of receiving rewards for his effort was quite exhilarating. Wang Tao, it's time to eat. After preparing breakfast, Ding Yukin habitually set up Wang Tao's bowl and chopsticks first, while she herself didn't take anything, standing by waiting for Wang Tao to sit down. Aren't you eating, sister-in-law? After Wang Tao sat down, he looked at Ding Yukin and asked. Oh. Ding Yukin then happily went to grab her own bowl and chopsticks. From now on, her 3 meals a day should be secure. Eat more, sister-in-law, you have lost weight. Yes, thank you. Ding Yukin had been severely frightened these past few days and hadn't eaten much. Although she had managed to eat a bit yesterday, her health point was still only a little over 30. Since Ding Yukin had chosen to follow Wang Tao, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. He had to at least make sure her health point was fully replenished. The two of them didn't speak again, eating silently. However, Ding Yukin would occasionally steal glances at Wang Tao, who was well aware of her looks, but he didn't mind. I am done eating. I am going to go down for a bit later, you just stay home and don't wander off. Wang Tao, you are going to. Ding Yukin instinctively felt a little scared whenever she heard Wang Tao was about to leave. I am going to clear out the zombies in the residential courtyard. Having so many zombies outside isn't right. Wang Tao explained. With the main gate of the complex locked and all the other unit doors downstairs locked as well, the only zombies left were those in the courtyard. He definitely had to clean them out. Plus, with the zombies around, he wouldn't be able to bring the stuff from the car over. So many zombies. Be careful. Ding Yukin quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks and grabbed Wang Tao's hand, her voice tinged with nervousness. There were at least 20 zombies in the courtyard. She could hardly imagine how Wang Tao would clear them out, but she didn't doubt him, she was just very worried. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. Wang Tao patted Ding Yukin's hand and then went to put on his gear. Ding Yukin hurried to help him. His previous clothes had been discarded, and the books were damaged, but Wang Tao still had plenty of those. He found a new set of clothes, fresh books, and then taped them all up. Ding Yukin found other equipment for Wang Tao, and as she helped him dress, she saw the battle scars on his body. She subconsciously caressed the scabbed wounds, expressing her concern. What happened with these wounds? Do they hurt? Wang Tao just smiled indifferently. Got them on the road yesterday, but they are just minor injuries, not painful. In fact, they did hurt quite a bit yesterday. However, since he had replenished his blood while with Ding Yukin at night, the wounds had healed a lot, and naturally, they didn't hurt as much anymore. Wait for me to come back, and I will treat your wound again. Ding Yukin said, biting her lower lip. Upon hearing that the injury was sustained yesterday on the way back, Ding Yukin felt even more touched. After all, this was a wound Wang Tao had gotten for her. Wang Tao nodded. After all preparations were done, Wang Tao left the house, carrying a box full of Molotov cocktails. With so many zombies in the community, it was impossible for him to single-handedly take on a group. It wasn't a matter of whether he could win, but rather the risk was too great, and the potential gain was not worth the danger. Wang Tao already had an idea of the power of these Molotov cocktails. When attacking a terrorizer zombie, a single strike would cause around 50 to 60 health point of damage, while a Molotov cocktail could burn more than 50 health point in 1 second. Although he was unsure of the exact damage it would do to these ordinary zombies, even if it was only around 50, it would be enough. After all, this was a continuous area of effect attack. With this powerful weapon at his disposal, he didn't need to take risks. Carrying the Molotov cocktails, he arrived at apartment 201 and opened the window. The body of the bespectacled man he threw down yesterday was now only a skeleton. A few zombies were gnawing at the bones. However, it seemed the zombies' teeth hadn't evolved much, as they were still unable to gnaw on some of the larger bones. Wang Tao knocked on the window, immediately attracting the attention of some zombies. He stood by the window, occasionally knocking on it. Soon, 4 zombies had gathered beneath the window. Hey hey! Roar! Looking at those zombies that were agitated but couldn't climb walls, Wang Tao cracked a smile. He lit a Molotov cocktail, then hurled it down at the zombies. Splash boom! After the Molotov cocktail shattered on the ground amidst the zombies, flames burst forth, and Wang Tao could distinctly feel a wave of heat. He looked closely and saw numbers beginning to float above the heads of the zombies engulfed in the sea of fire. -64, -63, -61, minus. Molotov cocktail attacks against ordinary zombies only do slightly more damage than against terrorizers. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised, as he had added extra ingredients to the cocktail. It was not much of an issue though, since the Molotov cocktails would burn for quite a while, and these zombies would definitely be burned to death. The roaring of these zombies attracted others, but seeing the flames, the other zombies were unwilling to approach, just roaring and watching from a distance. Wang Tao wasn't in a hurry, as he still had plenty of Molotov cocktails in his hands, enough to take out these zombies. The damage is getting lower. Wang Tao noticed that as the zombies' health point dropped, the damage inflicted by the fire was also decreasing. Soon, 3 zombies had fallen to the ground with a sliver of health point left, but they weren't dead. The flames continued to burn, although the gasoline in the Molotov cocktails had burned up, the zombies' bodies were flammable and could continue to burn. It just didn't smell too good. Wang Tao silently waited for a while, and 3 of the zombies were burned to death. The one that had not died because the flames had initially only caught its arm was now spreading to its body. But the 3 dead zombies didn't drop any loot, nor did they increase Wang Tao's health point limit. Damn. Doesn't it count as my kill? Those I shot dead with a gun counted, why doesn't burning them to death count? Wang Tao was puzzled, realizing he would have to experiment more in the future to understand the situation. However, if burning the zombies to death didn't count as his kills, he would have to change his combat approach. I have to go down there. First, I need to burn them until they are crippled, then finish them off with a blade. Otherwise, these zombies' deaths would be too wasteful. Chapter 56 Cleanup of the residential area. When the flames on the first floor hadn't been extinguished yet, and the zombies were unwilling to come over, so Wang Tao had no choice but to go to room 202. He opened the window to attract the zombies. Once the zombies approached, he repeated his method and once again threw a Molotov cocktail, hitting 4 zombies. Waiting for their health point to drop to a sliver, Wang Tao grabbed his weapons and climbed out the window. There were still about a dozen zombies in the yard, so for safety, he didn't walk out the front door on the first floor but instead jumped down directly. The second floor window was about 4 meters from the ground of the complex, and Wang Tao landed with ease. But at the same time as he landed, Wang Tao silently used shockwave. A visible ripple spread out from his feet, expanding in all directions like the ripples of a wave. -22, -21, -8, -12, the 4 zombies, already low on health point, were bounced up by the shockwave and then hit the ground. By the time they bounced, they were already dead. 4 semi-transparent packages appeared instantly. Haha, using shockwave to deal the final blow seems pretty good. It was Wang Tao's first time using shockwave against enemies, and he was slightly excited. He quickly estimated that the shockwave's range was about 3 meters in diameter, half of the Terrorizer's 6-meter diameter shockwave. But Wang Tao was content since he could repeatedly fuse the same type of crystal core, meaning the ability was sure to grow stronger, and as he collected more crystal cores, his ability would become increasingly powerful. After jumping down, Wang Tao immediately drew all the zombies' attention, and they twisted their bodies towards him. But Wang Tao had no intention of engaging them. He quickly stepped on the windowsill and climbed back up to the second floor. Then, he lit another Molotov cocktail and threw it out. Splat boom! After throwing 3 Molotov cocktails in a row, the ground floor was engulfed in flames. Wang Tao then went back to room 201 and, after waiting for a while, jumped down from there. With a thump, he landed effortlessly. Watching the zombies chaotically dancing in the inferno, Wang Tao chuckled. Enduring the heat waves, he strode forward, picked up the horned hammer, and brought it down on the head of a burning zombie. Splat. -451, 0 out of 500, the zombie had only a sliver of health point left, an easy target for the killing blow. Simultaneously, a visible shockwave emanated from the horned hammer. -42, 0 out of 500, this time it affected only 1 zombie, but it was still instantly killed. Soon, all the weakened zombies in the inferno were taken out by Wang Tao. Wang Tao discovered a proper way to use the shockwave. When finishing off zombies, he didn't need to enter the inferno. He could simply hit the ground or the zombies outside the flames, and the shockwave would kill the zombies inside. This was very convenient. However, the ability consumed quite a bit. The 3-meter range shockwave was his most powerful attack, and each usage consumed 20 mana. He could use it at most 5 times. Wang Tao took care of all the zombies in the blaze with just 3 uses. Outside the inferno, there were still 2 unscathed zombies left. Perfect, you two can try out the ability. Wang Tao rushed forward and hammered hard on the head of one of the zombies. -3,431, -2,851. The zombie he hammered lost 343 health point, while the zombie nearby affected by the shockwave lost 285 health point. At the same time, both zombies were knocked to the ground by the impact. Wang Tao was satisfied with the result. He brought down the hammer again, targeting the zombie with a higher remaining health point. Splat. -157, 0 out of 500, shockwave. -1151, 0 out of 500, 2 hammers, instant kill. The power of the shockwave seems to be related to the strength of my attacks. But the mana cost is at most only 20 points, so there must be a limit to this power unless I can use more mana. As he pondered, Wang Tao casually collected the loot dropped by the 2 zombies. All cleared. He looked around and saw a total of 22 zombies in the courtyard of the community. Apart from the first 3 zombies that Wang Tao did not finish off, he had finished off the remaining 19. Now he had obtained 19 pieces of loot and a 95-point increase to his health point limit. Wang Tao glanced at his attributes. Health point, 1,264 out of 48. Mana 0 out of 100, breaking through 400 health point. He felt his body slightly strengthen, filled with power. That was also the reason he managed to deal over 300 damage in killing those last 2 zombies. However, the depletion of his mana left Wang Tao feeling extremely exhausted. This feeling of being physically energized yet mentally exhausted made Wang Tao very uncomfortable. It looks like I should conserve some mana in the future, and not use it all at once unless necessary. Wang Tao, bearing the disgusting smell, used his hammer to drag the still burning zombies to the middle of the empty space in the community. He worried that if the corpses happened to set the buildings on fire, it would be really bad luck. Fire safety is everyone's responsibility. He then made a round in the community. This old community had only 4 buildings, and was quite small in area. After confirming that there were no more zombies in the courtyard, Wang Tao then drove the pickup truck in from the community entrance. Indistinctly, Wang Tao could feel the howling of zombies from the other buildings. There are still quite a few zombies left in the remaining 3 buildings. It seems there are no other survivors. Maybe I should find some time to clear them out. Wang Tao's health point bar was only 20 away from breaking through 500, and he was full of motivation for killing zombies. After parking the car under building number 4, Wang Tao went down to call for Ding Yuken. Ding Yuken looked at Wang Tao with a bit of surprise, as she had been watching from the building and saw the shockwave that Wang Tao unleashed. Wang Tao, you. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask Wang Tao about it, but considering it might be Wang Tao's secret, she hesitated whether she should ask. Ability, shockwave. Wang Tao, knowing what was on her mind, replied directly. Ability. Though she had already guessed, Ding Yuken was still visibly shocked when Wang Tao confirmed it. After all, these were things from TV shows, and they had actually appeared in reality. Wang Tao observed Ding Yuken's surprised expression and raised his eyebrows. Since you have decided to follow me, sister-in-law, I will figure out a way to get an ability for you to play with in the future. Ah. I can too? No, I can't manage it. Ding Yuken was initially subconsciously excited, but she quickly waved her hands in denial. Even if she had the shockwave ability, she wouldn't dare to kill zombies. With her petite size, she would hardly be enough for a zombie to floss its teeth with. Wang Tao didn't press the issue upon seeing her reaction. There certainly were more abilities than just the shockwave, and perhaps there might be one suitable for Ding Yuken. It took some time, but Wang Tao and Ding Yuken finally managed to move everything upstairs. Seeing so much food, Ding Yuken almost couldn't believe it was real. Especially with a government drop among them, which excited her. Could there possibly be a chance for rescue? But when Wang Tao showed Ding Yuken the letter from the supply drop, she knew that rescue was not possible. However, she wasn't too disappointed. After all, she had placed all her hopes on Wang Tao now. Chapter 57, You Wronged Me. 119 Zombies. In addition to granting Wang Tao 95 more health point, they also dropped 19 packages for him. While Ding Yuken was sorting out the supplies, Wang Tao was checking his spoils of war. Some crafting materials he had seen before naturally dropped again, along with a few new ones. A gauze, a cable, a battery, an electronic component. He didn't yet know what these crafting materials were for, but they could be used on their own, like gauze for stopping bleeding or batteries for discharging electricity. However, he definitely wasn't going to use them just yet. After all, he could store them in the space backpack, saving time and effort. If he really needed to, then he would consider the items in the backpack. Beyond these crafting materials, there was something he had never seen before. Security Uniform XL, Security Uniform, Durability +1, Tear Resistance +1, Wang Tao was somewhat surprised by the security uniform. Even clothes could drop? And with attributes to boot. If he remembered correctly, this black security uniform had the same style as the one worn by the community security guards. But the community guard was an old man, wearing loose-fitting security apparel, not so much protecting others as looking like he needed protection himself. With just a thought, the security uniform appeared in Wang Tao's hands. The full set included a cap, jacket, trousers, and a pair of black high-top combat boots. It was designed to mimic a combat police uniform. Wang Tao sized it up and it seemed about his size. He didn't care about whether it was a security uniform or not, he cared about the quality. You have to say, attributes really make a difference. Normal clothes, he could tear apart directly, but not this security uniform, he couldn't rip it at all at first try. This must be because of the uniform's attributes. The durability was alright, but the tear resistance was very impressive. Wang Tao put it on and tried it out right away. The uniform fit perfectly, was comfortable to move in. As long as one didn't look at the badge on the shoulder, it very much resembled a police combat suit. Nice. I will wear you when going out from now on. Afternoon. Wang Tao moved the diesel generator to the rooftop and started it after pouring the fuel. Roar. The diesel generator was pretty loud, but since it was on the 6th floor rooftop, and Wang Tao had set up some noise insulation around it, it didn't draw the zombies' attention from the street. The diesel generator couldn't be running all the time, he just needed to fully charge the outdoor power supply. So, a bit of noise wasn't an issue, he was going to turn it off at night anyway. Now I can take a hot shower tonight. It was April and still a bit cold, so a hot shower would be very comforting. Wang Tao, I am going to head back now. After dinner, Ding Yukon suddenly spoke. Huh? Head back for what? It's almost time to rest, you want to go back and be alone in your room? Wang Tao asked, sounding a bit perplexed. I am going home to get a change of clothes. Ding Yukon gave Wang Tao an embarrassed glare, her face red. Oh wait, clothes? I will come with you. Wang Tao's eyes gleamed, as if he had thought of something. The two of them once again arrived at apartment 502, and for some reason, Ding Yukon felt somewhat nervous this time as she brought Wang Tao back to her place. Wang Tao had clearly been here before. I will get the clothes, just wait for a moment. With that, Ding Yukon went to the master bedroom alone. Wang Tao didn't follow her immediately, instead, he looked at the wedding photo on the wall. Previously, I thought sister-in-law's figure in the photo was photoshopped, but it turns out, it's completely real, no modification needed. Wang Tao then glanced at Zhao Yuan in the photo beside Ding Yukon, murmuring in his mind, Brother Zhao, don't worry. I promised I did take care of sister-in-law, and I will keep my word. When Ding Yukon hurried back with a few change of clothes, she saw Wang Tao looking at her wedding photo, and she suddenly felt a strange panic inside like she was doing something wrong behind her husband's back. Wang Tao, don't look. Ding Yukon hurriedly approached Wang Tao, extending her hand to block his line of sight. What's the matter, sister-in-law? Feeling shy? You seemed quite proactive yesterday. Wang Tao said, smiling. However, after he had spoken, he saw Ding Yukon's face turn a mixture of red and white, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Cough, sister-in-law, I was just joking with you. Wang Tao then remembered that Ding Yukon and Zhao Yuan were very close, and that making such a joke at this time and place was indeed inappropriate. Ding Yukon bit her lip, looking at Wang Tao with complicated emotions, but in the end, she said nothing, only squatting on the ground with her hands covering her face, sobbing softly. Women are indeed troublesome. But soon after, Ding Yukon stood up again, she wiped her tears, turned her head away, and said softly to Wang Tao, got the clothes, let's go back. Wang Tao immediately frowned. Sister-in-law, are you mad at me? No. Wang Tao suddenly reached out, grabbed Ding Yukon, and hugged her in his arms. Ding Yukon instinctively tried to resist, but she was clearly unable to do so. Still say you are not mad. Wang Tao pinched Ding Yukon's cheek and, seeing she still did not react, moved his hand lower. Wang Tao, please, let's go. Can we go to your house? Please. Ding Yukon begged him with tear-filled eyes. Sister-in-law, do you feel like you have wronged Brother Zhao? Wang Tao stopped his actions and asked. Ding Yukon did not answer, but the tears in her eyes grew more abundant. Sister-in-law, go get my phone for me, it's in my room. Wang Tao suddenly released her and said. Ding Yukon hurriedly broke free from Wang Tao's embrace, and before long, she came back with his phone. After handing the phone to Wang Tao, Ding Yukon immediately retreated several steps, keeping her distance from him. Why are you standing so far away, sister-in-law? Come sit next to me. Wang Tao patted the sofa next to him, but Ding Yukon was unmoved. This made Wang Tao frown slightly. Sister-in-law, have you forgotten our agreement? You are supposed to obey, he said. Reluctantly, Ding Yukin walked over and sat down beside Wang Tao. He immediately wrapped his arm around her. Ding Yukin did not struggle, but instead started to speak amidst sobs. Wang Tao, I beg you, please stop humiliating me, spare me please. At your house, whatever you want me to do, I will do, but not here. Wang Tao didn't listen to her and instead started scrolling through the chat history on his phone before handing it to Ding Yukin. See for yourself. Ding Yukin subconsciously looked. The chat was with her husband, Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan had written many messages asking Wang Tao to take care of Ding Yukin. Wang Tao's last reply read, Brother Zhao, I am here. Don't worry, I will do my best to take care of sister-in-law. The timestamp on his reply was not from after the catastrophe, but from the days when doom had just begun. After reading these messages, Ding Yukin appeared bewildered. Wang Tao took this opportunity to speak. Sister-in-law, do you think I am taking care of you for your body? Am I that shallow? I am doing it because of my promise. Since I promised Brother Zhao, I will naturally follow through. Plus, Brother Zhao has entrusted you to me. What does that tell you? Do I need to spell it out? So, you haven't wronged Brother Zhao. You both agreed to it. On the contrary, you have wronged me. I have provided you with food, protection, and I even gave up the chance to go to the survivor base because you were at home. I have done so much for you, sister-in-law, and you still give me attitude? Tell me, haven't you wronged me? Chapter 58 Accidental Contact 1I. I am sorry, Wang Tao, I am sorry. Hearing Wang Tao's words, Ding Yukin apologized in a bit of a panic. Although there seemed to be something off about what Wang Tao said, she had no mind to think about it. Because what Wang Tao said was true, he really had done a lot for her. Wang Tao clearly had the opportunity to leave, but he came back and saved her. That was an indisputable fact. Sorry, it's all my fault. I am a heartless, bad woman. I am sorry. Tears poured out of Ding Yukin like a dam had burst. Wang Tao sneered and said, So, sister-in-law, what do you think you should do? I will definitely do as you say. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do it, Ding Yukin said hastily. Really? Really? Alright, then go change into this dress. Wang Tao pointed to a white wedding dress hanging under the wedding photo. What's with that look, sister-in-law? Didn't you say you would listen to me? Ding Yukin bit her lower lip, but eventually, she sighed. Wang Tao, I will listen to you and put on the wedding dress, but please don't humiliate me. Relax, sister-in-law, I will just admire from afar, I won't even touch you. You said you wouldn't touch me. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I am just feeling the fabric of the wedding dress, I have never touched it before in my life. You said you would only touch the wedding dress. Relax, sister-in-law, I am just going to give you a little massage, I won't do anything to you. I am just going to rub. An hour later. It's all your fault, sob. Ding Yukin, her wedding dress in disarray, cried in Wang Tao's arms. Wang Tao glanced at the wedding photo on the wall, then gently brushed away the strands of hair sticking to Ding Yukin's forehead with sweat. Sorry, I accidentally got your wedding dress dirty. I can wash it for you if it's really so bad. You are shameless, a scoundrel, a bad man. I am very angry, call me husband and let me hear it, otherwise there will be no end to today. Are you going to say it? Husband. You are so good, sister-in-law. You must have stored a lot of water at home too, let's go clean up. We will rest here tonight. The next day. Wang Tao got up early. Seeing Ding Yukin still asleep beside him, Wang Tao patted her. Sister-in-law, the sun's shining on our butts. Ding Yukin woke up groggily and glared at Wang Tao resentfully when she saw it was only 6 o'clock by the clock on the wall. Ahem, it's mainly because the bed here is too soft, I am not used to it. Wang Tao spoke with an irritating tone. Serves you right. So I think, I need to sleep on it a few more times. After all, it's the apocalypse, I need to fix my bad habit of being picky about beds. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Since she was already awake, Ding Yukin hurried to get out of bed to cook, afraid that Wang Tao might play tricks again. Wang Tao did not stop, but instead looked at his own health point bar, his expression showing some surprise. My health point is regenerating again. His current health point was 360 out of 480, which meant that the cooldown period for this regenerative ability was 1 day. Being able to replenish 2 health point each time was quite impressive. After all, if not for this blood replenishing, it would be very slow to recover just with time. It was just unclear whether this blood replenishing ability belonged to him, Wang Tao, or Ding Yukin. It was really hard to say. After all, since the apocalypse began, he had the ability to see living creatures' health point bars and loot drops from killing monsters. Perhaps Ding Yukin had some abilities as well. However, There was no way to prove this unless he tried it out with another woman. Cough. After getting up, Wang Tao unexpectedly found a skull mask in Ding Yukin's house and took the item upstairs. Sister-in-law, did you make this especially for me? When Ding Yukin saw the item in his hand, her face immediately blushed. Then thank you, sister-in-law, I really like it. Wang Tao, look how neatly I arranged these. On the rooftop, Ding Yukin called out to Wang Tao with a hint of seeking praise as she looked at the neatly arranged leeks. Wang Tao, who was observing zombies through a telescope, turned around and saw Ding Yukin, dressed in a black silk outfit, bending over to tend to the leeks, and he nodded immediately. Looks good. Hee hee, it's so neat. Ding Yukin, looking at the lush green leeks in front of her, felt jubilant. Besides the leeks, many green plants were placed around, all collected by her inside this building. It's just a pity that it doesn't rain. Ding Yukin muttered while watering the leeks and green plants. Before the apocalypse, there was a heavy rainfall, but after that, it had been clear skies. If it weren't for some water stored in the building, they would have run out long ago. Moreover, the stored water was running low, as it had been more than 10 days since the water stopped, and much of it had gone bad. They could only use it for washing clothes, taking baths, and watering the green plants. For drinking, they relied on the purified water provided by Wang Tao in large barrels. Hearing Ding Yukin's muttering, Wang Tao also looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and cloudless. But he wasn't thinking about rain, instead, he was hoping for another airdrop to happen soon. As for the water issue, besides killing zombies to obtain purified water, he could also solve it by digging a well. It was just that he didn't have the tools for drilling a well right now. If he could find a long steel pipe, he might be able to try drilling a small diameter artesian well. His family used to live in the countryside, where everyone used artesian wells. He knew how to make one, but it required some tools and effort. Let's go, sister-in-law. Wang Tao came over and patted Ding Yukin's buttocks. Ah. Ding Yukin gave Wang Tao a glare and then followed behind him, asking, Wang Tao, what are we having for lunch? Until a few days ago, she never imagined she could be picky about food in the post-apocalyptic world. And that was all because of Wang Tao. Just see what you can make, never mind, let's eat those ready-to-cook meal packs today to change it up. After their outing, the supplies at home could be considered abundant, and they now had the luxury of choice. Okay. At noon, Ding Yukin was cooking in the kitchen, while Wang Tao was fiddling with the radio and walkie-talkie. Ever since he made contact with other survivors through the walkie-talkie at the water plant, Wang Tao liked to play with the device whenever he had some free time. SSS.SSS. Is there anyone who can receive? SSS.SSS. Hearing the voice from the walkie-talkie, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. He quickly moved to the window, but the signal was still not very strong. Sister-in-law, I am going up to the rooftop. Call me when dinner's ready. All right. Wang Tao took the walkie-talkie and ran to the rooftop. Is there anyone who can receive? SSS.SSS. The rooftop was open and at a high elevation, with nothing to obstruct it, making the signal much better as soon as he got there. Wang Tao pressed the transmit button on the walkie-talkie. Who are you? Where are you? Repeat, who are you? Where are you? Someone finally received me. My name is Uyinying, we are trapped, please save us. Uyinying? That name sounded vaguely familiar. Chapter 59 Survivor Status 1 Wang Tao remembered, this Uyinying was one of the survivors trapped in the water plant. He still had her and that married man's masterpiece saved on his phone. He had unexpectedly made contact with them. After thinking for a bit, Wang Tao spoke up. How many of you are there? What's your situation? 3 of us. There are 3 of us in total, and one of us is a police officer. But we are trapped inside a milk tea shop, and there are zombies all around us. The person on the other end wept softly as they spoke. What's the name of the milk tea shop? Are you injured? Let that police officer speak. Wang Tao was quite curious about their current state, so he asked a few more questions. See my milk tea shop. We are at the See My Milk Tea shop on Ruikai Commercial Street. I am not injured. Wei Guan, oh, that's my companion, he's injured, but not by a bite, he's asleep. As for Officer Han, she's trapped in a dollar store nearby, I don't know how she's doing. Big brother, please save us. Wang Tao frowned, the policewoman wasn't with them. Then they were probably doomed. This pair of dogman and woman were indeed scheming, but in this apocalypse, strength and courage were more important. Since they had neither strength nor courage and were cowards without anyone to protect them, they were unlikely to survive. As for the See My Milk Tea shop, although Wang Tao hadn't heard of it, he did know of Ruikai Commercial Street, which was not far from Shuai's university. In other words, this group was close to the Suzaku University survivor base, but they got trapped before they could reach it. He didn't know whether to consider that good or bad luck. How did you get trapped? What dangers are outside? Wang Tao continued to ask. We encountered a very terrifying zombie earlier, and Officer Han fired her gun to save us. Although she seemed to have killed the zombie, the gunshot attracted a large horde of zombies, and we were forced to split up. Wei Guang got injured while running away. A very terrifying zombie? It must have been a special zombie. Firing a gun in the streets, the consequences were obvious. The policewoman definitely knew the consequences, but she still fired her gun to save others. Wang Tao had to admit, although he wouldn't be that kind of person, he still had great respect for them. Wang Tao thought for a moment and then said, "Don't you have any food in that milk tea shop?" "We do. But there are too many zombies outside, and they are still knocking on the door. I am so scared, can you please send someone to rescue us?" "Send someone?" Wang Tao was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. Wu Yining clearly had a misunderstanding. She couldn't possibly think he was from the Shuai's base, could she? Wang Tao didn't explain, he just continued to ask her many things. Wu Yining, like grasping at a lifeline, told Wang Tao everything that had happened along the way. Of course, she didn't go into detail about what happened inside the water plant. Having heard all this, Wang Tao had a pretty good idea of their situation. After escaping from the water plant, the three of them were quite lucky not to encounter a large number of zombies. Adding to that, Han Rui was very familiar with the roads, so before entering Ruikai Commercial Street, their journey was full of close calls but without real danger. Wu Yining said that Han Rui initially didn't want to enter Ruikai Commercial Street. Although it could serve as a shortcut, the commercial street was bound to have many zombies. But after observing for a while, they saw that there were hardly any zombies inside the commercial street. Instead, it appeared to be quite deserted. Sun Wei Gang thought it was an opportunity not to be missed. They had seen wandering zombies at the water plant, so maybe the zombies in the street had moved on. Therefore, Wu Yining agreed with Sun Wei Gang. Majority rules, and the three of them entered the commercial street. Actually, they could have passed through the commercial street safely, but when Sun Wei Gang saw the milk tea shop, he insisted on getting 2 cups of milk tea for the ladies. At that time, the door of the milk tea shop was open, and it looked safe inside. Han Rui allowed it since there was a zombie ahead, which she planned to sneak past and take care of. Sun Wei Gang and Wu Yining went to the milk tea shop together. But then Sun Wei Gang made a noise in the milk tea shop, which suddenly attracted a terrifying zombie. Seeing that the two were in trouble, Han Rui decisively fired her gun from a distance, hitting the zombie. The zombie immediately switched its target and ran towards Han Rui. Wu Yining saw the zombie follow Han Rui into a craft store, followed by a few gunshots. The zombie fell to the ground. Han Rui was temporarily safe, but the gunshots attracted a large number of zombies. Wu Yining and Sun Wei Gang frantically sought shelter in the milk tea shop, quickly pulling down the rolling shutter door under Han Rui's command. That all happened yesterday. The current situation was that zombies swarmed outside, and Han Rui got separated from them. Neither knew anything about the other's circumstances. As for the walkie-talkie, it was because Han Rui had earlier found a small hand-cranked generator, which she had Sun Wei Gang use to charge the walkie-talkie. Therefore, the walkie-talkie was in the hands of Wu Yining and the others. After understanding these details, Wang Tao directly said, "You guys hold on and wait for rescue. Hang in there." Then, without giving the others a chance to respond, he promptly turned off the walkie-talkie. "Wang Tao, it's time to eat." Just then, Ding Yukan came upstairs to call Wang Tao for dinner. "Coming." Wang Tao slapped his bottom and went downstairs. At the dining table, Ding Yukan served Wang Tao his meal, and only after Wang Tao was seated did she take her own seat. Then she asked curiously, "Wang Tao, who were you just in contact with?" "A group of survivors, I had met them before." Wang Tao briefly explained and shared the story about how that despicable couple deliberately endangered others. To think they would trade their teammates' lives for a chance to escape. They are really harsh. Ding Yukan felt a chill in her heart. She thought she wouldn't last a day in that kind of environment. However, the more she thought about it, the more grateful she felt toward Wang Tao. If it weren't for him, she would have been long dead. It's the end of the world, what's so harsh about it? If I were pushed to the brink, I might do the same. Sister-in-law, you will better be careful. Wang Tao said, shaking his head with a smile. Although he spoke in jest, he knew human nature could not withstand such tests, and he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't do the same. You definitely wouldn't. Ding Yukan glared at Wang Tao. Seeing that Wang Tao's bowl was almost empty, she hastily got up to serve him more rice. Wang Tao suddenly spoke up, "This afternoon I am going to take a trip to Building 3, sister-in-law, don't wander around the house." "Ah? What for?" Ding Yukan quickly asked. "To see if I can kill the zombies in Building 3." Upon hearing this, Ding Yukan immediately grasped Wang Tao's hand with some worry. Could you maybe not go? It's too dangerous. The zombies inside the building won't affect us anyway. Wang Tao wrapped his hand around her pale, delicate one. We have to kill the zombies because killing them makes us stronger. 111 Find some disabled zombies for you to try later, you will understand then. I can't do it. Ding Yukan waved her hands in refusal. Wang Tao glanced at her. Sister-in-law, not listening again? If I say you can, then you can. His tone brooked no argument. Ding Yukan looked down, troubled, and fiddled with the white rice in her bowl. Okay. Chapter 60, Cleanup complete, 800 health. 1 Few. Wang Tao retracted his horned hammer, feeling the surging strength in his hands, he grinned. In the corridor of Building 3, there were only 4 ordinary zombies, and he had dispatched them without much effort. After killing these 4 zombies, his health point had officially broken through 500. With every 100 points of health point gained, he would receive a slight enhancement to his physical condition, and now with 500 health point, he felt like his body was brimming with strength. Might as well clean out this building today. The boost in his strength made Wang Tao a little ambitious. However, the reason he dared to take such a risk wasn't just because his strength had increased, but also because of Ding Yukan, who could replenish his blood. This greatly improved his margin for error. In addition, he had many military medical kits, inhibitors, all of which were key to boosting his confidence. So, Wang Tao spent the entire afternoon cleaning out all 12 households and building 3 of their zombies. In fact, there weren't as many zombies as Wang Tao had imagined. Out of 12 households, only 8 had zombies, totaling IO zombies. Together with the previous 4, there were only 14 in the building. But among these 14 zombies, there were 2 hiders, which dropped a bottle of stealth potion, small, and a bottle of stealth potion, medium, respectively. The latter was simply a godsend for going out. As for that small stealth potion capable of evading human perception, Wang Tao didn't yet know its use. Perhaps it would be useful later on. These 14 zombies brought Wang Tao an increase of 95 points to his health point limit. His total health point was just shy of breaking 600. But as night was about to fall, Wang Tao decided not to take any more risks. It was important to take all the essential supplies from these houses back home before darkness settled in. After spending some time, he finally managed to bring all the food back home before the night completely fell. So much. Although Ding Yukan already knew of the loot, seeing so much stuff with her own eyes, she was still very astonished. How had she never realized that Wang Tao was so capable? I am going to take a shower. Sister-in-law, you sort things out. Okay. These past 2 days, Ding Yukan's mood had been very relaxed. Moreover, with Wang Tao feeding her well every day and giving her some vitamins, her health point finally replenished today. She was no longer looking sickly and was able to do some heavy work. Now, Wang Tao found it more convenient to direct her. After tidying up, they had dinner together, and then Wang Tao patted Ding Yukan on the bottom. Let's go, sister-in-law. Where to? To your place to rest. The color rose in Ding Yukan's cheeks, and she followed behind Wang Tao with her head down. To be fair, although she had always been against Wang Tao spending the night at her house, the guilty pleasure of each encounter was almost becoming too much for her to resist. I am such a bad woman. Ding Yukan's face was flushed with shame. The next day, Wang Tao continued clearing out zombies. Happy Community had a total of only 4 buildings. Building 4, where he lived, had already been cleaned up. Building 3 was cleared out yesterday, now only buildings 1 and 2 remained. It took a day to take care of Building 2. There were more zombies in Building 2 than in Building 3, a total of 22. However, most of them were elderly zombies whose own strength was not as good as that of the younger zombies. After dealing with all the zombies in this building, Wang Tao's health points soared to 710 out of 710. From over 500 to over 700 health point, his physical condition was enhanced slightly twice in a row. He was almost becoming addicted to this exhilarating sensation. We have only got 1 more building left, no rush, rest well, we will come back tomorrow. Wang Tao still had plenty of physical strength, but he was somewhat drained mentally and a bit fatigued. After all, he had been killing zombies inside the houses, constantly on the alert for stealth zombie sneak attacks, so his mind had been extremely tense, making exhaustion inevitable. That night, Wang Tao went up to the rooftop terrace to turn on the walkie-talkie for a while, trying to see if he could make contact with others. As it turned out, he made contact with Wu Yining again, but this time Sun Weigang was awake. Compared to Wu Yining, who only cried and begged for help, Sun Weigang seemed much calmer. He painted a big picture for Wang Tao, claiming he had connections at the survivor base and if Wang Tao could save them, he would definitely get Wang Tao a good job once they arrived at the survivor base. It was only then that Wang Tao learned that within the Suzaku University survivor base, the division of labor was very clear, even somewhat strict. To put it euphemistically, it meant every individual could make the most of their abilities. To put it bluntly, it meant everyone had to work. Only by working could one earn food and safety. There were many kinds of jobs inside the base, and the base would assign jobs according to each person's abilities and characteristics. Jobs didn't pay a salary, but one could earn corresponding contribution points. These points could be exchanged for many things, including food, weapons, and even safety. In any case, as long as you worked hard, there would be bread, and there would be milk too. However, since there were many types of jobs, even tailor-made for individuals, there inevitably arose a hierarchy of prestige and remuneration within these jobs. Sun Weigang meant that he had the ability to arrange a high-paying, low-risk job for Wang Tao. As long as Wang Tao came to rescue them, he would keep his word. Wang Tao naturally scoffed at this, thinking if Sun Weigang really had that ability, someone would have already gone to pick him up. Would he have ended up in this situation? Wang Tao gave a few non-committal responses, urging them to hang on and wait for rescue, before shutting off the walkie-talkie. This Suzaku University survivor base sounds quite interesting, might be worth taking a look. An interested expression appeared on Wang Tao's face. The next day, Wang Tao continued with his zombie clearing work. Between clearing and scavenging loot, it took him another day. The zombies in Building 1 were almost completely wiped out by him. Wang Tao's health point had also reached exactly 800. The reason he said almost was that Wang Tao intentionally left 2 zombies with all limbs broken. Wang Tao, I beg you, I can't do it. Ding Yukin hadn't expected that Wang Tao would actually leave her 2 zombies to kill. Wang Tao narrowed his eyes. Sister-in-law, not following orders again, are we? I will do anything but kill zombies. I really will. Ding Yukin quickly clung to Wang Tao's arm, resorting to coquettish charms and layering on an enticing allure. Having never even killed a chicken, she dared not kill zombies. The mere thought was terrifying. Even quadriplegic zombies scared her. Looking at the pitiful Ding Yukin, Wang Tao remained unmoved. He had not an ounce of pity for a beauty, and without hesitation, he grabbed Ding Yukin by the waist and hoisted her over his shoulder. Ding Yukin let out a startled cry. No discussion. Wang Tao wanted to observe what it was like for an ordinary person to kill zombies. Moreover, this was for Ding Yukin's own good. She would not be allowed to refuse. Chapter 61 Hidden Attributes 1 Whimper, Whimper, Whimper. Ding Yukin held the short spear, closed her eyes, and frantically stabbed at the zombie on the ground with its hands and feet severed. While stabbing, she also kept her mouth shut, humming softly. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. After a while, Ding Yukin finally hit the zombie's head. Squish. -5, 0 out of 500, the zombie died without dropping anything, as it wasn't killed by Wang Tao. Wang Tao looked at Ding Yukin. Her health point bar increased by 5 drops, turning into 105 out of 105, 5 but that wasn't the point. The point was that, below Ding Yukin's health point bar, some text slowly appeared. Hidden attribute, Blood Pack, in times of clouds and rain on Mount Wu, it can restore health point to the other person. Friendly reminder 1. Some lucky individuals may carry hidden attributes, which automatically take effect and cannot be directly observed. Only during the process of health point increase or skill learning is there a certain probability that they will be revealed. Friendly reminder 2. Before the hidden attributes are revealed, no enhancements can be obtained. Wang Tao, no wonder Ding Yukin could replenish his health point, so there was a hidden attribute? I actually killed a zombie. Feeling like her spear really pierced through, Ding Yukin opened her eyes, looked down, and seeing that she indeed killed the zombie, she still somewhat couldn't believe it. Although this zombie had no combat ability left, having been beaten by Wang Tao until it was down to a sliver of health point. But this was the terrifying zombie that had scared her. She had never thought she could personally kill a zombie. At this moment, Wang Tao spoke. So, zombies aren't that terrifying after all. Ding Yukin quickly turned her head to look at Wang Tao, then somewhat excitedly hugged his arm. Enough, stop stammering. There's another one. With the experience from the first one, the second time was much smoother. This time, Ding Yukin didn't close her eyes. Instead, under Wang Tao's direction, she swiftly stabbed another crippled zombie to death. -8, 0 out of 500, Ding Yukin's health point increased by another 5 points, now 110 out of 110, but no text appeared below the health point bar this time. Combining the friendly reminders he had seen earlier, Wang Tao had a rough guess. Due to the advent of the apocalypse, some lucky individuals developed a hidden attribute. This attribute normally wouldn't show itself, not even visible to Wang Tao. It only had a chance of appearing during health point growth and while learning skills. Like Ding Yukin's hidden attribute, It appeared during the process of her health point increase after killing the zombie. The people, including Blondie, that he had seen before at the water plant, some of them had indeed killed zombies, but they only had health point bars with no hidden attributes. They might not have any, or they might have them but not yet revealed. Wang Tao himself didn't have any hidden attributes. But Wang Tao felt that he probably did, it just hadn't revealed itself yet. After all, he had many miraculous abilities. Although his health point had increased quite a lot and he had learned a skill, it was a matter of luck. He might not be as lucky as Ding Yukin, whose hidden attribute revealed itself after killing the first zombie. Hidden attributes are different than skills. Hidden attributes should be one's talent. Some people have talents, some people don't, some people have talents but are unaware of them. All this is quite normal. Skills, on the other hand, are similar to abilities, which everyone can learn as long as their bodies can withstand it. Moreover, according to the friendly reminders, until the hidden attributes are revealed, even though they can take effect, they cannot be enhanced. So, it's like they are not fully activated. Now that Ding Yukin's blood pack attribute had been revealed, didn't that mean that the blood regeneration effect could be enhanced in the future? It was just unclear how to enhance it, by killing zombies or through more training. Having Ding Yukin kill more zombies was definitely out of the question now, but more practice shouldn't be a big problem. Wang Tao always had a scientific spirit, so he decided to put in the extra effort and help Ding Yukin practice more. Hey? What are you thinking about? Ding Yukin saw Wang Tao somewhat daydreaming and waved her hand in front of him. Wang Tao suddenly grabbed Ding Yukin's fair and delicate hand. Thinking about sister-in-law. TSK. Pervert. Ding Yukin quickly withdrew her hand. Wang Tao smiled faintly, then quickly groped a corpse and threw both bodies out of the window. With that, all the zombies in the happy community had finally been cleaned up. Besides you and me, it turns out there's not a single survivor. On the way back, Ding Yukin sighed. After all, it's been almost a month since the apocalypse started. There were actually survivors before, but due to staying indoors for a long time, without food or water, they starved to death or committed suicide. Wang Tao had seen at least 3 dead people who hadn't turned into zombies. They had either starved to death or committed suicide. Ding Yukin looked back at Wang Tao and quietly moved a little closer to him. Without Wang Tao, she would have surely ended up with the same tragic fate. After returning home, Ding Yukin went to cook, while Wang Tao took out tools like hammers, pliers, and a cutting machine. He was ready to craft a set of internal armor for himself. Previously, his defensive gear had always consisted of books. Although books could indeed block the zombies' bites, they were no match for steel. Wang Tao was determined to make himself some steel internal armor. Of course, with his crafting skills, it was definitely not possible to make full-body armor. He just wanted to insert some steel plates inside his clothing to protect vital areas. For example, the chest, back, forearms, and lower legs. To make these things, Wang Tao spent a full 3 days before finally deeming them passably adequate. I am really not cut out for design work. It wasn't that Wang Tao's skills were lacking, mainly, a lot of time was wasted on testing. After all, this was something he was designing for himself, so he had to test over and over again if it was suitable or not. He couldn't sacrifice his mobility for defense, or else it would be a loss. Fortunately, after 3 days of modifications, it was more or less complete. After integrating all these steel plates into his clothes, Wang Tao felt their weight, which was slightly significant, but it wasn't a big deal for him. His current carrying capacity was extremely exaggerated, so this weight was trivial. These steel plates were much thinner than books, but their defensive power had increased by countless levels. Once Wang Tao put them on, one could hardly tell that his clothes concealed steel plates. Before, he would only use the parts of his body wrapped with books to make contact with zombies when forced into a tight spot. But now, he guessed he could directly stick his arm into a zombie's mouth. With the zombie's dental strength, if they dared to bite down, they might just break all their teeth. I am going out this afternoon, Wang Tao said to Ding Yukin. Where to? Although Ding Yukin trusted Wang Tao's abilities, each time he mentioned going out, she was anxious. Trademark going to check out North Street, there's a convenience store there. One saw with the binoculars, there are still supplies inside. North Street was just north of the happy community where Wang Tao lived. It was a place with large pedestrian traffic, many zombies, abandoned vehicles, and had experienced a gas explosion. Wang Tao had never dared travel through there when he went to collect airdrops before. But now, he had significantly increased in strength and could afford to take a look. Even though they had many supplies at home, Wang Tao was always one to prepare for the worst. After all, this was the post-apocalypse, there could never be too many supplies. Plus, Wang Tao still needed to kill zombies to increase his health point. You be careful. After a simple lunch, Wang Tao armed himself fully, put on the skull mask made by Ding Yukin, and left Happy Community. Chapter 62 Fatty Zombie 1 North Street was a main artery, much wider than other streets, with a steady flow of cars and pedestrians. After the apocalypse struck, Wang Tao didn't know what had transpired here, but now the scene was utterly chaotic, with a multitude of abandoned vehicles clogging the way. Other alleys were still passable for vehicles, but here, forget cars, even motorcycles couldn't get through. Hee hee. A zombie spotted Wang Tao and immediately started staggering toward him at a quick pace. Wang Tao picked up the horned hammer in his hand, and with a ruthless swing, he smashed the zombie's head in. With a squelch, the zombie's head burst like a watermelon. -500, 0 out of 500, it was an instant kill with a single blow. You have obtained Iron Block XL, Iron Block, crafting material. With Wang Tao's current strength, ordinary zombies stood no chance. Targeting their heads meant almost certain death with just one hit, even without using his full force. Wang Tao initially hadn't planned on searching the bodies, considering the number of zombies on the main street. But noticing what seemed like a pack of cigarettes on this zombie, he still took it. Cigarettes were like hard currency among survivors. Since he had come across them, it would be wasteful not to take them. They would definitely come in handy at the survivor base. After killing more than a dozen zombies, Wang Tao finally made it across the street. His target was clear as he headed straight for the convenience store. 3 zombies loitered at the entrance of the store. All 3 fell to Wang Tao's hammer. Peering through the glass, Wang Tao saw the convenience store in disarray, shelves knocked over, but there was still a decent amount of food left. He took out the woven bags he had prepared in advance and began filling them with the intact food. Soon, Wang Tao had filled an entire woven bag with food. Since the food was packaged, it wasn't very heavy. After filling 2 woven bags, Wang Tao carried them back to Happy Community's entrance. He dumped the food inside and then ran back to the convenience store. In that short time, 3 more zombies approached the convenience store entrance. Wang Tao made short work of them and continued collecting food. After filling another 2 bags, Wang Tao murmured softly in surprise. Inside the store was a small door he had assumed was a back exit, but upon opening it, he discovered it was actually a basement storage. There must be plenty of food in the basement storage. I will make another trip later. All the well-packaged food and water in the convenience store were gathered by Wang Tao, leaving behind food with poor appearance, all stained with blood traces. For his own safety, Wang Tao certainly wouldn't take them. However, if there were still some in the basement, he wouldn't hesitate to collect them. Having delivered the food back to the community, Wang Tao once again headed for the convenience store. The basement was pitch dark. Wang Tao switched on his powerful flashlight, and then he gasped in shock. What the hell? In the center of the basement lay an incredibly obese zombie. Wang Tao shone the light on the zombie's face, which immediately elicited a furious roar from it. It seemed to want to approach, but due to its extreme obesity, it couldn't even stand, hardly able to inch forward. Gazing at the empty basement, then at the zombie with 2,000 out of 2,000 health point over its head, Wang Tao had reason to suspect it had eaten all the food in the basement. Since the zombie couldn't move, Wang Tao grew bolder. He carefully illuminated the zombie's face with his flashlight, then realized something. I thought his face looked familiar. Isn't this the cashier from the convenience store? Wang Tao had no idea how the cashier turned from a tall and skinny guy into a zombie fatter than a pig, but clearly, this must be a special zombie. With 2,000 health point, this was double the health of the big hammer zombies he had encountered. Surely, if killed, it must drop something good? Wang Tao felt a tingling urge, especially since this zombie was different from the rest. It could hardly move. Even with all that health point, it was nothing more than a target. Still, to be cautious, Wang Tao didn't go straight in. He needed to confirm whether the obese zombie possessed any long-range attack ability. Wang Tao picked up some bricks from outside, then positioned himself at the basement door and hurled them at the obese zombie inside. Thud. Despite being hit by a brick, the zombie didn't lose a single drop of blood. Wang Tao waited cautiously for a while, and upon realizing that the zombie was only roaring without any sign of a ranged attack, he suddenly smirked. Since it's just a target, then. My apologies. Wang Tao held a flashlight in one hand and a horned hammer in the other as he approached the fatty zombie. Then Wang Tao discovered that due to the zombie's obesity, his little hammer simply couldn't reach its head. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wang Tao retreated from the basement and hurried back. Ding Yukin was huffing and puffing as she carried the food that Wang Tao had left in the courtyard of the Happy Community. When she saw Wang Tao running back quickly, she thought something had happened and was momentarily startled. She wanted to follow Wang Tao back, but she couldn't bear to leave the food behind. Wang Tao saw the panic on her face and said, "Sis-in-law, don't panic, there's no danger." Upon hearing this, Ding Yukin patted her trembling chest and sighed in relief. You scared me to death. But Wang Tao, what are you? "I'm going to make a weapon. I will need it shortly," Wang Tao said as he went upstairs. Oh, let me help you." "Alright." Back home, Wang Tao found a mop handle, then strapped the steel pipe spear onto it. After securing it tightly, he swung the 2-meter-long homemade spear a few times. Whoosh whoosh, not bad at all, this will do. Wang Tao took up the spear and left. His third visit to the convenience store. 2 more zombies approached the entrance of the store. Armed with his new weapon, Wang Tao poked at each of the zombies from a distance without hesitation. Thrust. -500, 0 out of 500, thrust. -500, 0 out of 500, Vizchnavabin. Come for new updates. After collecting 2 crafting materials, Wang Tao, with the spear in hand, entered the convenience store's basement warehouse. Hey! Roar! Seeing the fatty zombie furiously roaring but unable to stand up, Wang Tao came in front of it, lifted the spear with both hands, and thrust it straight at its skull. Bang! -112, 1888 out of 2000. Such low damage. Wang Tao was a bit surprised, but it wasn't a big deal. After all, his opponent couldn't fight back. So there he was, wielding the spear and plunging it forcefully into the zombie's skull over a dozen times. All the while, Wang Tao stayed on guard, wary of the zombie possibly going into a frenzy or having some special attack. Fortunately, the fatty zombie had none. When the zombie was down to its last sliver of health point, Wang Tao moved away from it, positioned himself at the entrance of the basement, then clenched the spear and hurled it hard at its head. Thrust. -45, 0 out of 2000, crash. The moment the zombie died, a bunch of transparent trappings burst out. Chapter 63, The Big Explosion. 1. Acquired, 10 units purified water, small. Acquired, 10 units purified water, medium. Acquired, 10 units compressed biscuits. Acquired, 10 units canned meat. Acquired, 10 units canned fruit. Acquired, 10 units canned vegetables. Acquired, 10 units sugar. Acquired, 10 units coffee. Looking at the huge pile of items, Wang Tao clenched his fists with excitement. Because this was not just food, it was food that could be put into a space backpack. From now on, when he's alone outside, he no longer has to worry about food shortages or carrying inconveniences. By killing that fatty zombie, Wang Tao's health point increased by 40. Adding to what he had gained from killing zombies on the street before, his health point had reached 930 out of 930, just 70 short of 1,000. But these were actually not the most important things. The most crucial thing was the blueprint the zombie dropped. Acquired, a food compressor blueprint. Food compressor blueprint can be used to craft a food compressor. Required materials: a zombie crystal core, 3 pieces of iron block, 3 pieces of steel wire, 3 pieces of gear, 3 pieces of blade, 3 pieces of nails, 3 pieces of cable, 3 pieces of battery, 3 pieces of electronic components, 3 pieces of rubber, 31 pieces of plastic. Food compressor compresses food into a smaller volume, making it more convenient to carry and use as a nutrient liquid. A food compressor? Having read the blueprint's description, Wang Tao felt even more excited than when he had gotten the food. He finally understood what use the crafting materials dropped by zombies had. This food compressor was definitely a survival godsend in the apocalypse. However, he couldn't craft it yet. Although he had killed quite a few zombies and acquired many crafting materials, the ones that zombies dropped were random, and he didn't have enough yet. The blueprint showed he was still missing a rubber, 2 electronic components, a blade, and the most important zombie crystal core. Acquiring these crafting materials was fine. If all else fails, he could keep killing zombies, as he was planning to increase his health point by doing so anyway. For him right now, this wasn't difficult, it would just take some time. As for the zombie crystal core, Wang Tao approached the already fallen fatty zombie and fiddled inside its head with a tool. A blue transparent diamond-shaped crystal fell out, with a phantom image inside the core that looked like a slowly wriggling stomach. Level 1 crystal core glutton, quality, excellent, 40%, purity, 50%, side effects, rampant increase in appetite, excessively obese body type, glutton. The more food one consumes and the fatter one gets, the stronger their defensive power becomes. Seeing the specific information of this zombie core, Wang Tao's expression became somewhat strange. At face value, this ability was pretty powerful. As long as one kept eating without limit, the defensive power would become monstrously strong. But the side effects were quite apparent. The rampant increase in appetite was one thing. Food was already scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, and with such a massively increased appetite, he would need a huge amount of food. The main issue was the excessively obese body type. Just reading about it might not make clear how obese one could get, but Wang Tao had just killed this obese zombie, which was so fat it could no longer walk. If he truly ate to that extent, What good would high defensive power be if he turned into a stationary target? Moreover, without an immunity to the zombie virus, a larger body size meant he would be more susceptible to injuries if he encountered zombies. Wang Tao felt this zombie core might not be very useful for the average person, unless someone could develop some clever strategies with it. For Wang Tao himself, it also didn't seem very useful. Though he had the chance to remove the side effects of this core, the condition for increased defensive power was the more one eats and the fatter one gets, and Wang Tao was quite content with his muscular physique. He didn't want to become a fatty. Thus, the ability of this core wasn't useful for Wang Tao personally, but the core itself had a significant use. There were two things he could currently use the core for: crafting strength potions and making the food compressor. There was no need to craft a strength potion for now because the required materials were too numerous. But the food compressor was different. He could obtain the materials needed to create it, and it would be very useful for his current situation. After scouring the basement one more time and making sure nothing was missed, Wang Tao finally returned to the convenience store. In the short while he was busy, a few more zombies had approached outside. Wang Tao directly picked up the spear. Kill. Damn. Just one last material, and it won't drop no matter what. Is it really that realistic? Seeing that there were no more zombies near the street for the time being, Wang Tao suddenly felt an ache in the testicles. He was still missing a cable, and his health point had reached 990 out of 990. There was no helping it, whether it was for materials or for health points, he had to keep killing zombies. Wang Tao crossed through an alley and proceeded to the next street over. There were several zombies on the next street, and three of them, upon seeing Wang Tao, began to twist and quickly advance towards him. Wang Tao, without saying a word, raised his spear and swiftly blew the heads off of these three zombies. PFFT. -500, PFFT. -500, PFFT. -500, 3 consecutive headshots, the 3 zombies were instantly killed. Acquired, Iron Block XL, acquired, Gauze XL, acquired, Cable XL, finally got it. Seeing that he had obtained the cable, Wang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt that his physical fitness had improved again, and this time the increase was even more significant than before. Upon checking his health point, it had indeed reached 1000 out of 1000. Wait a minute, suddenly, Wang Tao felt something was wrong. Killing 3 zombies should have yielded at least 15 health point. His health point was just 990, which means he only gained 10 points. Where did the other 5 points go? And as Wang Tao was pondering this, he suddenly felt his head get heavy, and he wanted to sleep. Not good. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Tao quickly ran back, and fortunately, he had cleared out all the zombies on this street. He ran back to Happy Community without any danger. Wang Tao, what's wrong with you? Ding Yukin had been watching downstairs. Seeing Wang Tao returning in a faltering gait, she rushed down anxiously to meet him. Don't worry, I am fine. Just very sleepy, I need to sleep. Although Wang Tao was very drowsy and wanted to close his eyes, his consciousness was still relatively clear. With Ding Yukin's strenuous support, he managed to get back to his room and fell asleep as soon as he lay on the bed. Even though Wang Tao had told her not to worry, how could Ding Yukin not worry? She struggled to take off Wang Tao's clothes, and after checking carefully that there were no injuries, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After noticing that there were many sweat stains on his body, she brought hot water over to clean Wang Tao's body, just like a caring wife. Thirsty? Here's the water. Gulp, gulp. He took a big gulp of water in a daze, and Wang Tao finally became alert. Vizchna Come for new updates. He felt as if his body was filled with strength. After breaking through to 1000 health point, it seemed like his fitness had vastly improved. He instinctively looked towards his health point bar. Huh? Chapter 64 Food Compressor. Health point, 1000 out of 1000, mana, 100 out of 100. There were no changes in his health point and mana bars, they remained just as they used to be. The change was the appearance of a line of text beneath his health point bar. Hidden attribute, improved body conditions, body strengthening, physique surpasses that of ordinary people, gains from exercise are greater, and the upper limits are higher. Sure enough, I have hidden attributes, too. No wonder I always feel like I get a lot out of each workout. Wang Tao was somewhat pleased. But then again, Ding Yukin could see her hidden attributes from killing just one zombie, while he had to wait until his health point reached 1000. That's pretty unlucky. Wang Tao, are you alright? Wang Tao turned his head and saw Ding Yukin's worried face. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I am fine. By the way, how long did I sleep? You slept for 3 hours. You didn't move at all, you scared me to death. Seeing that Wang Tao was indeed fine, Ding Yukin finally breathed a sigh of relief. 3 hours, huh? Wang Tao nodded. As long as it wasn't like last time when he passed out for 3 days, it was okay. Are you hungry? It's already dark, I will go make dinner. As she spoke, Ding Yukin was about to get up and leave. But Wang Tao grabbed her hand in one move and smoothly pulled her onto the bed. Then, with his arms around Ding Yukin's waist, he looked into her watery eyes and said with a smile, "Hungry, but I did like to have some dumplings first." Wang Tao felt unusually energetic at the moment and needed to use up some energy. The next morning, when Wang Tao woke up, he saw Ding Yukin in his arms, looking at him with her sparkling eyes. Truly, only a dead cow. Last night, Ding Yukin had been thoroughly defeated, yet this morning she was the first to wake up, looking radiant. On the contrary, it was Wang Tao himself who felt a slight soreness in his waist. Humphrey. Ding Yukin gave Wang Tao a coquettish glance, then wriggled out of his arms. "I am going to make breakfast. Call me husband first." Husband. After murmuring softly like the buzz of a mosquito, Ding Yukin took off as if escaping. TSK, TSK. Once Ding Yukin had left, Wang Tao continued to ponder the problem he hadn't figured out the day before. Where did those 5 drops of my blood go? Could it be that after my health point exceeds 1,000, killing zombies no longer increases the health point limit? Wang Tao was a bit distressed. If that were true, then wouldn't that mean 1,000 health point was the ceiling? But he had seen zombies with 2,000 health point and unknown creatures with tens of thousands of health point. I will try again later. If ordinary zombies don't increase health point, then I will go kill special zombies. I refuse to believe. After a simple wash, Wang Tao didn't leave his room. Instead, with a thought, a blueprint appeared in his hand. It was the food compressor blueprint, and then he took out the necessary crafting materials and crystal core. The words "ready to use" instantly appeared on the blueprint. Upon choosing to use it, the materials turned into streams of light and flew into the blueprint. Then, a line of text appeared on the blueprint. Crafting in progress, remaining time 59, 1 hour? That's fine, I can wait a bit. Wang Tao, time to eat. Ding Yukin's voice came from outside the door. Here it comes. After breakfast, Wang Tao began his morning exercise. Following some simple physical tests, Wang Tao felt that his overall physical condition with 1,000 health point was at least 2 to 3 times stronger than when he had only 100 health point. He now had a feeling that without any weapons, he could smash a zombie's skull with one punch. At a certain moment, Wang Tao's spirit perked up, and he looked at his backpack. The food compressor has been manufactured. With a thought, Wang Tao prepared to take the machine out, but a prompt appeared that there was not enough space. How big is this thing? Wang Tao's workout area was in a corner of the living room, cluttered with many things. He moved to the center of the living room. Ding Yukin was wearing a yoga outfit and doing her exercises. Wang Tao walked over and unceremoniously slapped her on the butt. Ding Yukin immediately turned red-faced and looked at Wang Tao. It's not really appropriate during the day. What is sister-in-law fantasizing about? I mean, you are in my way, move aside. Ding Yukin instantly flushed with embarrassment. However, following a heavy thud of something landing, Ding Yukin jumped in fright. Wang Tao, what's this situation? Your ability? In the living room, there was now a massive machine with a wasteland punk style. It's sort of like that. Go grab a small bag of rice. Wang Tao didn't explain much. He himself was also baffled. How could those few small materials create such a big machine? That wasn't scientific. Okay. Ding Yukin didn't ask further. She always remembered not to do anything that might annoy Wang Tao. Soon, Ding Yukin came over with a 2.5 kilograms bag of rice, and Wang Tao brought the same amount of water. After the food compressor was made, prompts with instructions popped up. To make the nutritional liquid, it required equal proportions of food and water, and there would be some loss during the process that would provide energy to the machine. Meaning that if used sparingly, the machine could last a long time. There were 3 windows on the machine, 2 for input and 1 for output. After pouring the rice and water into the input windows, the machine began to vibrate slightly. A moment later, the output window in the middle opened, revealing 4 thumb-thick plastic tubes filled with a yellow, viscous liquid. There was a line of text on the plastic casing. 2,000 calories, rice flavor. Shelf life 1 year. Ding Yukin curiously read the words on it. For a normal person, 2,000 calories of energy should last a day, right? Wang Tao wasn't too clear on that himself. He knew it certainly wouldn't be enough for him. This is a nutritional liquid. Wang Tao gave a brief explanation. After hearing this, Ding Yukin's eyes lit up. Wow! This is amazing. It's really useful for us. All the food from the entire complex, the small restaurant, and the convenience store had been taken back to Wang Tao's home. Though not as much as a dedicated food storage warehouse, when added up, it was quite a lot. Many of the food items had short shelf lives and would go bad over time, and they were also inconvenient to carry. If they could be turned into this kind of nutritional liquid, that would be very convenient. Okay, go sort out the food with short shelf lives or those that are inconvenient to carry. I will see which ones need to be turned into nutritional liquid. Okay. Ding Yukin immediately took a notebook and pen, eagerly going to sort the food. Wang Tao focused his mind, and the 4 tubes of nutritional liquid were stored in his space backpack. Indeed, they can be put into the space backpack. Great stuff. Wang Tao suddenly thought, since any food could be turned into nutritional liquid, could contaminated food also be made into nutrient-rich liquid? Bring back some contaminated food to try, and also kill a few zombies to check the health point situation. Chapter 6-5 Suicide Bombing Zombies 1 Indeed, it doesn't increase the health point limit anymore. Gazing at the 3 corpses on the ground, Wang Tao shook his head as he looked back at his own health point of 1000. He collected all the damaged and blood-stained food from the convenience store, then carried the bag of food back home. Vizchna Velbin. Com for new updates humming with a buzz from the food compressor, the window of the machine opened to reveal the nutrient solution inside. It's useful. But the quantity is much less. Wang Tao compared and found that the nutrient solution made from contaminated food was several to even more than 10 times less than that made from normal food, with most of it lost during the process. It's a bit of a pity, but it's not inedible. It's a win as long as we can eat it. Ding Yukin consoled him at the side. True, being able to eat is already good. Wang Tao nodded. Adhering to the excellent tradition of frugality, he planned to bring back all the damaged food from outside, as even the leg of a mosquito is still flesh. Later, I will continue to scavenge for supplies. Sister-in-law, you are coming with I have to go out too. Upon hearing this, Ding Yukin immediately felt afraid. To make you stronger. Ding Yukin really wanted to say that she didn't want to become stronger, and that she was satisfied with life as it was. But she was afraid that saying so would make Wang Tao resent her. Thus, Ding Yukin started to use her ultimate tactic, acting coquettishly. Can I not go? Looking at his sister-in-law shaking his arm while holding onto it, feeling the softness transmitted from his arm, Wang Tao expressed with a smile, no. Wang Tao was not swayed by persuasion or by her soft approach, leaving Ding Yukin with no choice but to go out with him. Of course, before going out, Wang Tao equipped Ding Yukin with protective gear, and then the two descended the stairs together. Looking at the chaos and deadly silence outside, Ding Yukin stayed close behind Wang Tao. The end of the world. Having stayed at home for a long while, it was Ding Yukin's first time stepping out of the residential complex. Feeling the quietness and desolation, it made her very uncomfortable. Especially when she saw zombies on the streets, she was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Wang Tao. Wang Tao, holding a hammer, walked leisurely to the zombies and tapped one on the head, not using too much force. -469, 131 out of 500, the zombie was knocked down and heavily injured. Attack! Wang Tao urged in a low voice. Ding Yukin swallowed and, unwilling to disobey his command, gripped the spear and stabbed viciously towards the zombie's head. Thud. -31, 0 out of 500, seeing that Ding Yukin's health point increased by 5 points above her head, Wang Tao was instantly gratified. Since he was going to scavenge all the materials around, he naturally had to ace these zombies. But killing ordinary zombies wasn't adding to his health point anymore, making it feel somewhat wasteful. Therefore, it was better to add some health point to Ding Yukin, mainly because Wang Tao wanted to know if the effectiveness of her blood replenishing packs would strengthen after her health point increased. Now that Wang Tao's health point had reached 1000, Ding Yukin could only replenish 100 health point for him daily, which still felt insufficient. As for the items that Wang Tao obtained from killing zombies, he didn't have an immediate need for them, so it could wait. If needed later, he could kill zombies to collect them, as he could easily take out ordinary zombies at that point. After spending 2 days, Wang Tao finally scavenged clean all around the residential complex, and all the food that could be brought back was brought back. Ding Yukin's health point also reached a solid 300. Whether the increase in health point affected the healing ability or not, Wang Tao didn't know for the time being, as he had been at full health point recently. But he knew that Ding Yukin's physical condition had improved a lot. Many positions that she couldn't withstand before, she could now let Wang Tao go a bit wilder. Last night, there was a heavy rain. It was a bit of a surprise for Ding Yukin, given there had been no rain for a whole month, and the air was extremely dry. The leeks and green plants on the rooftop were well watered, seeming to have grown overnight. Wait a second. Sister-in-law, have you noticed that these green plants have gotten bigger? On the rooftop patio, Wang Tao suddenly pointed to the green plants on the ground and asked. Not really. I think? Ding Yukin's tone was somewhat uncertain. She almost came to check on these green plants every day, So logically, if they had grown, the change should not have been so apparent to her. But now, she felt as if they really had grown a bit larger. You are not sure? Then it seems they have gotten bigger. Wang Tao normally didn't pay much attention to these green plants. Today, at a glance, he felt they had grown significantly larger. Especially the chives that were cut just 2 days ago, which had already grown back halfway. Could the growth rate of chives be this fast? Wang Tao looked at the drizzling rain in the sky. A bad feeling grew inside him. Could it be related to yesterday's heavy rainfall? Heavy rainfall? You are saying that the rainfall promoted the growth of the plants? Ding Yukin was surprised. There might be that possibility. Sister-in-law, you surely haven't forgotten the 3 days of heavy rain before the apocalypse arrived. How could Ding Yukin forget such a deeply engraved event? She spoke with some concern. Could it lead to something bad? I am not sure, but it shouldn't affect us for the time being. Wang Tao looked at his health point bar and saw no changes, nor did anything strange appear. Sister-in-law, put those sorted foods into the food compressor to make nutrient liquid. I am going out again today. Wang Tao planned to collect gasoline and diesel today. The food resources around the neighborhood had been scavenged clean, and Wang Tao felt that it might soon be time to leave, since no matter how much food he had, without replenishment it would be useless. If they were to leave, with all the supplies he had to carry, including Ding Yukin, the blood replenishing pack, walking definitely wasn't an option. They would have to drive. If driving, then the energy source definitely needed to be prepared in advance. However, Wang Tao hoped that it would be best to drive an electric car, since it made much less noise. So today, while Wang Tao went out to look for gasoline and diesel, he also sought out electric cars. It would be ideal if he could find one. If not, he would have to make do with a pickup truck. Be careful. After Ding Yukin helped Wang Tao put on his full protective gear, he headed downstairs with some empty oil drums. Many abandoned vehicles on the street had caught fire, and naturally, their gasoline was gone. Wang Tao's destination was a small open-air parking lot on the next street, which he had scoped out with binoculars before. There were several intact cars there. But upon arriving outside the parking lot, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Is that? Wang Tao saw a bloated, organ-exposed zombie. 1,000 out of 1,000, and health point of 1,000 wasn't too high. But it was the most disgusting zombie he had ever seen, bar none. Clearly, it's a special kind of zombie, but it's not recorded in the military's data. Wang Tao didn't go directly towards it. Maintaining a certain distance, he threw a brick at the zombie. Smack! The sound made the zombie divert its attention, and upon spotting Wang Tao, it immediately started staggering over. Wang Tao readied himself for combat. But before it got close to Wang Tao, the exposed organs on its body suddenly started to pulsate, then swell. Finally bang! With a loud explosion, it blew up, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Shit. Good thing I didn't go closer. Looking at the scattered limbs and body parts on the ground, Wang Tao was relieved. However, after spotting the pale blue zombie core among the bloodstains, Wang Tao quickly ran over to pick it up. I better leave quickly, or I will be surrounded by zombies. Roar! Suddenly, chilling howls came from all directions. Over a dozen seemingly ordinary zombies sprinted over from a distance. When they encountered some low obstacles, they actually leaped over them. They were even climbing cars and walls. Fuck. They can climb walls too? Have the zombies evolved? Chapter 66 Self-Destruct Crystal Core 1 Run. Without any hesitation, Wang Tao turned his head and ran. The zombies' running speed was fast, and they moved fluidly, not at all stiff. If it were the old Wang Tao, he might not have been able to outrun them. But now Wang Tao's physical fitness had improved a lot, and even with a heavy load on his body, he was not slower than them. These fast-moving zombies appeared from all directions, but there was only one on Wang Tao's way home, which was good news. He charged toward the lone zombie, and as he approached, Wang Tao picked up the horned hammer in his hand and smashed it down viciously onto the creature's head. Bang! -432, 568 out of 1,000, a headshot with the hammer only caused over 400 damage, and as the zombies had 2 health point, it would take at least 2 or 3 more hits to kill them. The zombie was knocked flying backwards. Seizing the momentum, Wang Tao swung 2 more hammer blows. -421, -147, 0 out of 1,000, the zombie was killed. Wang Tao picked up the loot drop, his feet not stopping, and continued running toward the community. Although it took him just 3 hits to kill the zombie, which seemed manageable, these zombies were much faster and more troublesome to deal with than ordinary zombies. Moreover, there were too many of them. In just a short while, another dozen or so appeared around him. The sight of over 30 zombies, like athletes, sprinting furiously toward him was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. and Wang Tao was not sure if the explosion earlier would attract other special zombies. It would be even more troublesome if other types showed up. Wang Tao ran frantically ahead, with zombies vigorously chasing after him. However, these zombies were not as fast as Wang Tao. By the time he returned to the entrance of Happy Community, most of the zombies had fallen behind, leaving only 5 young male zombies still in pursuit. Wang Tao didn't take the main gate but directly climbed over the fence into the community. But the 5 zombies also climbed over the wall following him. Wang Tao glanced at the 5 zombies and, instead of staying to fight, he opened the door to Building 4 and ran upstairs. Roar! The 5 zombies roared and pounded on the door, but upon realizing it wouldn't budge, they scaled the wall with the agility of rock climbers. What happened to Wang Tao? Seeing Wang Tao return, Ding Yukan quickly opened the door and asked. She hadn't witnessed the zombies following Wang Tao, but she heard the explosion before. Zombies are chasing after me. Stay inside the house, I am going to the rooftop. Wang Tao didn't enter the room but instead instructed her briefly and directly ran to the rooftop, then forcefully opened the door. Roar! The 5 zombies had already climbed to the rooftop. Seeing Wang Tao, they immediately charged at him. Whoosh! Wang Tao took a deep breath and, when he saw all 5 zombies enter his attack range, he lifted his hammer and smashed it down on the closest zombie, simultaneously utilizing his shockwave ability. Bang! -451, the hammer struck the forehead of the first zombie and then a visible shockwave spread from the zombie's head in all directions. -324, -351, -332, -328, -356, all the zombies staggered wildly, a string of numbers jumping from their heads so fast they almost dazzled Wang Tao's eyes. I am so strong. As he marveled inwardly, Wang Tao's hands continued to move. Bang! -461, -342, one advantage of the shockwave was that the zombies hit by it were not only injured, but also repelled, and some even became unsteady and fell to the ground. That is to say, they had no time to counterattack. Bang! -207, -211, 0 out of 1,000, 3 strikes and 5 zombies were wiped out instantly. Awesome! Wang Tao vigorously shook the hammer, then with a thought, he collected all the loot that had burst forth. Acquired, 2 pieces of can, acquired, 3 blade, acquired, 3 nails. The items that ordinary zombies dropped were usually 1 or 2, most commonly 1, with 2 being very rare. Whereas the items these zombies dropped were around 2 to 3 each. But in terms of danger level, these were far more dangerous than ordinary zombies. After all, not only were they fast, but they also appeared in groups. These zombies might be a new type that emerged after the recent heavy rain. Wang Tao glanced at his health point once again. It was still not replenished by a single point. He was not too disappointed because judging from the items these zombies had dropped, they were probably just ordinary zombies. In Wang Tao's eyes, only those that yielded crystal cores were considered special zombies. It was a pity that he had no chance to test whether special zombies could still replenish his health point. He had just encountered one, but that thing self-destructed and it wasn't counted as his kill. Apart from the zombie core, nothing else dropped. Wang Tao threw the bodies of these 5 zombies down from the building and then looked at his happy community, shaking his head with a sense of helplessness. Looks like it's time to leave. He had thought about preparing a bit more and not rushing to leave, but the appearance of zombies that were as mad as crazy suddenly filled Wang Tao with a sense of urgency. The walls of his community couldn't hold back such zombies, let alone the crazy zombies that could even climb up the buildings. Wang Tao returned home, and Ding Yukan hurried over with worry. Wang Tao, are you alright? Don't worry, sister-in-law, I am fine. Then, what's happening outside? A new type of zombie has appeared. Wang Tao explained briefly. When Ding Yukan heard that these zombies could not only scale the walls of the community but also climb up to the rooftops from the exterior of the buildings, her face turned pale. When she was free, she liked to water the plants on the rooftop, which, in her eyes, was the safest place in the world. If she encountered a zombie while watering the plants one day, that would be certain death. What should we do? Should we take down the chives? Ding Yukan was somewhat afraid. She had just managed to live comfortably for a few days under Wang Tao's protection. Was fate still not willing to let her be? Don't worry, sister-in-law. These zombies were attracted by the loud noises. As long as you don't make too much noise, it should be fine. Of course, we can't stay here much longer. We will have to see when we can leave. Tomorrow I will go out again. Wang Tao reassured her. Okay, I will listen to you. Ding Yukan clutched Wang Tao's hand tightly. Oh right. Wang Tao suddenly remembered he had picked up a zombie core but hadn't had the chance to check it yet. With a thought, a light blue transparent crystal core appeared in his hand. Level 1 crystal core self-destruct, Quality, excellent, 60%. Purity, 50%. Side effects, none. A crystal core without side effects? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised, but upon reading the description that followed, he understood why there were no side effects. Self-detonation, consumes all energy, the body explodes instantly. The range and power of the explosion depend on the amount of energy. Chapter 67, The Quality of the Crystal Core. Wang Tao had previously thought that all crystal cores had side effects, but it now seems that this isn't the case. Every crystal core contains impurities, but that doesn't mean they definitely have side effects. Those side effects refer to the obvious ones like photophobia or excessive obesity. Impurities themselves are a kind of side effect. Too much accumulation poses the risk of turning into a zombie. However, this is a result of long-term accumulation. They are different. Furthermore, when Wang Tao saw that this crystal core had no side effects, he was quite surprised. But after seeing its ability introduction, he instantly understood. No wonder the ability's name is self-detonation. This damn thing is literally an ability for self-detonation. One can use it only once in a lifetime. For Wang Tao himself, the uselessness of this self-destruct crystal core is on par with the glutton crystal core he had previously consumed as a material. After all, Wang Tao wouldn't choose to integrate either of these two types of crystal cores. Of course, these two crystal cores would definitely still be of some use to others. After all, once someone becomes an ability user, their physical condition would improve significantly, making it worth it even if they didn't use their abilities. Then, Wang Tao reminisced about the differences among these crystal cores. Up to now, he had obtained a total of 4 zombie cores. They were 2 shockwave crystal cores, 1 glutton crystal core, and today's self-destruct crystal core. These 4 crystal cores, apart from having different types, also have different qualities. Only their purity is the same, all at 50%. Therefore, Wang Tao had reason to speculate that the purity of level 1 crystal cores was probably all 50%, but as for higher level crystal cores, whether their purity would be higher or lower, Wang Tao felt that it would most likely decrease. As for the quality of the crystal cores, Wang Tao's 4 cores are of 4 different quality levels, each with a different color. These are 20% fusion success rate white rank, ordinary items, 40% blue excellent, 60% purple excellent, and 80% red superior. Wang Tao had previously synthesized 2 shockwave cores and obtained an orange epic with a 100% success rate. So looking at it this way, the situation becomes quite clear. The quality of crystal cores should have 5 categories, ranked from low to high according to the success rate of fusion, namely, white rank, ordinary, 20%, blue excellent, 40%, purple excellent, 60%, red superior, 80%, orange epic, 100%. Although the orange epic was synthesized by him, since such a thing exists, he thinks that it should be possible to drop one. If someone were to drop an epic crystal core, that would undoubtedly be incredibly lucky. Of course, even if they are not orange epic, purple excellent and red superior are also good, at least the fusion success rate exceeds 50%. For Wang Tao, the most cost-effective method at the moment is to synthesize 2 crystal cores whose combined quality can reach 100%. Because after synthesis, the purity of crystal cores also adds up. Currently, the purity of level 1 crystal cores is 50%, 2 of them add up to just 100%, so using 3 crystal cores for synthesis would be a bit of a waste of purity. Gulp. Hearing the sound of someone swallowing saliva, Wang Tao turned his head and saw Ding Yuken looking at the zombie core with a face full of longing. Sister-in-law wants to eat it? Wang Tao raised an eyebrow. I do. Ding Yuken replied subconsciously and then came back to her senses. She quickly became somewhat embarrassed and said, No, I won't eat. You eat. Wang Tao had talked to her about the zombie core, but she had no idea what it looked like, and the crystal core in Wang Tao's hand was too clean, so she didn't know it was a zombie core. Sister-in-law, do you know what this is? This is a zombie core. Eating it gives you a certain chance to obtain an ability, you know. Aren't you tempted? Wang Tao said somewhat seductively. Not tempted. Although Ding Yuken was still swallowing her saliva, she turned her head away directly. She truly wasn't tempted, she didn't care about whether she had an ability or not. As long as Wang Tao didn't leave her behind, she was content. But her instinct kept telling her to eat that crystal core, so she simply turned her head away, refusing to look. Seeing that Ding Yuken did not appear to be lying, Wang Tao was somewhat impressed. He had initially thought that Ding Yuken was the strong, independent type, but after deep communication, he realized she was a traditional type who tended to rely on men. That kind of woman might not be expected to start a business or make money, but as a wife, she would definitely fit the bill. Alright, let me give you a rundown on crystal cores. Wang Tao explained everything he knew to Ding Yuken, so that she wouldn't be completely in the dark if she ever encountered one in the future. Vizchna Velbin. Com for new updates. Ding Yukon was startled when she heard that this zombie core was a self-destruct ability. Good thing I didn't eat it. I really wouldn't want to self-destruct. The crystal core was temporarily stored in the space backpack, not needed for the moment. However, Wang Tao had no plans to use it for himself either. After all, this wasn't a game, he had only one life. If he were ever driven to self-destruct, it would be death either way. He had no intention of blowing himself up to benefit others. At night, after completing their daily exercise, Wang Tao noticed it was still early, so he took out the walkie-talkie. And again, he managed to get in touch with Wu Yinying. A week had passed since their last contact, and Wang Tao was somewhat surprised that Wu Yinying was still alive, although it might be a bit rude to say so. The fact that the two of them were still alive for so long meant they definitely had something special. Wang Tao inquired briefly, and Wu Yinying said that there was plenty of food in the milk tea shop for the two of them, and the roll-down shutter door was sturdy, keeping ordinary zombies out. As long as they stayed quiet in the milk tea shop, they were relatively safe. But while they were safe, both were showing signs of near mental collapse. Big brother, please send someone to save us. We are really going crazy. In the milk tea shop, a disheveled, filthy Wu Yinying whispered tearfully. She and Sun Weigang had been in this milk tea shop for a week. The space inside the shop was very small, and they had to live their lives fully within it, unable to even open the door, not even a crack, because zombies would gather at the smell of anything human. So you can imagine the smell inside. The interior reeked, while zombies knocked on the door from time to time outside. Especially at night, they could hear a multitude of footsteps and various eerie howls. Being tortured in such conditions for a week, it was a testament to her strength that she hadn't collapsed already. It was fortunate that not only she but also Sun Weigang were in the milk tea shop so they could talk and ease the loneliness somewhat. Otherwise, she didn't know if she could have held on. Wang Tao naturally had no sympathy for these two, but his thoughts went to the female police officer. He personally had a certain admiration for that kind of righteous female police officer. Although the police officer had taken refuge in a shop and seemed quite safe, the conditions Wu Yinying described were such that she too would not be able to hold out alone for long. What a pity. Hold on and wait for rescue. After saying that in a perfunctory manner, Wang Tao turned off the walkie-talkie. Chapter 68 Electric Off, Road Vehicle 1. It's so dangerous outside. Ding Yukon lay on Wang Tao's chest, drawing circles with her fingers, while sighing. She had heard everything Wu Yinying said just now, and it was difficult for her to imagine how long she would survive in that kind of situation. Thank goodness for Wang Tao. How could it be called the apocalypse if it weren't dangerous? Wang Tao gently stroked Ding Yukon's hair, then suddenly, with a mischievous smile, he whispered in her ear, "Shouldn't sister-in-law thank me in some way?" How should sister-in-law thank you?" Feeling the warmth by her ear, Ding Yukon's ears turned slightly red as she raised her head, twisting her body uneasily. Wang Tao looked at her red lips. It rained again today. Wang Tao was preparing to brave the rain and visit that parking lot once more. The task of collecting fuel and finding a vehicle wasn't complete yet. As Ding Yukon watched him, Wang Tao left Happy Community with a can of fuel. He had cleared all the zombies on this road yesterday, but overnight, more zombies had appeared on the streets. Without any hesitation, Wang Tao, amidst the rain with hammer in hand, dealt with them one by one. These zombies seem a lot more sluggish. They didn't notice me even when I was so close. Could it be because of the rain? Wang Tao pondered. The sound of raindrops hitting the ground and buildings was like the crackling of fireworks. Maybe these sounds interfered with the zombies' hearing, and the rainwater could also cover up scents. So, it seemed logical that the zombies' senses had been weakened. After killing more than a dozen zombies, Wang Tao carefully arrived at the open-air parking lot. However, he didn't dare to go straight in. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings to make sure there were no suicide-bombing zombies like yesterday before he cautiously entered. Wang Tao glanced around and saw that apart from 2 cars with open doors, the rest were locked. Among these locked cars, there were 3 that had been in accidents, smashed by something. The cars from which Wang Tao collected gasoline were these few with open doors and damaged cars. Because their alarms wouldn't sound. If he tried to break into the intact cars, their alarms would likely go off. He did not want to end up like yesterday, being chased by a swarm of crazy zombies. Soon, Wang Tao had filled a canister with gasoline, without raising any alarm. Continue. The 4th car, with an open door, had a zombie lying on the steering wheel, unaware of Wang Tao's approach. Wang Tao suddenly pulled the zombie down and swung his hammer for a headshot. Minus 500 health point, the zombie didn't even have time to react before it was killed instantly. Only then did Wang Tao turn his attention to the car. Huh? This should be an electric car, right? Looks like it's a range extender. It was a domestic brand of rugged off-road vehicle, angular and tough-looking, very impressive and domineering. Before the apocalypse, the whole world was advocating for new energy vehicles, and Keon Country was no exception. They created some pretty nice new energy vehicles. There were all kinds of models available, including sedans, SUVs, and off-road vehicles. However, comparatively speaking, the sales of SUVs were the best, followed by sedans, and the off-road vehicles had the worst sales. The reason for this, apart from personal preference, was mainly the price, which was much higher for new energy off-road vehicles than for other types of vehicles. Take this vehicle in front of me, for instance. If Wang Tao remembered correctly, it was an extended-range new energy vehicle. It could be refueled and recharged. The engine did not directly drive the wheels but used fuel to generate electricity, which, in turn, powered the electric motor that drove the wheels. The starting price seemed to be about 600,000. It belonged to the category that people praised but did not necessarily buy, since the price wasn't exactly affordable. Wang Tao climbed in and rummaged around, finding a car key. He gently pressed it, and seeing the key light up, Wang Tao felt delighted. It's not broken. He depressed the brake and held down the push-to-start button. Whirring, Wang Tao heard the faint sound of an electric motor starting up. There's power, and it still has 70% fuel. After making sure there were no issues with the car, Wang Tao drove it straight out of the parking lot. It had to be said, electric vehicles were quiet, especially in pure electric mode, and coupled with the rain, the sound of raindrops interfered with the zombies' judgment. Wang Tao didn't encounter any issues on his way back to Happy Community. It was only after he had parked the car under building number 4 that Wang Tao finally let out a sigh of relief. Now that I have a car, and enough fuel, the next step is to scout out Suzaku University Survivor Base, to see if it's safe and suitable for me. If it is, then I will go there. If not, I will have to look elsewhere. Wang Tao was inclined to live where there were more survivors, as there was strength in numbers. Especially in an orderly survivor base, he wouldn't need to handle everything personally and could focus on improving his strength. It was too dangerous to be alone in the apocalypse. Not to mention the endless hordes of zombies, the creature he encountered in the wild with 10,000 health point wasn't something one person could take on. Even with his current strength, he didn't stand a chance. And to put it bluntly, if any danger did arise, being among many people would provide cannon fodder to shield him. If he were alone, he would have only himself to rely on. Of course, the premise was that he wouldn't become cannon fodder himself. Wang Tao had his own judgment. If the survivor base really wasn't suitable, he wouldn't insist on staying. As for the idea of establishing his own survivor base, Wang Tao was not currently considering it. If he had the capability to manage or lead, wouldn't he be out there starting a business and making a fortune rather than hunkered down here as a small-time martial arts substitute actor? Although it was the apocalypse and personal strength was very important, that didn't mean one could afford not to think. Otherwise, one might not even realize when they would been outsmarted. Unless one's strength was so extraordinary that they could defy all laws, but clearly, he wasn't at that level yet. For him now, the best option was to join a large official survivor base, followed by ordinary large ones. He wasn't interested in medium-sized bases, and small ones, like Happy Community, weren't necessary. Of course, his definitions of large, medium, and small were according to his own understanding. However, before that, I still need to inspect and modify the car. Wang Tao touched his chin and murmured to himself. He had already scoured the entire community, finding a lot of materials and tools, and planned to modify the car to deal with the harsh environment. After 3 days, Wang Tao reinforced many parts of the car and even fitted an additional steel plate on the exterior. While this somewhat affected speed, vehicles couldn't go too fast in these conditions anyway. Sacrificing a bit of speed for stronger defense seemed quite appropriate. It was raining again that day. Looking at the pouring rain outside the window, Wang Tao felt it was a good day to head out. Chapter 69 Fierce Firepower 1 Sis-in-law, I am heading out today, and I might be gone for a few days. Don't run around while I am not here on your own. Wang Tao glanced at the rain outside the window and spoke to Ding Yukan beside him. Okay. Ding Yukan felt reluctant, but she knew that Wang Tao was searching for their new home. Soon, Ding Yukan helped Wang Tao get fully geared up. Remember, you must stay at home. There's plenty of food, enough for you. I have also left a walkie-talkie for you, and I will check in on you from time to time. If I find out that you are running around again, sis-in-law, watch out for a spanking. Wang Tao gave Ding Yukan's bottom a firm smack. Stop it. Ding Yukan gave Wang Tao an annoyed look, then said seriously, don't worry, I will wait for you at home obediently. Be careful, okay? Ding Yukan bestowed a longing kiss on Wang Tao, and then watched reluctantly as he drove away from Happy Community. Having a different car really made a difference. Not only was this one more comfortable, but it was also much quieter. Plus, With the heavy rain and detours, he hardly encountered any zombies along the way. Even if an occasional zombie did appear, he simply ran it over. However, the slight regret he had was that he didn't encounter any special zombies on the way. Wang Tao wasn't interested in killing ordinary zombies anymore, but if he came across special ones, he definitely would want to try and take them down. After all, special zombies had crystal cores. At this pace, I should arrive at Shuai's University in another 20 minutes. Wang Tao ate some compressed biscuits in the car, preparing to hit the road again, but upon spotting a building in the distance, he raised an eyebrow. Vizchnavelbyan. Come for new updates, huh? Isn't that Ruikai Commercial Street right ahead? Wang Tao reviewed the map. If he cut through Ruikai Commercial Street, Suzaku University was indeed very close. At least, it could save him 10 minutes of travel. In a post-apocalyptic world, saving time was saving lives. However, considering what Tu Yining had described over the walkie-talkie earlier, Wang Tao still felt it was better to take a detour. Time saving on the premise of safety was one thing, but if there was danger, then it was a different story altogether. Da all of a sudden, rhythmic gunfire came from the commercial street. Even though it was raining heavily, the sound was unmistakably clear. Gunfire. From the direction of the commercial street. Wang Tao's brow furrowed, and he immediately turned off the car and got out, climbing up to the third floor of the building behind him. Rumble roar. The sound of gunfire incited countless zombies to roar. The ground seemed to tremble. Da the gunfire continued, giving the impression that it wasn't an individual, but more like a squad at work. After climbing to the rooftop of the 3-story building, Wang Tao immediately took out his binoculars to observe. In the distance, Ruikai Commercial Street was swarming with zombies, and at the entrance of the road at the forefront were 3 modified off-road military vehicles, reinforced with steel plates, wire netting, and spikes. Each of the 3 vehicles had a shooting port on the roof, with 3 camouflaged soldiers emerging halfway out, pulling the triggers of the mounted machine guns, firing bursts at the horde of zombies. Rifle fire was also coming through the shooting ports of the car windows. The ferocious, terrifying zombies were falling en masse as if they were chives being harvested. Even if they weren't shot in the head, being hit by a 12.7 caliber machine gun would pulverize half of their bodies, rendering them instantaneously incapacitated. This is the power of thermal weapons. On the rooftop, Wang Tao watched this scene with a surging heart, feeling as though he was the one firing the guns. After all, which man could reject shooting a gun? With such firepower, how could zombies possibly stand a chance against humans? I wonder if there's still a large-scale army surviving. 3 vehicles, more than a dozen guns, after killing a large swath of zombies, rolled straight over them and drove into the commercial street. They then stopped in a triangular formation in front of a shop. Zombies continually approached from all sides but were shot dead, and occasionally, a few slipped through the defensive fire but were powerless against the modified military vehicles. Inside the vehicle, someone opened the door and waved to the shop, then 2 figures were seen running out of the shop and diving into the van. Those 2 silhouettes look familiar. Wu Yining and that Sunway gang? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He had casually told Wu Yining and the others to wait for rescue over the walkie-talkie, not really expecting them to actually wait. Yet, they had such good luck. Even Wang Tao was envious of this stroke of fortune. He continued to watch, and as soon as Wu Yining and the other were on board, the convoy immediately began to retreat. At that moment, more zombies converged from all directions, swarming towards the 3 vehicles like a black tide. Wang Tao also spotted at least dozens of those crazy zombies that ran faster than humans and could climb over walls. The arrival of these crazy zombies suddenly increased the pressure on the armed convoy. Though Wang Tao could not hear or see the communication within the vehicles, the suddenly chaotic gunfire suggested they were starting to panic. Fortunately, they had plenty of bullets and thick armor, so no matter how strong the crazy zombies were, they could not withstand the gunfire. The vehicles struggled to break free from the encirclement of zombies and reached the main road, then with a sudden acceleration, the 3 vehicles sped away. But it was not so easy to shake off the zombies, and due to the poor road conditions, the convoy couldn't pick up much speed. The horde of zombies relentlessly followed behind, as if they could be overwhelmed at any moment. These people must be from Shuai's university base, but perhaps fearing to lead zombies there, they didn't head in that direction. Instead, they led this large group of zombies away via another road. After watching the 3 vehicles and the horde of zombies leave, Wang Tao shook his head. These people have good weapons and combat capabilities, but they seem a bit reckless. I wonder who's commanding them. However, they have drawn all the zombies away, so couldn't I take a shortcut? Wang Tao's eyes lit up. He took another careful look, and sure enough, there were no longer any living zombies in the commercial street, just a lot of zombie corpses lying around. Now's the chance, let's move quickly. Wang Tao realized this was a good opportunity. He immediately went down and climbed into the vehicle. After starting the car, he drove towards Ruikai Commercial Street. Reaching Ruikai Commercial Street and seeing the pile of zombie corpses, Wang Tao felt a bit regretful. If only he had killed them, he thought, even if it didn't restore health point, at least he could have gained a lot of spoils of war. The corpses blocked the way, slowing down the car a bit. At that moment, Wang Tao suddenly heard some noise coming from a shop. What's that noise? Wang Tao immediately turned around, just as the shutter door of one of the shops deformed and then shattered, and a figure flew out of the broken doorway. Bang! The figure slammed hard onto the front of Wang Tao's car. Fortunately, he wasn't driving fast, or else there could have been a risk of flipping the car. Wang Tao first looked at the car's front with some distress. Thankfully, the reinforced front end was undamaged. Only then did he turn his attention to the severely injured figure on the ground. Huh? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. The person turned out to be Hanru. She had taken off her police uniform and changed into ordinary clothes, which caused Wang Tao not to recognize her at first. Thump, thump. At that moment, a burly figure walked out of the same shop. Chapter 70. Picking up a leak. 1 Getaway. Oh no, save me. Hanru flew out, her whole body aching, her head heavy. Upon seeing a figure before her eyes, her long career as a policewoman made her instinctively tell the person to get away. After all, that zombie was too terrifying, not something an ordinary person could handle. But as soon as she came to her senses and saw that the person was sitting in a car, and a car that had been reinforced with steel plates, at that she immediately changed her plea, asking the person to save her. Wang Tao didn't immediately go to save Hanru, nor did he leave. Instead, he grabbed the horned hammer and directly opened the car door to get out. Whoosh! The rain outside was heavy, instantly drenching Wang Tao's clothes. Hanru glared at the sizable man before her. If he didn't run now, it would be too late to try later. He couldn't possibly believe he could beat that zombie, could he? With all those muscles? Unfortunately, Hanru's entire body was in pain, rendering her unable to move. Otherwise, she would have grabbed the car to forcibly take the big man with her to leave. Wang Tao, of course, was unaware of Hanru's thoughts. He was actually looking for a special zombie, and lo and behold, one had came to him. Most importantly, the zombie was already severely injured. 321 out of 1,500, if he let such an opportunity pass, he would be cursed with thunderous retribution. Wang Tao gripped the hammer in his hand, eyeing the zombie not too far away. This was a zombie over 2 meters tall, but with a deformed physique. Its upper body on the right side was enormous, especially the right arm, which was almost half the size of Wang Tao. However, the left side of its body was shriveled, especially the left arm, which was smaller than that of a normal person. It was as if the nutrition from the right side was being diverted to supply the left side. The zombie's body was riddled with bullet holes, and some black blood was oozing out from them. Attacker. This kind of zombie was described in the military's zombie files and was named an attacker. It was different from the sprinters' zombies. A difference of just 1 character in their names, but the strength of the two was absolutely more than 10 times apart. When Wang Tao saw the zombie's gaze turn towards him, he decisively ran away from the car. Roar! From that somewhat deformed giant mouth of the attacker, a roar emerged, and then lifting its right arm, it pushed off with its hind legs, charging straight towards Wang Tao. Boom! Watching the colossal zombie charge towards him like a raging bull at high speed, Wang Tao abruptly rolled to the right side. The attacker almost grazed Wang Tao's body as it rushed past. Bang! The attacker crashed head-on into the opposite building's wall. With a loud crash, it created a large hole in the wall filled with cracks, and a -3 appeared over the head of the attacker, who seemed somewhat dazed by the impact. The attacker's mode of attack wasn't biting, but ramming. Anyone hit by it would either be left with only half their health point if they didn't die, and that was just for those with good physical fitness. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance. Wang Tao felt that with his current strength, he might be able to withstand it, but it wasn't necessary. So he dodged at an extremely fast speed. An attacker could run straight for 20 to 30 meters in one charge, not stopping unless it hit a person or obstacle. And if it did hit an obstacle, there would be 2 possible outcomes: either it would smash the obstacle, or it would be stopped by the obstacle and suffer dizziness for a few seconds. The buildings on this street were all reinforced concrete, quite durable. They not only stopped the attacker but also caused it to become dazed. Hanru, leaning against the car, widened her eyes, filled with disbelief. He actually dodged it. Only someone who had personally fought this zombie could understand the terror of its charge. From an observer's perspective, the trajectory of the charge was visible. But if you were the one in its path, there was almost no chance to dodge. Yet the big guy had actually managed to dodge it. She had previously thought he was done for, but it turned out he was an expert. She had misjudged. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, taking advantage of the sprinter's moment of dizziness, hurried over and swung the hammer 3 times at its head. Bang! 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 -121, -124, -76, 0 out of 1,500, is it dead just like that? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. After all, this was a special zombie with 1,500 health point. He had thought that there would be an exchange of blows between them. But then again, considering his greatly improved strength, it made sense that he could easily kill a special zombie that was already weakened. Eh? Suddenly, Wang Tao's face lit up with joy, because he noticed that his health point had increased. He had gained 40 points, and it was now 1,040 out of 1,040. Did this mean that killing ordinary zombies wouldn't increase his health point, but killing special zombies still did? Indeed, 1,000 health point wasn't the limit. With a thought, the semi-transparent package dropped by the zombie entered Wang Tao's space backpack. Acquired, a rush right arm blueprint. Wang Tao didn't bother to look at the loot, he hurriedly used the hammer to pry out the crystal core from inside the sprinter's head. It was a purple crystal core named Rush, and without time to look closer, Wang Tao stashed it away and immediately ran back to his car. Hanru's mouth hung open the entire time, her face a picture of shock. After seeing that Wang Tao had dodged the zombie's attack, she realized she had misjudged him. But watching Wang Tao take down the zombie with just 3 swings of his hammer, Hanru was completely dumbfounded. She was aware of how formidable this particular zombie was. Even when she heard the gunfire, she dared not make a sound for help. In the end, she was discovered and got knocked out cold. She tried to fight back, but it was no use. And then this man killed it with just 3 hammer blows. What also surprised her was the efficiency with which Wang Tao extracted the crystal core. His actions were those of someone who had done this many times before. So, he was an ability user. After Wang Tao returned to the car, noticing Hanru's unusual gaze towards him, he decided not to waste words, grabbed her arm, and threw her into the back seat of the car. Thank you. Hanru grimaced in pain but didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, she sincerely voiced her thanks. Being rescued was a great favor in itself. She had no right to ask for more. Wang Tao glanced at her through the rearview mirror inside the car. Buckle up. Upon hearing this, Hanru hurriedly fumbled to buckle her seatbelt. Wang Tao forcefully stepped on the gas pedal. Where the electric motor had strong torque, and coupled with the car being all-wheel drive, the vehicle instantly shot forward. Hanru, inside the car, felt the powerful sensation of being pushed back against her seat, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. No wonder he dares to drive around by himself, it's an electric car. The sound of an electric car is relatively quiet, plus it was raining heavily, so their chances of safely returning to the survivor base were high. Hanru assumed Wang Tao was from the Shuai's University survivor base, since it was close by. However, possibly due to the gunfire earlier, although there were no zombies on the commercial street, there were many of them after passing through the commercial area. For safety, Wang Tao deliberately took some detours. After spending several hours, they finally reached Shuai's University in the evening. The present Shuai's University was completely different from what he remembered. The walls around the campus had been raised significantly, topped with sandbags, shooting ports, and barbed wire, while the bottom was lined with anti-tank obstacles, trenches, and big iron barrels with burn marks. Just looking at all this gave one an immense sense of security. A sign hanging over the gate read Shuai's base in large characters. Wang Tao didn't rush to enter, instead parking the car in a safe corner before turning his gaze to Hanru. Officer Han, shall we talk? Chapter 71 Hanru's Attributes 1. Do you know me? Officer Han looked at Wang Tao, who was wrapped up tightly all over, with a mixture of caution and surprise. I have seen you before. Wang Tao didn't elaborate. What do you want to talk about? Officer Han was somewhat uncertain of Wang Tao's intentions. Is this base reliable? Wang Tao gazed at the base before him. Officer Han knew what Wang Tao meant by reliable. She had encountered a group of survivors with ill intentions before, and she certainly wasn't going to easily trust other survivors now. Even Wang Tao, who had just saved her life, she remained somewhat wary. But in her opinion, the Su survivor base really was reliable. Of course, it's reliable. My former boss is inside, and besides, this is a base established by our security army. Officer Han shared some information she knew. Okay, then I can rest assured. Wang Tao nodded, then looked at Officer Han again and said, I am somewhat curious about the process of Officer Han coming to the commercial street, and what happened to Officer Han when she was trapped in the dollar store. Would Officer Han be able to satisfy my curiosity? No problem. Officer Han nodded decisively, well aware of her current situation. Although she had escaped the threat of the zombies, and had been saved by this man, her life was, in effect, in this man's hands. Officer Han didn't yet know what Wang Tao was thinking. As long as Wang Tao did nothing excessive to her, she would try her best to be accommodating, to avoid provoking him. I came to Ruikai Commercial Street about last week. I can't remember the exact day. Officer Han's story was similar to what Wu Yining had described earlier, but there were some differences in the details. They had arrived at Ruikai Commercial Street without encountering any danger, and with the Suzaku University survivor base just in sight, the three of them were extremely excited. Officer Han suggested taking a detour around the commercial street even though there seemed to be no zombies inside it. She was still a bit worried. But her husband, Sun Weilong, wanted to go straight through. The commercial street wasn't just one street, it referred to the entire area. Detouring would mean a significantly longer route. In the post-apocalyptic world, every additional minute outside was a minute of danger. Going through would save a lot of time. They also observed that there were no zombies in the commercial street, which seemed visibly safe, whereas taking the detour meant facing invisible risks. Wu Yining was indecisive, finding reason in Officer Han's words, yet agreeing with Wei Guang's argument as well. So when both turned to her for a decision, she chose to support Wei Guang's idea to pass through the commercial street. Officer Han was actually a very decisive person, but, in all honesty, even she wasn't sure if her judgment was right. So this time, she conformed to the majority. As they entered the commercial street, everything went smoothly. The three of them moved quietly, not drawing any attention from the zombies. However, as they passed in front of a milk tea shop, Wu Yining mentioned she was thirsty and wanted some water. They hadn't had any for a whole day. Wei Guang was thirsty too, and upon hearing this, he looked at the milk tea shop nearby. The shop wasn't big, the door was open, and one could easily see there were no zombies inside. Then, Wei Guang volunteered to take Wu Yining to the shop to look for water, figuring that a milk tea shop was likely to have clean water. Officer Han saw a zombie at the corner ahead, blocking their way, and decided to go ahead and clear it out herself. After some effort to deal with the zombie, a noise suddenly came from the milk tea shop. Before she could understand what was happening, she saw a female zombie, different from the others, charging directly into the shop. Officer Han hurried over, only to find Wei Guang and Wu Yining hiding under a table. Just as the zombie was about to reach them, Officer Han pulled out her gun and pulled the trigger decisively. With a bang, the bullet hit the zombie, successfully diverting its attention. But it also attracted countless other zombies in the vicinity. Hanrui quickly instructed the two of them to pull down the roll-up door to hide, and then she rushed into a nearby shop. This special zombie naturally followed her, but she was a good shot. As the zombie charged in after her, she rapidly emptied her magazine. For now, even the strongest zombie was still made of flesh and blood and definitely couldn't withstand bullets. As long as you have good aim and hit the zombie's weak spots, you could easily kill it even if it was a special zombie. Therefore, this special zombie was directly killed by Hanrui. But by then, a large horde of zombies had already appeared outside. She couldn't meet up with Sun Wei Gang, so she had no choice but to lock the doors and windows and hide there. Hanru initially thought that the zombies outside would soon leave, but unexpectedly, they seemed to stay on the street without wandering off. Fortunately, there was some food in the shop, so she wouldn't starve to death. What she didn't expect was that a burly special zombie had made its way into the house next door at some point. With no bullets left, she couldn't possibly fight a special zombie with her bare hands. Her only option was to stay hidden and wait until today. When she heard the gunfire outside today, she was thrilled, thinking she might be rescued. But with a terrifying special zombie nearby, she didn't dare make a sound. She had hoped the special zombie would be lured away. Unexpectedly, it seemed that the special zombie was injured or something because it didn't leave. Instead, it hid inside the house. This left Hanru in a bit of a predicament. Even as the gunfire gradually faded into the distance, she never found a suitable opportunity. She didn't dare to open the door or call out, as she might get bitten by the zombie before anyone came to her rescue. However, there was some good news. The group outside had drawn away the large wave of zombies. If she could avoid the special zombie next door, she would be able to come out. But she didn't manage to avoid it and was discovered by the zombie. Then came the situation Wang Tao saw. She had no time to dodge and was directly rammed by the attacker zombie, even smashing through the roll-up door and landing on Wang Tao's car. That's what happened. After explaining her previous experiences in one breath, Hanru licked her dry lips. Hanru's story provided a few more details than Wu Yining's did, and there was one discrepancy. Wu Yining claimed that it was Sun Wei Gang who took the initiative to get them milk tea, but according to Hanru, it was Wu Yining who wanted water, and that's why Sun Wei Gang went to look for water in the milk tea shop. Based on his understanding of their character and his own speculations, Wang Tao felt that Hanru's story was likely more credible. Wu Yining clearly intended to shift the blame away from herself. Of course, none of that mattered now, as the events had already occurred. And Hanru hadn't told the whole truth either. Wang Tao looked at Hanru and chuckled softly. Officer Han, it seems you have left out some details. The things you got from killing the special zombie in your ability, you didn't mention them. Hanru's mouth opened slightly, and she fell silent. When she saw Wang Tao skillfully pry the crystal core from a zombie's head, she knew Wang Tao must be aware of certain things, but she hadn't expected him to be so knowledgeable, even guessing that she had an ability. She didn't know how she had exposed herself. She wasn't very keen on telling others about her ability. But, considering Wang Tao was her lifesaver, she felt conflicted. Wang Tao just silently watched Hanru without speaking. The reason he knew about Hanru's ability was simple: her attributes were different from ordinary people's. Health point, 85 out of 231, mana, 30 out of 100, hidden attribute, arrest, internal impurity, 0%, chapter 72, entering survivor base 1. Aside from Hanru's ability, Wang Tao was also very interested in her hidden attributes. He remembered clearly that when he saw Hanru at the water plant before, she didn't have any hidden attributes. At that time, Hanru's health point had already broken through 100, indicating that she had killed zombies. It seems her luck wasn't that good. Hanru's hidden attribute was quite interesting. Arrest, more likely to capture criminal suspects. This hidden attribute looks pretty awesome, but now, in the post-apocalyptic world, it seems pretty useless, no? And how exactly is a criminal suspect defined? Wang Tao himself has killed someone, although that person was a harmful lunatic, but according to the laws of peacetime, he would also be a suspect. But the problem is, there are no laws now. Wang Tao didn't understand, but if he had the chance in the future, he could observe it. After all, it was a hidden attribute. As for the one at the bottom, internal impurity, 0%, that should be taken literally. The purity of a level 1 zombie core is only 50%, the remaining 50% is impurities. Therefore, after fusing a crystal core, impurities will accumulate in the body, whether the fusion is successful or not. 0% doesn't mean there aren't any, it's probably rounded off. After all, after Wang Tao learned his ability, he didn't have the internal impurity attribute on his stats. If internal impurity reaches 100%, one would probably completely turn into a zombie. Okay, here's what happened. After hesitating for a while, Hanru still decided to speak up. She felt that Wang Tao was most likely an ability user himself, and she was still quite confused about this ability thing. If she could communicate with a fellow ability user, that would be quite nice. The female zombie that my husband and Yining disturbed before was obviously different from the other zombies. It was a head taller than ordinary zombies, and its appearance was particularly ferocious. Its face was like that of a devil. Most importantly, it walked without making a sound, and its senses were extremely sharp. I didn't notice when it appeared at all. And when I took just one quiet step towards it, it discovered me. However, its target was very clear, aimed at the two people in the milk tea shop. If I hadn't fired a shot, it might not have chased after me. When it chased me, its speed wasn't slow, but it didn't know to dodge. After it followed me into the shop, I shot it in the head a few times, and then I blew its head off. But when it fell to the ground, a diamond-shaped red crystal fell from its shattered head and rolled to my feet. I didn't know what was happening at the time, and when I saw the red crystal, I felt an urge to eat it, but it was covered in blood and looked disgusting. So, I washed it with water. After that, my body seemed to act on its own, and by the time I realized it, I had already swallowed the crystal. I didn't even know if the crystal was cleaned properly, especially after I ate the crystal. I felt a blur before my eyes, and drowsiness hit me. At that time, I thought I was infected. In the last moments of consciousness, I was still regretting why I couldn't control my own mouth. Turns out, I wasn't infected, I just fell asleep. But I slept for quite a long time, probably for about 2 or 3 days, and I didn't feel any hunger either. Then Hanru took a deep breath, a look of excitement on her face. Then I discovered that I had obtained a miraculous ability. I could vaguely sense the presence of several zombies outside the house. I don't know how to describe it to you, that feeling can't be put into words, but I could just sense that there were zombies outside and even discern their approximate numbers. At this point, Hanru's eyes sparkled brilliantly. She had been quite desperate about the apocalypse, always forcibly supporting herself with her conviction. But now that she had acquired this ability, she felt like she truly saw hope. The hefty zombie you killed seems to have appeared while I was asleep. After waking up, I could vaguely feel that it was next door to me, with only a thin brick wall between us. So I didn't dare to make any rash moves, especially given its huge size. It's a pity that I was ultimately discovered, even though I was cautious and always keeping an eye on it. But when it smashed through the wall, I couldn't react in time and was sent flying. At this, Hanru still seemed somewhat scared. Her ability and combat capabilities were unrelated, it was a purely supportive power. Moreover, she was already injured, and her pistol was out of bullets, leaving her essentially powerless in combat. Had it not been for Wang Tao, another hit from a zombie would have sealed her fate. Thank you for saving me. I don't have anything to give you in return right now, but once we get to the survivor base, I will find a way to repay you. Hanrua said to Wang Tao with utmost seriousness. Wang Tao graciously accepted Hanrua's thanks. As for repayment, was Wang Tao the kind of person who sought compensation? Alright, I will be waiting. I definitely won't go back on my word. After Hanrua made her promise, she asked curiously, what's your name? To repay you, I should at least know your name and what you look like, right? Wang Tao took off his glasses and face mask, revealing his face. My name is Wang Tao. Hanrua was slightly surprised. Given Wang Tao's sturdy build, she had thought he was a burly uncle with a rough face, but she didn't expect him to have such delicate features. Hello, my name is Hanrua, as you know. So, can we go in now? The two had already been waiting outside of the survivor base for a while, which made Hanrua feel insecure. Of course. Wang Tao nodded, then restarted the car and slowly drove towards Shuai's University. At the entrance of Shuai's University, there was a simple wooden watchtower, which promptly drew attention to Wang Tao's car as it came into view. Soon, 4 soldiers dressed in camouflage combat suits and fully armed came out of a small door. The 4 soldiers held their guns downward but kept their eyes firmly on Wang Tao's car. One of them approached Wang Tao's car and said, "Hello, survivor. This is the Suzaku University survivor base. If you would like to enter the base, please come here and cooperate with our inspection." Wang Tao extended his hand out of the window and made an OK gesture. The soldier spoke into a walkie-talkie, and soon after, the modified school gate opened. However, it was a double gate, inside which stood 2 people in gray protective suits holding flashlights, waiting for them. Wang Tao slowly drove into the gate and, when he reached the soldier's side, took off his glasses and asked, "May I know what the inspection involves?" The soldier looked into Wang Tao's eyes for a moment, then smiled and said, "We will check your car for hidden zombies and examine your pupils. Those infected with the zombie virus have different pupils than normal people. I can see you are fine, don't worry." Wang Tao was somewhat taken aback. Could one truly tell by looking at the pupils? He would have to learn more about that. Chapter 73 Zombie Virus. One nice car. It's rare to see an electric one. As Wang Tao was driving slowly into the base, a soldier following outside the car struck up a conversation. "It's passable, but I have to stick to less crowded areas, otherwise the electric car is useless." Wang Tao shook his head. "That's true. If you really run into a big wave of zombies, no car would suffice." The soldier nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. "Smoke? Vizchnavelbin. Come for new updates." Wang Tao took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to the soldier. Upon seeing the cigarettes, the soldier seemed tempted, but he still shook his head and declined. "Are your rules that strict?" Wang Tao was a bit surprised. In the post-apocalyptic world, they still abided by rules so strictly? The soldier scratched his head. "It's not that, you guys have to pass an inspection first, to make sure the people and things in your car are all right after." "Oh, I get it." Wang Tao suddenly realized. It wasn't about strict rules, but cautiousness. They were wary of strangers. Wang Tao could understand, so he put the cigarettes away. Soon, the car entered the checkpoint within the base. "Hello, survivor. Please get out of the car for inspection." Wang Tao and Hanrua both got out of the car, and 2 people in white protective suits approached them with flashlights. "Take off the face mask and look at me." Wang Tao removed his face mask and looked at the person in front of him. The person took out a flashlight, shined it in Wang Tao's eyes, looked carefully for a moment, and then gave an OK sign to someone behind. Hanrua's inspection was done as well, and there were no issues. Then the inspectors asked Wang Tao and Hanrua to wait while they checked the car. Curiously, Wang Tao asked, "Can you really tell if someone's infected with the zombie virus just by looking at their eyes?" One of the people in the white protective suits explained, "A person infected with the zombie virus will have white pupils and some black blood vessels in the whites of their eyes. The more severe the symptoms, the deeper the infection. If you come across such people in the future, you must stay vigilant." So that's how it is. Wang Tao had never encountered an infected person during the incubation period, so he had no chance to notice these details. Huh? At that moment, the person checking the trunk of the car suddenly let out a surprised gasp. The others and the surrounding soldiers all gathered around, curious if there were danger. They wouldn't make such a sound, but would shout danger or suspicious item. Wang Tao was puzzled about what they had found. He remembered that other than some food, he hadn't placed anything else in his car. Damn, so much food, and there's even cigarettes. All of a sudden, a soldier blurted out impulsively. Wang Tao took a couple of steps and now he too saw the things that had surprised everyone. It was just some food with a short shelf life from a convenience store, perhaps a bit much, but his appetite was big and it wasn't so shocking to warrant such a fuss. As for the cigarettes, he didn't smoke, and many of these were spoils from looting corpses. He was thinking of trying to trade them for other goods after entering the survivor base. Hanru also spotted the food and subconsciously swallowed. She hadn't eaten for 2 days. Is there a problem? Wang Tao asked. No problem. I am just a bit surprised you brought so much food, and all these cigarettes. Cigarettes are valuable stuff. The soldier spoke somewhat sheepishly. That's so, haha, I just got lucky, found them on the way. Hearing this, a few soldiers rolled their eyes. Given Wang Tao's burly stature and the blood-stained weapons in his vehicle, saying he just happened upon these items? Who would believe that? Of course, luck played a part, but he had surely killed plenty of zombies. Particularly, some of the cigarette packs were stained with blood. Would anyone want these kinds of cigarettes? Wang Tao picked up a blood-stained pack of cigarettes. The cigarette pack was smeared with blood, but the inside was clean. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Wang Tao naturally took the cigarettes with him. However, he didn't deliberately clean the exterior of the cigarette packs, instead keeping those with an unsightly appearance separate. Of course, these cigarettes are in high demand in the base. Are you worried they might be contaminated with the zombie virus? If so, you don't need to worry. The government conducted experiments that showed the zombie virus loses its viability 72 hours after leaving its host, which means they become non-toxic. If you are concerned, just leave the cigarettes for more than 3 days. Oh? Is that so? Wang Tao was surprised. These are the findings of experts after conducting experiments. However, the internet had gone down by that time, and there was no way to spread the word to every survivor. A soldier explained. That's better than I expected. Wang Tao was somewhat pleased, knowing that in the future he could also collect items stained with blood. Of course, not for his own use since it was somewhat revolting, but useful for trading with others. Considering their behavior, there must be some kind of marketplace within the survivor base where he shouldn't have trouble selling his goods. The inspection of the vehicle was also swiftly completed. The check wasn't as thorough as Wang Tao had imagined. They mainly just verified that his eyes looked normal and that there were no zombies hidden in the car. There wasn't any scrutiny of bloodstains, weapons, or similar items. They didn't even notice the handgun in the car. Alright, you are both clear to enter. But you need to register, and right now you are on temporary status. If you want to get a permanent ID, head to the administrative building. The soldier informed them and then let them pass. Next to him, Hanru finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been deceived by survivors before. Although she had great faith in the Shuai's survivor base, she hadn't fully entered it yet. Now, reassured by the lack of any hassle, she completely relaxed. Wang Tao didn't hurry off but took out a few packs of blood-stained cigarettes and handed them to the soldiers and inspectors. This first meeting, I look forward to your care in the future. The individuals quietly accepted the items without a sound. Haha, we are all survivors struggling in the apocalypse, looking after one another is natural. At that moment, the soldier who first chatted with Wang Tao leaned in close and whispered, I can see you are a capable guy, brother, so here's a tip, you should get a permanent residency. The base is recruiting now, and it's quite easy to get qualified, and this status comes with many benefits. Also, as you probably know, everyone at Shuai's base has to work. I did personally recommend you apply for a role as a base guard or a hunter, especially the latter. Chapter 74, Hunter 1 Vizchnavelbin. Come for new updates. The soldier suggested that Wang Tao get a permanent identity, saying it would make things much more convenient for him. Then he also suggested that after getting his identity, Wang Tao could apply for a job as a base guard or a hunter, remarking that both jobs were very good. I get the idea of a base guard, but what is a hunter? Wang Tao was curious. A hunter is usually understood as someone who goes out hunting, right? Our base's hunters mean the same thing, they are the ones who go out to find resources. Hunters hold a high status in our base, and they are treated well, the soldier explained, as Hanru also pricked up her ears to listen. After listening to the explanation, Wang Tao roughly understood. Within Suzaku University Survivor Base, those who dared to go out and look for materials were treated very generously by the base, and the survivors respected them greatly. And the base wouldn't force anyone to hand over materials, it was up to you. However, the base had created a contribution system, where handing over materials could earn you contribution points, which could be exchanged for many things, including food and weapons. Of course, there are various types of hunters, some of whom sign contracts with the base. For example, promising to bring back a certain amount of materials to the base every week. In return, the base would provide you with the best welfare and treatment. In any case, the system was very flexible, it all depended on your own choice. To be honest, it sounded quite good to Wang Tao. Thanks. Wang Tao expressed his gratitude. Hey, we are all survivors, helping each other is the right thing to do. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the base's inner gate opened. Wang Tao called to Hanrua to get into the car, and then waved goodbye to everyone. The first thing that came into view upon entering Kusagakure University were the hand-painted slogans on both sides of the road. On the left was written, "The end of the world is not scary, zombies fear fire and headshots." On the right was written, "Many hands make light work, united we create the future." The ground was also spray-painted with slogans like, "Unity and love, mutual help, and united we stand, to overcome all difficulties." If he had seen these slogans before the apocalypse, Wang Tao would have found them tacky. But now, he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. It wasn't just him, Hanrua next to him felt the same way. Looking at everything, Hanrua felt as if the air had become much fresher. Kusagakure University had completely changed compared to what Wang Tao remembered. The university used to have a lot of ornamental plants, lawns, sculptures, and the like. They were impractical but did look nice. Now, those obstructive things had almost all been removed, and replaced with large sheds made of color steel plates. Inside the sheds, some people were refitting vehicles, others were setting up stalls, some were sharpening tools. Bloodstains, burn marks, and bullet holes were all over the campus grounds and walls. It seemed that establishing the base hadn't been easy. Buzz Wang Tao's car instantly attracted the attention of the people inside the sheds. They were often here and recognized at a glance that Wang Tao was new, and looked at him curiously. Especially seeing Wang Tao's modified electric car, many of them showed looks of envy. "I am going to the administrative building. How about you?" Wang Tao looked towards Hanrua, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "I am going too. Trouble you to take me there." "All right." Wang Tao had been here before, and with the direction signs around, he quickly found the administrative building. It was a 3-story structure, with a few survivors going in and out occasionally. Wang Tao parked the car and entered with Hanrua. In the lobby on the first floor, a slightly overweight middle-aged woman was surrounded by several emaciated people. The middle-aged woman was writing on a piece of paper and working on a laptop by her side. Wang Tao, being tall, easily squeezed in, and Hanrua quickly followed behind him. Although she disliked cutting in line in the past, at this time, niceties were of little concern. "Hello, new survivor. Are you applying for a temporary or permanent residency?" The middle-aged woman had naturally noticed Wang Tao and his companion, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. Wang Tao asked, "What's the difference between temporary and permanent residency, and what are the requirements?" "Temporary residents do not enjoy the various benefits of our base, nor do they accumulate contribution points. Permanent residents, on the other hand, can enjoy all sorts of benefits and accumulate contribution points." The middle-aged woman handed Wang Tao a piece of paper. On the paper were listed the various advantages of permanent residency at Kusagakure University base. Skipping over the trivial benefits, the important thing was that permanent residents could enjoy the protection of the base, accumulate contribution points, and be allocated work and housing for free. As for food, those who work could get ration tickets. This old-fashioned thing had made a comeback. As long as you work hard, you could receive 1 or 2 ration tickets a day. Though the food you could get with a single ration ticket might not be filling, it was enough to keep you from starving. As for the conditions, there are none for temporary residency, just register with me directly. For permanent residency, there are 2 options, and you can choose one of them. The first is to exchange 2 contribution points or submit items worth 2 contribution points. The second is to work unpaid for a week. Of course, we provide basic living security. These 2 conditions were quite interesting. For most ordinary survivors who were new, they would not have any contribution points, and they likely wouldn't have anything valuable on them either. Therefore, if these people wanted to obtain permanent residency, they had no choice but to opt for the second condition. The second condition was much simpler compared to the first. Although it meant working for free for a week, the base would provide the minimum sustenance every day during this time. Moreover, during this week, the base wouldn't have survivors do any particularly hazardous tasks. Mainly, it involved safe work such as construction, digging, and transporting. If you were lucky, you might even get to do something like standing guard or reception. Wang Tao felt that this wasn't so much the base trying to exploit a week's worth of labor for free because, from his own experience recently, most survivors were living in hardship. As long as you could provide them with food and safety, working was not an issue at all. Wang Tao leaned more towards the idea that the week was a period for the base to observe the survivors. For instance, if they found someone being sneaky or having impure intentions, the base could simply choose not to accept them. Although it was the post-apocalyptic era, and people were important, one couldn't let one wrong person spoil the whole batch, especially since this would affect the lives of hundreds, if not thousands. "I will submit items." Wang Tao spoke up directly. The middle-aged woman's eyes lit up. 100 contribution points was not a small number, and previously, almost no one chose to submit items directly. Alright, sir, please wait a moment. She then looked at Hanru. After giving Wang Tao a glance, Hanru said, I did also like a permanent residency, but I choose to work unpaid for a week. Alright, please follow me. Chapter 75 Contribution Points, Ration Tickets 1 Wang Tao had thought that Hanru would ask to borrow some food to hand over, but he didn't expect Hanru to choose work directly. This made Wang Tao look at her with new respect. He liked this kind of independent woman. A middle-aged woman called a young girl over to receive other people, and she took the two of them to the next room. She then took out a small booklet and handed it to Wang Tao. This is our contribution points system, take a look. Then she turned to Hanru and said, May I ask Miss Hanru, what did you do for a living before? I need to know your skill set so we can assign the appropriate job. Police officer, detective. Police officer? A detective. Why didn't you say so earlier? The middle-aged woman slapped her thigh, her expression filled with excitement as she motioned for Hanru to sit down. Officer Han, our base always has preferential treatment for people with combat abilities like you. You don't have to work without compensation, you can join our base right away if you are willing. Okay. Although Hanru was somewhat surprised, she wasn't a stickler, and she agreed immediately. Alright, wait a moment, please. The middle-aged woman brought over a form for Hanru to fill out. It was just basic information, quickly completed. The middle-aged woman then called over a young girl and instructed her. You take Officer Han to find Officer Feng. Upon hearing this, a trace of happiness appeared on Hanru's face. Officer Feng was a friend of her old boss. Officer Han, you follow her. All the survivors with a police occupation are managed by Officer Feng. Okay, thank you. After thanking her, Hanru nodded to Wang Tao and then left with the young girl. It was only then that the middle-aged woman turned back to Wang Tao and asked, Mr. Wang, what do you plan to hand over? Electronics, I guess, Wang Tao considered. The items listed in this small booklet were diverse, including food, medicine, tools, vehicles, electronic products, and more, all of which could be handed over in exchange for contribution points. He had killed zombies and looted in the residential complex, obtaining a lot of mobile phones, computers, and other electronic products. These items were useless to him, but he had kept them on the off chance that they might become useful later. Now, they could indeed be put to use. Some electronics were in his vehicle, part brought when he left, and others acquired along the way from searching corpses. Although he did not know why the base needed these electronics, since they wanted them and he did not, it was a good opportunity to earn contribution points. Okay, when do you want to? They are in the vehicle outside, come with me to get them. You came here driving? Great. Wang Tao led the middle-aged woman to his vehicle. The woman was taken aback upon seeing the modified vehicle. The base hadn't had any newcomers for 2 days, and now they were all strong individuals. There was no need to mention the female police officer, someone with her level of combat experience was exactly the kind of talent the base was currently lacking. And this Mr. Wang Tao seemed quite extraordinary as well. He was robust and arrived in a vehicle, clearly also possessing impressive combat ability and experience. Wang Tao took out several mobile phones, tablets, and laptops from the trunk, some of which could still be powered on. He handed them to the middle-aged woman and asked, Is this enough? It should be enough. I will calculate your contribution points for you, the excess will be saved up. The middle-aged woman hastily said. Shuai's university was located in a relatively secluded area, and the houses nearby had been looted early on. Now, to loot items, one had to go farther away, which significantly increased the danger. Therefore, the contribution points received for handing over these items were not low. The middle-aged woman escorted Wang Tao inside to do some calculations. That's a total of 140 contribution points. After deducting 2, you have 40 contribution points left. Mr. Wang, do you have a mobile phone yourself? Yes. Wang Tao took out his phone and unlocked it. The middle-aged woman brought out a data cable and connected Wang Tao's phone to the computer. In no time at all, an app appeared on Wang Tao's phone. The middle-aged woman explained, Mr. Wang, you can register an account here, and your contribution points are all in it. You have internet here? Wang Tao was somewhat curious. Wang Tao had thought that the contribution points would be primitive handwritten records, or replaced by other items. He didn't expect them to exist on the internet and to even have a dedicated app. This gave Wang Tao a feeling of high technology in an instant. This is a local area network, available only in certain fixed areas within the university. Our base has talented individuals in the field of networking, and that's why we have such a thing. The middle-aged woman explained. I see. After fiddling with his phone for a bit, Wang Tao quickly completed the registration. There were only 4 pieces of information on the app, Name, occupation, contribution points, and assets. His contribution points were now 40 out of 140, with both occupation and assets listed as none. It seemed that the contribution points were also a total cumulative count. Alright, Mr. Wang is now a formal member of our base. Welcome. Here is a gift for you as a token of our meeting, the middle-aged woman said, clapping her hands, and then handing Wang Tao a green ration ticket. Wang Tao didn't hesitate to accept it, as it could be exchanged for a meal. The middle-aged woman then called over a round-faced girl. If Mr. Wang has any other questions, he can ask Dong Li. My suggestion is that you first apply for a position, and after securing employment, you can apply for accommodation. Alright. Wang Tao nodded and then left with the girl. Hello Mr. Wang Tao, my name is Dong Li. You can ask me anything you want to know. The round-faced girl hastily said. First, take me to apply for a job. Of course. The job application site was right across from the administrative building, manned by a police officer in uniform. Looking at the list of job vacancies he provided, Wang Tao chose the one at the very top, Hunter. Seeing Wang Tao choose Hunter didn't surprise the police officer. After all, given Wang Tao's physique here, he didn't look like an ordinary person. Wang Tao then underwent a simple physical test, which he easily passed without any issues. Welcome, Mr. Wang Tao, to become a hunter for the base. The police officer smiled and told Wang Tao about a hunter's scope of work. It was similar to what Wang Tao had previously heard from the soldiers. It was an encouragement to go outside and find various resources, then hand them over to the base to earn contribution points. Of course, this was not mandatory. It was entirely voluntary. The officer also mentioned that hunters had a lot of freedom, and Wang Tao could arrange his time reasonably. Having become a hunter, Wang Tao then let Dong Li take him to his accommodation. Wow! You actually have a car, and you drove here. After getting into the car with Wang Tao, Dong Li was somewhat amazed. Wang Tao smiled. Lead the way. Okay, turn left here. A few minutes later, Wang Tao arrived at his accommodation. It was a teacher's apartment building. You can pick any of these unoccupied rooms, said Dong Li. Wang Tao didn't rush in and instead asked suddenly, no hurry, can you tell me how our base was established? Chapter 76, The Committee, Rush Crystal Core 1. Of course there's no problem. When Wang Tao asked about this, the round-faced girl explained excitedly. Our base was established with the lead of our security army Shuai's squadron, alongside the assistance of Shuai's University, the Shuai's County Police Department, and other government departments. At the beginning of its establishment, we encountered many difficulties, and many sacrifices were made. Being able to come this far is the result of the security army's efforts. Looking at the admiration in the round-faced girl's eyes, Wang Tao asked again, then who is in charge of our base now? The round-faced girl quickly replied, our base operates under a committee system. For some of the major issues concerning the base, it requires the consent of more than half or even two-thirds of the members for a decision to pass. Oh? A committee system? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the security army had full control over the area, but it turned out that this was not the case. So, who are the committee members? What did they do before? The round-faced girl counted on her fingers and said, currently, there are a total of 7 committee members in our base. 3 are from the security army, 2 from the police department, 1 from the government, and the last one is a survivor who joined the base later. Huh? A survivor who joined later can also become a committee member? Wang Tao was a bit puzzled. The first 6 individuals obviously contributed to the base's founding, so it was normal for them to become committee members. However, this survivor who joined later. Yes, our base is relatively fair. As long as one has the ability, everyone has the chance to become a committee member, said the girl earnestly, clenching her small fist. So, what abilities does this last survivor have? The intranet within our base and the contribution points system were all set up by Mr. Liu. I even heard. She whispered, that he knows how to make timed explosives. Hiss, no wonder. It suddenly dawned on Wang Tao. He had wondered how an ordinary survivor could become a committee member of the base, and now he knew the reason. So, aside from the highest authority, the base committee, do we have any other departments here? The girl recited from memory. Currently, there are 5 departments under the committee. They are the Finance Department, the Resources Department, the Personnel Department, the Medical Department, and the Defense Department. The Finance Department is responsible for ration tickets and contribution points, with Mr. Liu serving concurrently as the department head. The Resource Department manages all the resources within the base and their allocation, such as food, land and housing, vehicles, electricity, water, and other materials. The Personnel Department takes care of all residents' information and work arrangements within the base. The Medical Department naturally deals with treating the sick and injured, but currently there are very few people in the Medical Department, only 3 doctors for the entire base. The Defense Department is responsible for the security of the base, acting as the guardian spirit of the base. Everyone who joins the Defense Department is equipped with thermal weapons. However, this is also the most stringent department to join, currently only recruiting soldiers, militiamen, police, and others with combat experience. After listening to the girl's introduction, Wang Tao was still very surprised. Before coming to the Shuai's University base, he thought that the situation here would be just a group of survivors gathering to live a primitive life. But now it appeared that this was not the case. Although the base was small, it was well equipped, with clear divisions of labor amongst departments, and power wasn't concentrated in the hands of any single person. From what I have seen and heard so far, this place seems decent. As to whether it's truly good, only time will tell after living here for a while. After getting a rough idea, Wang Tao headed to the faculty apartments. They had a very standard one-room apartment layout and they were fully furnished, much nicer than the student dormitories. Having arbitrarily chosen room 302, the round-faced girl left. Before she departed, she gave Wang Tao a copy of the Shuai's Base Survivors Convention, and informed him that the base was holding a short welcome ceremony for new survivors who had arrived in the last week. The ceremony would be tomorrow evening. Though his attendance wasn't mandatory, there would be a free meal, and it was highly likely that some of the base's leaders would be present. If Wang Tao wasn't busy, he could attend the event. Even if he didn't care about the food, it was at least an opportunity to get to know people at the base and make himself known. Wang Tao said that would be fine. He wasn't too concerned about the meal, his primary interest was in getting to know the leaders of the Shuai's base. If he chose to reside at Shuai's base, it was crucial to thoroughly understand it. The furnishings were complete in room 302, though a layer of dust suggested it had been inhabited before the apocalypse. These rooms were free to live in, just requiring an application. After all, there weren't many people in the base, just over 500 survivors, nowhere near enough to fill up the survivor base. Many buildings were still sealed, with plans to open them only when the population increased. However, while the accommodation was free, utilities like water and electricity were not, they had to be exchanged for contribution points. Inside Shuai's University, there were diesel and gasoline generators that supplied electricity to the survivors. Since fuel consumption was involved, it was impossible to provide free power, so it cost contribution points and wasn't cheap. As for water, the base had drilled a well previously, allowing survivors to use groundwater. This too required contribution points and was rationed. Wang Tao quickly cleaned his new home, then grabbed some food for a simple meal, and finally took out the spoils of his last scavenging loot, a blueprint and that purple crystal core. Rush right arm blueprint can be used to craft a right arm guard. Required materials: 2 pieces of iron block, 2 pieces of steel wire, 2 pieces of screw, 2 pieces of blade, 2 pieces of nails, 2 pieces of rubber, 2 pieces of plastic, 2 pieces of cable, 2 pieces of electronic components, 2 pieces of battery. Rush right arm, sturdy in texture, can block blade and gunfire. Durability +10, defensive power +10, the materials needed are fewer than the food compressor, and it doesn't require a zombie core. Wang Tao was curious about what the crafted arm guard would look like, but he lacked materials at the moment, needing 1 more plastic and 1 more nail. He would have to go out and kill a few zombies to gather what he needed. Then Wang Tao turned his attention to the purple crystal core. Level 1 crystal core, rush, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 50%, side effect, stiff limbs, rush, can consume a certain amount of energy to perform the rush. The core seemed pretty good. If he could master the same rush ability as the charger zombies, it would certainly be convenient not just for fighting but also for escaping. What he didn't know was how significant the stiff limb side effect would be. If it caused the same stiffness as the zombies, then it might not be worth the trade-off that was, of course, for others. For Wang Tao himself, side effects were not an issue. If he could collect 1 or 2 more rush crystal cores and synthesize a core without side effects, then this skill would definitely be an asset, on par with Shockwave. Hopefully, I will run into more special zombies in the future. Wang Tao silently wished. He then tried to contact Ding Yukan using the walkie-talkie, but couldn't get through. Clearly, the walkie-talkie's power was insufficient. Wang Tao switched to other civilian public channels, occasionally hearing someone speak, probably people from this base. There wasn't any useful information. The walkie-talkies he had were ordinary civilian ones, only operable on civilian frequencies. The soldiers and higher-ups at the base definitely had professional walkie-talkies, and Wang Tao couldn't receive their messages. Contribution points can be exchanged for many things. They should have high-power walkie-talkies, right? I will check it out tomorrow. Chapter 77 Exchange List 1. The next morning, Wang Tao went to the resource department. All 5 departments of the Shuai's base were located in the comprehensive building, including the committee meeting rooms. Although they were referred to by their individual department names, in reality, there weren't many people, so everything was housed together. The resource department controlled all the resources of the survivor base and was also responsible for issuing tasks to find emergency supplies. These tasks came with a high amount of contribution points. When hunters found supplies outside, they generally kept what they could use and handed over what they couldn't to the resource department in exchange for contribution points. Contribution points could not be directly traded, but the items obtained with contribution points could be traded. Regarding trade, the base didn't have any strict requirements not just for trade but also, other than prohibiting infighting, harming other survivors, and similar conventions, there weren't many stringent rules. It was relatively free. The resource department was on the first floor, and a young, chubby man was surrounded by a crowd. Wang Tao did not approach them. Instead, he looked at the papers posted on the wall, which listed the contribution points awarded for recycling certain resources. The highest contribution points were given for medicines and some medical equipment. It was evident that the base's medical resources were scarce. Wang Tao only had a few medical kits, which weren't even sufficient for his use, so naturally, he wouldn't hand them over. As for other items, such as electronic products, various tools, and some food, Wang Tao had some to spare and could exchange them for contribution points. However, these items were at his home and couldn't be brought over right away. In addition to recycling materials, the resource department also allowed for the exchange of other items with contribution points. After Wang Tao carefully examined the exchange list, he was quite surprised. They even let you exchange for guns? The list stated that a handgun could be exchanged for 10,000 contribution points, bullets not included. However, earning 10,000 contribution points was difficult, ordinary people certainly had no chance. This must have been intended especially for hunters. Moreover, Wang Tao not only saw guns on the exchange list but also bulletproof vests, high-power walkie-talkies. Even inhibitors. Below the inhibitor, there was a detailed description of its effect, with a special note emphasizing, with an inhibitor, it's like having an extra half-life. Of course, the contribution points needed to exchange for an inhibitor were the highest, at a whopping 100,000 contribution points for one bottle. Wang Tao was curious about the origin of these inhibitors, whether they were from airdrops or obtained through other channels. With committee members comprising the security army, police, and government officials, it made him wonder. But regardless of the source, as long as these inhibitors were available, a lot of people would be willing to save up contribution points at the base. After all, an inhibitor could temporarily prevent the outbreak of a zombie virus, so saying it was like having an extra half-life was quite reasonable. Wang Tao made a mental note of some items he was interested in, planning to come back later and exchange his unnecessary items for contribution points. Even though he had inhibitors and guns, no one would complain about having more. He would definitely take the opportunity to acquire them if he could. And items like bulletproof and stab-proof vests interested him as well. They must be more comfortable than wearing a steel plate. As for the high-power walkie-talkies, priced at 100 contribution points each, Wang Tao didn't have enough points for now, so he planned to exchange for them in a few days. By then, the young chubby man had finally finished his work. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he came up to Wang Tao. "Good day, sir. My name is Go Zhao. Would you like to exchange items for contribution points, or would you like to use contribution points to exchange for items?" Go Zhao looked at Wang Tao, who was tall and strapping with a horned hammer stained with health point fastened to his waist, and treated him with great respect. One could tell at a glance that he was a hunter. Everyone in the base held hunters in high regard. After all, much of their living supplies were brought back by hunters from the outside. The base often promoted the merits of these hunters. "Hello, I'd like to exchange for a few firefighter axes." The firefighter axes were 10 contribution points each, and their quality should be decent. Time for the horned hammer to retire. Then, Wei Zhengou curiously inquired, "By the way, how many hunters do we have at our base?" While reaching for the axes, Go Zhao replied to Wang Tao, "Currently, there are about 50 people. This number is always changing, as it is a high-risk job. New people join from time to time, and some of the old ones leave. Out of the 500 people at the base, only about 50 were hunters who ventured out to search for supplies." This ratio was lower than what Wang Tao had imagined. But that's normal. Many survivors join the base seeking a stable environment to live in. As long as they don't have to face the zombies outside, they are willing to do any hard and exhausting work. "Mr. Wang, you have just arrived at our base, right? It looks like you are alone. Personally, I did suggest that if you go out to scavenge for supplies, it's better to form a team. After all, it's too dangerous to go alone." Go Zhao said as he pulled out a document. "Take a look. These are the hunters who have recently been looking to form teams. Maybe there's someone compatible with you." Wang Tao took it. The document listed about a dozen names and their brief introductions. However, these introductions were not detailed and were very subjective, simply stating who was strong, who was fast, and who had good eyesight, among other things. Wang Tao naturally wasn't interested in these. If they were all ordinary people, they were likely to hold him back. His only interest was in Hanru because her ability to sense zombies was quite remarkable. Paired with his own strength, it was unrealistic to say he could dominate the post-apocalyptic world, but at least it would make scavenging for supplies in the city much more convenient. Buzz roar suddenly, a roaring engine sound came from outside. Is it the same group of soldiers who came back earlier? Wang Tao instinctively looked out the window. It doesn't seem to be the same people we saw earlier. Quick, move aside. A large and a small vehicle came to a stop at the entrance. Though both vehicles were modified, they looked different from the ones seen before. 5 soldiers dressed in camouflage and fully armed got out of the vehicles. Among them, 2 were carrying a stretcher with a burly man in his 30s, also clad in camouflage, on it. At that moment, the burly man's thigh was wrapped in a bandage that had turned red. But he grinned, chatting and laughing with the soldiers beside him. It's Squad Leader Wei. Squad Leader Wei is injured. Go Zhao exclaimed in shock and hurried over. Squad Leader Wei. Wei Zhengou. Wang Tao had read the Shuai's base Survivors Covenant, which contained information on key personnel within the base. There was only one Squad Leader Wei, the co-founder of Shuai's base, former captain of the Shuai's security army, and now one of the 7 committee members of the base, Wei Zhengou. As one of the top leaders of the base, he personally went out to scour for supplies. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. This differed from what he had expected. Squad Leader Wei, how did you get hurt? At this moment, a slim male doctor in a white lab coat hurried over from next door. Haha, just got knocked flying by a special zombie. Hiss, don't worry, it's nothing serious. Wei Zhengou, lying on the stretcher, said with a grin. Chapter 78 Wei Zhengou 1. Let me see, this isn't too serious. It's quite severe. After briefly examining the wound, the doctor exclaimed in shock. Wang Tao saw that not only did Wei Zhengou have an injury on his thigh, but he also had many other wounds on his body. His face was pale, and his health point was badly depleted, only at 132 out of 635. He didn't have any mana, but he did have a hidden attribute. Hidden attribute, sacrificial dedication. Sacrificial dedication. The more people who are sacrificed, the more one's potential is stimulated. Wei Zhengou's high health point limit of over 600 took Wang Tao by surprise, since he himself only had just over 1,000. Moreover, his hidden attribute was quite interesting, a battle-related attribute, but it required the sacrifice of teammates. As for the other soldiers, they all had around 300 health point, with no mana and no hidden attributes. The doctor, following by Wei Zhengou's side, spoke with some concern. Squad Leader Wei, we have run out of anesthesia. You. Hey. Who needs anesthesia? Just give me a cigarette and that's fine. Wei Zhengou said with an assertive tone. Alright. Who has a cigarette? I don't. Do any of you have cigarettes? I don't either. Several soldiers shook their heads. Who has a cigarette? I will borrow 2 and pay you back later. The doctor called out to the others in the hall. Cigarettes were a prized commodity in the base, and nobody had any to spare. If they had them, they would be smoked already. Forget it. No cigarettes, it's fine. His Wei Zhengou quickly gestured with his hand but winced as he inadvertently aggravated his wound, causing his face to turn even wider. Just then, Wang Tao stepped forward through the crowd and pulled out a brand new, unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket. I have some, want them? Wei Zhengou's eyes lit up at the sight of the cigarettes. Then he looked at Wang Tao, and his gaze intensified. Since the apocalypse began, it was the first time he had seen someone even more robust than himself. Upon seeing that Wang Tao had cigarettes, the doctor quickly said, Yes. I will pay you back later. As Wang Tao was about to toss the cigarettes to him, the stretcher-bound Wei Zhengou suddenly said, Comrade, care to have a chat? After a brief moment of thought, Wang Tao agreed. Okay. He followed the crowd into the medical room, while 2 soldiers stayed at the door to stand guard. The medical room was large, with more than 10 beds, but there wasn't much in the way of medical equipment. It didn't look very professional. Comrade, are you new here? Yeah. Wang Tao tossed the cigarettes to a soldier by Wei Zhengou's side. The soldier caught it and noticed that the pack was brand new and unopened, not a trace of blood, not even dust on it. The soldier quickly tore it open, took a cigarette in his mouth, lit it, and then placed it into Wei Zhengou's mouth. Hiss, refreshing. Wei Zhengou took a deep drag, and his pale complexion seemed to regain a bit of color. He looked at Wang Tao, coughed, and laughed heartily. Cough, my name is Wei Zhengou, welcome to Su's Survivor Base. Hello, I am Wang Tao. Wang Tao nodded calmly and confidently. Spurred by curiosity, Wei Zhengo asked. Comrade, where do you come from? You must not be from nearby, right? Ever since the apocalypse began, Wei Zhengo had been active in this area and had seen many survivors. If he had seen someone with Wang Tao's build before, he would certainly remember. Happy Community. Since they were about to leave Happy Community anyway, Wang Tao did not hide it. Happy Community is 5 or 6 kilometers from here. It must not have been easy coming all this way, right? In the post-apocalyptic world, even a single kilometer could be an insurmountable distance for many people. 5 or 6 kilometers was often enough to cost them their lives several times over. It was indeed no easy feat, and we even encountered a special zombie. Wang Tao spoke as if casually bringing it up. Hearing this, Wei Zhengo's eyes widened abruptly. A special zombie? What kind of special zombie? The few soldiers immediately turned their gaze to Wang Tao, and even the doctor treating Wei Zhengo unconsciously looked up at Wang Tao. Wang Tao instantly understood. It seemed that these people had likely encountered special zombies, and perhaps even seen a zombie core. It was a misshapen one, an attacker that could rush. Wang Tao described the appearance of the attacker simply. As a result, the soldiers exchanged glances, looking at each other in dismay. Wei Zhengo's face immediately showed anger. I was sent flying by a zombie like that one, maybe it was even the same one we came across. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised, yet it seemed to make sense to him. The attacker he encountered had numerous bullet wounds, which could have been inflicted by Wei Zhengo and his team. That thing was really tough. Wei Zhengo sighed and then recounted what had happened to them earlier. Wei Zhengo and his team set out yesterday morning to scavenge for supplies, proceeding with extreme caution and without encountering any danger. But during a supermarket raid, they suddenly ran into that attacker. If they had been prepared in advance, they weren't afraid of an attacker, because after all, how could a zombie be stronger than a bullet? However, the attacker burst through a wall, charging in from the adjoining room. Wei Zhengo was unlucky and got hit head-on by the attacker, being knocked away. Direct frontal assaults from the attacker, something even Wang Tao with his health point wouldn't dare to withstand, let alone Wei Zhengo who had even less health point than him. If it weren't for Wei Zhengo having killed many zombies, substantially enhancing his physical abilities, plus the attacker having shattered a wall, diminishing its charging force. If it had been someone else, they would likely have met their demise. Although Wei Zhengo withstood the charge, the space was too confined, he got cornered by the zombies, and the other soldiers dared not fire indiscriminately. He got hammered by the zombies a few times, losing half his life in an instant. At the crucial moment, Wei Zhengo, enduring the pain, drew his pistol at his waist and hit the attacker's head. The attacker subconsciously used its thick arm to block the bullets, releasing its grip on him. Wei Zhengo seized the opportunity to hide to the side, and then the soldiers began to unleash a barrage of fire. The attacker, possessing some wisdom or perhaps retaining human instincts, chose to flee in the face of such firepower. The soldiers couldn't see the health point bar, they didn't know how much health point the attacker had left. And with Wei Zhengo lying on the side, they gave up the chase, hurriedly carrying Wei Zhengo, preparing to evacuate, especially with such loud gunshots. Who would have thought that outside, a group of zombies capable of running and climbing walls suddenly appeared? The threat posed by these zombies, which they named Mad Demons, was even greater than the attacker. The attacker was just one, which could be eliminated with concentrated fire. But there were too many Mad Demons, and with ordinary zombies closing in, they dared not engage. They had to retreat quickly. The way back was blocked by zombies, and they didn't dare lead so many zombies to the base, so they ran to a small, previously built backup camp to hide for a night. However, the zombies outside didn't really disperse, and it wasn't until this afternoon that they finally found a chance to leave. Ah, what a pity. It would have been great to kill that attacker, the name for that type of zombie. There are some good things inside a zombie. Wei Zhengo smacked his lips, his face full of regret. What good things? Wang Tao asked knowingly. Wei Zhengo glanced at Wang Tao, took a deep breath of his cigarette, and then said, zombie cores, these special zombies carry a zombie core inside. If a human consumes this thing, they gain an ability and become an ability user. An ability user? That's right. The very kind of ability user you are thinking of. Wei Zhengo affirmed immediately, as if knowing what Wang Tao was thinking. Do we have any ability users at our base? What's the treatment for ability users? Wang Tao asked curiously. We currently don't have any ability users at our base, but I have seen one. As for the treatment. Wei Zhengo paused for a moment, then said earnestly. If someone becomes an ability user, they can be directly promoted to become the 8th member of the committee. That's something the 7 of us on the committee discussed. Wang Tao was taken aback and then decisively said. I am an ability user. Chapter 79 I am an ability user 1 You are an ability user? The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock, with Wei Zhengou even attempting to rise from his bed, though luckily others held him down. I am. Wang Tao nodded again. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from Wang Tao's fingertips, lifting and then shredding an old poster hanging on the nearby wall. Ability, Shockwave. Wang Tao spoke indifferently. Everyone around widened their eyes in shock and excitement, staring at Wang Tao after a while. He really is an ability user. Can we really become ability users? This ability seems even better than a gun. It makes no noise, whereas gunshots are too loud. Several soldiers also started to murmur excitedly among themselves, unable to maintain discipline. Dr. Chen looked at Wang Tao with an excited and expectant face. Mr. Wang, if you don't mind, may I study? Oh no, observe you for a while? Rest assured, I won't harm you. I do mind. Treat your patients. Wei Zhengou turned and scolded, as if the person needing medical attention wasn't him, then turned back with a smile toward Wang Tao. Comrade Wang, I wasn't lying to you. As long as an ability user is willing to stay at our base, they can be directly promoted to a committee member. Wei Zhengou first confirmed his previous statement, then said solemnly, but since ancient times, rights and obligations have been equivalent. While enjoying rights, one must also fulfill corresponding obligations. Without this ideological awareness, it's impossible to become a committee member. Wang Tao wasn't surprised by Wei Zhengou's words since he was from the security army and his ideological awareness was bound to be much higher than that of ordinary people. Wang Tao didn't mind helping other survivors when he had the ability to, but this help was voluntary, not an obligation to act as a babysitter for others. Therefore, Wang Tao directly asked, what are the rights? And what are the obligations? Wei Zhengou took a deep drag on his cigarette, then replied, committee members can use all the resources within the base. For some important resources, just notify the other members before use, and as long as there isn't too much opposition, it's fine. These are the rights of a committee member. As for the obligations, they are actually quite simple. Our base won't force anyone to do anything. Everything we do is based on contribution points, including for committee members. So, the obligation of a committee member is this: every month, you must provide the base with a minimum of 10,000 contribution points. Whether it's guarding the base, scavenging for supplies outside, or finding new survivors, as long as you can provide 10,000 contribution points to the base each month, it's sufficient. If one cannot meet this condition, it means stepping down from the committee position automatically. 10,000 contribution points per month wasn't considered high, at least Wang Tao didn't think it was too demanding, as he could achieve it without much effort. However, these contribution points were calculated on a monthly basis, and since the apocalypse had arrived just about a month ago, how many times had they actually implemented this? As if knowing what Wang Tao was thinking, Wei Zhengou said, the committee system, contribution points, all these were only recently discussed and are currently in a trial operation. There may be some issues and shortcomings. But I believe while this may not be the perfect system, it is most definitely suitable for Shuai's base. Seeing Wei Zhengou's somewhat impassioned state, Wang Tao did not comment. The system seemed reasonable, but this was the post-apocalypse. There were too many uncertainties, including zombies, unknown monsters, and even people. Thus, Wang Tao couldn't say whether it was good or bad, he could only take one step at a time. What do you think? If you can accept this, once they all return, we will officially promote you to a committee member and clarify any details, Wei Zhengou said with a hint of eagerness in his voice, seeing Wang Tao's lack of reaction. No problem. Wang Tao agreed straight away. Revealing his status as an ability user was precisely to secure this position on the committee. Hide his strength? Of course, he had to, as keeping a card up one's sleeve was always wise. But there comes a time when one must show their muscles. Just like now, Wang Tao was preparing to live in Shuai's base, where ability users were highly valued, even offered positions as committee members outright. If he didn't seize this opportunity while there were few ability users and secure his position, the conditions could become more stringent once more ability users emerged. Wang Tao was not particularly passionate about power, at least not right now. He just wanted to increase his strength, scavenge more supplies, and thereby increase his capital to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. But if there was an opportunity to live better, there was no need for him to be overly modest or secretive. For instance, by securing a position on the committee. He definitely couldn't stay in the base perpetually, he needed to go out and kill zombies, he needed crystal cores, he needed to become stronger. While doing so, casually gathering some supplies in exchange for contribution points wouldn't be an issue. Wang Tao had another brief conversation with Wei Zhengou, but as the medication started to take effect, Wei Zhengou grew increasingly sleepy. Wang Tao then took the initiative to end their conversation. I can't, I am too tired, I need to sleep for a bit. Chapter 79, 1 a.m. The ability user 2I Zengo had smoked half of his fourth cigarette when he lay down on the hospital bed and fell asleep. The soldier beside him considerately extinguished Zengo's cigarette and placed it back into the pack. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Dr. Chen turned to the soldier and said, "He's stable for now. Squad Leader Wei isn't in any life-threatening danger, but he will need to recuperate for a while and can't go out anymore. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Chen." The soldier saluted. "Hey, it's just what I am supposed to do." After washing his hands briefly, the doctor approached Wang Tao and extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Chen Zhuang." Chen as in the ear of grain, and Zhuang as in strong. Wang Tao hesitated for a moment at the slender figure before him before shaking hands with him. "Nice to meet you, Dr. Chen." "Wang Tao, I have never seen a living ability user before. Are you sure you won't consider letting me observe you for a while? After all, ability is a novel phenomenon. There are many things that you might not know yourself, but if we observe and discuss together, we might just figure it out." Chen Zhuang still seemed somewhat reluctant to give up. "No, thanks." Wang Tao quickly shook his head, thinking if you were a beautiful woman, maybe it would be different. But a big guy wanting to observe him all day. What for? By the way, you mentioned you have never seen an ability user before? Then who was the ability user that Squad Leader Wei met? Wang Tao asked curiously. "Indeed, I haven't met one. It was Squad Leader Wei who encountered them outside. He said he saw a very powerful individual wielding a steel rod, powerful enough to deal with many zombies all by himself." "I see. Didn't you invite him to the base?" Wang Tao asked again. Squad Leader Wei said he invited him, but ability users can roam freely in the post-apocalyptic world. Naturally, they wouldn't want to come here and be restricted. Chen Zhuang's tone was somewhat sour. To not wanting to be constrained might be true. After all, suddenly gaining superpowers, who wouldn't get a bit inflated? If Wang Tao hadn't encountered many special zombies and that terrifying monster with 10,000 health point, he might have gotten a bit full of himself too. But the idea of roaming freely in the apocalypse was just Chen Zhuang's fancy, especially with the recent emergence of the mad demon zombies. Even Wang Tao wouldn't dare say he could handle them confidently. "Ah, right, could you tell me how you obtained your ability? Was it from meeting a zombie core?" Chen Zhuang didn't dwell on the others, quickly asking the question that concerned him the most. The soldiers standing near the bed perked up their ears. Wang Tao did not answer directly but instead looked puzzled as he asked, "Didn't Squad Leader Wei just say that humans become ability users by eating zombie cores? How come you?" "Ahem, well, that conclusion is just our guess. We have conducted some experiments, but none of them have been successful." Chen Zhuang looked embarrassed. So, Squad Leader Wei's assertive talk just now was just bluffing, huh? However, Wang Tao also picked up on an important piece of information from Chen Zhuang's statement. "You have conducted some experiments? Does that mean you have many zombie cores?" Wang Tao looked at Chen Zhuang. "Not many, but our base has some firepower and personnel, and we have managed to kill a few special zombies." "Why? Are you interested in zombie cores?" Chen Zhuang was perceptive and noticed that Wang Tao was particularly interested in these crystal cores. "Of course," Wang Tao admitted openly and then added, "My ability came from eating these zombie cores. Ability users who continue to consume cores of the same type will grow even stronger. So it is the crystal cores. And they actually make you stronger." A look of longing appeared on Chen Zhuang's and the soldiers' faces. "But there are side effects," Wang Tao suddenly added. "Ah? Side effects? What kind of side effects?" Chen Zhuang seemed confused, clearly unaware of this issue. "I am not exactly sure, but you can think of it like this. Eating zombie cores indeed grants abilities, and the more you eat, the stronger your ability becomes. However, at the same time, impurities accumulate in your body. Too many of these impurities can harm your body and even turn you into a zombie." Eating zombie cores to gain abilities was not something Wang Tao needed to hide. Once zombie cores appeared, people would be compelled to eat them, making them hard to conceal. However, while Wang Tao mentioned the benefits, he also shared the drawbacks of zombie cores. Whether to eat them or not was up to others, he had no right to intervene. At most, he could only remind them to be cautious during the fusion process. "That's serious, huh?" Chen Zhuang was taken aback. "That's the price of becoming stronger," Wang Tao said, looking out the window with a somewhat world-weary tone. Though he didn't have to pay that price, it didn't stop him from putting on an act. The soldiers nearby suddenly felt a sense of respect. So, whether or not to seek power through an ability should really be given some thought, Chen Zhuang muttered. "It's not necessarily so. If there's a chance, becoming an ability user is generally good. What I want to say is, you should always be aware that strength comes at a cost. Also, Abilities aren't something you can have just because you want them. Haven't you tried experimenting and all failed? You have a point. Oh right, I forgot to say. Even if you fail to integrate with a zombie core, impurities will still accumulate in your body. Chapter 79, 1 AM. The ability user 3 goodness, lucky I didn't use it. But might those who did be in danger? They consumed zombie cores but didn't acquire any abilities. Chen Zhuang and the few soldiers looked at each other, their eyes filled with concern. Wang Tao explained, there's no immediate danger, but eating too many could cause problems. That's a relief. Chen Zhuang sighed, then added, but it seems the probability of acquiring abilities from zombie cores is quite low. We had 3 people conduct experiments, but not once did they succeed. Wang Tao had reason to suspect that the cores these 3 unfortunate souls had merged with all had success rates below 50%. But the fact that they could produce 3 cores for experimentation suggested they had plenty more. After becoming a committee member, he should be able to use these cores, right? Wang Tao thought to himself sneakily. Regarding Wang Tao's potential committee membership, Wei Zhengou had woken up once in the middle and mentioned that several committee members were currently out and about. He couldn't make the decision alone. When everyone returned, they would discuss some of the details with Wang Tao, and if there were no issues, he would become a member of the base's committee right away. Only then did Wang Tao learn that, out of the base's 7 committee members, aside from Commissioner Liu, who was knowledgeable in electronics, and Commissioner Zhu, who managed personnel, the other 5 members were out scavenging for resources. Of course, that didn't mean they were completely selfless in their actions. Wei Zhengou told Wang Tao straight out that their choice to scavenge for resources, on one hand, was indeed for the betterment of the base. On the other hand, it was to accumulate contribution points, but there was another reason: killing zombies could enhance their strength. Even though they couldn't see health point bars, killing zombies also increased their own, particularly when their health point reached whole hundreds. The sensation of their physical condition improving was quite distinct. They might not actively seek out zombies to kill, but they would definitely take action against any that blocked their path. Becoming stronger and bringing benefits to the base could go hand in hand. Moreover, Wei Zhengou was very clear in his mind that in this post-apocalyptic world, strength was the fundamental key to survival. Without strength, one couldn't command respect. They had guns, but bullets would run out one day. If the time came when they were out of bullets and they lacked substantial personal strength, he was certain that there would be people wishing to overthrow him and take his place. So, improving their own strength was crucial. Whether he was a member of the committee or not, Wei Zhengou would go out to scavenge for resources and, while at it, hunt down zombies. Wang Tao deeply agreed with this sentiment. In a post-apocalyptic world, strength was everything. Everything else was secondary. After Wei Zhengou fell asleep again, Wang Tao chatted with Chen Zhuang for a while longer before leaving. In truth, he wanted to scoop up more information, but Dr. Chen was always thinking about studying him, which made Wang Tao rather uncomfortable, so he decided to leave sooner. Before Wang Tao left, Chen Zhuang reminded him to attend the welcome ceremony that evening, saying he would definitely be popular with the girls in the base and, if he was single, he might consider looking for a partner. Wang Tao shook his head in speechless amusement. Was he that kind of person? However, he still planned to go in the evening, not so much to meet girls but to get acquainted with other residents of the base. That afternoon, Wang Tao didn't rush out to farm materials but wandered around the base instead. He took in the atmosphere of the survivor base and used ration tickets to exchange for a meal, which was edible, to say the least. In the evening, the rain stopped. In the square outside the multi-purpose building, over 200 people gathered together, which was quite a sight. Especially for Wang Tao, who hadn't seen so many people in a month, the sight of such a crowd brought back a sense of humanity. However, Wang Tao's gaze did not linger on these people for long. He looked at the fires on the perimeter of the base and immediately clicked his tongue in wonder. He had considered before that if he were to establish a survivor base, how would he prevent zombies from entering? The simplest method would probably be to build perimeter walls. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, walls indeed could stop the zombies. But a month into the apocalypse, walls were not very effective anymore, or rather, the low walls were ineffective because zombies that could climb appeared. Building taller and stronger walls should be able to hold them off, but constructing such walls needed a lot of people. Ordinary survivor bases, including this Shuai's base, didn't have enough labor for infrastructure construction. Then, Wang Tao thought, since zombies were afraid of fire, if the surroundings of the survivor base were set ablaze, wouldn't the zombies stay away? Wang Tao felt this idea should be feasible, but he never had the chance to test it. And now, he saw that Shuai's base was doing exactly that. When Wang Tao arrived, he saw many iron barrels with burn marks at the entrance of Shuai's base. Now that it was night, flames were lit inside these barrels, including on some wall seeming to engulf the entire base in flames. Outside the base, Some zombies, upon sensing the light, subconsciously wanted to approach, but the heat of the flames made them hesitate and not dare to come closer. They could only roar from a distance. "Hey!" Chen Zhuang patted Wang Tao's shoulder. "These fires, pretty good, right? When we accidentally discovered that zombies were afraid of fire, we thought of the method to surround the base with it. Turns out, it was a very wise decision. You might think that the light from the flames would attract zombies, and indeed, it does attract some, but they dare not come close. They naturally leave by day. You probably know that zombies are particularly active at night, and if we didn't do this, our walls might not hold them off, not to mention the crazy demon zombies that can climb have now appeared." Watching Chen Zhuang's somewhat self-satisfied demeanor, Wang Tao did not want to burst his bubble by saying that he had already known zombies were afraid of fire and had thought of using fire to keep them at bay. "Indeed, it's impressive," Wang Tao praised. His praise made Chen Zhuang quite pleased. At that moment, a woman dressed in a black police uniform appeared beside Wang Tao. "Huh? Are you new here today?" Chen Zhuang was somewhat surprised upon seeing Han Rue. He did not recall the base having such a policewoman. "Hello, my name is Han Rue. I came to our base today with Mr. Wang Tao." Han Rue shook hands with Chen Zhuang forthrightly. "You came here together? Are you husband and wife?" Chen Zhuang looked at Wang Tao and Han Rue, thinking they made a good match. "You have misunderstood, we met on the way here. Han Rue's husband is also a member of our base, right?" Wang Tao took the initiative to explain. "Oh, sorry about that." Realizing his blunder, Chen Zhuang quickly apologized. Han Rue first gave Wang Tao an apologetic smile and then her face showed a worried expression. "My husband. He hasn't come back yet." Chapter 80 News from the Film and Television City 2 days ago, when she arrived at the base, Han Rue asked Wang Tao if he had seen her husband. Wang Tao said he had, that a squad of soldiers had rescued her husband, but they hadn't headed in the direction of the base. Han Rue could understand that, the squad certainly didn't want to draw zombies to the base. So, after she met her old leader's friend yesterday and settled down, she had been waiting for her husband to return. But after waiting a day and a night, her husband and the squad hadn't come back. Although she knew that the squad was likely hiding from zombies somewhere, and her husband should be safe with them, they weren't in the base after all, and she couldn't help but worry. Seeing Han Rue's worried face, Wang Tao shook his head. From his previous observations at the water plant and the recent interactions, he found Han Rue to be a decent person with a certain combat power. But her husband was just the opposite, not only useless but also of poor character. He wasn't worthy of her. Of course, it was someone else's business, and Wang Tao didn't care to get involved. But no matter what, Han Rue was an ability user and possessed quite a useful support ability, so Wang Tao was still willing to be on good terms with her. Should I tell her about her husband? Let her see his true colors. Wang Tao hesitated slightly. Because he knew very well that some people's thought processes were different from others. If it were Wang Tao himself, he couldn't tolerate anyone who stabbed him in the back, no matter who it was. Having such a person by your side was like having a ticking time bomb. But others might not think the same way. For instance, from Han Rue's perspective, what her husband Sun Weigang did was indeed despicable, but he did end up helping her, and furthermore, it was her own husband. If she decided to brainwash herself into forgiving her husband, even to speak on his behalf, then Wang Tao would end up looking bad from both sides. Although Wang Tao felt that Han Rue was probably not that kind of person, such things can't be judged on feelings alone. Hey, what's wrong? Han Rue saw Wang Tao spacing out and poked his arm. I am fine, just thinking about some stuff, Wang Tao replied with a smile. He had made up his mind he wouldn't tell her directly, but he could anonymously show Han Rue the video. As for what she would do after that, it was none of his concern. Wang Tao introduced Chen Zhuang to Han Rue, the two nodded politely, and then the three of them began to converse in hushed tones. They weren't too familiar with each other, so the conversation didn't go very deep. Chen Zhuang wanted to talk to Wang Tao about ability users, but he wasn't sure whether Wang Tao was willing to reveal his status as an ability user, so he didn't say much. Standing out in a crowd due to his physique, many new survivors instinctively kept their distance when they saw Wang Tao. However, there were also some women who wanted to get to know Wang Tao, his stature conveying a sense of security. Unfortunately, Han Rue was always by his side, which made it awkward for some to approach him. At this moment, Chen Zhuang poked Wang Tao's arm. The commissioner is here, he said. Wang Tao and Han Rue both turned their heads and saw a group of people walking over, with three individuals walking side by side at the forefront. On the left was a young man in a plaid shirt, with thinning hair and thick glasses. The one in the center was a frail-looking old man with a faint smile on his face. On the right was a somewhat overweight middle-aged man in a police uniform. Their arrival instantly became the focus of the entire place. The one on the left is Commissioner Liu He, a computer whiz. He set up our base's local network, contribution points, the personal information app, and all that. Chen Zhuang began introducing them to Wang Tao, starting from the left. Wang Tao nodded. With that sparse hair, Liu he certainly looked like a powerful figure. The one in the middle is our former Shuai's County Deputy County Head Ren Ji, also the honorary president of Shuai's University. He is in charge of the base's personnel management. Wang Tao glanced at the small elder, who seemed amiable, but Wang Tao got the impression he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Having knocked about in the world for so many years, Wang Tao had seen quite a few such characters, and his instincts were usually accurate. The one on the far right is Police Officer Feng Ming'an, the former deputy chief of our Shuai's County Police Station. Don't be fooled by his plump appearance, he is remarkable, easily handling zombies with just a steel pipe. Single-handedly defeating zombies wasn't a big deal, but Wang Tao took a longer look. Because the health point of both Liu He and Ren Ji was 100, indicating they hadn't personally killed any zombies, whereas Feng Ming'an's health point was over 300, meaning he had killed at least 30 to 40 zombies himself. None of the three had any hidden attributes or abilities. Judging from their individual strengths, Wang Tao rated them as average. Do you know each other? Wang Tao noticed Feng Ming'an nodding at Hanru and asked out of curiosity. He's a friend of my old leader. My old leader is still outside. I managed to contact him by accident before and came to Shuai's base following his instructions. Hanru briefly explained. I see. Meeting someone you have a good relationship with in the post-apocalypse must feel quite nice. The arrival of the three commissioners didn't feature any grand speeches, they simply made a brief self-introduction in front of all the newcomers. They also introduced some matters related to the base, assuring everyone that as long as they worked hard, the base wouldn't let them starve to death. Chapter 80 News from the Film and Television City 2. They particularly introduced the hunters who ventured out to scavenge for supplies, encouraging everyone with the capability to consider applying for the hunter role. However, there were very few takers, as after all, these survivors had barely made it to a safe haven. They were content to work hard in exchange for a meal and had no desire to risk their lives scavenging for supplies. The trio wasn't surprised. If there were really that many willing to go out and scavenge, the base wouldn't be in such need of hunters. Renji announced the start of the welcome banquet, and then people began wheeling in the food. Wang Tao glanced at it and noticed that the food wasn't much different from what he got from the cafeteria using his ration tickets. They were all some sort of mush of unidentifiable ingredients, only now there was more of it. The new survivors were overjoyed at the sight. Most of them could only earn one ration ticket for a day's work, and the meager food that bought was hardly enough to fill them, only enough to stave off starvation. Now, seeing the vast amount of food, they couldn't contain their excitement. Finally, they could have a full meal. Wang Tao wasn't too interested in the food, but since it was provided, he symbolically took a couple of bites from his small bowl. Chen Zhuang and Hanru, on the other hand, weren't nearly as reserved as Wang Tao. They each grabbed a large bowl and ate heartily, almost with abandon. While eating, Chen Zhuang explained that not everyone was entitled to partake in this welcoming ritual. Ordinary people could only attend twice, the first being welcomed, and then they could freeload another meal. That's why, in a base of over 500 people, only more than 200 attended. It wasn't that they didn't want to come, but rather they couldn't. As one of the few doctors in the base, Chen Zhuang enjoyed certain privileges, like attending these kinds of food-grabbing events as much as he pleased. The food was concocted by several of the base's chefs, who would throw various kinds of food into a pot to stew together before blending them into a paste. Normally, inedible things like bones became edible once processed this way, thus saving a lot of food. Essentially, they used whatever food was available in the base. Despite the mush being a daily staple, its taste could vary from day to day. As for whether the food actually tasted good, seeing how everyone, including Chen Zhuang and Hanru, seemed to be enjoying it greatly, Wang Tao wisely chose not to inquire further. At that moment, the three committee members walked in Wang Tao's direction. Hello, you must be Wang Tao. Welcome to the base as a hunter. The older gentleman, Ren Ji, offered a hand with a warm smile. At the mention of a hunter, the people around them couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In the base, a hunter represented someone capable of dealing with zombies and finding supplies, a real heavy hitter. Hello. Wang Tao shook hands with the man diplomatically, neither humble nor arrogant. He had assumed the other party had come to discuss the matters of ability users and committee membership, but instead, after a few encouraging words and a metaphoric shot in the arm, the man left. Wang Tao looked at Chen Zhuang in confusion, and Chen Zhuang quietly said in his ear, Captain Wei of the squad spent most of his day sleeping and hasn't had the chance to tell them about you. We didn't want to overstep our bounds, so they are unaware of your strength. Of course, if you want to show it, I can speak for you. Let it be for now, we will wait, replied Wang Tao, shaking his head nonchalantly. Not only did Renji chat with Wang Tao for a while, but he also interacted with others, appearing very approachable and devoid of any sense of superiority. The tech guru, Liu He, followed Renji around, not saying much, either disinterested in such affairs or somewhat slow on the uptake. As for Feng Ming'an, he took Hanru aside and spoke to her with a smile, though far enough away from the crowd. Wang Tao didn't mean to eavesdrop on other people's conversations, but his hearing was too good, and he accidentally overheard Feng Ming'an mention something about appointing Hanru as some sort of department head. Wang Tao was quite taken aback. It was not that he found it unexpected that Hanru would use her connections, especially in these times when it was silly not to take advantage of them. What surprised him was that Hanru seemed not to have told Feng Ming'an about her ability, or else she wouldn't just be a department head, she would be straight on the committee. Wang Tao didn't know how Hanru was weighing her options, but since she chose not to disclose, he saw no reason to speak up. After Hanru left Wang Tao's side, several women approached, expressing a desire to get to know Wang Tao. Qin Zhuang gave Wang Tao a knowing look that all men understand, then quietly slipped away, leaving the space to Wang Tao. You are Wang Tao?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, filled with surprise. Wang Tao turned, facing the attractive woman before him, and furrowed his brow. She looked familiar, but for the moment, he couldn't place her. "Wang Tao, it's me, Huozi. The scar on your face is gone. I almost didn't recognize you." "Oh, it's you," Wang Tao recalled who she was upon hearing the name. Huozi was a minor celebrity who had worked with Wang Tao on several dramas. Of course, worked with might be overstating it since their interactions were minimal. Wang Tao was a martial arts substitute, the kind who never even showed his face on camera, whereas Huozi, however minor, was a celebrity who could. They were not in the same league. Chapter 80 News from the Film and Television City 3. Whenever he happened to bump into Huozi, she was not exactly disdainful, but her expression was always indifferent and she hardly spoke, appearing very aloof. At most, she would take an extra glance at his physique, and that was all. Wang Tao naturally wouldn't be eager to cozy up to someone who was cold to him, so he didn't go out of his way to become friends. When Huozi saw that Wang Tao remembered her, she immediately grabbed his hand, somewhat moved, and said, "Wang Tao, it's great to see you still alive." "We are both still alive." Wang Tao raised his eyebrows. Huozi was more enthusiastic than he ever remembered her being. "Yeah, being alive is great." Wang Tao casually agreed and withdrew his hand. Huozi's heart tightened at once. She could clearly sense that Wang Tao didn't seem interested in conversing with her. If this were before the apocalypse, she would have definitely taken the opportunity to leave. But now, this was the apocalypse. She poked the muscles on Wang Tao's arm, somewhat admiringly, and exclaimed, Wang Tao, I feel like you have gotten even stronger than before. I bet you could take on zombies by yourself now, right?" "It's alright, I guess." Wang Tao replied half-heartedly. He wasn't one to boast, and even if he told Huozi that he was an awakener, so what? Plus, he wasn't interested in her, so he couldn't be bothered to elaborate. Huozi picked up on Wang Tao's perfunctory response, but she still didn't give up. She wanted to latch onto someone with influence because she had witnessed a female makeup artist being violently abused to death by a group of red-eyed security guards before arriving at the base, and she didn't want to be next. "That's really amazing. You can kill zombies by yourself." "Oh, right, you weren't in the film city when it happened, were you?" "I don't remember seeing you among the survivors from the film city." "Oh, I was at home resting." "No wonder. It's a good thing you weren't at the film city. You probably don't know how terrible it was there. It's hard to imagine we survived that." Huozi wiped her tears, looking pitiful. The other people around her seemed to be reminded of some tragic events as well, as tears welled up in their eyes. Wang Tao, hearing this, suddenly became interested. After all, the film city was a place where he had worked for a long time, and he had some attachment to it. He was curious about what had happened there. "If you don't mind, you could tell me about it." I don't mind at all." Huozi had intended to play the sympathy card to get on Wang Tao's good side, but she didn't expect him to take an interest in what happened at the film city. Her goal was to establish a good relationship with Wang Tao, so she quickly pulled him aside to sit down and explain the situation in detail. "You have no idea, back then." As Huozi vividly recounted the events, a look of surprise appeared on Wang Tao's face. "You are saying a military force passed by and saved some of the survivors from the film city? Are you sure they weren't soldiers from Shuai's base?" "No, that military force had many more people. They even had tanks. They crushed the zombies. Although it seems they were just passing by. It's a shame I was trapped back then. I called out to those soldiers for help but they didn't hear me, otherwise I wouldn't have been in such a bad state. And I have heard that." At this point, Huozi whispered mysteriously into Wang Tao's ear, That military force seems to have been gathering soldiers on the road, and their destination was Redstone County. The soldiers from Shuai's base wanted to join that military force, but they missed them and got left behind. Oh? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. There was no reason for Huozi to lie to him about this. The military force must have been heading to Redstone Survivor Base, and rescuing people was probably not their main mission. Their main objective might have been to gather at Redstone Base to establish a large survivor base or something of the sort. The survivors who were rescued were just lucky. Of course, Wang Tao didn't envy them. He was thinking that the Redstone Base must be pretty good, especially since they had so many soldiers and weapons. He thought that he might visit and check it out if he had the chance. The rest of those unlucky ones, like me, were trapped in the film city, but luckily, we were stuck near a convenience store with water and food, so we didn't starve to death. Later, we heard gunshots, the noise attracted all the zombies away, and we took the chance to escape. Then we ran into people from Shuai's base. I can't forget the sight of our director being torn apart by the zombies. Sob. Wang Tao patted Huozi's shoulder, then briefly chatted with a few other people around her. They were all lucky survivors from Huangfeng Film City, including 2 celebrities not as famous as Huozi and others who worked in the film industry. Noticing it was getting late, Wang Tao stood up. You guys keep talking, I am a bit tired, I am going to head back. Mr. Wang, take care. Huozi and the others quickly stood up, politely saying goodbye to Wang Tao. Once Wang Tao's figure had disappeared from sight, Huozi clenched her fists tightly. Yes. Although she had only had a simple chat with Wang Tao today, she felt it was a good start. Everyone was at the same base now, bound to see each other 0-10. She didn't believe she couldn't become friends with Wang Tao, or perhaps even more. After all, Wang Tao was a hunter, and if she could stick by him, at the very least she could ensure she wouldn't starve. The next day, in the early morning, Wang Tao saw it was raining outside again. Today, I will go out and kill a few zombies, gather the materials needed for the blueprint, and then get in touch with Ding Yukin. After planning out his tasks for the day, Wang Tao headed to the office building. He wanted to ask Chen Zhuang how Wei Zhengou's injury was. He was waiting for his promotion. After arriving at the office building, Wang Tao suddenly saw an announcement. A new arbitration department had been established in the base, with Han Ru as the head of the department. Chapter 81 Rush Right Arm L. With an increase in population, conflicts inevitably arise. Back when there were fewer survivors at Shuai's base, small disputes were easily resolved with a little mediation. But now, with over 500 survivors, it became necessary to designate specific individuals to manage these issues. As a police officer, although Han Ru's background was in criminal investigation, she still had considerable experience in mediating disputes, which made her well suited for managing such matters. Wang Tao wasn't sure if Han Rui was aware that ability users could automatically become committee members. He guessed she wasn't, otherwise, he felt there was no reason for her to keep it a secret after all. No one was going to capture her and slice her up. Of course, since it was someone else's business, if she didn't mention it, Wang Tao wasn't going to say anything more. As one of the few doctors at the base, Chen Zhuang was often busy. Even in the mornings, there would be many people lining up for medical consultation. Though Chen Zhuang had the freedom to choose whether to see them or not, he was ultimately kind-hearted by nature and would typically examine anyone who came seeking his help and provide a diagnosis. Most people aren't actually sick, or they just have minor issues. But they are anxious and under mental stress. While my words can't cure their illnesses, they can help put their minds at ease. Once he was temporarily free, Chen Zhuang wiped his hands and explained with a smile to Wang Tao. Impressive. Wang Tao gave Chen Zhuang a thumbs up and then asked, "How is squad leader Wei doing? He's not in any life-threatening condition, is he? The guy's tough, nothing serious. But he's broken 2 ribs and his thigh bone is injured as well, so he will need some time to recover." That's good to hear. After confirming that Wei Zhengou was okay, Wang Tao waved his hand toward Chen Zhuang. "Then I will be heading off." "You are going out? Not taking a couple of days to rest?" Chen Zhuang, seeing Wang Tao fully armed, was taken aback. Though the hunters of the base scavenged outside for supplies, they didn't make the trips daily. Usually, they ventured out only once a week, spending the rest of their time resting at the base, unless they would exhausted all supplies. After all, it was about risking one's life. Yet Wang Tao, who had arrived at the base just the afternoon before yesterday, had only rested for a day and was planning to go out again. "Yeah." Wang Tao nodded, not offering much of an explanation. His intent to go out was to gather materials needed for crafting the arm guard and to get in touch with Ding Yukin. Impressive. Chen Zhuang too held up a thumbs up for Wang Tao. Then he seemed to remember something and scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. If it's on your way, could you stop by the Borui clinic?" Borui Clinic. Wang Tao frowned in thought. The place seemed vaguely familiar to him. Yes, it's at. Chen Zhuang provided the specific location and continued, mainly because there isn't much medication left at the base, and a lot of the medication in the clinic could be useful. What kind of medication specifically? I am not familiar with these things. Chen Zhuang quickly explained, things like hormones, antibiotics, painkillers, etc. They work fast for minor ailments, especially if you increase the dosage. Right now, we don't have the conditions to consult specialized doctors for specific illnesses and get the precise medication, so we have to resort to these crude methods. Wang Tao first nodded, then expressed his doubt, but why hasn't anyone from the base gone to scavenge our county's main hospital? The medical supplies there are even richer, and we have the people and guns. Scavenging the hospital shouldn't be hard, right? Hearing Wang Tao's question, Chen Zhuang shook his head with a wry smile. Ah, the hospital is indeed stocked, but there are also many zombies there. And there are many special infected in the hospital. Our base did consider raiding the hospital, but after losing a small team on the first attempt, no one has mentioned going there again. Oh? Lots of special infected. Wang Tao's eyes brightened at this information. Right now, it was only by killing special infected that he could increase his health point limit. If the hospital had many special infected, it couldn't be better for him. Not to mention, special infected might drop zombie cores. Seeing Wang Tao's reaction, Chen Zhuang knew he was interested in the crystal cores of the special infected and quickly spoke up, Wang Tao, please don't head to the main hospital. Even fully armed squads were annihilated. No matter how strong you are, you can't stand against so many zombies. Even if those special infected carry zombie cores, you still need to be alive to get them. Noticing the concern in Chen Zhuang's eyes, Wang Tao replied with a smile, don't worry, I am definitely not going now, I won't act recklessly. That's a relief. Chen Zhuang breathed a sigh of relief. If Wang Tao were to risk his life at the hospital because of his words, he would feel very guilty. As for the clinic, I will assess the situation. If it's on my way and safe, I can take a look. Thank you, thank you. Just do what you can, don't take any risks. And I won't let you help for nothing. If you do get the medication, just hand it in for contribution points, and I will make sure to exchange with you. In Shuai's base, seeing a doctor doesn't cost money, as long as the doctors are willing to provide care. However, medication requires contribution points. Doctors also need contribution points to exchange for medication but receive a discount, and can earn contribution points through the price difference. Whether before or after the apocalypse, being a doctor has always been a coveted profession. Sure. Wang Tao nodded. If it was something he could do without going out of his way, he didn't mind lending Chen Zhuang a hand, and if there indeed were many medications, he could also keep some on hand for himself. Chapter 81 Rush Right Arm to Right. Just as Wang Tao turned to leave, Chen Zhuang suddenly opened his mouth. What's up? Wang Tao turned his head. Never mind, it's nothing. You go ahead with your business. Chen Zhuang hastily waved his hands, his expression somewhat dejected. Seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate, Wang Tao did not inquire further. As he left the building, he ran into Hanru, wearing her black police uniform, just about to enter. Wang Tao? Are you heading out? Hanru seemed surprised. Wang Tao had only rested for one day before going out again? She was still in pain, wanting to lie in bed and not move a muscle. Yeah. Together? If we work together, we will definitely be able to scavenge a lot of supplies. Wang Tao said with a smile. Truth be told, Hanru looked really good in her police uniform, especially this kind of pure black officer's standard dress, gallant and imposing. But this outfit seemed a size too small. The police badge on her left and the 6-digit police number on her right were both bulging. No. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Hanru quickly waved her hands. Perhaps realizing she had refused too hastily, she explained, it's not that I am scared, it's just that my injury hasn't healed yet, and I would only be a burden to you if I went out. Next time, let's go together when there's a chance. If it had been about scavenging supplies, she would have definitely liked to accompany Wang Tao. After all, she knew all too well how strong Wang Tao was. But her injuries hadn't healed yet, and going out would just mean being a burden. Alright then. I will be off. Wang Tao had mentioned it casually, he could clearly see that Hanru was still low on health point. Waving his hand, Wang Tao got into his car and drove toward the gate. Watching Wang Tao's retreating figure as he drove away, Hanru shook her head. If only her husband, Sun Wei Gang, had half, or even a third, of Wang Tao's strength, she wouldn't have to worry so much. Wei Guang. You mustn't let anything happen to you. Hey, buddy, you are going out today? The soldiers on duty at the gate were still the same few from before. Yeah, heading out to scavenge some supplies. Wang Tao rolled down the window and said with a smile, "Let me register you first." The other party brought over a form, and Wang Tao wrote down his name and date. Then he looked at the rifles on the soldiers and suddenly asked, "Is there a way for ordinary folks to get their hands on rifles?" The list of exchange items you could get for contribution points at the base only included pistols and pistol bullets, not rifles. For now, that's not possible. Currently, only we in the security army are assigned rifles, and even the police only have pistols. Ordinary people? That's even less likely. Besides, having a gun isn't always a good thing. The soldier's expression was somewhat melancholic. When I see zombies outside, my first instinct is to shoot, but I have to restrain myself. Because I know that firing a gun can kill a zombie, but it will attract even more of them. It's better to use long knives or spears. Being armed with a gun but not daring to use it is really frustrating. Wang Tao understood this feeling because he himself had a pistol, even equipped with a silencer. But he had only used it once, which was when he had no choice but to kill a big hammer zombie. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't use a gun, since he was alone without teammates. Attracting too many zombies was something he couldn't handle, particularly with the recent emergence of mad demon zombies posing too much of a threat to him alone. Wang Tao wanted a rifle not necessarily to use it but also as a collector's item. After all, which man doesn't like guns? Actually, I am quite envious of you. With your build, I reckon you could chop down zombies in just a few hits, right? The soldier looked at Wang Tao's muscles and said enviously. Haha, more or less. Wang Tao smiled and said, "Then I am heading out. Stay safe." The soldier waved, and the base's gate slowly opened. Wang Tao gave a thumbs up in response. Once the vehicle left the base, whether it was psychological or not, he immediately felt an inexplicable pressure. After discerning his direction, Wang Tao set off toward the clinic. He could go anywhere to kill zombies and gather materials, so taking a trip to the clinic was not a problem. Humming after turning a corner, he encountered a zombie ahead. Wang Tao floored the accelerator and drove straight towards the zombie. Bing, the zombie was first knocked down and then had its head crushed by the car's wheel, killed instantly, and a bundle burst forth. With a thought, Wang Tao picked up the spoils. Obtained a rope. Without stopping the car, Wang Tao continued forward. Seeing the head-exploded corpse in the rearview mirror, Wang Tao suddenly thought of something. The zombies he crushed with his car or shot dead counted as his kills. But the ones he burned to death with Molotov cocktails did not count as his kills. I wonder what the difference is. I will take this opportunity to gather materials and study it a bit. Zombies seemed endless, and the road Wang Tao traveled was the same one he had taken the day before yesterday, by which time there had been no zombies. But now, looking at the large mass of zombies staggering in the rain on the street, Wang Tao shook his head, planning to take a different route. However, before leaving, Wang Tao suddenly spotted a suicide-bombing zombie in the midst of the group, its chest organs exposed. Should I make a move? Wang Tao was tempted. Chapter 81 Rush Right Arm 3 Suicide-bombing zombies are easy to deal with, you don't even need to get close to them. As long as you can attract their attention from a distance, they will self-detonate within a few seconds. Though this won't increase my health point limit, having a zombie core is enough. However, after pondering for over 10 seconds, Wang Tao still shook his head. Forget it, there are too many zombies around. Even if it self-detonates, I might not have a chance to pick up its crystal core. Forcing my way to get it would be too dangerous and not worth the risk, especially since there could be crazy zombies hiding somewhere. The moment Wang Tao stepped on the accelerator, he decisively left the area. After circling around 2 streets, Wang Tao found a more suitable place. It was a small plaza with dozens of zombies roaming about, all of them elderly zombies. Wang Tao parked the car outside the plaza and then got out with a firefighter axe in hand. Bang. -500, bang. -500. It must be said that the axe is more energy efficient than a hammer. When he used a hammer, it was all about smashing open the zombies' skulls with brute force, but with the axe, he didn't need as much power to still blow their heads off. These ordinary zombies were no match for Wang Tao, especially since the rain had greatly affected their senses, and some didn't even notice Wang Tao approaching. Soon, Wang Tao had dealt with all the dozens of zombies on the plaza. Wang Tao took a deep breath. Swinging the axe so many times was somewhat exhausting. Looking at the corpses of zombies scattered all around, a smile appeared beneath Wang Tao's skull mask. This time his luck was neither good nor bad. After killing so many zombies, he finally had all the materials he needed. Wang Tao looked up and surveyed the surrounding buildings. This is a shopping mall. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now he realized there was an old 3-story shopping mall next to the plaza. Since I am here, I might as well take a look. Just the first floor, I won't go up. Wang Tao remembered that this mall seemed to focus on selling clothes, and since he always bought his clothes online, he had never visited this place. However, a mall is still a mall, and besides clothes, there are bound to be some restaurants and supermarkets. There should be quite a bit of food inside. Scavenging resources wasn't the main objective today, but since he was here, he might as well take advantage of the opportunity. He could also make this rush arm guard and then contact Ding Yukin. On the top floor of the mall, inside a room, a young man peering out through the Venetian blinds immediately turned around and addressed three people playing cards. "Boss, that big guy is heading our way." The one he called boss was a burly man with a bald head inked with a black dragon tattoo, his upper body bare. The tattooed bald man turned his head upon hearing the subordinate's words, his face covered with meaty folds. "He's actually coming over." He furrowed his sparse eyebrows, feeling inexplicably irritable. "Boss, do you think he's discovered us?" another lackey quickly asked. "Impossible, we have blocked all the windows tightly, he can't possibly see us." The tattooed bald man shook his head. "So, should we?" another lackey made a throat-slitting gesture. The bald man hadn't spoken when the third lackey quickly objected. "Did you not see how powerful that guy is? He can kill zombies in seconds. All of us combined aren't a match for him." But we have guns." Bang. The lackey hadn't finished his sentence when the bald man kicked him. Clatter, the lackey was sent flying, scattering cards all over the table. The bald man emotionlessly tossed aside the 3, 4, 6 inches in his hand and then glared fiercely at the lackey. "You fucking stupid, you dare to use a gun here? Have you forgotten what happened here before? Are you itching to die that quickly?" "I am sorry, boss." The sent-flying lackey, as if remembering something terrifying, quickly knelt in front of the bald man, holding his stomach and apologizing. The other lackeys instantly fell silent as if they were struck by frost. The bald man stood up and snorted coldly, "You guys go and hide our stuff, in case this guy comes up, don't let him find it." "Yes." The lackeys hurried away. The bald man pulled out the pistol tucked behind his back. He had intended to store it in a cabinet but changed his mind and kept it at his waist, though he covered it with a jacket. "I hope you are a sensible man, otherwise. Don't blame me for not being polite." A ruthless expression appeared on the bald man's face. Wang Tao entered the mall cautiously. Although it was an old mall and looked dilapidated, the lighting was surprisingly good. Even on a rainy day, it was possible to clearly see the condition inside the mall. But after seeing the situation inside, Wang Tao frowned. It was too messy. This kind of chaos didn't seem like the disorder caused by humans due to a disaster, but rather as if a monster had come, bringing massive destruction to the mall. The shops on the first floor were basically all damaged, either collapsed or blocked by debris, and Wang Tao even saw several damaged stone bollards in the center of the mall. If he remembered correctly, those were used in squares to separate pedestrians from traffic, weighing 200 to 300 pounds each. Even in a panicked escape, those bollards wouldn't normally end up inside a mall, would they? Could there have been some special zombie here? Wang Tao felt somewhat nervous. He suddenly thought that it would be nice to have Hanrua here to help scout for hidden zombies in the vicinity. After a brief check, Wang Tao didn't find any danger, but he remained vigilant. The stairs to the upper floors are intact, but forget it, I will just stay on the first floor. Wang Tao decided not to go up. Although messy, the first floor lacked resources to scavenge, but at least he would be able to run in case of danger. If something hazardous occurred upstairs, it would be difficult to escape. In the end, Wang Tao found a relatively intact small room filled with various clothes. There were no bloodstains or signs of struggle, it seemed relatively safe. After entering and checking the room again, confirming there was no danger, Wang Tao finally took out the Rush Right Arm blueprint and the necessary materials. Rush Right Arm blueprint, forgeable, confirm creation. With a thought, the materials turned into streams of light and melded into the blueprint. But this time there was no countdown. In the blink of an eye, a black arm guard appeared in Wang Tao's hand. Right arm rush successfully made, Chapter 82, Survivor in the shopping mall. I so fast? Wang Tao was quite surprised. He thought it would take some time to make, like how it was with the food compressor. He didn't expect it to be completed in an instant. Rush right arm, made of resilient material, able to block blades and bullets. Durability +10, defensive power +10, this was a black, asymmetrical, hard arm guard worn on the forearm. It had a metallic feel to it but was very light. The size of the guard was adjustable. After making some minor adjustments, Wang Tao removed the steel plate from his right arm and put on the arm guard. Huh? The sensation after putting it on took Wang Tao by surprise. Whether he tied books or a steel plate to his arm, he could always clearly feel their presence. No matter how well they were tied or how ergonomically they were designed, they still somewhat hindered his movements. But this arm guard felt barely noticeable once on, yet he could still feel that he was wearing it. More importantly, the guard didn't restrict his movements at all. The ergonomic design was simply amazing. No wonder it's called the Rush right arm. It seemed tailor-made for his right arm. If it were placed on his left arm, it wouldn't have the same effect. Just don't know about the defensive power. Wang Tao took out a dagger and gently scraped it against the arm guard. There was no mark on the guard. He increased his force, but still no mark appeared. Even when he directly chopped the guard with the dagger, it remained completely unscathed. He hardly even felt the impact. Not bad. After some thought, Wang Tao took off the guard and put it on the ground, then picked up the firefighter axe and chopped down hard on it. Bang! A layer of dust flew up from the ground, but the arm guard was still fine, without even a scratch on it. Nice piece of gear. Wang Tao was delighted. The defensive power of the Rush right arm felt even stronger than the steel plate. And in terms of the experience of using it, it was much better than the plate. Wang Tao quickly put the arm guard back on, then put on his security guard jacket over it, disguising it so that it looked as if he wasn't wearing anything on his forearm. The defensive power is definitely not a problem. Let's see how it performs in actual combat. There were no zombies in the mall, but practical combat didn't necessarily mean killing zombies. Right outside his shop was a round stone pier, and he swung the axe at it, mimicking an attacking motion. Whoosh bang! A large chunk was chopped right off the stone pier. Feeling the slight numbness in his palm, Wang Tao was stunned. Hold on, he had just swung the axe without actually intending to chop anything. What was going on? Wang Tao quickly hid in the room and waited a while, to make sure the noise didn't attract any zombies. Then he touched the Rush right arm again and hastily swung the axe a few more times, this time not at the pier but at some clothes in the room. Whoosh bang! After a few minutes of experimentation, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. I think I understand now. No wonder it's called Rush right arm. Wang Tao realized that after putting on the Rush right arm, if he made any quick movements like swinging his fist or axe, the arm guard would enhance the speed and strength of that motion. He wasn't sure exactly how much of a bonus it provided, but it was definitely much more than his own abilities. For instance, if he used to chop a zombie for 500 health point, now he might chop for 600, 700, or even 800 health point. Wang Tao examined the Rush right arm more closely and discovered a small mechanism inside the guard that opened to reveal a battery, the kind that looked very high-tech and was found on zombies he had killed. So it runs on electricity. No wonder the materials needed included cables, electronic components, and batteries. What kind of black technology is this? He happily put the arm guard back on. It felt a bit like a mechanical exoskeleton to him. If he could get other parts besides this right arm, like a left arm, leg guards, a chest guard, wouldn't that be practically a full exoskeleton? What am I thinking? Wang Tao shook his head. Even if those things existed, they were far out of reach for him at the moment, so there was no point in dwelling on them. After calming down his excitement a bit, Wang Tao took out a walkie-talkie to try and contact Ding Yukin. The mall was about 3 kilometers from Happy Community. In theory, communication should be possible, it all depended on the quality of the walkie-talkie he had. It's me, can you hear me? It's me. SSSZZZ. SSSZZZ. After a burst of static, a voice with electronic interference suddenly came through. Wang Tao. Is that you, Wang Tao? SSSZZZ. Although the voice was somewhat distorted, Wang Tao could tell it was Ding Yukin. So he walked out of the room and adjusted his position until he could hear a reasonably clear conversation by a window. Wang Tao, how is it on your end, are you safe? Ding Yukin's voice was full of worry. After Wang Tao had left, she didn't turn off the walkie-talkie, always waiting for news from him. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I am fine. It's very safe here. What about you? Is everything okay at home? Just by Ding Yukin's voice, Wang Tao could tell she must be quite safe. Indeed, Ding Yukin said she was perfectly safe at home, no zombies and no food crisis, she was just a bit scared to be alone. In truth, she was frightened that Wang Tao had abandoned her, but she didn't dare to say that outright. Chapter 82, Survivor in the Shopping Mall. To sister-in-law, don't worry, he said. Probably. In a day or two, I will come back and take you to the Sioux survivor base. After observing for a couple of days, Wang Tao felt the Shuai's base was alright. At least he had no problem living there. Once his status as a committee member was secured and he became one of the top people of the base, he would go and bring Ding Yukin over. Of course, even without that status, Wang Tao wouldn't be greatly affected, as he had always relied on his own strength. But certainly, the status would make things much more convenient, so he decided to wait another couple of days. Okay, I will wait for you at home. After chatting a few more words with Ding Yukin, Wang Tao took the initiative to end the call. The Rush right arm is ready, And I have got an update on the situation with Yukin. I might as well take a trip to the Borui clinic while I am at it. It's not far from here. Hopefully, I will encounter a lone special zombie on the way. Mapping out his next steps, Wang Tao picked up his weapon and prepared to leave. Suddenly, his ears twitched. There's noise upstairs. Wang Tao quickly hid in a corner, eyeing the male staircase intently. About a dozen seconds later, a sneaky-looking figure emerged from the top of the stairs. In his hand, he held a baseball bat with nails sticking out, cautiously making his way to the first floor. Above his head, a green health point bar read, 115 out of 115. A survivor? Wang Tao frowned. He had thought it was a zombie at first, but to his surprise, it was a human. Seeing the man clutching the spiked baseball bat and searching around, Wang Tao got the feeling the man was up to no good. His behavior makes it clear he's seen me. Since I haven't left the mall, he must either have cameras, or he saw me killing zombies in the square earlier. Wang Tao glanced at the first floor ceiling of the mall. There were some cameras, but in some areas, the wires were cut, and there was no electricity in the mall, so it was highly unlikely that the surveillance was working. Wang Tao guessed the man must have seen him killing the zombies. If this person meant him no harm, Wang Tao thought, he should have called out to him after coming down, not stealthily seeking him with a weapon in hand. Who knows what he wants to do? Capturing him will tell. Wang Tao never minded assuming the worst about others, especially in this post-apocalyptic world. It's always better to be too cautious. As the man inched towards him, Wang Tao placed a small mirror on the ground. Then, he stood behind the wall, unmoving. Through the mirror, Wang Tao watched the man approach closer and closer, until he was just around the corner from him. Suddenly, Wang Tao burst out from his hiding spot behind the man, grasped his neck, and snatched his weapon away. Ugh! The man's eyes bulged in shock and fear. He tried to reach for Wang Tao's arms, his body flailing wildly, feet kicking in panic. But he felt as if he were clamped in a vice. No form of struggle helped. The more he thrashed, the tighter the hold. Just as his vision began to darken, the grip on his neck vanished. Cough cough. Ha. Cough cough. With no support, the man instantly collapsed to his knees, retching while holding his throat. However, before he could catch his breath, a large hand suddenly appeared, grabbed his collar, and hoisted him up. Confronted by a man dressed in a black combat suit, his face hidden behind a skull mask and yellow glasses, towering over 1.80 m and built like a tank, the terrified man almost wet himself. Cough cough. Don't kill me. Cough cough. Wang Tao, with his other hand, waved the man's baseball bat in front of him and said in an indifferent tone, "What were you trying to do? Ambush me?" "No. Not at all. I didn't even know there was someone here," the man hastily explained. However, Wang Tao's expression turned grim upon hearing this. The man had clearly spotted him yet tried to hide it. This person was definitely up to no good. Wang Tao prodded the man's chest with the bottom of the baseball bat. The man's face turned ghastly pale instantly, tears streaming uncontrollably. Back when Wang Tao was a martial arts substitute, he met masters skilled in cold weapons, which naturally included sticks and batons. One master said that in real combat, swinging a bat is not the best move for beginners. The bat is generally long and thus slow to swing, easy to dodge, and given limited human strength, a hit wouldn't cause much damage. But jabbing was different. A hard jab to an enemy's chest, unless they are professionally trained or protected by gear, could leave few people standing. Wang Tao had never actually fought before, and his actions in films were all choreographed, so he had no real combat experience. Now, trying it out, he could only say that the master was indeed a master. Even a slight jab proved unbearable for his opponent. "I am asking you one more time, why did you try to ambush me?" Wang Tao parked his car outside the square. The male's location shouldn't allow visibility of his car. When he came to kill zombies, he didn't carry much else. So, to any survivors inside the mall, he must have looked like an ordinary person with little supplies. There seemed to be no reason for anyone to ambush him. Wang Tao was puzzled, so he wanted answers. I really didn't intend to ambush you." Chapter 82, Survivor in the Shopping Mall 20D. The person still wouldn't admit it. So stubborn? Wang Tao had thought he was just being tough-mouthed and prepared to poke further, but after seeing the frightened expression on his face, which seemed to carry a hint of grievance, Wang Tao temporarily stopped and let him go. "What's your name?" Cough, my name is Seventh Brother Yang. I really wasn't sneak attacking." Seventh Brother Yang knelt on the ground again, covering his chest and coughing. He felt so wronged. Previously, he had clearly seen from upstairs how Wang Tao had decapitated a zombie with an axe. Wang Tao dealt with the zombies in the square like playing whack-a-mole. Only those who had truly fought with zombies could comprehend how strong Wang Tao was. Wang Tao alone could probably easily take on their whole group. In the face of such a powerful figure, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on him even if he had 10 times the courage. The reason he had sneaked down was that he had clearly seen Wang Tao enter the mall from upstairs but hadn't gone up. Their boss had no idea what Wang Tao was doing down there, or even if he had left from somewhere else, so he was sent to check things out. But before he could even see anyone, he was taken down, and he wasn't even given a chance to plead his case. During that brief minute, seventh brother Yang felt like he had died several times over. The devil, this man was simply the devil. Really not sneak attacking me? Wang Tao said, somewhat speechless, but without the slightest hint of an apology. After all, this man was lying, that was a fact. Even if he wasn't sneak attacking, he definitely was up to no good. I will give you a chance to explain. If I am not satisfied with the reason, well, sorry. Wang Tao swung the steel-spiked baseball bat in his hand, his tone indifferent. Cough cough. Seventh brother Yang felt a sense of urgency. Although Wang Tao hadn't specified what he meant by sorry, he didn't dare to gamble. Moreover, after a minute of interaction, he knew this person was definitely not someone to trifle with. But coming up with a reason was not so straightforward. He couldn't possibly say that his boss was purposely wary of the other party. The boss. That's right. Seventh brother Yang suddenly had an idea. Cough cough, it's like this. Our boss saw you coming and wanted me to invite you to come up. Yes, it's an invitation, I am here to invite you. Seventh brother Yang was quite satisfied with his own excuse. He wasn't here to sneak attack, but to extend an invitation. This big guy had misunderstood. Under these circumstances, he also didn't expect the other party to apologize, he just hoped he wouldn't be tormented. Oh? The boss? To invite? How many people do you have? Wang Tao asked directly. Our boss is Cao Xin. He used to run a clothing business here, I am his employee. There are 4 of us in total, on the top floor. Our boss would like to invite you upstairs for a chat. Seventh brother Yang dared not hide anything and quickly disclosed this information. The invitation was fake, though, and he felt that Wang Tao wouldn't dare go. Wang Tao knew this man wasn't telling the truth. But now, with over 1,000 health point, an ability, steel plate armor, a rush right arm, and a gun loaded with bullets at his waist. With his strength, if he couldn't beat certain zombie monsters, well, that's one thing, but he couldn't beat a few people. Wang Tao also wanted to know what was really going on at the first floor of the mall, whether any special zombies had been there. Of course, if it was all a misunderstanding and the survivors really were decent folks, then he could recruit them to the base. Getting a survivor would indeed increase a lot of contribution points. Lead the way. Wang Tao stated simply. Oh, okay. Seventh brother Yang felt somewhat miserable, as he hadn't expected the big man would actually want to go up. If he went back, he feared he might be skinned by his boss, but when it came to resisting Wang Tao, he lacked the courage, so he could only lead the way upstairs, feeling aggrieved. Wang Tao followed seventh brother Yang in a relaxed manner, yet his spirit was highly tensed. Although he felt he could handle these survivors, he wouldn't be careless. The stairs of the old mall were wide, with good visibility. It didn't take many steps before Wang Tao saw the people upstairs. There were 3 people in total, matching the number seventh brother Yang mentioned. They were all holding sticks, steel pipes, and such weapons. Seeing Wang Tao come up, these people appeared somewhat surprised. They all looked at the bald man in the middle. The bald man glared at seventh brother Yang sternly, and then an extremely polite smile spread across his meaty face. Hello. My name is Cao Xin. I used to do some clothing business here. It wasn't until Wang Tao got closer that he saw the tattoos on some of the exposed areas of Cao Xin's skin. Wang Tao didn't discriminate against tattoos, but for someone in business to have such flamboyant tattoos, it raised the question if he was really into legitimate business. Hello, my name is Chen Zhuang, Wang Tao bluffed. Welcome, welcome. The bald man extended his hands from a distance, and Wang Tao gave him the courtesy of shaking them. Once the bald man was close to Wang Tao, he immediately felt an oppressive aura come over him, especially from the blood-stained axe at his waist. He felt he might not withstand a single blow from it. The others felt it even more acutely. In their eyes, their boss was already a muscular, imposing man, who usually looked quite intimidating. But compared to Wang Tao, he was utterly outclassed. The boss's stature was at least 2 sizes smaller than Wang Tao's. Especially with Wang Tao's skull mask and the bloody axes at his waist. He looked just like a fearsome villain straight out of the TV. Come, right this way. The bald man led Wang Tao energetically to the open doors of a room in the hall. Wang Tao carefully surveyed his surroundings, especially the few men present. Not a single one was an ability user, nor did they have hidden attributes. However, they had all killed zombies to some extent, with their health point mostly just over 100. The boss had the most health point, boasting, 205 out of 205. He must have killed around 20 zombies or so. The layout of the third floor of the mall was similar to the first floor, divided into sections. However, other areas were blocked by debris. Only the areas to the left and right were passable. The right side was where the bald man and his group were in the hall. The left side had a small iron gate locked with rusty chains, which appeared to be a storage room. Wang Tao glanced at the iron gate and then followed the bald man towards the hall. Chapter 83 She is my fiancée 1 The hall had an unpleasant disinfectant smell that Wang Tao couldn't avoid even with a mask on. Mr. Chen, would you like a drink of water? Cao Xin held a chipped kettle and a cup that was hard to tell whether it was yellow or white, asking Wang Tao. No, thanks. Wang Tao looked around the hall. The hall's decor was very old-fashioned, resembling a style from 30 years ago, with clothes piled up everywhere, seeming to make beds that the four of them slept on. The hall was rectangular, with everyone situated at the end where the light was better, while the other end was dark and hard to see. You guys are pretty amazing, managing to live so comfortably in the post-apocalypse. Wang Tao said with a hint of indifference. These four, including seventh brother Yang who had been taught a lesson earlier, were all at full health point, which was rather good for the post-apocalyptic world. After all, even within Shuai's base, there were many who were not at full health point. Ahaha, just good luck, just good luck. But all our food is gone, and I have been worrying about where to find more food. Cao Xin rubbed his bald head, looking very troubled. Wang Tao gave Cao Xin a deep look. Was he afraid Wang Tao would take his food? That meant they probably still had plenty of food, right? Suddenly, Cao Xin stiffened. Even though Wang Tao's eyes behind the yellow-tinted glasses were a bit blurry and not very clear, Cao Xin felt as if he were being eyed by a predator, his blood almost freezing in his veins. That feeling. It was like the zombie he had encountered earlier. Cao Xin had survived this long in the post-apocalyptic world thanks largely to his sixth sense. He could feel that the person in front of him was very dangerous, perhaps even more so than any he had encountered before. Wang Tao withdrew his gaze. He walked over to the window and parted the blinds. From here, he could see part of the square where the zombies he killed earlier were still lying. Cough. I happened to see Mr. Chen in action earlier, and I must say, it was a sight to behold. At that moment, I thought it would be a great honor to have Mr. Chen visit us. And look at this coincidence. Cao Xin hastily started to flatter. Upon hearing this, seventh brother Yang nearly claimed it was he who had brought Mr. Chen up. But when he saw their leader suddenly turn and glare fiercely at him, a chill ran down his spine. Oh no, the boss was lying. Seventh brother Yang inwardly lamented, knowing he would have a rough time once Mr. Chen left. Wang Tao, fully aware that the man was buttering him up, couldn't deny that it felt good. He had never experienced this before. No wonder there were always one or two sycophants around those in high positions on television. Of course, no matter what he thought internally, Wang Tao's expression remained unchanged. After years of fighting his way through the world, he had mastered the art of composure. Then I will take a look around here, if you don't mind? Wang Tao suddenly said. Of course not. I will show you around. Cao Xin's face twisted into a smile more pain than crying, and then he personally led the way. Wang Tao followed behind Cao Xin at a leisurely pace, observing the surroundings while asking somewhat casually, what happened downstairs? Why is it so destroyed? Mentioning this, a flash of terror crossed Cao Xin's face. Mr. Chen, you don't know, but half a month ago, a super terrifying zombie appeared in the mall. That thing, it seemed about 3 or 4 meters tall, all muscle. It smashed whatever it saw, nearly bringing down the entire mall. If it hadn't been lured away by something it saw, we would have been done for. 3 or 4 meters tall. Wang Tao's expression suddenly became serious. A zombie of that size was frightening. The biggest he had encountered before was a terrorizer, also known as Big Hammer Zombie. They were just over 2 meters tall and already quite imposing to Wang Tao. A zombie 3 or 4 meters tall. Wang Tao couldn't even imagine how big that was. Wang Tao glanced at Cao Xin again. His terrified look didn't seem feigned, and there was no need to lie about such things, especially with the obvious destruction on the first floor. Well, you guys are pretty lucky then, Wang Tao remarked. That we are. Our luck has been pretty good to have survived until now, Cao Xin said with a hint of pride. But when he noticed where Wang Tao's gaze was focused, his expression became awkward once more. You four have quite the appetite, huh? Claiming your food is running out when you have so much left? Looking at the dirty piles of rice, snacks, and other food items, Wang Tao spoke with a hint of mockery. Cough cough, it's just being prepared, just being prepared. Cao Xin, seeing that Wang Tao kept eyeing his food, had a pained expression but tried to sound magnanimous. Mr. Chen, coming across each other is fate, and meeting in the post-apocalypse is a great kismet. I see you didn't bring much with you, So you must be out scavenging for supplies, right? Let's not talk about anything else, just pick a bag and take it. Consider it a token of my friendship, from Cao Xin to you. Wang Tao looked at him with some surprise. This man, he knew how to act appropriately. Since he was being so sensible, Wang Tao couldn't refuse his kindness. You, pick a bag. Wang Tao directed Seventh Brother Yang. Seventh Brother Yang immediately felt a murderous gaze turned towards him. Chapter 83. She is my fiancée too. He dared not meet the boss's eyes and could only stiffen his scalp and walk up to the food to make his selection. Wang Tao wasn't interested in the food, his eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, and he began to look around. Wang Tao could clearly feel that there were many signs of battle here. There was also some black blood, he wondered if it belonged to zombies. Moreover, there was a strange smell that even the scent of disinfectant couldn't completely suppress. At this end of the hall, there were several hollow display cabinets, which should have contained decorative items, but now were cluttered with various things like toilet paper, screwdrivers, and tattered clothes. The toilet paper was even stained with black blood, which Wang Tao found distasteful. Cao Xin, seeing that Wang Tao was somewhat interested in these small items, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Then, taking advantage of Wang Tao's distraction, he kicked Seventh Brother Yang hard in the butt and gave him a fierce glare, as if to say, just scrounge up anything, do you actually have to pick out the best bag for him? Seventh Brother Yang looked aggrieved, the one who got beaten just now wasn't you. Wang Tao was just looking around casually. He came up here for two reasons, one was to see what this person really wanted to do and whether he intended to harm him. The other was to see if any of these people were worth recruiting to the survivor base to earn contribution points. But after this brief interaction, Wang Tao had already ruled out both options. None of these people seemed to be truthful, and they didn't look like good folks. Wang Tao couldn't possibly take them back to the base. Suddenly, Wang Tao felt a small metal plate on the shelf, with a series of 6 digits on it, somewhat familiar to him. Mr. Chen. I have selected it for you. The trembling voice of Seventh Brother Yang came from the corner. Wang Tao turned his head, and Cao Xin, who had been glaring at Seventh Brother Yang, immediately put on a smiling face. Mr. Chen, this is a little something from me, please accept it. Wang Tao looked at the bag of neatly packaged 10 kilograms rice, didn't hesitate to accept it, and then headed straight for the exit. Alright, then I won't disturb you any further. Seeing that Wang Tao was about to leave, Cao Xin totally relaxed. We will meet again if fate allows it, Mr. Chen. Wang Tao glanced back at him, said nothing, and went straight downstairs. It wasn't until Wang Tao left them all and stepped into the rain that Cao Xin and the others seemed to relax completely, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, this guy puts too much pressure on me. I dare not even breathe when he's standing there. You are telling me, I didn't dare meet his gaze. The 3 underlings whispered to each other. What's there to be scared of just because he's a bit taller? A bunch of useless things. Cao Xin cursed angrily. The underlings immediately stopped talking, but Seventh Brother Yang really wanted to say, your attitude wasn't like this just now, boss. Forget it, since the guy's been sent away, let's not bother with him anymore. Damn it, go get one of our merchandise up here. I need to let off some steam, I was almost scared to death. Hurry up. The 3 underlings quickly went towards the door next to the staircase secured with rusted iron chains and unlocked the door with a key. Clang-clatter, the iron door made a grating noise, with darkness lurking within. One of the underlings entered with a flashlight, followed by the other 2. From inside the warehouse, a humming noise suddenly emerged, followed by the sight of a naked woman with numerous wounds all over her body, bound with iron chains, her mouth sealed with tape, and her face numb as she was dragged out. Boss, another one's dead. One of the underlings said, somewhat frantically. Damn, really useless. Cao Xin uttered darkly, then scolded the underlings, hurry up. The underlings quickly took the 2 women to where they stored the food. Seeing the food, a flicker of emotion appeared in the women's eyes. One of the underlings secured the iron chains on the woman's limbs to the ground, then placed a small bowl of white flour in front of her. Immediately seeing the food, the woman got down on the floor like a dog and began to lick it with her tongue. Cao Xin unbuckled his belt, walked behind the woman with a cruel look on his face, and then instructed the underlings, bring me a few wooden sticks with barbs. In the heavy rain, Wang Tao turned to take a long, hard look at the 3rd floor of the mall. Then he returned to his car. There's something wrong with these people. Wang Tao pondered over everything that had happened upstairs. Clearly, these people were hiding something from him. Initially, Wang Tao thought it was the food, but then he realized it might not be the case. Wang Tao took out a metal plate from his pocket with 6 digits on it. He had found it in Cao Xin's place and taken it without much thought. It wasn't that Wang Tao liked taking others' belongings, but he had seen this object before. Apart from the different numbers, it was identical to Hanru's badge in terms of color and size. It was a badge. Wang Tao didn't know if Cao Xin had found it or. Regardless of the possibility, Cao Xin might have a gun. Even though Wang Tao was powerful, he never thought he was bulletproof. Bullets were still a significant threat to him. Of course, if he could take them by surprise, Wang Tao felt that he could subdue them instantly with a shockwave. But there was another important reason. Cao Xin had mentioned a zombie that had been here before, 3 to 4 meters tall. Seeing the destruction caused by this zombie, Wang Tao believed he was no match for it. If the gunfire attracted that zombie, he would be in trouble. Chapter 83 She is my fiancée 3 So upon discovering the alarm, for safety's sake, Wang Tao decisively retreated. Even Wang Tao felt that his recent action of following 7th brother Yang upstairs was perhaps a little rash. Still not cautious enough. Got a bit arrogant with a little power. I will have to be more careful next time. Humming, the car circled around the shopping mall, heading for Borui Clinic. Considering there might be a terrifying zombie here, Wang Tao didn't dare to go too fast. He even took a long detour. By dusk, he finally caught sight of Borui Clinic. The location of Borui Clinic was pretty good, next to a small intersection. And this area didn't have many cars, so the road was relatively open. The clinic's roller shutter door was closed, and it was unknown what the situation was like inside, but there were about a dozen zombies blocking the street outside. Wang Tao had intended to dispatch them to the afterlife right away, but after a moment of hesitation, he took several Molotov cocktails out from the storage box inside the car. He had always been perplexed as to why zombies burned to death didn't count as his kill, but those shot to death did, so Wang Tao prepared to experiment now. At a crossroads, with convenient traffic, if some irresistible danger arose he could always drive away at any moment, and since he had temporarily looted all he could use these zombies for his experiment. Half an hour later, Wang Tao killed the last zombie with his axe, then collected the spoils of war. It should be like this. After the experiment, Wang Tao had some revelations. Put simply, only the zombies that were instantly killed by him counted as his kills. The Molotov cocktails took too long to kill the zombies, so they didn't count as his kills. As for how long this instant was, Wang Tao hadn't tested it yet, but it was definitely a very short period of time. In the future, when using Molotov cocktails, he would try his best to kill the zombies before they were burned to death. Of course, if there really was no chance, then it was fine. After all, fire does not differentiate between friend and foe. After dealing with the zombies on the street, Wang Tao took his weapons and came to Borui Clinic. The roller shutter door of the clinic was halfway open, which saved Wang Tao some effort. After all, the sound of opening the roller shutter door was loud. He shone his flashlight inside to make sure there were no zombies, and then he slipped in. The situation inside the clinic was worse than Wang Tao had expected. Some shelves and empty boxes were scattered around, and there weren't many medicines. Obviously, this place had already been looted. Wang Tao wasn't surprised. The clinic's location was so obvious, and now that more than a month had passed since the apocalypse began, it was normal for survivors to have scavenged it. Wang Tao picked up all the medicines on the floor. Now any medicine was precious, and couldn't be wasted. The clinic wasn't large, with a lobby, a bathroom, and a small room with a few sick beds on the first floor. The second floor seemed to be for storage and resting. After Wang Tao looted the first floor and made sure there was nothing overlooked, he then went up to the second floor. The door is locked. He pushed the door without being able to open it. Wang Tao took out the lock-picking tools he carried with him, and after fiddling with a lock, there was a click, and the lock opened. The room upstairs was much brighter than the corridor. Wang Tao immediately saw on an office chair not far away, sitting a zombie wearing a white lab coat, a surgical mask, and with a voluptuous figure. A female zombie. 500 out of 500, hee hee. Upon seeing Wang Tao, the female zombie immediately rose, twisting her body to stand up. Just an ordinary zombie, Wang Tao quickly approached, raised his axe, and chopped down. Thwack. -500, 0 out of 500, he swiftly killed her and casually gathered the loot. Received, medical pack C, medical pack, can restore 2 health point within 2 seconds, cannot regenerate lost limbs, huh? Wang Tao didn't expect that killing this female doctor zombie would actually yield a medical pack. What he found even more unexpected was that this medical pack was different from the ones he picked up from airdrops. This one could actually restore 2 health point in 10 seconds. Health point represented health, so restoring 100 health point meant recovering one's own health. Although it was stated that lost limbs can't regenerate, this is already quite amazing. Normally, to recover health point, one could only rely on treatment, eating, resting, and sleeping with Ding Yukin, the blood replenishing pack. These methods are very slow and inconvenient. But this medical kit not only takes 10 seconds, it can also be placed in the space backpack. This thing is too convenient. In some ways, it's like the inhibitor, it's like having half a life. So, killing Dr. Zombies might drop medical kits? I don't know if it's a guaranteed drop, but even if there's a chance, it's worth the risk. Chen Zhuang once told Wang Tao that Shuai's County First Hospital had many zombies. Although it was very dangerous with many special zombies, there surely were a lot of Dr. Zombies. These are all medical kits. Till have to make a trip to the first hospital later, to see if there's a chance. There was a small office on the second floor of the clinic, a bedroom, and a storeroom. Apart from a laptop and a mobile phone in the office, there wasn't anything of value. The bedroom only had some clothes and nothing else. The small warehouse was locked, but after easily unlocking the door, seeing the medicine boxes and some medical tools inside, Wang Tao chuckled and took everything. It took Wang Tao more than 20 minutes to load everything into the car. However, by then the sun had already set, and for safety's sake, Wang Tao decided to rest there for the night and leave the next morning. The night passed without incident. Upon waking up, after simply consuming a few bottles of nutrient solution, Wang Tao left the clinic. The rain outside had not stopped, though it was light, it was still suitable for travel. It was already 10 o'clock when he saw Shuai's university. Before entering the base, Wang Tao specifically checked the location of the suicide bombing zombie from yesterday, to see if it was still there. Huh? Gone? Only some scattered zombies remained on the street, the suicide bombing zombie was no longer there. Forget it, if it's gone then it's gone. After all, he found killing that suicide bombing zombie to be quite troublesome. After returning to the base, Wang Tao didn't hurry to hand over supplies but went to see Chen Zhuang first. He wanted to see what medicine Chen Zhuang needed, then hand over some, and plan to keep the rest for himself. Seeing you return safely puts my mind at ease. Chen Zhuang greeted Wang Tao with a thump on his chest the moment he saw him. You check what medicine you need, and I will give you a list. Wang Tao handed the pre-prepared list to Chen Zhuang. Wow, you actually went to Borui Clinic? Impressive. I have mentioned it to other hunters before, but they were too scared to go. Chen Zhuang's face showed surprise. It was on the way and I got lucky. There weren't many zombies there. Wang Tao didn't explain much. I need these, this medicine is. Chen Zhuang began explaining the uses of some medicines to Wang Tao while asking, by the way, how was it inside Borui Clinic? It was a mess, all pillaged. But upstairs there was a female doctor with a hot figure. Wang Tao raised an eyebrow, ready to tease him. A female doctor? Where is she? Chen Zhuang quickly asked. I shot her in the head. Wang Tao deliberately paused, then continued, she was a zombie. Chen Zhuang opened his mouth and then fell silent. He looked at Wang Tao and said in a low voice, she was my fiancée, we got engaged a week before the apocalypse. Chapter 84 Xiang Hongbin 1 Sorry. Wang Tao felt somewhat embarrassed. He had just intended to tease Chen Zhuang, but who knew the female zombie he had killed would turn out to be Chen Zhuang's fiancée. Wang Tao took out a cigarette, offered one to Chen Zhuang, and lit it for him. It's okay. Ever since I lost contact with her, I had been preparing myself. Haha, actually, we didn't have much feeling for each other, we met through a blind date before the new year. Chen Zhuang took the cigarette, and drew a deep breath from it. We really didn't have much feeling, really. It was just that I was 33, she was 30, both of us were single, and neither of us disliked the other, so we just went ahead with it, that's all. We had planned to get married next month, in June. She said she wanted a daughter since it gets harder to have children as you get older, and I like the idea of a daughter, but I preferred to have 2 children, ideally a boy and a girl. Of course, I would have respected her wish if she didn't want to. Before the apocalypse struck, I was at the hospital and she was at the clinic. After a morning call, the zombie virus broke out, and I couldn't contact her again. At this point, Chen Zhuang suddenly turned and said to Wang Tao with his back facing him, I just remembered I have something to do, go ahead and exchange for contribution points. Okay. Wang Tao stood up, patted Chen Zhuang on the shoulder from behind, and then left directly. Once Wang Tao had left, Chen Zhuang slowly sat down on the ground, his eyes red. Little wrong, it's my fault. Wang Tao looked at the list of medicines, recalled what Chen Zhuang had explained about their uses, and then decided to keep the ones he thought useful for himself and opted to exchange the rest for contribution points. Mr. Wang, you are back. The resources department's Gojal saw Wang Tao carrying a snakeskin bag and immediately rushed over with respectful eagerness. Apart from Wang Tao, there were a few other people there, dressed in a way that suggested they were also hunters. They were somewhat surprised to see Wang Tao. After all, Wang Tao's stature was visually striking. He stood at the entrance, blocking the indoor light completely. Wang Tao placed the sack on the ground and said with a smile, Let's see how many contribution points it's worth. Right away. Go Zhao hurriedly opened the bag, expecting it to be a bag full of food. But when he saw what was inside, he exclaimed in surprise. Wow! So much medicine! The others, hearing his voice, also turned to look and were incredulous at the sight of the sack full of medicine. Damn, bro, you are awesome. Getting your hands on so much medicine. One of them blurted out involuntarily. Is this a lot? Wang Tao was genuinely puzzled. A clinic was supposed to have a lot of medicine, and he had just picked up what was left over, which wasn't much. Not to mention, he had kept some for himself. The others were silenced by Wang Tao, uncertain if he was just showing off. Go Zhao, who was still counting the medicine, hurriedly said, Mr. Wang Tao is new to our base, having just arrived 3 days ago. He's not very familiar with many things yet. No wonder, I thought I hadn't seen you around the base. The few people then realized the situation, and one of them explained, that's a lot of medicine. When we go out scavenging for supplies, we do so in circles expanding outwards from the base. The closest clinics and pharmacies were scavenged long ago. It's impossible to still find so much medicine. You must have gone to stores and clinics farther away, right? Only then did Wang Tao understand that other people scavenged in expanding circles. He had approached it differently, he had simply chosen a place and driven straight to it. Right, I got these from the Borui clinic. Wang Tao didn't hide it. Man, you went that far. The Borui clinic is like 2 or 3 kilometers away from our base, right? Impressive. The group was thoroughly astonished. They wouldn't dare venture so far out. The men quickly introduced themselves. Hey mate. Let's get acquainted, my name is Fan Yuangang. People would always pursue those with capability, no matter the time. Hello, I am Wang Tao. After brief introductions, the group left. They had just spent a day outside and needed to rest up. Wang Tao waited a bit more, and Go Zhao finally gestured to him with a calculator. Mr. Wang, the medicine you have handed in can be exchanged for a total of 31,230 contribution points. Huh? Over 30,000? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. The number was more than he expected. The value of items in exchange for contribution points at our base changes all the time. The contribution points required are higher for items in demand. Some of the medicine you brought in is currently what we need the most. Would you like to exchange all these supplies for contribution points? Go Zhao hurriedly elaborated. Sure, go ahead and exchange them. Wang Tao nodded. Go Zhao immediately leaped into action and started the operation. Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. Once the system confirms, the contribution points will be credited to your account. About 10 minutes later, Wang Tao's phone vibrated. He opened the app called Shuai's Base, which displayed the credit of points. His total was now 31,240 out of 31,370 inches contribution points. With contribution points in hand, Wang Tao naturally began to use them. Keeping them had no purpose. Other than guns and inhibitors, which couldn't be exchanged, everything else could be. However, the exchangeable items listed weren't many, and Go Zhao told him that was all they had for now, though there might be more to come in the future. Chapter 84 Xiang Hongdan thus, Wang Tao exchanged for 3 sets of bulletproof vests with ceramic plates, high-powered walkie-talkies, and several firefighter axes. The bulletproof vests were able to withstand some attacks, let alone sniper fire. Although no one was hostile towards Wang Tao at the moment, he could not guarantee that this would never happen, so it was always better to be safe. The high-powered walkie-talkies were naturally for his own use, as the ones he currently had were all low-powered. As for the firefighter axes, there was no need to mention how important they were. Wang Tao had not been able to scavenge any previously, and the ones he was using now had been exchanged for at the base. Seeing that there were so many axes available, he decided to swap for all of them. To Wang Tao, these were consumables, and it was good to have backups in case one broke. Moreover, Wang Tao wanted to practice the flying axe. With his current strength, it would be a waste not to learn some throwing techniques. Actually, if there were ranged weapons like crossbows or bows available, that would have been even better. Even if Wang Tao wasn't familiar with them, he could learn. After all, these weapons were quieter, making them more suitable for small-scale battles than guns. Unfortunately, there was nothing like that on the exchange list. It made sense, though. If hunters scavenged such items, they would surely use them themselves rather than turning them in. I will keep an eye out. This large Shuai's county should have these items. As Wang Tao was preparing to leave with the items, suddenly boom. Boom. Sounds vaguely reached them from outside the base. Wang Tao turned to Go Zhao and asked, "Did you hear that noise outside?" Huh? Go Zhao paused. I didn't hear anything. I only heard the rain. Wang Tao didn't say anything more but took the items and ran out. The comprehensive building was some distance from the main gate, so Wang Tao drove there directly. When he arrived at the gate, he saw a group of soldiers with serious expressions lying prone at their shooting positions, guns at the ready. Braving the rain, Wang Tao got out of his car and hurriedly asked, "What's happening outside?" Seeing that it was Wang Tao, one of the soldiers replied loudly, "There was an explosion outside the base. We are not yet clear about the situation." Upon hearing this, Wang Tao knew he hadn't misheard. There indeed had been a sound. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da boom. At that moment, a burst of gunshots and another explosion sounded from outside. One of the soldiers quickly said, "It might be our own people." Currently, among those here who had guns, only the soldiers of the Shuai's base had rifles and submachine guns. Wang Tao reached the wall of the courtyard and looked through the shooting port. Outside, there were no zombies, only the pitter-patter of heavy rain. Soon, others rushed over as well, mostly hunters and soldiers. Han Rui was there, too. She arrived next to Wang Tao under an umbrella. "Do you know what's going on? There was an explosion outside just now, followed by gunshots." Wang Tao briefly explained. "It couldn't be them, could it?" Anxiety crossed Han Rui's face. "Who?" "Xiang Hongbin and the squad he's leading." "It's him." Xiang Hongbin was one of the 7 committee members of the base, and Wang Tao naturally knew the name. The last time at the commercial street when he used his gun to mow down zombies and save Han Rui's husband, it was Xiang Hongbin's squad. Wang Tao had learned of this recently. "My husband might be with them." Han Rui's fists were clenched tight. Suddenly, Wang Tao asked softly, "Can you sense what's happening over there?" He was naturally referring to Han Rui's ability. "No, it's too far." Han Rui shook her head. She had already tried. She hesitated, wondering whether she should go out to see for herself. Although it was definitely dangerous outside now, after all, her husband could very well be there. At that moment, a soldier ran over and said to everyone, "We just made contact. It's Captain Xiang's squad outside. He told us not to go out there as it's too dangerous. They can break through the encirclement on their own." Hearing this, Han Rui slightly relaxed. The other hunters also appeared slightly relieved. Normally, if someone was trapped, they would call for help. Since Captain Xiang was advising against coming to their aid, it meant the situation probably wasn't too serious. Perhaps they were already preparing to escape, and anyone going out now might end up causing more harm than good. Wang Tao and the other hunters did not leave but continued to wait at the main gate. Before long, the soldiers in the watchtower were the first to spot movement. "Captain Xiang is coming back." After a short wait, they saw 3 military vehicles speeding towards the base, with a dozen mad demon zombies hot on their heels. There was an unwritten rule within Survivor Base: if you had a large number of zombies chasing you, don't lead them to the base. Instead, try to throw them off your trail first. Of course, if the number of zombies wasn't large, it didn't matter as much, given that the base's firepower was not to be underestimated. With only about a dozen mad demon zombies behind the 3 vehicles, returning directly to the base posed no issue. Those dozen mad demon zombies, even Wang Tao wasn't confident he could defeat them all. However, under the hail of bullets, these zombies simply couldn't withstand the onslaught. With a combined attack from Xiang Hongbin's squad and the soldiers inside the base, nearly all of the mad demon zombies were wiped out, with only 3 managing to escape. While the others were vigorously pumping their fists, Wang Tao frowned. Previously, when Han Rui encountered the charger zombies, they deliberately hid, and now these 3 mad demon zombies were even fleeing. Zombies were frightening, but thinking zombies were even more terrifying. Whoosh! The main gate swiftly opened, and the 3 vehicles charged into the base without slowing down much, then executed a sharp brake, coming to a steady halt under the rain shed. Chapter 84 Xiang Hongbin 3 The gates closed again, and soldiers and staff inside the base rushed to inspect the vehicles and personnel. Even if it was a committee member returning, the vehicles had to be checked for hidden zombies. It wasn't a matter of distrust, but a single unnoticed zombie hidden in a vehicle would be an absolute disaster for the base. Therefore, on this matter, everyone had to undergo inspection. The only difference was that ordinary people had to be checked outside the gate, while those with status could be inspected inside. At this moment, the door of the leading vehicle opened, and a man about 30 or 40 years old, 1.70 meters tall but with a burly figure fully armed got out. Damn! He frantically scratched his buzz cut and then fiercely kicked a piece of gravel on the ground. That's Xiang Hongbin. Han Rui introduced from the side. Wang Tao nodded, somewhat surprised by Xiang Hongbin's attributes. Health point 721 out of 815, hidden attributes, valiant, fearless of danger, the more you fight, the stronger you become, internal impurity, 0%. Wang Tao felt that Xiang Hongbin might be the strongest person he had seen so far. With over 800 health point, he must have killed at least 100 zombies, not too far from Wang Tao's 104. Although Wang Tao had more health point, He purposely sought out zombies to kill. He would look for zombies to kill even when there were none left. That was because Wang Tao knew that killing zombies could increase his health point limit, and he could also scavenge materials from their bodies. Xiang Hongbin, or other people in the base, although they also felt stronger after killing zombies, they probably wouldn't deliberately seek out zombies to kill. After all, they couldn't scavenge materials. Their main purpose for going out was to scavenge supplies and rescue survivors. So Wang Tao was very surprised to see this health point. Of course, he was not only surprised by the health point but also by his hidden attributes and internal impurity. Wang Tao felt that his valiant hidden attribute was quite good. It must directly increase combat power, which might explain why he had over 800 health point. As for the last point about internal impurity, it showed that he had fused with a zombie core but had failed as he didn't have a blue bar. He is quite a formidable character, indeed. Wang Tao couldn't help but sigh. People in white protective suits quickly went over with umbrellas to inspect Xiang Hongbin's eyes, but he didn't take his frustration out on the staff. The others also got out of the vehicles one after another, ignoring the heavy rain outside, bowing their heads slightly and silent. Wang Tao felt their morale was very low. My husband. Han Rue, upon seeing a figure get out of the vehicle, immediately ran over excitedly. Wang Tao glanced over and saw that it was indeed Han Rue's husband, Sun Weigang, accompanied by Yu Yinying. Sun Weigang and Yu Yinying helped each other out of the vehicle, both looking somewhat trepidatious as if they had been quite frightened. Wei Guang! Han Rue suddenly shouted at that moment. Startled by the shout, Sun Weigang quickly followed the sound and saw Han Rue in her police uniform. Sun Weigang and Yu Yinying were stunned. They rubbed their eyes, somewhat in disbelief. They had never expected to see Han Rue at Shuai's base. Han Rue. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Subconsciously, Sun Weigang let go of Yu Yinying, nearly causing her to stumble. Yu Yinying didn't dare get angry. After all, she still vividly remembered how Han Rue had led them through all kinds of difficulties, and she was somewhat afraid of Han Rue. You are actually not dead. Sun Weigang blurted out instinctively. However, feeling that his words were inappropriate, he quickly corrected himself. I mean, it's great to see you are alive. Han Rue didn't care about these details. In fact, she even felt a bit reproachful when she saw Sun Weigang let go of Yu Yinying. Wei Guang, could you please be more careful? You almost knocked Yu Yinying over. Sun Weigang stretched out his hand, momentarily uncertain whether he should help Yu Yinying, and she didn't know if she should accept his support either. Wang Tao, watching their awkward expressions from the side, found the scene rather amusing. Both Sun Weigang and Yu Yinying seemed to have something to hide, and the sudden appearance of Han Rue left them somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, after seeing Sun Weigang wasn't badly hurt, Han Rue steadied Yu Yinying. We set out with 6 people, and now that we have arrived at Shuai's base, only the 3 of us are left. It's good that both of you are alive, or I would have been left all alone. Han Rue's tone was filled with lament. Both Sun Weigang and Yu Yinying lowered their heads, lapsing into silence. Han Rue thought they were just scared and didn't think too much of it. A staff member came over and checked Sun Weigang and Yu Yinying's eyes. Both of you are fine. Upon hearing this, Han Rue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she led the 2 to Wang Tao and introduced them to each other. Wang Tao, this is my husband Sun Weigang, and this is my friend Yu Yinying. Wei Guang, Yinying, this is Wang Tao. She's the one who saved me and brought me to Shuai's base. Upon seeing Wang Tao's physique, which was so strong it seemed inhuman, Sun Weigang instinctively wanted to stand behind Han Rue. Ying, on the other hand, stared at the bulging muscles on Wang Tao's body with widened eyes. Could someone be as muscular as they were in the movies? Hello. Wang Tao spoke indifferently. The health point of these 2 was 50 out of 100, and 47 out of 100, respectively. It looked like they had managed quite well, without serious injuries. Hello, hello. Sun Weigang and Yu Yinying quickly responded. At that moment, Xiang Hongbin and the others had also finished their checkups, when a staff member asked subconsciously, where's little Wu? The soldiers remained silent. Xiang Hongbin looked up at the sky, his tone harsh, dead. It was then that Wang Tao understood why their morale seemed so low. Han Rue tugged at Sun Weigang's clothes and quietly asked, what exactly happened? Sun Weigang moved his lips but then glanced at Xiang Hongbin, whose mood was clearly not good, and dared not speak. It was Yu Yinying who leaned in and whispered in Han Rue's ear, on our way back, we encountered a special zombie and then Captain Xiang tried to hunt it down, but the zombie self-detonated. The soldier named Little Wu was killed in the explosion. Wang Tao raised his eyebrow. Suicide bombing zombies. Could it be the one he saw yesterday? But he had seen suicide bombing zombies before, and their explosive power wasn't that strong. He even faintly heard the explosion back at the base. At this time, Sun Weigang complained quietly, Captain Xiang used a homemade bomb to avenge that soldier, almost getting us killed as well. Wang Tao, Chapter 85. Commissioner Wang Tao, asking for monthly tickets at the end of the month. Although there were more than 500 survivors in Shuai's base, not many of them were combatants, barely 100 at best. Among these 100, including 3 commissioners, the security army only numbered 18 people, who were also the 18 strongest in the base. The soldier who sacrificed his life today was a member of the security army. Whether on a personal level or in terms of the overall strength of the base, the loss of a member of the security army was intolerable, especially since this sacrifice could have been completely avoided. Main building lobby. Xiang Hongbin, Wang Tao, and others were all present, and several commissioners, including Wei Zhengou, were also there. Go Zhao and the other staff members were silently cleaning up the spoils of war, while Xiang Hongbin stood by the window, fiercely smoking a blood-stained cigarette. Not talking won't solve the problem, will it? Wei Zhengou sat in a makeshift wheelchair, his face looking very grim. The soldiers hung their heads in silence. Wei Zhengou looked up at Xiang Hongbin and said sternly, "Xiang Hongbin, what exactly happened? Why is little Wu gone?" Xiang Hongbin punched the wall furiously, then turned around and glared at Wei Zhengou. Gone means gone, what's with all the whys? Wei Zhengou's chest heaved violently with anger. Xiang Hongbin. What kind of attitude is that? As a commissioner of the base, and a leader of your squad, it's your responsibility when your team member is gone. You owe it to your team members, and you owe it to the base. Undaunted by Wei Zhengou's outburst, Xiang Hongbin met his gaze without flinching. It's me, I killed him, are you satisfied with that answer? Huh? Bang. Xiang Hongbin kicked the wall fiercely. Wei Zhengou took a deep breath, trying to control his anger. I need to know the specifics. Xiang Hongbin glared at Wei Zhengou again and then pointed to one of his team members, saying, You, tell him. The soldier hesitated for a moment but still reported the specific situation loudly. This morning, Xiang Hongbin and his team finally found an opportunity to return. They had been trapped before. The way back was relatively safe, with no incidents. But as they neared Shuai's base, they suddenly spotted a special zombie with its internal organs exposed. This was the first time they would seen such a zombie. They didn't know its ability. But at first glance, it was clear that it was a special zombie, and special zombies drop zombie cores. Xiang Hongbin had merged with several zombie cores before, and he had also seen the ability user that Wei Zhengou had mentioned. Although there was no concrete evidence, Xiang Hongbin knew that merging zombie cores must be key to obtaining abilities. So, encountering a special zombie on the way, he saw no reason to let it go. Especially since some of them were armed, and they were not lacking in strength. However, this special zombie was in the middle of a large group, and after being out for so long, their ammunition was almost used up. A frontal assault was unlikely. Besides, the gunfire would attract more zombies, and their remaining bullets surely wouldn't suffice. So Xiang Hongbin decided to wait. The zombies were constantly moving, and he wanted to wait for an opportunity when the special zombie was isolated. If the special zombie were alone, they could swarm it, resolve the situation quickly, and then retreat. They might not even need to use guns. With 6 of them together, taking advantage of the heavy rain and the reduced sensory abilities of the zombies, a surprise attack would be possible. A few slashes each, would that not kill the zombie? After waiting for a while, Xiang Hongbin was thrilled to see that the special zombie did indeed leave the group, slowly moving into an alley. Xiang Hongbin knew his chance had come. He prepared his people and waited for the command to strike. Little Wu, the soldier, was closest to the zombie. Upon Xiang Hongbin's order, Little Wu, with his bayonet-ready rifle, charged first. He stabbed viciously from behind the zombie, but the strike did not go deep, only halfway through. The bayonet nearly got stuck. Little Wu was astounded by the zombie's defensive power, but he didn't panic since they had encountered special zombies with strong defense before. Despite their observation, those special zombies still ended up dead. What he needed to do now was wait for his teammates to join in. Unexpectedly for him and the other teammates, after this special zombie was stabbed, it did not show any intention to attack. Instead, the exposed organs on its chest pulsated violently, as if enraged, and its chest swelled increasingly bigger. Then, boom. The zombie exploded. Everyone was shocked, not to mention the loudness of the explosion. Little Wu was right beside the zombie. Looking again, both the special zombie and Little Wu were gone, leaving nothing but a mess of flesh and a rifle with its bayonet stuck in the ground. There was no time for mourning as the explosion instantly attracted the nearby zombies, and the fast-moving mad demon zombies appeared upon hearing it. Xiang Hongbin had people collect Little Wu's weapons and equipment and a shining zombie core amid a pile of decaying flesh. They could have run then, as they still had a good chance because they had cars. But looking at the zombies, Xiang Hongbin didn't run away. Instead, He pulled out 3 homemade bombs. He wanted to kill all these zombies to give Little Wu a proper send-off. The homemade bombs were much more powerful than hand grenades. After setting a countdown of a dozen seconds, the soldiers hurled them into the zombie crowd. Chapter 85 Commissioner Wang Tao, asking for monthly tickets at the end of the month, the result was that only 2 of the 3 bombs detonated, leaving 1 undetonated. This significantly reduced the intended lethality. There was no choice, everyone had to resort to firearms to deal with the remaining zombies. Fortunately, they still had some bullets left, and they quickly cleared all the zombies on the road. Xiang Hongbin urged the driver to rush through immediately. At that moment, the previously undetonated bomb exploded. Coincidentally, the bomb was right beside their vehicles. The 3 vehicles were almost flipped over. If it weren't for the fact that these were explosion-proof military vehicles and they were some distance away from the bomb, the squad might have been completely wiped out there. The sound of the bomb naturally attracted more zombies, but they had already cleared out the surrounding ones, and those from farther away would take some time to arrive. Xiang Hongbin and the others, enduring their dizziness, quickly retreated. Ultimately, they made it back near the base before more zombies could swarm in. Only a dozen or so faster mad demon zombies were following them, but the soldiers inside the base provided fire support and quickly dispatched them. That's the situation in detail. The soldier spoke with a hint of sadness in his voice. After hearing the report, Wei Zhengou pointed at Xiang Hongbin, his body trembling with anger. This was a tragedy that could have been avoided. They were already at their doorstep, why couldn't they just hold out a bit longer instead of courting trouble? Not only did they get Little Wu killed, but they nearly caused the death of the entire squad. If it hadn't been for the public setting, he would have already started scolding vociferously. Commissioner Liu He, standing next to Wei Zhengou, felt a mix of sadness and embarrassment. He had manufactured the custom bombs, and although he had mentioned they weren't 100% reliable, 1 of the 3 had failed, and this probability was somewhat unacceptable. Ren Lai and Feng Ming'an, the 2 commissioners, didn't say much. Although this was a base matter, it was also an internal issue of the security army, and they felt it was inappropriate to intervene. But both looked deeply saddened, acknowledging each warrior who survived from the beginning of the apocalypse as a precious asset. Captain Xiang, everything has been accounted for. Go Zhao cautiously handed a list to Xiang Hongbin for him to see. Xiang Hongbin gave it a quick glance, swiftly signed his name, and then walked away into the rain without looking back. You all, go and get some rest. Wei Zhengou looked at the other 4 soldiers and sighed. Yes, sir. The soldiers promptly saluted Wei Zhengou, with one of them taking out a zombie core wrapped in a cloth from his backpack and handing it to Wei Zhengou. Squad leader Wei, this is the zombie core. Wei Zhengou took it, feeling its heavy weight, heavier than any zombie core he had seen before. Disperse. Wei Zhengou waved his hand, and the onlookers hurriedly left. Wang Tao was also preparing to leave, but Wei Zhengou stopped him. Wang Tao, wait a moment. Wei Zhengou gave him a look. Wang Tao paused. Han Ruan nodded to Wang Tao and then left with Sun Weigang and Du Yining. As they left, Wang Tao faintly heard Sun Weigang complaining, Darling, did you come out looking for me? No. You don't care about me. And here I was so worried about you. Wang Tao shook his head, then turned to Wei Zhengou. Let's go find Xiang Hongbin. We can't forget about the serious business. The serious business he was referring to was naturally the matter of Wang Tao becoming a commissioner. Commissioners Liu He, Ren Ji, and Feng Ming'an all looked curiously at Wang Tao. They had heard from Wei Zhengou that Wang Tao was an ability user. They had never seen an ability user before. Would now be a good time to approach him? Wang Tao frowned slightly. Just moments ago, the tension between Xiang Hongbin and Wei Zhengou had been palpable. Xiang Hongbin was likely still angry or grieving, and it didn't seem like the right time to approach. Don't worry, he's even more keen to see an ability user than I am. Since Wei Zhengou assured it was fine, Wang Tao didn't object, but he still expressed concern. Are you sure your injuries are okay? Just scratches. Let's go. Liu He pushed Wei Zhengou's wheelchair as they, along with Wang Tao, entered another building. Upon entering, they saw Xiang Hongbin smoking in a corner. What are you doing here? Do you want to continue to criticize me, or are you just here to laugh at my misery? Xiang Hongbin looked irritated. Wei Zhengou did not directly answer his question but instead pointed at Wang Tao and said, An ability user, to become our base's 8th commissioner. Do you have any objections? An ability user? Xiang Hongbin was initially startled, then immediately ran over with excitement, staring intently at Wang Tao. Are you really an ability user? Without any fuss, Wang Tao demonstrated his ability. Just like before, with a snap of his fingers, a visible shockwave expanded from his fingertips. The range was not large, and it didn't seem very powerful, but it was indeed a genuine ability. Wang Tao had many ways to invoke his ability, but he thought this looked the coolest. However, to his and everyone else's surprise, Xiang Hongbin suddenly reached out, attempting to grab the shockwave that Wang Tao had generated. Stop! Before Wang Tao's shout could be fully voiced, Xiang Hongbin seemed to have caught some explosive material, as he was suddenly blown backwards. Bang! He sat on the ground with a thud, his face a picture of shock, and a trickle of blood escaped from his mouth. Chapter 85 Commissioner Wang Tao, asking for monthly tickets at the end of the month, 3-115, 606 out of 815, Wang Tao was somewhat speechless. This guy was really reckless. Not even asking, he just caught the ability with his hand? The shockwave might look little, yet the power was genuine. After all, he wasn't too adept yet. This was the weakest state he could control. Even so, Xiang Hongbin still lost over 100 health point, resulting in internal injuries. Fortunately, it was a shockwave. If it had been a cutting type of ability, Xiang Hongbin's hand might have been gone. Are you okay? Renji hurriedly helped Xiang Hongbin up. I am fine. Cough cough. Xiang Hongbin spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, then looked at Wang Tao with fiery eyes. Degrees a real ability user. Did you eat a zombie core? What does it feel like to become an ability user? How do you know if you have an ability? Xiang Hongbin fired off questions like a machine gun. Wang Tao was somewhat speechless, but Wei Zhang intervened on his behalf. You can ask him any questions later. Now, we have a common issue for Comrade Wang Tao becoming the 8th member of the base. Do you have any objections? No objections, of course, no objections. We had agreed from the beginning, ability users within the base can directly be promoted to committee members. Xiang Hongbin nodded hurriedly. Good. Wei Zhang nodded and then looked towards Liu He, Renji, and Feng Mingyan at his side. We have no objections either! 11 The three of them spoke in succession. Excellent. Wei Zhang said to Wang Tao, according to our base committee's rules, for major decisions, if over 2/3 agree, that's enough. There are 7 of us committee members now, and the agreement of 5 is sufficient. The other 2 members are outside, and there are only 5 of us here, but that's enough. Now, all 5 of us here agree with you becoming a member of the base committee. Do you agree? Of course, don't hurry to respond. I need to explain the responsibilities of a committee member first. After Wei Zhang spoke about some rights and obligations, everyone looked toward Wang Tao. I agree. Clap clap clap. Several people clapped eagerly. Congratulations, Comrade Wang Tao. Oh no, from now on, we will call you Commissioner Wang Tao. Renji warmly shook hands with Wang Tao. He used to be the deputy county head of Shuai's county, but he was not quite used to the word deputy. He preferred the title of commissioner. He believed Wang Tao would like it too. Sure enough, Wang Tao immediately responded with a smile. I will have to trouble Commissioner Ren for more guidance in the future. After exchanging polite words, they took Wang Tao to the top floor of the comprehensive building. This was the exclusive office area for the committee members, where they could overlook the entire Shuai's base. However, it was rare for everyone to be present under normal circumstances because they were either out searching for supplies, resting at home, or too tired and lazy to climb the stairs. After all, it was the post-apocalypse. There were no idle jobs that merely involved sitting in an office. Everyone had to play their part, including the committee members. There was a round table in the Great Hall on the top floor, with 7 chairs in front of it, representing the 7 highest-ranking people of Shuai's base. Renji brought another chair and invited Wang Tao to sit down. Truth be told, sitting here felt different. But Wang Tao did not forget that in this post-apocalyptic world, what allowed him to survive was the strength in his hands. The feeling of superiority was to be experienced only briefly, it was not something to be indulged in. Have the other 2 members not returned yet? Wang Tao asked curiously. With him included, there were now 8 members in the Shuai's base committee, Wei Zhang, Xiang Hongbin, and Lu Gang from the original security army, Feng Mingyan and Song Jingong from the former police department, Ren Ji, the former deputy county head, the electronics guru, Liu He, and Wang Tao himself. He had met 5 out of the 8 members, leaving only Lu Gang and Song Jingong. He had heard that Lu Gang was a young man about Wang Tao's age. Both Xiang Hongbin and Wei Zhang were considered his superiors. He earned his committee membership because of his marksmanship, which was the best in the entire base. Song Jingong was an older police officer and Hanru's former superior. According to Hanru, he was a good man who liked to nurture his juniors. He himself was known for his integrity, both within the industry and outside. He had an excellent reputation. Wang Tao wanted to get to know these 2. Lu Gang left on the morning of the day you arrived. He went to hunt special zombies and hasn't returned for several days. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. Hunt special zombies? He had not dared to say he could hunt special zombies, he only dealt with them when encountered. But the other man directly went out to hunt? That's seriously impressive. Wei Zhengou, as if knowing what Wang Tao was thinking, chuckled and shook his head. Hey, he said he's hunting special zombies, but really, it's also about luck. While scavenging for supplies, he would see if he could encounter any. His marksmanship is excellent, the only sniper in our base, so he can snipe special zombies from a distance. Most of our zombie cores come from him. That's still pretty impressive. Wang Tao felt somewhat envious. A sniper rifle, he wanted one too. As for Song Jingong, he went on a rescue mission for survivors. The survivors from Sunshine Community made contact with us via walkie-talkie as they were trapped. The danger there wasn't very great, so Song Jingong personally led people over there. But considering the time, he should be back already. Wei Zhengou looked slightly puzzled. Haven Du contacted him? Wang Tao asked. Generally, the base doesn't proactively contact those who go out. After all, their walkie-talkies can't be on all the time. Wei Zhengou explained. Makes sense. Just then, Ren Ji, with a smile, spoke up. Never mind others, Commissioner Wang, when do you plan to make an appearance before all base personnel? The committee members definitely need to be known by everyone. Any time is fine. Great, let me check the schedule. Ren Ji hadn't finished speaking when they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Reporting. Come in. A soldier jogged up to Wei Zhengou. Captain Wei, the survivors from Sunshine Community have arrived at our base, but Commissioner Song Jingong hasn't returned. Chapter 86, 3 Special Zombies, requesting monthly pass at the end of the month. 1. We didn't see anyone coming, we watched the surrounding zombies leave before we mustered the courage to walk out. We lost 3 people on the way, and finally, we made it to our base, sob sob. In the lobby downstairs, a gaunt and sallow survivor began to speak amidst sobs and tears. I will take you to get something to eat first. A staff member gestured with a wave of her hand. Thank you so much. The 4 survivors immediately followed. After they left, Wei Zhengou furrowed his brow. Old Song was supposed to lead the rescue team for them. But they say Old Song never showed up. These people don't seem to be lying either. Did they take a wrong turn? Or did something happen that trapped them? Renji's expression seemed grim. We must prepare for the worst. Everyone fell silent. Everyone had been in high spirits with the addition of Wang Tao, an ability user, to their group. But now with Song Jingong's problem, that joy immediately vanished from their hearts. Old Song, you can't be in trouble. Feng Ning'an's face turned bitter, he had the best relationship with Song Jingong. Wei Zhengou thought for a moment and said, let's wait one more day. If there's still no news, we will send someone to check. For now, let's get Wang Tao's matter settled first. Okay. The next day, everyone in the base received a notice. Shuai's base committee had added a new member named Wang Tao. There would be a meeting in the afternoon for everyone to get acquainted with him. Most people didn't know much about Wang Tao and were somewhat puzzled. However, some were surprised, hadn't Wang Tao just arrived at the base? And now he was immediately a committee member? Of course, whether they were puzzled or not, such decisions were not theirs to make, they just needed to familiarize themselves with the new committee member so as not to make a fool of themselves in future encounters. In the afternoon, outside the comprehensive building, in the plaza, all survivors of the base who weren't on guard duty or out on missions gathered.